Chapter 1 In a Fantastical World, the system commands me to marry. Let's just stir this for a moment. In the northern domain, the Su family. Shinner, Yawish Taud the Holly Maiden Oftanin Heaven's Staking Palace? In the Grand Hall, a man with sword-like browsand's starry eyes gazed incredulous litheth before him. Clearly, hadn't anticipated that his beloved son wooed sudden Limerick request. Father, is that not permissible? Standing to Linthal, the youth was clad in white garments, aspirus no, untainted bitest. His visage resembled a sculpted masterpiece, flawless and exquisite. Yet, at this moment, a hint of disappointment surfaced upon his countenance. The youth was named Su Xian, the Emperor of the Imperial Su family. Moreover, he was a genuine transmigrator, having traversed into this world for 18 years. Upon his arrival, Su quickly realized that his realm wasn't like his previous life. It was a true fantastical world. In this world, power reigns supreme, strength is of everything. Here, the mighty seas of Thestar sand moons, move mountain sand filcias, soar through Heskies and traverse earth. Wily through acre trampled upon, their lives sas fragiles grass, acantamirians. Itis a world do fut most cruelty. Fortunately, Su hailed from noble lineage, being Thesanoff the current patriarch of the Imperial's family. His innate talent was astonishing. He wakened supreme bonite birth, receiving vigorous cultivation from the Imperial's family. In the following 18 years, Su had no tin countered and insignificant setbacks. With the support of his innate gifts and the resource of his family, Hesweef fly broke through Toth dragon transformation realm. Hebek him renowned prodigy in the northern domain. Referred to as young sovereign be its people. Su had thought his life would continue in such a simple dune adorned manner. However, to his surprise, just yesterday, while cultivating, he unexpected lie awakened a system. And the system's first task was to command him to marry. Furthermore, the system had even designated this bride. That bride duis noniathur thanth holy maiden of 9 heavens teaching palace, Lungruoli. In pursuit of the system's generous rured sand tot internal enlightenment, Su resolved to forcibly wed Lungruoli. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. Yuntian, since Swannaras Navirer board mortal desire reason he's 18 years, and no has found a woman admires, would you assist Thymin proposing Toth 9, heaven's teaching palace? After all, love, once missed, is seldom encountered again. If that is the case, even if Swanara Keeves, Graythiang sint the future, he will sure her regrets heart. Suzuan's mother, Zhongyue, Terneto Su Yuntian, advocating for Urson. Shinner, since you fancy the Holly Maiden Oftanin heaven's staking palace, then naturally, it is permissible. To marry into my imperial Su family would be a privilege for Hattie and Glady. Today, I shall go and propose in your behalf. Up in hearing his swift speak, Su Yuntian immediately expressed a support. Really? At his words, a fierce light suddenly erupted from Suzuan's eyes. Of course, Shinner, when have you ever deceived you? Su Yuntian gazed at Su Xian, a gentle smile gracing his features. Indeed, little Shin, you are the Emperor of the Su family. How could you possibly be worthy of a Holly Maiden, from the Nin heaven's staking palace? Suzuan's grandfather, Su Wujia, a revered sage, chuckled amiably. Hee, Thrughalv northern domain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that to Imperial family holds immense power would they 9, heaven's teaching palace dare Terfusius? Little Shin, I shall accompany your father to propose should the PPEF 9 heaven's teaching palace fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they shall have an unto blame but themselves. Suzuan's second uncle, Su Lintian, a venerable figure, smiled slightly as she spoke. Hearing this, a radiant Smaledorns and Spacia Sheva wed respectfully to his family elders. In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. At the same time, Susuan could not help you feel a sinzofa. Having a good family background truly makes a difference. In the northern domain's esteemed 9 heavens teaching palace, on a mountain shrouded in mist, abundant in spiritual energy. A woman of feathereal gracie and breathtaking beauty sat cross-legged at the peak, meditating in her cultivation. As she progressed in her practice, various cryptic symbols intertwined around her, emanating gafint glow thatax intuitad heraldry divinera. This was the contemporary holy maiden of 9 heavens teaching palace, Lungruoli. Boom. A burst of radiance erupted. Suddenly, Lungruoli opened her autumn-like eyes, as you will smile gracing her lips. Having broken thruft dragon transformation, the Neen heaven's divine phoenix body has begun to awaken even in the entirety of the Deoxuan realm. It should be considered a Tridenius. Although my current strength is still far from a fraction of my former peak, it is barely adequate. Lungruola murmured, her tone devoid of excitement. 4 other prodigies, breaking through Toth dragon transformation would undoubtedly be momentously up, worthy of celebration. Yet for Lungruoli, it was merely an ordinary occurrence. In her previous life, she was sage in Uinium Presso of the celestial realm, her cultivation reaching an unprecedented level. At the time, she was revered as divine phoenix empress, acknowledged as the most talented woman in humanity before the past 200 millennia. Regrettably, during her struggle against formidable foes from other realm, she was Sambushed Bethiancient being soft forbidden zone, letting to her demise. Fortunately, in her finalements, theum press comprehend dead ultimaticency of 9, heaven's divine phoenix body. Divine phoenix nirvana. Thus, she was granted askin chance at life. Although she now found herself in Tilo Arium, having Grescent lie awakened her memorious of her past life. With the experience of her previous cultivation, she harbored a strong confidence. She was certain that she could swift liar claim the heights of her past, ascent of the celestial realm, and eliminate a thousand being soft forbidden zone. In my last life, in neglected duel don't sim a battle against foreign powers, yetio derito ambushum, resulting in my ultimate demise. In this life, one sire turned to the celestial realm, ishal injury or destruction. Recalling the events of her previous life, a powerful surjave atrid filled lungruala shart. Harry your eternity, a sifto frieza thevera space around her. Holy maiden, envoys from the imperial Sufamili have arrived, seeking top repository. Suddenly, a figure descended from Theski, landing before Lungruoli, respectful delivering Thanos. In that moment, Lungruoli was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the announcement. After a prolonged jetsilence, Chefinali responded. You said. What? Someone you wish to stop repositome? P.S. Realm classifications body refinement, wheel C, Tao Palace, 4 extremes, dragon transformation, great power, king, venerable, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, supremacy forbidden zone, great emperor, true immortal, immortal king, immortal venerable, immortal emperor. Esteemed readers, Asane book embarks, your support to Shum Blarquisted. Chapter 2 The Proposal Approaches. Upon regaining her composure, Lungruala stood frozen, bewildered in place. Even with Harem Preslevel in sight, she was taken aback with his revelation, caught off guard. In her memories, it seemed that she had no prior engagement since this life, did she? The imperial family, Sufamili? Furrowing her brows, Lungruala searched her mind for recollections. She discovered that she had online countered the Emperor of Sufamilian Senes Cretrium. Beyond that, there was no further connection. Thus, Theon Zekingto Proposito Hair was indeed, Thadi Emperor of Sufamili? Take Meadow the Grand Hall. With furrowed brows, Lungruala spoke coldly. A marriage proposal? Huh. Young Emperor of Sufamili, ho do I think you were? I, Lungruoli, Arian Carnita Empress, how cold di possibly accept Tainir la marriage? Shuasigar Tosi Wath Sufamili truly had to for. In the main hall of 9 heavens Taiching Palace. Head off Sufamili, you proposeth a ter generations holy maiden, Lungruoli, Mario Urianjemper? Thepalas master, Lin Wan, appeared bewildered, her beautifulias wide and astonishment as he gazed at Sufamili's representatives. Indeed, Myson Susu and Haspel indeed ply in love with the our holy maiden, Lungruoli, since the their first encounter in the secret Treum, tuth point off sleepless nights. Thus, imploreth Thepalas master Togranth their hand. Seated, Suyuntian spoke with solemnity, his tenirna stand grave. After all, this pertained to his and slifelong happiness, and he could not take kite lightly. However, this matter I saw of great significance I believe Rolito arrivi and her thoughts as well. Lin Wan, seated gracefully, caressed the teacup in her hands, hesitating momentarily before speaking. For her, the notion of Lungruala limerieing was far from desirable. After all, Lungruala was her most gifted disciple nearly a century. Moreover, it seemed that recently, Lungruala's talent then had been said further. She was the verge of breaking through Toth dragon transformation, truly a prodigy. Such a prodigy was seen a potential success or for the next Palace Master, embodying the hope of 9 heavens Taiching Palace's resurgence. Although, even after marriage, Lungruala called return to 9 heavens Taiching Palace at a continual cultivation. It would inevitably have some impact. In time, if Lungruala were retolos her current talent, it would be significant loss for the 9 heavens Taiching Palace. Very well, Weshla Waitrulai Sarai Valba for making jade decision. Suyunshin adegently, savoring Gisapoft Hita Bayside him, and spoke softly. At that moment, Suzuan sat besidium, his expression remaining remarkably placid throughout. He understood that since his father and their Shadel Reedy accompanied him to the 9 heavens, touching palace, this Goldruala must marry with her Shadi Syriza not. Palace master. Before long, a melodious voice resonate through the entire palace, followed by a graceful figure appearing at the entrance. With measured steps, she glided into Thul, instant like capturing the attention of full present. Particularly, Suyuntayan Wasi Ajur Tobhold the extraordinary beauty of his future daughter-in-law, one who had captivated Sushien. Ash gazed, a stunning woman approached. She possessed exquisite features, her eyes reminiscent of photum waters, and her brow sockento distant mountains. Silken tresses cascaded graceful adonto hair waist. Her fair visage shimmered, radiating an alluring low. Clad in flowing white garments, chic sudi ethereal and transcendent quality, her presency serenity and her world lie in indescribable beauty. That's Yemedakantoslish maiden ho hadned, verdant litis and themertalria. Indeed, she's a enchanting to say fair eye now, under Zuaner so infatuated. It seems a myson has a discerningei, Suyuntian mused, narrowing Isaias and satisfaction at the prospect of his future daughter-in-law. Aoun cultivator off dragon transformation realm, hurtle into Shardley and Fury Ordo Thatov Shaoxian, making her a worthy match. Suzuan second uncle, Su Lingtian, remarked, nodding in agreement regarding Suzuan's choice. Determined, Su Linchin resolved that a day, he will ensure Susa marries this captivating beauty, even if it necessitate employing some formidably measures to impress 9 heavens touching palace. Just as I remembered, she's indeed quite beautiful, Susuan thought to himself upon seeing Thuman designated Bethia's vicious bride. However, Hess soon stumbled upon a startling revelation Lunrually hate to a lie broken through to dragon transformation realm. If memory served correctly, just a month prior, when he encountered Hirinth Cave Heaven's secret realm, she had seemingly on Lyriak at the 5th level oft for extremis realm. To think she had advanced said so rapidly. Could it be thought this woman possesses extraordinary qualities beyond her beauty? Suzuan speculated, considering that she was the unit he system had chosen for him. Ruoli, you have arrived, suddenly called out Lin Wan, Thepalas master of Tanin Heaven's staking palace, drawing Suzuan from his thoughts. Indeed, he have come to knew how wishes Damarim, Lungruoli replied coolly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Feeling her gazoop in him, Suzuan was momentarily taken aback. This woman seemed distinctly different from Theon Hayden encountered half a month ago. Yet, he could not pinpoint exactly how. After pondering for a moment without resolution, he decided that if this concern society first, he would secure the marriage. Palace master, literally have feelings for only a humble ask for our approval. With a that hotmand, Susuan Rosen Strodito the center of Tegrandal, addressing Lungruoli, Lin Wan, and several ethereal soft 9 heavens touching palace with ebal declaration. Ash spoke, the holler up Teden to cacophony voices. Possessing supreme ebones and in its supreme quality, ha hasn't read the third transformation off dragon at Tinderage. This skill is a prodigy, histal and tastonishing, in me view, heist the ideal match for your saintus. Some voiced their agreement. However, it begged to differ. This guile benefits from thineless resor soft sufamily, which is we he has reached the third transformation at Thisage, while our saintus has large lyrilidon hero merits achieveth the same. In my opinion, this saintus possesses a vain greater talent, heist not worthy offer. Others opposed. Nonetheless, Theari from the imperial sufamily. Sholdware fusum, will the Neen heaven staking palaces still maintain its stand in Jintha northern region? Somiona murmured quietly. Listening to Fielder's discussions, Palace Master Lin Wana tout alongside. Someone he hot spoke in here unvoiced concerns. Although she was reluctant to selung rule aloud, the Sufamaliar presenteth him as formidable power in the northern region, capable of overshadowing Alel's Izai from Taichu sacred land. Ruoli, what are your thoughts?
Chapter 3, If you win, I shall marry you. If you lose, depart. The palace master Lin Wan gently sipped her tea, organized her thoughts, and ultimately relinquished the decision-making authority to Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli remained silent. Instead, turning her gaze towards Su Xian, their eyes met in midair. Just moments ago, Lang Ruoli could only catch a glimpse of Su Xian's profile, but now that she truly beheld him, it was as if a light had suddenly illuminated her vision. Before her stood a young man, tall and upright, clad in white as pure as snow, untouched by the slightest blemish. His handsome visage appeared as if chiseled from marble, flawless in every respect, though still a youth. He exuded a subtle confidence that was neither overbearing nor subdued, but rather perfectly natural. Lang Ruoli understood that such an aura could only belong to someone who possesses genuine self-assurance, yet, did this young man truly deserve such confidence? Is it really you who wishes to marry me? In the next moment, her soft voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Indeed, Su Xian replied, meeting her gaze with a gentle nod. If you wish to marry me? It is not impossible, unless, Lang Ruoli began, her tone suddenly pausing. What? How could you marry me? Su Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, given that there are conditions, it implies that it is possible. I shall only marry a powerful individual, one who can sweep through the ages, unmatched by anyone. Lang Ruoli's gaze remained fixed on Su Xian as her crimson lips parted to continue. As her words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the entire hall. It was as if the world had gone mute, still as a secluded valley. In that instant, all present were astonished by Lang Ruoli's lofty standards for a partner. To sweep through the ages, unmatched, what grand proclamations these were! In this golden era, there were countless prodigies emerging, not just throughout the Dao Xian realm but even within a single northern region. Many of these prodigies were born with sacred bodies. Their ascension trivial in comparison, some were reincarnated saints, possessing an innate understanding that surpassed ordinary comprehension, others were born with dual pupils, never to be defeated. In such an age, the fall of prodigies and the rise of new kings were commonplace. Who could claim to be invincible? Who would dare to assert they could never be defeated? Surely no one under heaven would dare to utter such words. It won't be long before I can. As you say, sweep through the ages, unmatched by anyone. Before the crowd could fully process Lang Ruoli's declaration, a soft voice from Su Xian echoed within the palace. This voice was not loud, light, and tranquil. Yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. Instantly, all eyes turned to the young man who spoke, finding him serene, as if stating an established fact. Wow! Suddenly the entire palace erupted into a clamor. Such formidable confidence! Could the young emperor of the Su family truly possess such self-assurance? In this golden era, with prodigies emerging everywhere, one supreme bone may not suffice, came the murmurs from the elders of the Jiutian Taiching Palace. Skepticism lacing their tones. To speak so grandly without a draft. There are talents in this world like stars in the sky, numbering in the millions. Who dares to claim such things? Though many elders of the Jiutian Taiching Palace were doubtful of Su Xian's words, they refrained from voicing their disbelief, opting instead for hushed whispers. How calm! Does he truly have such confidence? Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Lang Ruoli felt a jolt of surprise within her heart, turning to study the young man, hoping to find a hint of trepidation on his face, yet all she found was tranquility, leaving her perplexed. The confidence radiating from this young man was something she had never encountered before. Far too composed, too unruffled, Lang Ruoli was acutely aware that with such confidence, factors such as innate talent had become inconsequential. Su Xian's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable, but was that truly enough to win her hand in marriage? This confidence of his was destined to sweep through the ages. The supreme bone shall rightfully belong to the supreme, in stark contrast to the doubts of the Jiutian Taiching Palace's crowd. Su Yuntian held steadfast belief in Su Xian's words, showering him with praise. Truly my Su family's young emperor, in this lifetime, destiny favors the surname Su. Su Xian's second uncle, Su Lintian, erupted into hearty laughter, exuding grandiosity. Merely speaking is insufficient. How about we engage in a duel? If you win, I shall marry you. If you lose, we shall part ways here. Suddenly, Lang Ruoli's voice pierced through the air. I see in resolute. Having already reached the transformation of a dragon and with the initial awakening of the nine heavens' divine phoenix body, she stood as a formidable opponent, while Su Xian had merely transformed thrice. Armed with the experience of her past life, she was confident in her ability to triumph over Su Xian. The moment her words fell, an electric tension gripped the Grand Hulk. Ruoli, what do you mean by this? While you have indeed entered the transformation of a dragon, that boy has already transformed thrice. Could it be that Ruoli genuinely intended to marry him? Linwan pondered with uncertainty. One must understand that each transformation in the process of becoming a dragon represents a significant metamorphosis. Even with exceptional talent, could she truly bridge the gap between these two transformations? Are you certain? Upon hearing her words, Su Xian's heart leapt with joy, a subtle smile appearing on his face. This woman had unexpectedly issued such a challenge. Could it be that she genuinely wished to marry him? Thus he asked for confirmation, wary of her potential change of heart. Are you certain? If you win, I shall marry you. If you lose, we shall part ways. Lang Ruoli softly affirmed, her voice laced with a hint of chill. Very well, let us test this. Su Xian nodded, unable to suppress the smile that adorned his face, although the system's more substantial rewards would be bestowed upon him only after marrying Lang Ruoli. He had already received the complete Supreme Bone Treasure Technique, the Celestial Calamity Light. With the complete Supreme Bone Treasure Technique, Su Xian feared no one. Divine Phoenix Fire, ignite, as soon as the words left his lips. A sharp voice echoed within the palace. It was Lang Ruoli who had made her move. In an instant, a fiery crimson flame erupted, surging forth with tremendous intensity. This was the innate divine ability of Lang Ruoli's nine heavens' divine phoenix body. The divine phoenix fire consumes all things under heaven. Ruoli, what kind of technique is this? I have never seen her use such powers. Could it be her newly awakened physique, as Lang Ruoli's master? Lin Wan was taken aback by the torrential flames within the palace, astonished by their sheer ferocity. So, the saintess possesses such unfathomable power. This overwhelming pressure even made a formidable being like me feel a twinge of trepidation. It seems the saintess may not be defeated after all. What terrifying flames! No wonder this girl dares to challenge Xianer, Su Yuntian remarked, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Such flames are undeniably exceptional. Little Xian shall not falter. He is innately supreme, capable of crushing all. Su Lintian was equally thrilled, his eyes glued to Su Xian as he anticipated his response. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Su Xian slightly raised his hand. Celestial Calamity Light, Chapter 4, You Lost, Tomorrow We Marry. With a resounding shout from Su Xian, a beam of divine light shot forth in an instant. This divine light, akin to divine retribution, brimmed with terrifying energy. Seemingly capable of annihilating all things in existence, the sheer horror was beyond words. Upon witnessing Su Xian strike and the blossoming divine light, Lang Ruoli's composure shattered, her beautiful eyes narrowing in alarm. She was well aware of the Supreme Bone, a rarity ranking among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques. The Supreme Bone treasure technique was also known to her, the Celestial Calamity Light. A divine descent of heavenly light was immensely formidable, yet hadn't this complete Supreme Bone treasure technique long since vanished from the world? How could Su Xian possess it now? Boom! In an instant, the center of the palace erupted with a torrent of magical energy. Boundless and wild, the clash between the divine phoenix fire and the celestial calamity light threatened to tear apart the very fabric of space. The outcome soon became evident. In the arena, one figure stood unwavering, tall as a pine, while the other was sent spiraling backward, crashing violently into the rear. The unmoving one was, of course, Su Xian, while the one sent flying was Lang Ruoli. I actually lost. In midair, Lang Ruoli's expression was one of utter disbelief. How could she be defeated by someone of her own age? Regaining her composure, Lang Ruoli's eyes, like autumn waters, widened in shock, struggling to accept the reality of her defeat. The celestial calamity light, the complete Supreme Bone treasure technique. Had it not long ceased to exist? Where did you obtain it? Lang Ruoli turned to Su Xian, her voice tinged with reluctance as she inquired. Where could it have come from? I was born with it. Su Xian replied with a smile, his tone unperturbed. Born with it. Upon hearing his answer, Lang Ruoli still found it hard to believe, but she refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, the entire palace was filled with the astonished murmurs of the elders from the Jotian Taiching Palace. The saintess had lost. She was truly destined to marry. Alas, I initially thought that the saintess's abilities would secure her victory, but it seems the Su family's young emperor's capabilities far surpass expectations. Well, if the saintess must marry, then so be it. It is not unacceptable. At least from now on, Jotian Taiching Palace has gained a formidable ally. You lost, and now you must marry me. Let us set a date. Su Xian stated plainly, foregoing any unnecessary words. Since Lang Ruoli had chosen to wager with him, everything had seemingly become simpler. Without any unforeseen circumstances, they could amicably arrange matters. You decide. I shall accept my defeat. Lang Ruoli looked at Su Xian, a complex expression flickering in her beautiful eyes. A bet she had once believed she would win had led her to this predicament. However, as the reincarnation of an empress, she would certainly not yield so easily. There is no better time than the present. Let it be tomorrow. Su Xian smiled at Lang Ruoli, responding in a calm manner. What? Tomorrow? This time, Lang Ruoli was taken aback once more. So soon? Is this some kind of joke? Lang Ruoli stared incredulously at Su Xian. Is he truly so impatient? Very well. Since Xianer has spoken, let us set the date for tomorrow. Soon, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. Su Yuntian exclaimed with joy, slapping his thigh loudly. As long as Su Xian is pleased, nothing else matters. He can choose any day for the wedding. Who would have thought that little Xian would be marrying so soon? Time truly flies. Su Lindian gazed up at the sky, lamenting. Tomorrow, it shall be. Lang Ruoli sighed, resigning herself to the decision. There was no alternative. She had previously declared that everything would be determined by Su Xian. Having made that promise, she would not go back on her word. This is the fundamental dignity of an empress. Before long, the news of the young emperor of the Su family preparing to wed the saintess of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace spread rapidly throughout the northern region. The entire area erupted in excitement, with countless individuals astonished. How could these two seemingly unrelated factions suddenly decide to unite through marriage? What has transpired? At the Taichu sacred land, atop a mist-laden peak, a figure exclaimed in disbelief. What? The young emperor of the Su family is to marry Lang Ruoli, the saintess of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, tomorrow? No way! I cannot agree to this. How can Su Xian, a mere Supreme Bone, dare to covet a woman I desire? I shall snatch her away. A man in a black robe fell to the ground, his eyes widening in rage, his features contorted in a fearsome grimace. It was evident he was furious. This man was Wang Chong, the current saint's son of the Taichu sacred land. Wang Chong possessed the celestial tyrant body, his vitality vast as the ocean, his physical prowess formidable. rendering him nearly invincible in close combat. Among his peers, he faced no rivals, as none could withstand even a single strike from him. He was a true prodigy, his cultivation level matching Su Xian's. Both having reached the third transformation of the Dragon Transformation realm, his earlier outburst clearly indicated his infatuation with Lang Ruoli, the saintess of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace. Love possesses an inexplicable allure. Ever since Wang Chong encountered Lang Ruoli in the Cave Heaven's secret realm, he had been utterly enchanted by her. Upon returning to the sacred land, he could neither eat nor drink, consumed by thoughts of how to see her again. As if he were under a spell. In his heart, he had long regarded Lang Ruoli as his cherished possession, unwilling to allow anyone else to intrude. Thus, upon learning of Su Xian's impending marriage to Lang Ruoli, his agitation was entirely understandable. Saint Sun, please reconsider. The young emperor of the Su family is backed by an entire imperial clan, with an unfathomable foundation. If this escalates, it could spark a conflict between two great forces. An elder who brought the news felt a surge of panic at Wang Chang's furious outcry. If Wang Chong truly attempted to seize the bride, the consequences would surely be dire, possibly leading to calamity. He dares to touch my woman, I must make him pay dearly. This marriage, I shall claim it for myself. Not even the heavens can stop me. This is my decree. Within the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, the Palace Master Lin Wan held Lang Ruoli's hand, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened, expressing profound sorrow. Ruoli, you are to be wed tomorrow. It feels so sudden. I never anticipated this. Oh, Ruoli, blame me for my inadequacy. For I could not refuse this marriage proposal on your behalf. Lin Wan felt a deep sense of regret towards Lang Ruoli. She believed that if she were powerful enough, she could have thwarted the Su family's proposal. Yet now it was far too late. Ruoli, please do not harbor resentment towards the palace master. At this moment, Lin Wan resembled a mother reluctantly letting go of her daughter on the cusp of marriage. Feeling a mix of helplessness, reluctance, and sadness. In truth, she had played nearly the role of a mother to Lang Ruoli, who had been an abandoned infant she had rescued 18 years prior during her travels. It was she who nurtured Lang Ruoli, teaching her how to navigate life, cultivate her abilities, and relieve her burdens. Palace Master, I am fine. It is merely marriage. I can always return. Furthermore, I did indeed lose this gamble, and I shall accept the consequences. Although Lang Ruoli had awakened the memories of her previous life as an empress, she still felt a profound stirring in her heart under such circumstances. This sensation was something the previous incarnation of Lang Ruoli had never experienced. In her past life, Lang Ruoli had also been an orphan, yet her fate had been far less fortunate than in this life. She had endured countless hardships and tribulations before finally embarking on an undefeated path. Consequently, the previous Lang Ruoli had known little of emotion. Her demeanor was perpetually icy, as if she sought to distance herself from others. She showed no mercy to her enemies, employing every cruel method to eliminate them. As for friends, note in her past life, she had hardly known friendship. Palace Master, the Saintess, the betrothal gifts from the Su family have arrived. Suddenly an unexpected voice echoed through the palace. Oh, let us see, what treasures have they brought? Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with interest. Sometimes one could discern much from the nature of the betrothal gifts. If even the gifts were presented carelessly, one could only imagine how Lang Ruoli's life would be after marrying into the Su family. Soon, the betrothal gifts were brought forth by several disciples and placed at the center of the hall. Instantly, both Lin Wan and Lang Ruoli sprang to their feet, approaching the offerings. Upon witnessing the lavishness of the gifts, even Lin Wan could not help but inhale sharply. The Tao Enlightenment tea, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed and increase the probability of enlightenment. An unparalleled treasure in the entire Dao Shen realm, the Chen Kuan finger, a divine ability of the saint level, could enable an ordinary individual to establish their own sect. The true blood of the phoenix, a rare and coveted item, could refine one's own being and even enhance one's bloodline quality. In addition, the betrothal gifts included items so rare that they were only spoken of in legends. Such a lavish offering was undeniably impressive. In the entire northern region, it was likely that only the Imperial Su family could present such gifts. The true blood of the phoenix, did the Su family possess such a treasure? They generously offered it as a betrothal gift. As for the other items, Lang Ruoli remained largely unmoved. After all, she had been the empress of the immortal realm in her previous life. She had seen countless treasures. However, the true blood of the phoenix was something she desperately needed to hasten the awakening of her Nine Heavens divine phoenix body. Therefore, upon seeing it, even Lang Ruoli was taken aback, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. It seemed that the Su family of the northern region might indeed possess some power. Perhaps marrying into the Su family might not be so unacceptable after all, with the resources of the Su family at her disposal. Her ascent would surely be swift. At that time, she could once again take control of her own fate. All she needed to do was maintain a balanced relationship with the Su family. Thus, perhaps, this was not an unfortunate circumstance. It appeared that the one she needed to be wary of was Su Xian, ensuring he did not lay hands on her. If they could coexist amicably. Once she rose to prominence, she could even protect the Su family to some extent. In an instant, Lang Ruolia's thoughts became clear. She devised a new plan for her ascent the following day. Within the imperial Su family, festivities were in full swing. Today, the Su family was adorned with lights and decorations, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The sound of drums and gongs echoed throughout the entire north region. Moreover, many notable figures had gathered at the Su family, heads of various prominent families, rulers of various dynasties, leaders of major sects, and representatives from the Taichu sacred land. In short, for Su Xian's wedding, nearly all the prominent figures in the northern region had arrived. Such was the influence of the imperial Su family. With their profound heritage, having produced emperors in the past, all major factions in the northern region had to treat them with utmost seriousness. The guests surrounded the grand hall of the Su family, creating a truly spectacular scene. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my son's wedding day. I am grateful for your presence. I, Su Yuntian, shall remember this. Seated at the head of the grand hall, Su Yuntian surveyed the attendees with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It appeared that the prestige the Su family had accumulated over the years was indeed commendable. As for those who did not attend, he silently noted their names in his mind. Su family head, the young emperor's bride, is said to be the saintess of the nine heavens Taiching Palace. She is a paragon of beauty, and they truly make a perfect match. Su family head. Today, I would like to share a few drinks with you. I hope you will indulge me. In an instant, the grand hall of the Su family was filled with such flattering voices, apart from the representatives from the Taichu sacred land. Everyone else was happily exchanging compliments. Saint's son, do not act rashly later. The Su family's foundation is unimaginable. Who knows how many old and formidable figures still remain? If you provoke them, even the sacred land might face peril. The representatives from the Taichu sacred land consisted of the saint's son Wang Chong and several elder-level figures. As for the sacred land's leader, he was currently in seclusion, striving for a higher realm, and thus could not attend. At that moment, an elder discreetly conveyed a warning to Wang Chong, urging him not to act recklessly. I understand, Wang Chong replied in a low voice through the sound transmission. Humph, Su Xian, how dare you covet my woman? Today, you shall not have it easy. Wang Chong, more robust figure, possessed skin of a bronze hue that radiated a subtle glow, endowed with the celestial overlord bloodline. He could indeed be considered a true prodigy, ranking among the most exceptional in the entire northern domain. Yet, at this moment, Wang Chong wore a furrowed brow and a sullen expression, clearly troubled by something unsavory. Indeed, after a series of contemplative reflections, while he could not resort to the audacity of snatching a bride and inciting discord between the two great powers of the north, he resolved to ensure that Su Xian would lose face at his own wedding. Soon, the moment arrived for the newlyweds to bow in reverence. In the grand hall of the Su family, Su Xian stood side by side with Lang Ruoli amidst the clamor. The couple was about to commence their ceremonial rites. Chapter 6, Disrupting the Wedding. Haha, splendid. The daughter-in-law chosen by my Xianer is truly remarkable. Su Yuntian gazed at Lang Ruoli's figure in the center of the hall, his face illuminated by a gentle, warm, and benevolent smile. At this moment, Lang Ruoli donned a wedding gown that resembled the ethereal glow of clouds at dusk, draped in an exquisitely delicate rosy veil, cinched at the waist with a phoenix belt, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. As she moved gracefully, the hem of her gown swayed gently with the breeze, a sight so breathtaking it left onlookers in a way. In that moment, Lang Ruoli embodied unparalleled elegance. Though adorned with a crown of pearls and tassels that concealed her visage beneath the veil, her otherworldly and transcendent aura could not be masked, emanating a visual shock that captivated all. The young lord of the Su family stood alongside the saintess of the nine heavens Taiching Palace, resembling celestial beings who had stepped forth from a painting, a match made in heaven. Indeed, the two were reminiscent of those mythical couples depicted in tales, evoking envy in those who beheld them. At such a moment, it was only natural for accolades to resound. To his astonishment, I have truly invested myself into this. Beneath the veil, Lang Ruoli bit her crimson lip, casting a sidelong glance at the Su Xian beside her, her expression tinged with complexity. She had not anticipated that Su Xian possessed the complete supreme bone treasure technique. Nor did she expect to find herself outmatched in a contest against a peer. Meanwhile, Su Xian maintained a faint smile, his expression largely unchanged, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement to eye in both this life and the last. This was indeed his first marriage. To claim that he felt no nerves at such a moment would be a falsehood. Moreover, marrying Lang Ruoli would grant him various bountiful rewards from the system. Henceforth, the dream of dominating the world would no longer be mere fantasy. Next, let us proceed with the rites. Su Xian's second uncle, Su Lindian, announced with a jovial tone. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out amidst the hall. Ha! At the sound of this voice, nearly everyone in the hall was momentarily taken aback. Who dares to disrupt the wedding of the imperial Su family? Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Falling upon a tall, muscular young man, his physique, adorned with bulging muscles, conveyed an overwhelming aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. It was Wang Chong, the contemporary son of the primordial sacred land. What does he mean by this? Though a notable figure, has he mistaken the occasion? This is the Su family's wedding. Immediately, a cacophony of murmurs swept through the space, with his wedding being interrupted by an outsider. Su Xian's expression darkened, a cloud of displeasure settling over him, yet, given the circumstances, he refrained from lashing out and chose instead to observe what antics the intruder intended to play. If it truly interfered with his wedding, Su Xian would not hesitate to send him to his demise. As for the identity of the son of the primordial sacred land, what of it? You may be a son of the sacred land. But I am the young emperor. Should I fear you? What is it that you seek? At this moment, the expressions of the Su family members had grown increasingly grim. However, as the head of the Su family, Su Yuntian could not afford to unleash his wrath directly. Thus, it fell upon Su Lindian to speak. All gazes shifted toward Wang Chong in the center of the hall. Wang Chong held his head high, exuding an air of grandeur as he fixed his gaze upon Su Xian, slowly articulating, "In truth, I, like brother Su Xian, have developed feelings for the Saintess Lang Ruoli of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace. However, I arrived too late to propose, and thus brother Su Xian seized the opportunity first." As Wang Chong's words resonated, the expressions of all present transformed dramatically. So there exists such a connection among the three? Hearing Wang Chang's declaration, a faint smile graced Su Xian's face, beneath which lay a brewing intent to kill. Even Lang Ruoli was taken aback. That fellow harbors feelings for me too, yet, judging by his demeanor, he seems inferior to Su Xian. At the very least, Su Xian is quite handsome. At this juncture, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Many members of the Su family narrowed their eyes, their hearts filled with murderous intent. Wang Chong continued, "This fills my heart with immense discomfort. Therefore, today, at the wedding of the one I admire, I dare to invite brother Su Xian to a contest. Merely as a means to vent my grievances, regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it." Wang Chang's demeanor was solemn, his tone earnest. What the is Wang Chong jesting? To demand a contest with the groom at another's wedding? Alas, perhaps this is what love drives one to do, compelling one to commit foolish acts. I surmise that this son of the primordial sacred land is genuinely infatuated with the bride, but alas, he is destined to be a jester. Son of the sacred land, what are you attempting to do? Did I not instruct him to refrain from causing trouble? Beside Wang Chong, an elder from the sacred land wore an extremely grim expression. It must be understood that this is the imperial Su family. Should Wang Chong stir up trouble here, even if he were to be slain, the sacred land would find it difficult to intercede. Are you certain? Su Xian, clad in a resplendent red wedding robe, exuded an extraordinary aura as he regarded Wang Chong with a calm demeanor. His voice bore a hint of murderous intent, albeit subtle enough to evade detection. Yet within his heart, the desire to kill had already taken root. To challenge him at his own wedding, how audacious! Su Xian did not doubt that this fellow was utterly out of his mind. For one who sought to sabotage his momentous occasion, Su Xian had long since issued a death warrant in his heart. I am certain. I humbly request brother Su Xian to grant me this opportunity. Wang Chong met Su Xian's gaze, his eyes blazing with determination. Very well, I accept, but I shall impose an additional condition. Su Xian replied, still maintaining his nonchalant tone, upon hearing Su Xian's agreement to the contest. A smirk appeared at the corner of Wang Chang's mouth. He had obtained a forbidden technique during his time in the Cade Heaven secret realm, which allowed him to enhance his combat prowess fivefold at the cost of his life essence for a brief moment. With the forbidden technique at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to slay Su Xian on the spot, yet, upon hearing Su Xian's condition, Wang Cheng's expression grew grave. Brother Su Xian, what is your condition? It is that our contest will not merely determine victory or defeat, but will also be a matter of life and death. Chapter 7, Killing the Celestial Overlord Body, that is to say. Our contest will not only decide the victor, but also involve matters of life and death. Su Xian's tone was devoid of emotion. Huh? The entire hall fell into an instantaneous silence, devoid of any sound. In that moment, every mind present buzzed with confusion, a blank slate. Has the young emperor of the Su family gone mad, to propose a life and death contest? Should this contest truly proceed, the entire northern domain may soon descend into chaos. I must say, I greatly admire the character of the Su family's young sovereign. A mere disagreement leads to a battle for life and death. Life and death are but trifles, if one is unconvinced. Let us engage. All factions present widened their eyes, fixated on Su Xian in the arena. Shock, admiration, and trepidation mingled among the crowd. Well done, Xianer. Since the other party is unwilling to acknowledge their place, let them witness the might of our Su family. Suddenly, Su Yuntian erupted in hearty laughter. Su family patriarch, do you not believe you are somewhat overstepping? An elder of the primordial sacred land spoke in a low voice. Su Yuntian's words were clearly a jab at the primordial sacred land. How could they bear such a slight? Boom! A pressure emanating from the saint descended upon that elder of the royal realm. Thud! In an instant, the elder was forced to his knees by the overwhelming aura. You dare to repeat that? Su Yuntian remained seated in his position of authority, yet his expression had turned grim, his voice icy. No, I dare not. The elder of the royal realm found himself devoid of any resistance against Su Yuntian's overwhelming pressure. Reduced to a quivering wretch upon the ground, utterly crushed, with a cold snort, Su Yuntian reined in his aura, allowing the elder to struggle to his feet. Those positioned behind him would have observed that his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Hiss! Every individual present inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting shock. Was that just the might of a saint? Utterly terrifying. Following that interruption, not a soul dared to utter a word, shattering the tranquility. The saint stands at the pinnacle of the northern domain. None dare to challenge them. Let the life and death battle commence. Su Yuntian stated, his tone calm. During the contest between Su Xian and Lang Ruoli of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, he had already realized that his son had acquired the complete Supreme Bone Treasure technique. Signaling his true rise, from this point onward, his aspirations would extend beyond the northern domain, aiming for the entirety of the Daoxian realm. Thus, in the present moment, Wang Chong is not to be feared. Knowing that there is no turning back, a ruthless glint flickers in Wang Cheng's eyes. Today, he is determined to kill Su Xian, even if it means he will perish within the Su family. He remains undaunted. In response, Su Xian merely parts his lips slightly, coldly uttering a single word. Instantly, the vast hall of the Su family is engulfed by a dense scent of gunpowder. A fierce battle is imminent. Su Xian possesses the complete divine technique of the Supreme Bone, ranking among the top 10 in the realm of 3,000 physiques, thus dealing with a dominant body should not pose much of a challenge. Beneath her veil, Lang Ruoli blinks her beautiful eyes and murmurs that if Su Xian can defeat her, he can certainly prevail over others. This is Lang Ruoli's confidence in Su Xian, as well as her faith in herself. Burning soul, enhance cultivation. Su Xian, come and die. Suddenly, Wang Chong erupts with a loud roar. As his voice falls, his body is suddenly enveloped in a blood-red light. The blood light encircles him like a domain. In an instant, his aura surges several times. This is bad. That fellow is using a forbidden technique. By sacrificing his soul, he can instantaneously amplify his combat power by more than 5 times. Su Xian's second uncle, Su Lindian, has always been fond of studying such matters. With a mere glance, he discerns Wang Cheng's method. What? The holy son of the primordial sacred land is actually resorting to forbidden techniques, even willing to self-ignite his soul to eliminate the young emperor of the Su family? Someone exclaims in astonishment. Su Xian, can he truly handle this? Lang Ruoli furrows her brow and murmurs to herself, wait, why am I worried about that guy? Don't I want him dead? Lang Ruoli suddenly realizes that her thoughts are amiss. How could she be concerned for Su Xian? This is certainly not a good omen. She must sever this notion quickly. Su Xian, die sooner. Lang Ruoli closes her eyes, forcing herself to think this way. Yet, despite her efforts, she cannot help but glance toward Su Xian's position. How could this be? Is it because Su Xian is handsome? She quickly dismisses this thought. I just don't want to be a widow on the first day. Yes, nothing more than that. In the arena, Su Xian witnesses Wang Chang's willingness to employ forbidden techniques to slay him, his murderous intent deepening, almost materializing, and permeating the air, using forbidden techniques to seek my death? Is that effective? Su Xian smirks, heavenly calamity light. Instantly the divine light bursts forth. The divine light, akin to divine punishment, brims with terrifying energy, threatening to annihilate all existence. The horror is indescribable. Upon seeing this divine light, Wang Chong is instantly taken aback that he wasn't prepared yet. Why did you strike first? How uncivilized. That I cannot be blamed. Heaven's hand. With a loud shout, Wang Chong retaliates. A colossal hand emerges, seemingly sent by heaven to tear apart the void. Following this strike, a radiant smile blossoms on Wang Chang's face. Heaven's hand, a divine technique he comprehended upon awakening the heaven-dominating body. One hand to suppress the heavens. With this move, combined with the fivefold increase in combat power, he is confident he can utterly crush Su Xian. However, he soon realizes something is amiss. Su Xian's supreme bone divine technique appears to be different from before. The celestial divine light descends as a heavenly punishment. This is the complete divine technique of the supreme bone? Realizing the discrepancy, Wang Chang's pupils constrict in disbelief. The complete divine technique of the supreme bone can rival the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques. He is no match. Boom! The outcome of the battle is swiftly determined. Su Xian's heavenly calamity light shatters that enormous hand and then races toward Wang Chong. No, the Holy Sun must not die. Witnessing this, an elder of the primordial sacred land in the realm of respect becomes frantic, waving his sleeve, preparing to suppress Su Xian directly. Boom! Just then, a terrifying energy erupts within this space. The elder of the primordial sacred land is instantly obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. Did we not agree on a life and death duel? Primordial sacred land, do you dare to strike? A cold voice resounds, issuing a frosty inquiry. The one who intervenes is Su Xian's grandfather, Su Wujie, a terrifying existence who achieved sainthood a century ago. Witnessing an invincible saint act, instantly obliterating a respected elder. Representatives from various factions are left awestruck, falling silent, daring not to utter a word. At this moment, Su Xian's heavenly calamity light ruthlessly descends upon Wang Chong. The fearsome divine light strikes his body, and the result is self-evident. In an instant, Wang Chang's form is completely annihilated, reduced to a puddle of flesh. Thus, the holy son of the primordial sacred land has fallen. Many gasp in shock. Su Xian actually dared to kill the holy son of the primordial sacred land, Su family's young emperor. You truly dared to slay my holy land's holy son? Chapter 8, Wedding Night. The remaining elders of the primordial sacred land widen their eyes, loudly questioning Su Xian, feeling aggrieved by their inquiries. Su Xian frowns slightly and addresses Su Yuntian. Father, can we eliminate them? They are quite bothersome. Boom! As soon as Su Xian's voice resonates, a terrifying palm imprint crashes down upon the individuals of the primordial sacred land. Instantly, their bodies are shattered by overwhelming force, transforming into a mist of blood, dispersed by the wind, vanishing into the cosmos. No one present dares to speak again. The Su family is too arrogant, too domineering. Ladies and gentlemen, today's events have been a spectacle. Su Yuntian's expression is solemn as he bows to the various influential figures present. This causes the attendees to panic, hastily expressing their sentiments. Yuntian Saint. We all witnessed today's events. All issues lie with the primordial sacred land. Their holy son initiated the challenge, later agreeing to a life and death duel, yet during the duel, he resorted to forbidden techniques, seeking to kill the young emperor. Fortunately, the young emperor is immensely powerful, thus avoiding disaster. In summary, today's events, the right and wrong, lie in our hearts. Indeed, we all witnessed the entire process. The Su family bears no fault. Yuntian Saint, if the primordial sacred land comes seeking trouble in the future, we will stand by your side. Representatives from various factions express similar sentiments. In response, Su Yuntian merely smiles faintly, saying little. As the head of the imperial Su family, he perceives the intricate web of interests with great clarity. Although these individuals speak thus now, when the time comes, most will certainly not take a stand. Some may even join forces with the primordial sacred land against the Su family. However, Su Yuntian fears nothing. At worst, he will initiate a holy war. At worst, he will obliterate the entire northern region. The Su family stands unafraid. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Ceremony completed. Into the bridal chamber. After the ceremony, Su Xian leads Lang Ruoli to his courtyard. A maid from the Su family assists Lang Ruoli in sitting on the bed. Following this, the maid silently exits, gently closing the door behind her. Suddenly the room falls into complete silence. The entire space seems to freeze in an instant, allowing Su Xian to hear even the slightest sound of his own breathing. Su Xian gazes at the bed. There sits Lang Ruoli, quiet and still, utterly serene. Today is my wedding day. The system should awaken now, right? Su Xian's eyes brim with anticipation, hoping to hear that sudden voice in his mind. However, he is disappointed. After waiting for a long time, the system's notification still does not sound. The system has yet to awaken. Could it be that I must engage in that act first? Su Xian ponders. Glancing toward the graceful figure by the bed, sensing Su Xian's gaze, Lang Ruoli's delicate body trembles slightly. Momentarily taken aback, she raises her jade hand and gently removes the pearl-laden phoenix crown adorned with tassels. Before she can react, an exquisitely beautiful face emerges before Su Xian's eyes. Her eyes resemble autumn waters, her teeth akin to pearls, radiant like spring blossoms, luminous as the autumn moon, with skin as smooth as jade, soft as cream, delicate as lipid, and rosy like fine silk. So beautiful. The moment Su Xian beholds Lang Ruoli's visage beneath the veil, he feels his heart skip a beat gazing at such a beauty in bed. Su Xian cannot help but feel parched. He slowly approaches. Why you don't come over? Suddenly, Lang Ruoli speaks, her tone frigid as ice, seemingly wishing to keep him at bay. I'm not swayed by your act. You can't overpower me. A teasing smile appears on Su Xian's face as he closes the distance, unsure why seeing Lang Ruoli in this state inexplicably stirs a sense of excitement within him, prompting Su Xian to wonder if he is truly a pervert. Never mind, awakening the system comes first. Determined, Su Xian sits on the bed, pressing against Lang Ruoli's wife. If you're ready, I shall begin. Su Xian grins wickedly. As he speaks, he reaches out his hand. Before she has time to react, Lang Ruoli feels a large hand encircle her. A wave of heat envelopes her body, causing the inexperienced Lang Ruoli to momentarily freeze. Boom! However, she quickly regains her senses and sends Su Xian flying away. Su Xian, caught off guard, crashes to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Is this how you treat your husband? Su Xian groans as he gets up, taking a deep breath. Who allowed you to touch me? Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Su Xian. Although she did not appear particularly fierce, there was still an air of authority about her. The way Su Xian addressed her caused her cheeks and ears to flush a deep crimson, and they were still slightly warm. Once the Empress of the Celestial Realm, Lang Ruoli had never presented herself in such a manner before. If the beings from the forbidden zones of the Celestial Realm were to witness her like this, they would likely be left utterly astonished. And do not call me wife. Did we not exchange vows and become married? What else should I call you? Su Xian replied with a smile. He sensed that Lang Ruoli had held back during her earlier strike. What did this indicate? It suggested that she did not harbor such strong aversion towards him. However, it seemed unrealistic to expect her to accept him in such a short time. Yet, if she did not accept him, how would he awaken the system? How would he attain eternal enlightenment in the next moment? A chime rang out, detecting that the host is troubled by his inadequacies. The system grants the host one last beginner's reward, Celestial Harmony Powder X1 Divine Dragon Pill X1, Chapter 9, Chaotic Divine Demon Body. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fistum? Celestial Harmony Powder, Divine Dragon Pill. Upon hearing these 2 beginner rewards, Su Xian was taken aback. Did they mean what he thought they did? Connecting the dots with the system's prompt, he realized that they indeed did. Claim. As Su Xian silently invoked the command in his mind, the entire room was suddenly enveloped in a crimson aura. In his hand appeared a crystal-clear pill, exuding a faint, precious glow. What is happening? Why do I feel somewhat feverish? Lang Ruoli's face reddened even further, nearly dripping with color. In this moment, her enchanting eyes shimmered with a beguiling allure, a true beauty that could lead nations astray. As time passed, Lang Ruoli had already torn her clothing, and her clear eyes now bore hints of desire. In an instant, a vast expanse of whiteness revealed itself, breathtakingly beautiful, like a dream yet not quite. You drugged me? Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes bore into Su Xian, her tone icy. She found herself caught in a state between desire and reason, her entire being overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. It was difficult to articulate. Yet it was somewhat uncomfortable. She never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Moreover, this drug was exceptionally potent. Even she, in her current state, could not find a way to counteract it. Su Xian, if you have done that to me, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Lang Ruoli's voice was frigid, yet, unbeknownst to her, she was utterly irresistible in this state. Her flawless visage, frosty demeanor, and flushed cheeks combined to create a portrait of perfection. Any man who beheld this Lang Ruoli would surely be stirred, especially a young man who was equally influenced by the effects of the drug. Observing Lang Ruoli in her current state, Su Xian felt as though he were being consumed by raging flames. Before long, he could no longer suppress himself and exclaimed internally, "This is not what I desire. But rather, it is fate." With that, Su Xian swallowed the pill in his hand. With a flick of his sleeve, the flickering lights were instantly extinguished. In the room, only a few beams of silvery moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the night vibrant with the essence of spring. Ding! On the first day of marriage. Reward: chaotic divine demon body, awakening 1, can accelerate awakening speed with divine materials. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Xian awoke to find that Lang Ruoli had already left. Where is my wife Ruoli? He felt the residual warmth beside him and noticed the crimson stains on the sheets, plunging him into confusion. His wife had left. Still not fully awake, Su Xian felt utterly exhausted and lay back down. Outside the Su residence, in a distant realm, a figure clad in white was soaring through the air toward the distant Nine Heavens Taijing Palace. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that her form was somewhat unsteady, struggling to maintain balance. Undoubtedly, this person was Lang Ruoli. At this moment, her complexion was not good, appearing somewhat pale, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she felt as though it had all been a grand dream. That brat Su Xian actually dared to drug me. Just you wait, once I cultivate for a while and return to my peak, I will make you pay. At that time, I shall certainly have you as my plaything. Lang Ruoli gritted her teeth, bowing silently. It must be said that Su Xian was indeed formidable. In every aspect. He left her feeling somewhat incredulous, but so what? When they meet again, she would be sure to suppress Su Xian thoroughly, in every possible way. At noon, Su Xian finally regained full consciousness. Ding! On the second day of marriage. Reward: 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Reversing the 6 paths, severing reincarnation. With a single strike, I am invincible. At that moment, the kind-hearted system chimed in with a melodious notification, swiftly restoring clarity to Su Xian's mind. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist? No way, this is going to elevate me to new heights? Although Su Xian did not fully understand the rank of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, the mere description indicated that it was indeed extraordinary. He began to anticipate the sight of his fists conquering the world. And the chaotic divine demon body from yesterday. Although Su Xian had been preoccupied with other matters the previous night, he had not forgotten about his system. Rewards: a system, please reintroduce the chaotic divine demon body. He instructed in his mind. Ding! The chaotic divine demon body can naturally merge with all paths. Not only does it allow for rapid cultivation, but its spellcasting power far exceeds that of peers at the same level, and it is not subject to any law restrictions, making its battle prowess unparalleled. Furthermore, the chaotic divine demon body can fuse with other physiques, continuously growing stronger, transforming into an anomaly, unique throughout eternity. Ranking of the 3,000 physiques. First, holy cow, this time, I am truly on the path to greatness. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Su Xian felt a bright future lay before him. However, the emergence of the chaotic divine demon body would undoubtedly stir up countless storms. It was entirely possible that supreme beings would attempt to seize his body. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he must not easily reveal the existence of the chaotic divine demon body, as it was simply too astonishing and could invite deadly peril. With a thought, a light blue system panel materialized before Su Xian's eyes. Name: Su Xian. Identity: young emperor of the Su family from the northern region, son of the Diyan Holy Land in the eastern wilderness realm. Transformation into a dragon. Third change techniques: Diyan Sacred Scripture, Su Family Imperial Scripture, incomplete. Divine abilities: Diyan 9 Swords Physique, Supreme Bone, Chaotic Divine Demon Body, Awakening 0.01. Indeed, Su Xian's identity was not only that of the young emperor of the Su family but also one of the sons of the Diyan Holy Land in the eastern wilderness. As for why Su Xian did not join the northern region's Taichu Holy Land, that was a long story. Upon his birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, with purple qi emanating from the east for 30,000 miles. Golden lotuses erupting from the earth, and celestial platforms blooming. The emergence of the supreme bone was thus marked. Such a phenomenon was noticed throughout the northern region and the neighboring eastern wilderness. In an instant, countless powerful beings came to seek him as their disciple, but all were rejected by the Su family's ancestors. In their eyes, they were simply unworthy to teach Su Xian. It was deemed that Su Xian was sufficient to remain within the Su family. It was only when the Holy Master of the Dayan Holy Land personally arrived, expressing a strong desire to take Su Xian into the Holy Land and promising him the position of Holy Son, that the Su family's ancestors wavered. It was not that the Su family's foundation was entirely inferior to that of the Dayan Holy Land, rather, there existed an inexplicable relationship between the ancestors of the Dayan Holy Land and the once dominant emperor of the Su family. Thus, Su Xian entered the Dayan Holy Land and became one of its holy sons. However, compared to other disciples of the Holy Land, Su Xian enjoyed greater freedom, able to cultivate wherever he wished. Consequently, he spent most of his time in the Su family, training under the ancestors and exploring various secret realms in the northern region and eastern wilderness. For this reason, many within the Dayan Holy Land did not even recognize Su Xian. Chapter 10, My wife has run away. Su Xian rose, exited his room, and stepped into his spacious courtyard. Taking a deep breath, instantly, he felt the spiritual energy within him circulate rapidly. Holy cow, this genuine breathing has made me stronger. Su Xian was astonished, feeling somewhat incredulous. The speed at which the spiritual energy circulated represented his cultivation speed, and thus his innate talent. In the past, it took several breaths for the spiritual energy to complete a cycle. Yet, even then, he was regarded as one of the most talented individuals of his generation in the northern region. Now, however, he could complete a cycle in a single breath. What extraordinary talent this was! If such cultivation speed were made known to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar throughout the northern region and even the entire Daoxian realm. However, Su Xian soon discovered that although his cultivation speed had accelerated, the chaotic divine demon body required significantly more spiritual power for each breakthrough. Calculating this way, it seemed his speed of breaking through realms would likely remain similar to before. Xianer, you seem to be in good spirits? Just as Su Xian reveled in this rapid enhancement, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. A father. In an instant, Su Xian recognized the identity of the speaker. Turning around, he saw Su Yuntian, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Su Xian held deep respect for his father. Without him, he would not be the person he was today. Where is my daughter-in-law? As a transcendent figure of saintly caliber, Su Yuntian merely released his divine consciousness and instantly discerned that the presence of Lang Ruoli had vanished entirely from the Su family. She has departed, presumably returning to the Nine Heavens Tajing Palace. Su Xian smiled faintly, displaying no signs of disappointment or similar emotions. Your wife has run away, you, my boy, are truly lacking, Su Yuntian teased, his gaze fixed playfully upon Su Xian. I shall ensure she willingly becomes my wife, Su Xian replied with a light chuckle. I believe in you, for after all, I too have been through this in my time. As my son, you should not fare any worse than I did. Su Yuntian affirmed with a grin. Su Xian responded with a gentle smile. Father, you truly are remarkable, having deceived the saintess of Yaoqi into becoming your wife. Indeed, otherwise, how would you have come to be? At this point, a proud expression illuminated Su Yuntian's face. It was true that Su Xian's mother was the previous generation saintess of Yaoqi, a figure of unparalleled beauty in her youth. However, after marrying his father, she gradually retreated from the world. For this, the Saint Lord of Yaoqi had once exerted pressure on Su Yuntian multiple times. Nevertheless, as time passed, those grievances gradually faded away. What are you two discussing so merrily? Suddenly, a voice as melodious as celestial music resonated through the space, causing both father and son to be momentarily taken aback. The voice belonged to Jiang Yu, the former saintess of Yaoqi and now the matriarch of the Su family. Mother, Su Xian beamed at Jiang Yu, his smile radiant. His mother had always been extremely indulgent towards him, going to great lengths to fulfill his every desire since childhood. It seems our daughter-in-law has fled. Su Yuntian exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing Jiang Yu. What? The daughter-in-law has run away. Jiang Yu was taken aback, turning to Su Xian with a frown. You rascal, did you drive her away? Jiang Yu held great affection for Lang Ruoli, and upon hearing that the daughter-in-law had fled, her thoughts instinctively leaned in that direction. How could that be, mother? I swear, I truly did not upset her. It's just that Ruoli, she may not have accepted me yet, Su Xian said, his expression darkening. How could his mother think so poorly of him? Moreover, hadn't Lang Ruoli just arrived? Why were the family members already turning against her? Well then, you little brat, she married you at the prime of her youth. You must not disappoint her, Jiang Yu advised earnestly. Understood, mother, I will make her accept me soon, Su Xian replied softly. That's good to hear. By the way, Xianer, what are your plans for the near future? You just returned from the secret realm and proposed marriage. Now that the wedding is accomplished, are you going to cultivate within the clan or return to the Holy Land? Jiang Yu inquired gently. She naturally wished for Su Xian to stay within the clan, but she also understood that a calm sea could never nurture the most formidable sailors. After pondering for a moment, Su Xian replied, I plan to return to the Holy Land. It seems a grand contest called the Nine Peaks competition is approaching, and as the Holy Son of the Holy Land, I must return. That is fine. When will you depart? Jiang Yu was already prepared for this response and felt no disappointment. Tomorrow. Today I need to visit the ancestral shrine to meet the ancestors. Very well, off you go. The ancestors have indeed emerged from their meditative states several times, expressing a desire to see you, Su Yuntian said with a cheerful tone. His son, even within the Su family, was exceptionally gifted, a rarity in a century. Now, he had awakened the complete supreme bone, a constitution not inferior to the top T&I in the grand disputes of the world. The Su family might well produce an emperor. Alright. Su Xian bowed to both before transforming into a beam of light, darting towards the ancestral shrine. Wow, is that the young emperor? So handsome, he looks just like a celestial being. I never expected the young emperor to marry so early. I was still hoping for a future with him. Even if the young emperor remains unmarried, it wouldn't be your turn, would it? Precisely. Besides, even if the young emperor is married, what's to stop him from taking another wife? A beauty like me, once seen, would surely leave him enamored. As Su Xian made his way to the Su family's ancestral shrine, many members of the Su clan were captivated by his presence, expressing their admiration. Chapter 11. The 18 ancestors of the Su family. The Su family was vast, akin to a holy land, divided into several branches. Undoubtedly Su Xian represented the strongest lineage, yet among the other branches there were also individuals of exceptional talent. For instance, Su Mo, a prodigy from a branch of the Su family, had awakened a constitution ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. The lightning body, when he launched an attack, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Suemo glared sullenly at the figure streaking across the sky, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction, resentment, and hatred. He hailed from a branch and believed his talent was no less than Su Xian's. Only, he lacked the same resources that had been bestowed upon Su Xian, thus, he had yet to break through to the dragon transformation realm. If he were granted resources akin to Su Xian's, he would undoubtedly reach the same heights as Su Xian, or even surpass him. Consequently, he harbored a sense of defiance towards Su Xian. Su Xian is nothing special. If I had the same resources, I would be equal to him, Suemo muttered under his breath. Suemo, what are you mumbling about? What do you mean by equal? A lovely girl beside him, named Su Linger, inquired with confusion. She, too, belonged to a branch of the Su family. With decent talent, though not particularly outstanding, she was also an admirer of Su Xian. Oh, it's nothing, Suemo responded, feeling a pang of unease at the question. He secretly harbored feelings for Su Linger. Yet he knew she did not return his affections, for her heart belonged to Su Xian. Gazing at the girl before him, Suemo felt a flutter in his heart. Now that Su Xian is married, Linger must have given up on him. It's my time now, right? Linger, shall we head to the ancestral shrine? The secret realm there is about to open. The Su family ancestral shrine housed a secret realm where one day of cultivation equated to 2 days in the outside world. But it only opened to the public once a month. Su Xian, however, could cultivate there without limitation, which was one of the reasons Su Mo felt resentful towards him. Sure, I was just thinking of going to see the young emperor. He seems to have become even more handsome. Su Xian swiftly arrived at the Su family ancestral shrine. The so-called ancestral shrine was, in fact, a mountain, where the ancestors rested in eternal slumber. Some ancestors had buried themselves, prolonging their lives with sacred herbs, awaiting a time of great peril for the Su family to emerge. These elders constituted the true foundation of the Su family. while others remained secluded within, distancing themselves from worldly affairs in pursuit of tranquility. Upon reaching the mountain's foot, Su Xian called out, 18 ancestors, I have arrived. Please come forth. He, young lad Su Xian, you finally made it. So have you brought me what I requested? As soon as Su Xian's voice fell, a brilliant light erupted from within the mountain, swiftly darting towards him. As the light dimmed, it revealed an elderly man with a white beard. Holding a whisk, clad in a flowing white robe, he exuded an ethereal, otherworldly presence. This individual was none other than the 18th ancestor of the Su family, who had guided Su Xian's cultivation since his birth. His cultivation level had long surpassed comprehension, yet Su Xian knew this ancestor was at least a being above the great sage. Such a formidable figure, once he emerged, would cause the entire northern region to tremble. Ha, of course, 18 ancestor, I promised you. With that, Su Xian retrieved a gourd from his spatial ring and handed it to the elder. The 18th ancestor waved his whisk and jovially accepted the wine gourd, opening it to release an intoxicating aroma that filled the air. Gulp, gulp. The smile on the 18th ancestor's face grew wider as he took a hearty swig. Aha, excellent wine. Indeed, there is fine wine within the secret realm. The 18th ancestor beamed with joy, resembling a child in his glee. 18 ancestor, did I not keep my word? I said I would bring you wine, and here it is. Su Xian had long grown accustomed to the 18th ancestor's antics. This ancestor was wonderful in every way, save for his insatiable thirst for alcohol. To maintain his dignity, he felt too embarrassed to ask the family for wine, resulting in countless requests for Su Xian to procure it for him. Furthermore, the more he drank, the higher his expectations became. Now, even ordinary wine could no longer satisfy him, constantly urging Su Xian to fetch wine from places that he deemed worthy. 18 ancestor, I plan to return to the Holy Land tomorrow. Today, I primarily came to consult you about some issues regarding the Emperor's scriptures. Su Xian spoke with a smile. Oh, you still require my guidance? The 18th ancestor seemed somewhat surprised, waving his whisk and appearing before Su Xian, gazing at him with a warm smile. Speak, what do you find unclear? I shall teach you. In Su Xian's memories, regardless of his talent for cultivation or his comprehension of techniques, he had always been remarkably proficient, seemingly not in need of the elder's instruction. It's just that the Emperor's scriptures are incomplete, and now that I've reached the dragon transformation stage, I distinctly feel that this path is becoming increasingly difficult to traverse. Becoming difficult, you say? If it were easy to traverse, that would be unusual. If you could master this path, you would indeed be truly defying the heavens. The 18th ancestor seemed to have recalled something profound. As a glimmer of brilliance ignited within his murky eyes, he remarked, the incomplete imperial scripture left behind by the emperor of the Su family contains a crucial ideology that I have yet to disclose to you. The 18th ancestor gazed at Su Xian, his expression intricate. The emperor of the Su family was exceptionally gifted, yet the scripture he bequeathed remained unfinished. Initially, he had no intention of allowing Su Xian to cultivate the imperial scripture. The sacred scripture was sufficient for Su Xian to ascend to the status of a saint king, and the cultivation of the imperial scripture could be considered later. However, the young Su Xian was obstinately determined to practice the imperial scripture, and no amount of persuasion could sway him. Thus, everyone had no choice but to permit him to pursue his desire, and so he devoted himself to it for 18 years. What? Su Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. To embody oneself as a seed, the 18th ancestor slowly articulated 4 words. To embody oneself as a seed? What does that mean? Su Xian's eyes flickered with confusion as he pressed for clarification. To embody oneself as a seed means to use oneself as the path created by heaven and earth, without relying on the laws of nature or other vessels, firmly believing that oneself is the ultimate strength. This path, throughout history, remains one that no one has truly traversed. I shall be the first. The 18th ancestor's words struck Su Xian's heart like a divine thunderbolt. No one had managed to accomplish this. Could he truly be the first? Should he genuinely consider shifting his focus to the sacred scripture? Yet, would that not imply starting anew? What's this? Are you having regrets? The 18th ancestor asked. Su Xian fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation, his gaze deep in thought regarding his own path. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head, meeting the 18th ancestor's gaze with determination. No, I have no regrets. I believe I can traverse this path. If no one has walked this road throughout history, then I shall be the first. I am the strongest, needing no external aid, and I shall still ascend to the pinnacle. Su Xian's words rang out with a resounding conviction, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. Had the former Su Xian known that the path he was pursuing had never been undertaken by his predecessors, he would most likely have chosen to give up, but the current Su Xian was a man endowed with a system. In this vast world, what could he not accomplish? This lad suddenly seems transformed. Exhibiting even greater confidence than before, I heard he has unexpectedly acquired the complete treasure of the Supreme Bone. Could it be he has encountered some grand opportunity? It appears that in this lifetime, my Su family may have a chance to seize destiny. Young Su Xian, since you possess such confidence, I shall not say more, and I wish you success. The 18th ancestor raised his wine gourd and took another hearty swig. Exuding an air of nonchalance, yes, 18th ancestor, I am fine now, Su Xian replied. Very well, I shall return to the mountain, the 18th ancestor said with a faint smile. By the way, young Su Xian, I heard you killed the saint son of the Taichu Holy Land. Would you like me to step out and resolve this for you? That would be good. Su Xian nodded, although he had not regarded the affairs of the Taichu Holy Land with much concern. Having the 18th ancestor intervene would certainly alleviate a significant burden. Next time you return, bring some fine wine. With that seemingly casual remark, the 18th ancestor's figure vanished without a trace. Having a family as a support is truly advantageous. Su Xian chuckled softly, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the secret realm. I shall depart tomorrow. Today, I will enter the secret realm to cultivate for a day. I am eager to witness the might of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Upon entering the secret realm, Su Xian found a suitable spot and commenced his training of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The location of the Taichu Holy Land resembled an unparalleled celestial paradise. Ethereal and sacred. As the celestial mist was parted and examined closely, one could discern numerous grand halls nestled within. They stood amidst the heavens and the earth, akin to a forest suspended in the air. Densely clustered, resembling islands in a boundless ocean, within the Taichu Hall, the Holy Master of the Holy Land sat in a high position, flanked by dozens of elders of the Holy Land. The Holy Master surveyed the assembly with a sharp gaze. And immediately, the entire Taichu Hall fell into a hushed silence, with only the faintest sounds of breathing breaking the stillness. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Esteemed elders, I believe you all know the reason for my summoning you today. The Holy Master of the Taichu Holy Land began slowly, his tone icy and filled with an imperious pressure that brooked no dissent. Reporting to the Holy Master, we are aware that our holy son, Wang Chong, was slain by the young emperor of the Su family during the wedding of the Su family. One elder replied, his expression grim. Indeed, Wang Chong was a promising talent, a potential future holy master. Yet he met his demise at the hands of the Su family. Do you know the reason for Wang Chang's death? The holy master inquired further. The holy son's beloved was wed to the young emperor of the Su family. In a fit of rage for his beloved, he challenged the Su family's young emperor and was ultimately slain by a secret technique employed by the disciples of the Su family. Proclaimed the Grand Elder of the Taichu Holy Land with righteous indignation. Though fabricated, his demeanor suggested he spoke the truth. Indeed, that is precisely the case, affirmed the Holy Master of the Taichu Holy Land. Elders, what do you propose we do? The Holy Master's voice dripped with an icy undertone, clearly directing the conversation. Kill. We must summon the ancestral guardians of the Holy Land to strike down the Su family. In an instant, voices of agreement rang out in chorus, all echoing the sentiment to awaken the ancestors and wage war against the Su family. It has been centuries since I last visited the Taichu Holy Land. I never expected that while this generation's Holy Master possesses weak abilities, his knack for fabricating tales is commendable. At that moment, a voice akin to thunder reverberated through the entire Taichu Hall, shaking the very fabric of space. What on earth is happening? Instantly, the Holy Master of the Taichu Holy Land and the dozens of elders on either side could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces paling as they gazed skyward, trembling with fear. In a heartbeat, everyone within the Taichu Hall was seized by terror, realizing they could no longer move. As if frozen in place, they were engulfed by an unfathomable aura that enveloped the space. It was a terrifying presence that sent shivers through their very souls, igniting an instinctual urge within them to prostrate themselves. Who goes there? The Holy Master of the Taichu Holy Land's face turned pale as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure, forcing the words out. At that moment, the Taichu Hall was engulfed by violent spatial fluctuations, and an ancient figure clad in white emerged from the void. This was an elder, a figure exuding an ethereal presence. With flowing white hair and an aura of immense cultivation, this individual was none other than the 18th ancestor of the Su family. The elder cast a cold glance around the hall, his voice chilling. "I have heard every word you just uttered. Now, can you repeat it?" The 18th ancestor's tone was frigid, falling on the ears of the assembly like a death knell. In an instant, the hall was engulfed in silence. Not a single sound dared to break the stillness. Everyone lowered their heads, too fearful to respond to the elder's inquiry, especially the holy master of the Taichu Holy Land, whose head was bowed so low it seemed he might bury it in his own garments. The once imposing figure now resembled a cowardly dog, too intimidated to meet the 18th ancestor's gaze. He was genuinely afraid. "Speak." Boom! Suddenly the entire hall reverberated as if it were encased in a domain of thunder, resonating with a cacophony of sound. The terrifying spectacle was unlike anything the attendees had ever witnessed, plunging them into greater fear, akin to turtles retracting their heads into their shells. The holy master of the Taichu Holy Land was so frightened he clamped his legs together, a deluge of panic coursing through his mind. How had such a formidable figure from the Su family arrived? Simultaneously, the Holy Master was already relaying messages to the ancestral guardians of the Holy Land. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning, resembling a serpent, descended with ferocity, striking mercilessly at the Holy Master of the Taichu Holy Land. There was no time to evade. In an instant, the Holy Master was obliterated. "Do you still dare to call upon others before me? Did I permit that?" The 18th ancestor waved his dust whisk and spoke coldly. At the same time, the oppressive force reached its zenith. Thud, 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 in the Taichu Hall, the sound of knees striking the ground echoed incessantly. A symphony of submission. The elders of the Taichu Holy Land knelt in unison. "Predecessor, we spoke in haste earlier. It was all orchestrated by the Holy Master in advance. Please forgive us," one elder declared loudly. "Well then, you may explain the situation to the old ones in the Holy Land yourselves. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, let them come to the Su family to find me. My name is Su Xuanji." Su Xuanji? The unparalleled figure who dominated the Daoxian realm 3,000 years ago without a single defeat? He is still alive? Upon hearing the name Su Xuanji, the elders present were left utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank as they lost the ability to think. What a joke! Was such a powerful being someone they could afford to offend? "Remember this," the assembly of elders proclaimed loudly, their voices devoid of dissent. They dared not challenge him. "Just remember, should any further trouble arise, I shall not hesitate to ensure that the North region is left with but one dominant family." After delivering a chilling warning, the 18th ancestor vanished from the Taichu Holy Land. For a long while, the elders of the Taichu Holy Land remained in stunned silence, gazing vacantly at the empty space where the Holy Master had been. They had never imagined that the 18th ancestor of the Imperial Su family was still alive and had come to confront the Holy Master. What could they do now? Summon the ancestors? Is it possible for the venerable ancestor to find a way to deal with Su Xuanji? Furthermore, after all is said and done, this matter indeed reflects poorly on their sacred land. How could the people of the northern region remain unaware of the truth? At this juncture, the best course of action for the sacred land seems to be forbearance. If they do not exercise restraint, as Su Xuanji has indicated, the entire sacred land might find itself bereft of purpose. The news regarding the Taichu sacred land swiftly spread throughout the northern region, igniting a fervor. Countless debates surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through every corner of the land. Who could have anticipated that Su Xuanji, who dominated the Daoxian realm 3,000 years ago without a single defeat, is still alive and thriving, showing no signs of decline? It is truly astounding. Henceforth, the skies over the northern region have altered. The imperial clan, the Su family, whose depth is unfathomable, will ascend to become the sole superpower in the northern region. From now on, even a coin falling from the heavens will carry the surname Su. In the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace, Lang Ruoli, who was diligently training to overpower Su Xian during their next encounter, learned of the news concerning the Taichu sacred land, yet she remained largely unperturbed. She was entirely focused on her cultivation, seeking vengeance against Su Xian. Nevertheless, her indifference did not reflect the sentiments of the others within the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace. The remaining members, excluding Lang Ruoli, were overjoyed and utterly exhilarated. Following this trajectory, the Su family was destined to dominate the entire northern region. Moreover, the holy maiden of their Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace is the wife of the Su family's young emperor. With this connection, which force in the northern region would dare to challenge the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace? as the tides rise, the nine heavens Ta Ching Palace is on the cusp of an unprecedented glory that has not been seen in a millennium. In the ancestral shrine of the Su family, Su Xian had been in the secret realm for half a day. During this time, he devoted himself to cultivating and studying the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. As described by the system, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist is a supreme offensive divine ability. This technique is extraordinarily formidable. With a pair of fists, it can shatter the 6 paths and sever the cycle of reincarnation. Through careful contemplation, Su Xian was utterly astonished. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist is unparalleled. When cultivated to its utmost, it can obliterate all in existence. It can raise cities, collapse mountains, and shatter stars and moons with ease. The intent behind the fists is earth-shattering, discarding all external distractions, trusting solely in oneself, a pair of iron fists that annihilate all dissenters. This embodies an invincible conviction. When perfected, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist will possess unimaginable power that spans heaven and earth. At that time, no one in this world shall stand in my way. Su Xian was astounded, and a golden light suddenly radiated from his eyes. Truly, this divine ability, bestowed by the system, is sufficient to overshadow the legacies of numerous sacred lands. With a sigh of amazement, Su Xian unleashed a punch. Boom! Instantly a dazzling fist light erupted, as if to pierce through everything, shattering the very fabric of space. In the midst of this fist movement, a figure seemed to stand tall upon the ancient battlefield. With fists that subdued all, crushing myriad races, one punch after another, the astonishing fist light obliterated everything in its path, with terrifying fist radiance continually flashing, traversing countless galaxies. A look of joy emerged on Su Xian's face. He realized he had already gained entry into the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. To achieve such potency at the outset is unfathomable. One can only imagine the terror when it reaches completion. With the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and the complete supreme bone treasure technique, I fear no freaks from the eastern wilderness. Su Xian smiled faintly, murmuring in contemplation. Simultaneously, he discovered a piece of good news. With the awakening of the chaos divine demon body, not only had his cultivation talent significantly strengthened, but his comprehension had also undergone a remarkable enhancement. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist is intricate and profound. Had the former Su Xian attempted to cultivate it, it would have taken at least half a month to grasp, yet now, he accomplished this in merely half a day. Thus, the path to the pinnacle begins anew. Sumo, what are you? What do you intend to do? Don't come near me. If you come any closer, I will scream. Heck, go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to your rescue. Just as Su Xian reveled in the joy of his enhanced talents, several loud cries abruptly shattered the tranquility of his surroundings. What is happening? How dare someone engage in such shameless acts right before my eyes in broad daylight? Su Xian turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, a man was relentlessly pursuing a disheveled woman, whose ample fair skin was exposed. Their dialogue was equally provocative. The scene caused Su Xian's eyes to narrow slightly. How dare such beasts act with impunity within the secret realm? Chapter 14, Return to the Dian Sacred Land. Linger, don't run, just wait a few years until I surpass Su Xian, that so-called prince, and believe me, I won't be any weaker than him. Linger, I am a lightning body. Do you truly believe you can outrun me? Why not just submit to me? Once I rise to prominence, I can take you along to soar high. The man behind, bare-chested, continued his boastful tirade, exuding arrogance. Get lost, you're utterly revolting. Can you just die already? Up ahead, Su Linger's eyes shimmered with tears, cascading down her cheeks. She never imagined that Su Mo, who had come from the same branch as her, would turn out to be such a beast, harboring ill intentions amidst their cultivation. Even more infuriating was her utter inability to resist. Woe is me, is there no gallant hero riding a rainbow to rescue me? As Su Mo, utilizing his lightning body, drew ever closer, despair enveloped Su Linger. Reality is not a fairy tale. Where would a hero appear from? In her desperation, Su Linger resolved that even if she were to perish, she could not allow this beast to succeed. In broad daylight, such disgraceful acts are one thing, but dragging me into it, how do you intend to meet your end? Just as despair threatened to consume Su Linger, a cold voice suddenly resonated within the space. That voice sounds oddly familiar. It is the young emperor. It's actually the young emperor. Upon realizing this, Su Linger's eyes brightened, filled with newfound hope of the young emperor. Su Xian? How could he possibly be here? What a coincidence! Su Mo, whose mind was momentarily overwhelmed, finally comprehended the situation, and his expression changed dramatically when Su Xian was absent. He could belittle him all he wanted. As the other party remained oblivious, however, with Su Xian present, he wouldn't dare utter a single word. Why, young emperor? Glancing at the white-clad figure before him, who regarded him with a bemused smile, Su Mo lowered his head. His voice trembling, too intimidated to meet Su Xian's gaze. Like a blazing sun, Su Xian's radiance was overwhelming, rendering him so self-conscious that he lacked the courage to look up. Did you not just say something about me? Su Xian's gaze lingered upon the young man before him, who he hardly recognized, and spoke coolly. Although his voice was soft, it echoed like thunder throughout the space, resounding in Su Mo's mind like a cacophony. And no, I didn't. Su Mo stammered, his head lowered, fumbling for words. Why the sudden self-deprecation? You weren't like this earlier. A hint of mockery crossed Su Xian's face. Unable to articulate his thoughts, nearly a waste of breath. It seems keeping you around is only to provide the Su family with another mouth to feed. Su Xian's voice turned frigid as he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a brilliant fist light erupted. Boom! Under the might of the fist light, a cloud of blood mist arose. Before he could finish his sentence, the lightning body-wielding Su Mo was mercilessly obliterated. At that moment, Su Xian turned to glance at the girl behind him, who was blinking her eyes in adoration to him. Noting the cute yet somewhat dazed expression of the girl, Su Xian sighed. She is adorable, but perhaps a bit too naive. Young emperor, you are truly, truly amazing. When Su Linger felt Su Xian's gaze upon her, she seemed slightly embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she praised him. Are you all right? Su Xian inquired with a gentle smile. Wow, the young emperor is actually smiling at me. Su Xian's smile rendered Su Linger momentarily entranced. Ahem, if you're fine, you may leave now. Su Xian said, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. It is too easy to attract a young girl. I can only blame my damn charm. Oh. Su Linger, pulled back to reality by Su Xian's voice, obediently nodded and truly departed. She thought to herself that she must share her experience in the secret realm with her friends when she returned. Su Xian chuckled, shaking his head as he resumed his cultivation. The following day, after bidding farewell to his 18 ancestors and his parents, Su Xian left the Su family and set off for the eastern wilderness and sacred land. During his journey aboard the Nine-Nether Dark Sparrow, he naturally drew countless gazes along the way. Wow! Which forces air is that? Such an imposing departure, riding a Nine-Nether Dark Sparrow? Who else in the entire northern region possesses such grandeur but the Su family and the Taichu Sacred Land? Now that the Taichu Sacred Land is subdued by the Su family, everything remains low-key. Observing the extreme youthfulness of the individual, it must only be the young emperor of the Su family. So it is the young emperor of the Su family. No wonder he has such stature. But where could he be headed? You may not be aware of that. The young emperor of the Su family is not merely a figure of renown. He is also the holy son of the Diyen Sacred Land in the East Wilderness. Recently, the Diyen Sacred Land is set to host the grand competition of the 9 Peaks, which likely means that the young emperor of the Su family will be heading to the East Wilderness. The Diyen Sacred Land in the East Wilderness is a force even more formidable than our Taichu Sacred Land in the northern region. The young emperor of the Su family is indeed the holy son of the Diyen Sacred Land, a man capable of effortlessly vanquishing the holy son of the Taichu Sacred Land. Truly impressive. It is indeed remarkable, but given the young emperor's extraordinary talents, it is only fitting for him to compete with other prodigies in the East Wilderness, where so many elite powers converge. After all, our northern region is ultimately rather desolate. The East Wilderness, in comparison to the northern region, is undeniably more resplendent. Numerous lineages gather here, making it the most prosperous place in the entire Daoxian realm. Second only to Zhongzhou, this is a golden age where various prodigies emerge in droves, with new stars rising almost daily. The most powerful forces in the East Wilderness openly include the 4 imperial clans, Jiang, Yichen, and Bai, the 3 great sacred lands, Diyen Sacred Land, Yaoguang Sacred Land, and Zifu Sacred Land, the 2 great teachings, Butianjiao and Zetianjiao, and the Sword Pavilion. However, this is not the entirety of it. There are also hidden sects that operate discreetly unknown to the outside world. After half a day's journey, Su Xian finally returned to the Diyen Sacred Land. The first sight that met his eyes was the magnificent scenery of the Diyen Sacred Land, glistening gold and jade, ethereal bridges soaring, flocks of celestial cranes, a sight to behold, with each mountain peak emanating an extraordinary glow. It had been nearly a month since his last return, and gazing at the familiar landscape, Su Xian could not help but sigh. Chapter 15, The Two Great Sacred Lands, the Sword Pavilion's Display of Power? A month prior, Su Xian had departed from the Sacred Land to undergo trials in the secret realm of Dongtian. Now, a full month had passed. Riding the Nine Nether Dark Sparrow, Su Xian continued to soar within the Sacred Land. In an instant, he attracted the attention of countless disciples below. What the heck? Who is that? What an impressive aura! It seems to be the Holy Son of the Sacred Land. What? Is he the one who was often absent from the Sacred Land? Like a dragon whose head is rarely seen. Indeed, that flawless visage must belong to him. Oh my, now that you mention it, I can truly see the Holy Son's appearance. I must say, he is exceptionally handsome. With such an aura, one could easily believe he is a celestial being descended to earth. Having grown accustomed to such discussions about himself, Su Xian did not linger but directly headed towards the Dian Hall. Upon entering, he immediately felt numerous gazes converge upon him. To this, he exhibited little change in demeanor, simply walking straight into the Grand Hall. Holy Master, I have returned. As Su Xian stepped into the palace and gently bowed to the man seated in a position of authority. Upon hearing Su Xian's voice, the man suddenly opened his eyes and, in a flash, appeared before Su Xian. After observing him closely, a warm smile spread across his face. Su Xian, my boy, you have finally returned. I was beginning to consider going to find you. How was your trial? You weren't injured, were you? The man spoke with a gentle tone that felt like a refreshing breeze. Holy Master, I am perfectly well. Thank you. This trial yielded some modest gains, Su Xian replied with a light smile. Su Xian held the Holy Master in great esteem, recalling how, upon his arrival at the Sacred Land, despite the disapproval of the elders, the Holy Master had insisted on naming him the Holy Son and had invested considerable effort in his cultivation. Fortunately, he had not disappointed the Holy Master, as he had managed to secure a place among the top 10 prodigies in the East Wilderness. Even if he was not the strongest. As long as you're unharmed, tomorrow marks the grand competition of the 9 peaks in the Sacred Land. As the Holy Son, you may face challenges from true disciples of the Sacred Land and prodigies from other powers. Prepare well, don't get overwhelmed. How could that be, Holy Master? While I may not be able to crush every peer, I should be able to handle the average challenger, right? Su Xian replied with a smile. In truth, with his 6 paths reincarnation fist and the complete supreme bone technique, he felt confident in facing any of his contemporaries. Since I mentioned it, I must have received some intelligence. A hint of solemnity appeared on the Holy Master's face. Holy Master, do you mean that the prodigies from those factions are coming to stir trouble? Su Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense light. Correct, according to reliable sources, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang Sacred Land, the Holy Son of Zifu Sacred Land, and the young Sword Emperor from the Sword Pavilion are all coming to Dyan. It seems we may have a challenging situation ahead. The expression of the Dian Holy Master turned extremely grave. The presence of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden from the 2 great sacred lands, along with the strongest successor from the Sword Pavilion, clearly indicated their intent to assert their dominance under the guise of observing the grand competition of the 9 peaks. Fear not, Holy Master. If a prodigy from the East Wilderness comes, I shall suppress him. If 2 come, I shall subdue them both. Among the younger generation of the East Wilderness, I stand invincible, Su Xian declared, his tone brimming with confidence. As his voice echoed, the entire Grand Hall fell into a profound silence. As if struck by frost. In an instant, the elders of the Sacred Land were left astonished, their mouths agape. Even the Holy Master was taken aback, staring at Su Xian in disbelief. Had Su Xian truly said that? When did he become so ostentatious? The Holy Master felt his mind buzzing. Su Xian, are you certain? Absolutely. Among the younger generation of the East Wilderness, there is none who can surpass me, Su Xian replied calmly. Gasp! Instantly, the elders in the Dian Hall collectively inhaled sharply. Su Xian's words were simply too astonishing. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. As the Holy Son of the Dian Sacred Land, it was certainly a source of joy for them to witness such confidence, yet the boldness of Su Xian's declaration was nearly beyond belief. It was not that they doubted Su Xian, rather, in the East Wilderness, prodigies were as numerous as the stars in the sky, particularly in such a golden age where various talents emerged. In such a context, if someone claimed to be invincible among the younger generation, it was unlikely anyone would believe them. Well, Su Xian, I believe in you. Let us see how you perform tomorrow, the Dian Holy Master finally said. After a while of following this, Su Xian returned to his Holy Son's palace. In the Holy Sun's palace, a quaint and elegant dwelling, Su Xian accessed his system panel. Name, Su Xian identity, young emperor of the Su family from the northern region, Holy Son of the Diyan Sacred Land in the East Wilderness Realm, 5th transformation of Dragon Transformation Technique, Diyan Sacred Scripture. Su Family Imperial Scripture, Incomplete, Divine Powers, Diyan 9 Swords, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist Physique, Supreme Bone, Chaotic Divine Demon Body, Awakening 0.01. Indeed, today's system reward amounted to 10 years of cultivation, allowing Su Xian to break through 2 levels and reach the 5th transformation of Dragon Transformation. With this level of cultivation, he was among the highest in the East Wilderness, surpassed only by the successors of the 2 great teachings, Butian and Jetian. This was also the reason he felt confident in declaring himself invincible among the younger generation of the East Wilderness earlier in the Diyan Hall. The Yao Guang Holy Maiden, the Zifu Holy Son, and the Young Sword Emperor, all true prodigies, were all ranked among the top 10 on the East Wilderness prodigy list, some even ranked higher than Su Xian. Had it been 3 days ago, Su Xian might not have been their match, yet now, 3 days later, times have changed. Su Xian was confident in easily subduing them. In the time to come, he would absorb rare treasures to accelerate the awakening of his chaotic divine demon body. Once the chaotic divine demon body fully awakens, I shall shine with unparalleled brilliance. With thoughts of his greatest trump card in mind, a fierce light burst forth from Su Xian's eyes. Once the chaotic divine demon body awakens completely, he would be truly invincible among his peers, not just now but throughout history. Taking out the rare treasures he had collected over the years during his travels, Su Xian began to absorb them. In an instant, the entire Holy Sun's palace became enveloped in a mysterious aura of chaos. How could there be chaotic energy emerging in the sacred land, and so intensely? Chapter 16, An Ominous Sign. Chaotic Seed Green Lotus, in the sacred land's forbidden zone, within an ice coffin crafted from 10,000-year-old ice, a breathtakingly beautiful woman opened her eyes. If any of the sacred land's members were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for this woman bore an almost identical resemblance to the founder of the Diyan Sacred Land. A divine light flickered, revealing the scene of Su Xian's cultivation within her eyes. What a remarkable young man, to possess the chaotic divine demon body! I never expected such a figure to emerge among the descendants of our sacred land. In an instant, the woman's smile illuminated the world, captivating the very colors of the heavens. However, you do not realize that such cultivation may attract the attention of certain old-timers, do you? The woman reclined, her jade hand slightly raised. Instantly a brilliant light surged forth from the forbidden zone, racing towards Su Xian's Holy Sun's palace. It transformed into a barrier, isolating the entire Holy Sun's palace from the outside world. Alas, my current state is far too weak. If I could, I would truly wish to summon this young man. With the presence of chaotic energy, I can recover more swiftly. Deep in his cultivation, Su Xian remained completely unaware of these unfolding events. Moreover, even if Su Xian were to comprehend the situation, he would likely find it difficult to grasp the entirety of it. At this moment, atop a peak in the Diyan Sacred Land, a strikingly handsome young man gazed intently at the Saint Sun Palace, his expression dark and his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Lin Yu, you must have harbored disdain for that insufferable Saint Sun for quite some time. Haven to you. Suddenly another man approached, drawing near to Lin Yu, and spoke with a cold smirk. Sun Hao, are you not guilty of the same? Lin Yu shot a sidelong glance at Sun Hao, countering his remark. The two men appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, both having attained the 3rd transformation of the Dragonization realm. Even within the vast expanse of the Diyan Sacred Land, they were regarded as exceptional talents. However, both held a deep-seated resentment towards Su Xian, viewing him with contempt and animosity. It was solely due to Su Xian's presence that, despite their own brilliance, they were relegated to mere disciples of the 9 Peaks, forever unable to ascend to the status of Saint Sun. They were indignant. Why was it that Su Xian could enter the sacred land and immediately be bestowed with the rank of Saint Sun, while they, after years of relentless effort, could never hope to reach his starting point? One was endowed with the 7-killing tyrant body, and the other possessed the extreme cold profound body. Were they not deserving of the title of prodigy? Yet, because of Su Xian, no matter how diligently they served the sacred land, they could only remain beneath him. When they encountered Su Xian, they were compelled to address him as Saint Sun this time. During the 9 Peaks Grand Competition, I shall make my mark. I shall challenge Su Xian. According to the Sacred Land stipulations, the victor among peers can usurp the position of Saint Sun. I have awaited this day for far too long," declared Lin Yu, the bearer of the 7-killing tyrant body, his voice cold and resolute. So have I. Why should Su Xian monopolize the position of Saint Sun when I, somehow, cannot claim it for myself? Outside the Dian sacred land, the eastern wilderness began to stir with fervor as heavy news began to circulate. The Yaoguang sacred lord, accompanied by the Yaoguang saintess, made an appearance outside the Dian sacred land at the moon-reflecting pavilion. And it seemed that the Yaoguang saintess had achieved a significant breakthrough. Enveloped in a sacred radiance, exuding an extraordinary presence, the saint son of the Purple Mansion sacred land emerged at the foot of the Dian sacred land. Declaring his intent to trample the saint son of Dian beneath his feet, the Sword Pavilion's sword master ascended the Dian. A mysterious figure proclaimed that the Nine Peaks Grand Competition was akin to a child's play. Asserting that he alone could suppress everything, the Nine Peaks Grand Competition of the Dian Sacred Land was a monumental event, attracting numerous factions and many prodigies who came to observe, but also drawing those eager to seize the opportunity to make a name for themselves. As night deepened, Su Xian gradually opened his eyes within the Saint Sun Palace. After half a day's effort, he had absorbed all the heavenly materials and treasures. The awakening progress of the Chaos Divine Demon body had also reached 3. This was a significant leap, yet it also caused Su Xian considerable distress. The heavenly materials and treasures he had painstakingly gathered over the years had only managed to barely accelerate the awakening of the Chaos Divine Demon body by 2. It was unfathomable how many divine objects and sacred medicines would be required to fully awaken the Chaos Divine Demon body. Nevertheless, Su Xian did not allow himself to succumb to despair. After all, this was the supreme physique, ranked first among 3,000 body types. It was only natural that awakening it would require considerable effort. An hour later, a notification chimed. On the 4th day of marriage. Reward, Chaos Seed Green Lotuses. Boom. The moment the system prompt sounded, suddenly, beneath Su Xian's feet, the space began to ripple as if something was about to manifest from thin air. In the next second, radiant immortal energy appeared out of nowhere, swirling around Su Xian's feet. The immortal energy grew increasingly dense, and within it, various ethereal forms of celestial birds emerged, frolicking and soaring amidst the brilliance. An omen? The Chaos Seed Green Lotus. Su Xian was taken aback. Throughout history, only the most exceptional prodigies could manifest such omens, serving as a testament to their formidable talents. During the ancient era, even some youthful emperors failed to produce omens. Those prodigies who did manifest omens invariably ascended to become great emperors or even more terrifying beings. Thus, it was also referred to as the Emperor's Omen. Just as Su Xian was astonished, the space around him suddenly shattered. Boundless chaotic energy enveloped Su Xian. Beneath his feet, an endless expanse of earth revealed a 5-colored divine mud. Boom. The space trembled violently as a divine lotus surged forth from the primordial mud. This was an ancient green lotus emanating chaotic energy. Su Xian was astounded. This chaos green lotus was the first living plant that emerged during the primordial age, when the universe was newly formed. And now, this chaos green lotus had become his omen. The chaos green lotus manifested behind Su Xian, exuding terrifying Tao rhythms imbued with divine sanctity, as if it could support the very heavens. This was the omen of the Chaos Seed Green Lotus. This omen not only appeared to be a tool for ostentation but also seemed capable of accelerating his cultivation speed and the awakening process of the Chaos Divine Demon body. Su Xian marveled. The appearance of the Green Lotus, surrounded by chaotic energy, complemented his Chaos Divine Demon body, yielding tremendous benefits. Anticipating the moment he would unveil his omen tomorrow, and envisioning the stunned expressions of the prodigies from various factions, Su Xian felt an indescribable sense of anticipation. Prodigies, tomorrow shall be my stage. Chapter 17. The Nine Peaks Grand Competition begins. As the sun rose, casting its first rays of light, boom, 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 a series of grand bell tolls resonated, officially heralding the commencement of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition in the Dian Sacred Land. The Nine Peaks Grand Competition is here. The Sacred Land opens. Those wishing to observe the Nine Peaks Grand Competition, please enter. Before them lay the majestic sacred mountains, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, radiant with divine light and brimming with spiritual energy, fully embodying the grandeur of the sacred land. In the next instant, countless streaks of light surged in like a locust swarm. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the Dian Sacred Land was filled with figures. The Dian Sacred Lord stood at the entrance. Smiling as he spoke, esteemed guests, please enter. In an instant, the representatives of various factions transformed into streams of light, following the Dian Sacred Lord to the venue of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. Wow, what a magnificent sight! This journey was truly worthwhile. I can see how far the peers of the Sacred Land have progressed. A young disciple from a lesser faction exclaimed in all young ones. Pay close attention and learn well. A prominent figure from a powerful faction advised the disciples behind him. Strange, where are the arenas? How can we observe the competition without them? Someone questioned. This is a sacred land. Do you think it's as shabby as your factions? Of course, they have treasures to construct spaces for battles, which will then be projected for us to view. So that's how it is. I was indeed ignorant. Before long, representatives from various factions took their seats, turning their gazes towards the large screen on the stage. Soon, the battles of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition would unfold there. In the designated area of the Dian Sacred Land. Su Xian leisurely sipped a cup of tea, quietly observing everything. Many people turned their attention to Su Xian. That the saint son of the Dian Sacred Land, so handsome. What good is handsomeness? It's merely a facade. If he lacks capability, it matters not. I find this Dian saint's son to be rather unremarkable. He seems like a classic case of reputation exceeding ability. So that is the Dian saint's son? I shall rely on him to make a name for myself. Regarding such remarks, Su Xian remained unperturbed. Want to make a name for yourself by relying on me? Just don't end up weeping too pitifully. The rules of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition were quite simple. Participants would enter the Shumi realm and engage in a free-for-all. The disciples of the Nine Peaks could form teams at will. And those who emerged victorious would be deemed the champions of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition. The representative of the winning peak would enjoy greater access to resources for the upcoming year. Furthermore, the champion would have the right to challenge the current saint's son, and if victorious, could take his place. Are the rules clear? Suddenly, the Sacred Lord's voice boomed like a tolling bell, resonating throughout the Dian Sacred Land. Understood, understood. In an instant, the disciples of the Nine Peaks were filled with fervor, transforming into streaks of light as they entered the Shumi realm. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the Dian Sacred Lord divided the entire projection into over 100 smaller screens. Each screen represented a mountain peak serving as an arena. The Shumi realm was a small world formed by the treasured Shumi ring, capable of sustaining itself for only half a day. Once the time elapsed, it would collapse. Thus, the duration of the Nine Peaks Grand Competition would also be half a day. Truly, the Dian Sacred Land's rules for the competition were refreshingly straightforward, emphasizing the importance of life and death, and encouraging direct confrontation. I absolutely adore this. The duels among the prodigies of the Dian Sacred Land promise to be captivating. Look, the competition has just begun. And already a fierce battle has erupted. Wow, it seems to be Lin Yu from the Dian Sacred Land. He possesses the 7-killing tyrant body, with strength rivaling that of a saint's son. The 7-killing tyrant body, indeed formidable. With just one move he overwhelmed his opponent. And there's Sun Hao endowed with the extreme cold profound body. He is also quite extraordinary. I've heard of his reputation. Reportedly, he recently slayed a dragon in the cold dragon pool. Truly exceptional. The extreme cold domain formed by the extreme cold profound body is incredibly powerful, significantly hampering the opponent's abilities. The champion will likely emerge from among these two. What is so impressive? I am actually looking forward to competing against that saint's son. In the area of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, a young man smirked, radiating an air of arrogance, his gaze filled with disdain. This individual was none other than Jun Mo, the saint's son of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. From start to finish, Jun Mo did not spare a glance at the Nine Peaks Grand Competition of the Dian Sacred Land. His sole purpose for coming to the Dian Sacred Land was to crush the Dian Saint's son and establish the supremacy of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, in the area of the Yaoguang Sacred Land. A young woman sat poised. Though her demeanor is gentle, it is also imbued with an air of condescension, as if she were poised to look down upon the world. The young maiden is none other than the holy maiden of this generation, Xin Mingyue. She too seeks to display her might. In the region of the Sword Pavilion, the youthful Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, clad in black, bears a sword coffin upon his back, emanating a terrifying sword intent that soars to the heavens. He is akin to a divine blade, sharp beyond compare. His target is none other than Su Xian. The Dian Sacred Land is indeed laughable. Coming from Zhongzhou, I had anticipated a surprise, yet it remains as it always was. Among the crowd, a man in azure murmurs to himself. Time passes swiftly, and suddenly, the Shumi realm shatters explosively, with beams of rainbow light shooting forth and landing steadily. These are the surviving disciples of the Dayan. However, a careful comparison reveals that the number of disciples emerging from the Shumi realm is significantly fewer than before. Indeed, some disciples have perished within the Shumi realm. The competition is brutal. Lives are as insignificant as grass. Yet, such is the law of the world. The strong must reign, while the weak must be OWDI. In the end, there are two who share the title of first, Lin Yu and Sun Hao. The great competition has concluded at the 9 peaks. I declare that this year's champions are Lin Yu and Sun Hao from the first peak. Now, you may choose whether to challenge the Holy Sun. The Holy Lord speaks, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing through the skies. Holy Lord, I choose to challenge. So do I shall challenge as well. The two have long been plotting for this day. How could they possibly relinquish the opportunity? Upon hearing this, an inexplicable smile graces the faces of the Dayan sacred land as they turn to Su Xian's position, conveying through thought, your stage has begun, do not disappoint me. Naturally. Su Xian responds in thought. In the next moment, Su Xian steps onto the high platform, landing with grace. The appearance of Holy Sun Su Xian immediately stirs a significant commotion. He is strikingly handsome, with an upright posture, dressed in garments as white as snow. His demeanor is otherworldly, such as Su Xian, who, in an instant, leaves many a blossoming maiden utterly entranced. Is this really the Holy Son of our sacred land, who is seldom seen within its confines? Upon witnessing him today, one cannot ascertain his strength, but he is undeniably handsome, precisely fitting my ideal type. My word, he is indeed handsome, though he seems a bit slender. Perhaps he lacks the ferocity in that regard. Looks are of no use. I can tell at a glance that this fellow is not worthy of the title of Holy Son. Various voices arise from the crowd. Chapter 18. Suppressing the first of the 9 Peaks Grade Competition. You two are the champions of this year's 9 Peaks Grade Competition? Su Xian speaks lightly, his voice as clear as snow. Yes, for some unknown reason, though they had previously cursed Su Xian behind his back with abandon, when faced with him directly, they find themselves somewhat timid. Holy Son, please enlighten us. With no words left to say, Lin Yu simply clasps his fists and speaks. As his words fall, he lunges fiercely at Su Xian. 7 Kill Fist. This is a divine ability inherent to Lin Yu's 7 Kill Titan body. Brimming with malevolence and formidable power, the Dragon Transformation's third change possesses decent talent, yet that is all it is. Su Xian speaks softly, his tone akin to that of an elder commenting on a junior. The next moment, Su Xian retaliates with a punch of his own. Instantly, a breathtaking punch light erupts, shattering all in its path, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. In a moment of confusion, it appears as if a figure stands tall upon the ancient battlefield. Fists that suppress all, crushing myriad races. Punch after punch, that astonishing fist light obliterates everything. The terrifying punch radiance flashes continuously, piercing through countless star rivers. Boom! The two fists collide, causing the space to tremble violently. Onlookers are left dumbfounded, their admiration for the strength of both combatants palpable of this battle, in stark contrast to the previous scenes within the Shumi realm, is far more captivating. And amid the gathered gazes, cough, cough, the sound of blood coughing erupts, and a figure stumbles backward, revealing none other than Lin Yu. At this moment, his pupils widen, disbelief etched upon his face. In an instant, the arm with which he struck is shattered, blood flowing profusely, his entire arm trembling violently. The impact of the previous clash nearly rendered his arm useless. Hiss! A wave of excruciating pain washes over him, causing Lin Yu to involuntarily gasp. The outcome of this battle is difficult for the spectators to accept. With the 7 Kill Titan body and the 7 Kill Fist, Lin Yu should have been able to contend against the Dragon Transformation's 4th change. Yet before Su Xian, he could not withstand even a single blow. Just how far has Su Xian progressed? You are the Dragon Transformation's 5th change? Lin Yu finally comprehends, his scalp tingling with shock. If memory serves, Su Xian had only reached the Dragon Transformation's 3rd change a month prior, and now, in merely a month's time, he has achieved the 5th change, 2 transformations in 1 month. How is this possible? In an instant, he feels his worldview shatter. One must understand that upon reaching the Dragon Transformation realm, each breakthrough requires an extensive duration. Even for a genius, it takes several years. Yet Su Xian, how could he break through so swiftly? Does such an anomaly truly exist in this world? What about you? Do you still wish to challenge me? Ignoring Lin Yu, Su Xian's gaze turns cold as he focuses on the remaining Sun Hao. Su Xian has always been aware of their dissatisfaction, yet he has not taken it to heart. Merely ants, easily crushed. Instantly Sun Hao feels a tightening in his legs, cold sweat beginning to trickle down his back. Boom, in an instant a wave of pressure emanating from Su Xian descends upon Sun Hao. This terrifying pressure instills within Sun Hao a chilling sense of impending death. I concede. In an instant, Sun Hao capitulates, raising his hands in surrender. Are you a traitor? What does that posture mean? Boom, Su Xian, displeased, sends Sun Hao plummeting from the high platform with a single punch. After completing this, Su Xian's gaze shifts back to Lin Yu. I will leave on my own. At that moment Lin Yu feels a profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul, compelling him to hastily descend from the stage. From this moment forth, it is unlikely that either of them will harbor any thoughts regarding the position of the Dian Holy Sun. The pressure exerted by Su Xian is simply too overwhelming. Good. Only such a person can serve as my opponent. Making things rather interesting, in the region of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, the Purple Mansion Holy Sun Jun Mo smirks, a mocking smile gracing his features. The Dian Holy Sun appears to be not as useless as the rumors suggest. The Dragon Transformation's fifth change, on par with me. The Holy Maiden of Radiance, Shen Mingyue, gazes on with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Quite interesting. The young Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang murmurs to himself, this lad. Su Xian was merely at the Dragon Transformation's third change yesterday. How has he advanced to the fifth change today? When did cultivation become so effortless? The Dian Holy Lord displays no visible change in expression. Yet internally he is filled with immense joy. Could it be that Su Xian's words to them yesterday were not mere boasts? In the young generation of the Eastern Wilderness, has he truly established himself as invincible? I have long heard that the Dian Holy Sun possesses Supreme Bone, a natural-born Supreme Being. Today, upon witnessing him, he is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a laugh reverberates throughout the space, then a figure materializes upon the high platform. Clad in azure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features possess a sharpness, and his cultivation stands at the Dragon Transformation's fifth change, identical to Su Xian. In an instant, the Purple Mansion Holy Sun, the Holy Maiden of Radiance, and the young Sword Emperor are all left bewildered. Is this a joke? They have yet to speak. However, the strength of the man in azure is undeniably formidable. The three consider using him to probe Su Xian's true power. Which seems prudent. Who are you? I do not believe I have seen you among the top 10 of the Eastern Wilderness's talented rankings. Su Xian speaks, his tone indifferent. If one cannot even enter the top 10 of the Eastern Wilderness's talented rankings, there is no need to waste time here. Yet the moment the man speaks, his words leave everyone present in shock. I hail from Zhengzhou, the man states calmly, a tone of pride evident in his voice. What, a talented individual from Zhengzhou? That is truly a gathering of the most exceptional talents. The strength of those who can stand their ground in Zhengzhou is unimaginable. The man's declaration of his origin stuns those present. A newcomer from Zhengzhou is undoubtedly extraordinary. In an instant, even the Purple Mansion Holy Sun, the Holy Maiden of Radiance, and the young Sword Emperor are alert, their gazes fixed intently on the self-proclaimed genius from Zhengzhou. Eager to ascertain the true might of this so-called talent of Zhengzhou, and then, under the collective gaze, Su Xian merely replies with a faint question. In an instant, everyone is left dumbfounded. What does Su Xian mean? Is this a provocation? After all, he is a genius from Zhengzhou, an unfathomable existence. Su Xian dares to directly issue a challenge? Where does his confidence stem from? You are quite strong and worthy of a battle with me. The man remains unperturbed, smiling as he speaks, though his tone reveals an unmistakable sense of superiority, as if being from Zhengzhou inherently places him above all others. Boom! As his words fall, a terrifying calamity light illuminates the heavens and the earth. A second later, the man who had just been boasting is nowhere to be found. On the ground lies a pool of blood. Chapter 19. Battle against the three top heirs of the Eastern Wilderness. Silence. A silence as profound as death. In an instant, the entire space seems to freeze, devoid of any sound. Everyone feels their minds go blank, unable to think at all. A prodigious talent hailing from the Central Plains, a paragon of the transformation of the five dragons, was astonishingly annihilated before Su Xian, without even a shred of opportunity to retaliate. This is truly remarkable, after a moment, as the realization dawned upon the gathered crowd. A collective gasp escaped their lips, their faces etched with disbelief. The Holy Son of Dian, is he indeed this formidable? Such strength had never been heard of before. Was it not rumored that he had barely managed to secure a spot among the top 10 of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy rankings? Being regarded as one of the weakest among the elite, how could he possess such overwhelming prowess? Many voices echoed similar sentiments. It turns out that the power demonstrated by the Holy Sun was not mere trickery, but rather the vastness of the ocean. Below the stage, Lin Yu and Sun Hao were profoundly astonished. A prodigy from the Central Plains, transformed through the 5 dragons, had been effortlessly obliterated by Su Xian. Yet they remained unscathed. This was not merely a display of might. Just moments ago, that radiant light seemed to embody the complete divine technique of the Supreme Bone, the celestial tribulation light, but had it not long been believed to be extinct? The sovereign of the Purple Mansion, the sovereign of Yaoguang, and the master of the Sword Pavilion were all engulfed by such doubts of this lad. Su Xian had unexpectedly awakened the complete divine technique of the Supreme Bone. No wonder he exhibited such confidence. Splendid, splendid. It appears that our Dayan Holy Land is truly on the cusp of birthing a remarkable figure. The Holy Master of Dayan was ecstatic at the thought of his Holy Son's unparalleled strength, bringing glory to their lineage. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Today presents a rare opportunity. After today, you may find it difficult to encounter me again. With a gaze that remained indifferent, Su Xian swept his eyes across the assembly, not lingering on anyone in particular. Yet, the hearts of the Purple Mansion's Holy Son and others were acutely aware that Su Xian was indeed beckoning them. Holy Son of Dayan, I wish to seek your counsel. Holy Son of Dayan, I wish to test my mettle. Let us engage in a sparring match. It has been ages since I encountered someone of your caliber among the younger generation. In the next moment, 3 voices harmoniously resonated, belonging to the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, and the young Sword Emperor. Why not all come at once? It will save time. Su Xian replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. In an instant, the representatives of various factions were left bewildered. All at once, the Holy Son of Dayan actually invited everyone to join forces? Is he out of his mind? Does he truly regard the most outstanding prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness as mere chickens for slaughter? This lad, Su Xian, has returned transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, the Holy Master of Dayan mused to himself. However, in comparison, he found himself favoring the current iteration of Su Xian, such as the Holy Son of Dayan. What did you just say? Even the trio of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion found themselves momentarily dumbfounded by Su Xian's proclamation. Each of them was a genius among geniuses, capable of dominating an era in a declining age, yet Su Xian audaciously invited them to attack simultaneously. Do you wish to face us one by one? Su Xian smiled slightly. That works too, though it would be somewhat wasteful of my time. Waste his time? Is Su Xian even speaking coherently? I have never encountered such an arrogant individual. The young Sword Emperor slowly drew his long sword from its scabbard, and a terrifying sword intent instantaneously enveloped the entire space. It was clear that he held some dissatisfaction toward Su Xian's demeanor. Such arrogance is hardly admirable. The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion ignited with demonic flames, a surge of magical energy erupting forth. The 3000 Buddha demon body, a terrifying physique ranked among the top 20 of the 3000 bodies. I initially believed you to be different from other men. Yet you are no different at all. You simply relish in posturing. The Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, with her 3000 cascading silken tresses, was indeed a beauty, yet at this moment, her expression was one of cold indifference as she regarded Su Xian. Forming a hand seal. In an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. What the hell? The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, and the young Sword Emperor are genuinely preparing to strike simultaneously at the Holy Son of Dayan. This battle is bound to send shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. It is simply too astonishing. Indeed, they are all top-tier prodigies, especially the Holy Son of Dayan, whose strength had remained unknown until today. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the Holy Son of Dayan will surely be renowned across the realm. Do you think that the Holy Son of Dayan could truly defeat the 3 supreme prodigies? If he can achieve such a feat, we would witness the authentic emergence of a true dragon. However, the odds of that are infinitesimally close to 0, as the other 3 are no pushovers. After today, I shall make my name known throughout the world. A brilliant smile graced Su Xian's face as he unleashed his aura without reservation. In an instant, a chaotic azure lotus surged forth from behind him, enveloped in boundless chaos energy, casting a mysterious glow upon Su Xian. What the? This is an extraordinary phenomenon. a chaotic seed azure lotus. As long as it does not perish, it is destined to become an emperor. By heavens, it is indeed true. First his realm, then the complete divine technique of the supreme bone, and now the phenomenon of the chaotic seed azure lotus. Just how many hidden cards does the Holy Son of Dian possess? All factions were left astounded, a tempest of turmoil rising within their hearts. A phenomenon, a chaotic seed azure lotus, this is a phenomenon that only ancient emperors could manifest, attainable only by those with unparalleled talent. Across the entire eastern wilderness one could find no second young prodigy capable of manifesting such a phenomenon, a chaotic seed azure lotus. The emergence of such a terrifying phenomenon behind Su Xian was utterly astonishing. Leaving the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion and others dumbfounded, they had never before heard of the Holy Son of Dian reaching such terrifying heights, feeling the chaotic energy emanating from behind Su Xian. They suddenly experienced an unsettling realization: they would be unable to contend with Su Xian. This sensation was profoundly fearsome, capable of shattering a woman's resolve, halting her progress. No, one's resolve must not be broken. Otherwise one would find it difficult to advance any further. With a thunderous shout, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion charged toward Su Xian. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in waves of demonic flames and scripture. A terrifying sight to behold. The 3,000 Buddha demon body, both demonic and divine, exuded an extraordinary power. Witnessing the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion make his move, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang and the young Sword Emperor ceased to observe and joined the fray. Holy light technique, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang exclaimed, and a radiant beam of light erupted forth, pure and divine, imbued with explosive power. The young Sword Emperor raised his sword, delivering a downward strike. Instantly an immeasurable sword light surged forth, obliterating all in its path. At that moment, the entire Dian Holy Land fell into an eerie silence, even the sound of breathing subdued. Everyone feared missing a single moment of what was to unfold. Celestial Tribulation Light, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. In the face of the simultaneous assault from the 3 top-tier prodigies of the eastern wilderness, Su Xian maintained a calm demeanor, unleashing his own techniques amidst the chaos. In that instant, world-shattering punches and annihilating tribulation light erupted simultaneously, shaking the very heavens and earth. In a heartbeat, the entire space was adorned with runes, magical energy surging forth as if on the brink of collapse. The aftermath of the battle surged forth wildly, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Such a spectacle of combat was far too magnificent, evoking a sense of nostalgia in some of the venerable cultivators. Truly, it is the younger generation that pushes the older generation forward, while the older generation perishes on the shores of time. As the dust settled and the outcome of the battle became apparent, only one figure remained standing, clad in white, resembling snow, tall and imposing. It was none other than Su Xian. Gazing at the 3 individuals sprawled before him, barely clinging to life, a smile crept upon Su Xian's lips. Alas, it seems you need to return and practice a bit more before facing me again. Puff, puff, puff. Su Xian's words were undoubtedly akin to a dagger to the heart, causing the 3 to involuntarily spurt forth blood. Holy Son, Holy Maiden, unparalleled. In an instant, the factions behind the 3 grew frantic, rushing forward to assist their fallen champions. Holy Son of Dian, it is clear that the outcome is decided. We simply lack the skill to compete. Let us call it a day. The holy masters of the 2 factions and the master of the sword pavilion stepped forward, addressing Su Xian. Though they were seething with anger, they could not express it. Their disciples had indeed been outclassed. It was not Su Xian's fault. Respected elders, my intention was never to harm, thus I held back. Yet, you all. Su Xian's words struck deeper. After a prolonged silence, the 2 holy masters and the master of the sword pavilion chose to withdraw, leaving the Dian Holy Land a place of sorrow. Watching the 3 who sought to bolster their standing through the Dian retreat in dejection, the Holy Master of Dian felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Damn it, will these individuals still dare claim that my Holy Land lacks talent? Just one Su Xian is enough to keep all of you from raising your heads. Distinguished guests, the 9 Peaks Grand Tournament of our Dian Holy Land has now officially concluded. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Of course, should you wish to remain and observe the Holy Land, we welcome you to do so. Everything is at your discretion. Indeed, your Holy Land has produced an extraordinary individual. Holy Master of Dian, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Holy Master of Dian, may I invite you for a cup of tea? As soon as the voice fell, numerous individuals swiftly approached to curry favor with the great Yen Saint Lord. Everyone was acutely aware that after today, the great Yen Saint's son Su Xian would undoubtedly achieve unparalleled fame throughout the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the great Yen's sacred land was poised to rise, potentially becoming the foremost power in the future of the eastern wilderness. Thus, in this moment, they chose to ingratiate themselves early, seeking to attach themselves to the powerful. Outside, the news spread like wildfire: the Bujian sect. What? The great Yen Saint's son awakened the complete supreme bone treasure art, manifesting the chaotic seed blue lotus, and single-handedly defeated the three prodigies, the purple mansion saint's son, the Yaoguang saintess, and the young sword emperor? That fellow, is he truly that formidable? Within a secluded courtyard, a young man listened intently to the unfolding news, his scalp tingling with shock. With thick hair and sharply chiseled features, he possessed piercing eyes akin to a sword's edge, his tall and slender frame marking him as Dawi, the saint's son of the Bujian sect, ranked third among the prodigies. At this moment, Dawi wore an expression of disbelief. According to the reports, the talent of this great Yen saint's son was indeed terrifying. Manifesting the chaotic seed blue lotus, such a feat could only be accomplished by an ancient emperor. If he does not fall, his minimum future achievement will undoubtedly be that of an emperor. Just thinking about it is daunting. Alas, with the supreme secret realm opening recently, I lack the time. Otherwise, I would have certainly visited the great Yen sacred land to meet this great Yen saint's son. Dawi murmured softly. The Jetian sect. Awakening the complete supreme bone treasure art? Manifesting the chaotic seed blue lotus? Defeating the purple mansion saint's son, the Yaoguang saintess, and the young sword emperor in a singular battle? The great Yen saint's son. How fearsome he is! The saint's son of the Jetian sect, Enai Song, was similarly astonished by the news regarding Su Xian, the chaotic seed blue lotus manifestation. The ancient emperor, Enai Song, realized that the great Yen saint's son would be a formidable adversary on his own path to enlightenment. After the supreme secret realm, I must pay him a visit. Indeed, like the saint's son of the Bujian sect, he too had chosen to retreat for intensive training, prioritizing the supreme secret realm over attending the great Yen. Not only the two great sects, but also the four imperial clans of the eastern wilderness were taken aback. All four young emperors from their lineage were equally shaken, eager to witness the legendary great Yen saint's son. Before long, Su Xian's renown spread throughout the entirety of the eastern wilderness. Everyone recognized that a superlative prodigy had emerged from the great Yen sacred land. Provided he does not fall, he is destined to achieve at least the rank of a great emperor in the future. In an instant, the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness was abuzz with the name Su Xian. The northern region, being the closest to the eastern wilderness, was soon engulfed by the news: the Su clan of the imperial lineage. The great Yen saint's son awakened the complete supreme bone treasure art, manifesting the chaotic seed blue lotus, defeating the purple mansion saint's son, the Yaoguang saintess, and the young sword emperor, the great Yen saint's son. Is that not our Xianer? Upon receiving the news, Su Yuntian was momentarily dazed, and so was Jiang Yu. How long has it been? Has Su Xian only been away from the northern region for less than 2 days? How has he suddenly become so powerful? The supreme bone, it is undoubtedly Xianer. You err, our son is destined to become a great emperor indeed. I cannot contain my excitement. I must report this news to our ancestor. With hearty laughter, Su Yuntian exited the room. Indeed, Xianer is remarkable. However, why has this lad concealed so much from his parents? Inside the room, Jiang Yu murmured softly, a hint of melancholy in her tone, yet more so a sense of joy. In the Nine Heavens Ta Cheng Palace, atop the mountain where Lang Ruoli resided, the spiritual energy was abundant, and runes intertwined. In just 2 days, Lang Ruoli had broken through 3 realms, advancing to the 4th transformation of the Dragon Transformation, her cultivation speed surpassing all prodigies of the Dao Shen realm. Retracing her steps, it seemed even smoother than she had anticipated, clad in a white gown, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A smile graced Lang Ruoli's face. At this pace, she would soon surpass Su Xian. When that time comes, she would surely crush him to avenge the grievances of that night. Ruoli, I have just received some news regarding Su Xian. Do you wish to hear it? Suddenly, the voice of Palace Master Lin Wan echoed in Lang Ruoli's ears. Turning around, she discovered Lin Wan standing behind her, a smile adorning her face. About Su Xian, Lang Ruoli's heart quivered slightly. Palace Master, please go ahead. The great Yen saint's son, namely Su Xian, has awakened the complete supreme bone treasure art, manifested the chaotic seed blue lotus, and single-handedly defeated the three pinnacle prodigies of the eastern wilderness, the Purple Mansion Saint Sun, the Yaoguang Saintess, and the Young Sword Emperor. Chapter 21, the Eternal Emperor's Scripture. Regarding everything else, Lang Ruoli was indifferent. However, this manifestation was tantamount to a guaranteed ascent to emperorhood. Could it be that Su Xian possesses such exceptional talent? Has he achieved such a monumental breakthrough in such a brief period? I hope that when we meet next, I will not still be unable to defeat him. As this thought crossed her mind, a slight tremor coursed through Lang Ruoli's delicate form, her red lips biting down as traces of worry surfaced upon her flawless visage. Nevertheless, Lang Ruoli was once the empress of the celestial realm, boasting formidable mental resilience. She quickly regained her composure. It is merely a guarantee of becoming an emperor. In my past life, I was far stronger than any emperor. Nearing transcendence, when next we meet, Su Xian shall certainly not be my opponent. Lang Ruoli reassured herself inwardly. Cruelly, in truth, Su Xian is quite remarkable, handsome, from a noble lineage, and possessing great talent. He would make for an excellent partner. Perhaps you might truly consider accepting him. Lin Wan gently grasped Lang Ruoli's hand, speaking to her with warmth. From her perspective, Su Xian was indeed commendable. With his striking appearance, prestigious background, and prodigious talent, he was an exemplary match. Moreover, as they were already wed, even if Lang Ruoli did not accept him, what would it matter? Standing as an observer, Lin Wan believed that Lang Ruoli should genuinely consider accepting Su Xian, yet she was not Lang Ruoli and thus could not comprehend the pride that resided within her heart. Palace Master, I will not accept him, absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Ruoli retorted, her tone resolutely firm. For her to genuinely acknowledge him, even the qualifications of an emperor would prove insufficient. She intended to suppress Su Xian thoroughly, demonstrating to him what a true prodigy truly is. Alas, Ruoli, you. Lin Wan shook her head helplessly, waving her sleeve as she departed gracefully. Lang Ruoli rose to her feet, her white gown billowing, her ethereal grace unmatched. She gazed toward the direction of the eastern wilderness, a faint smile gracing her immaculate features. In 3 days, the supreme secret realm shall open. I indeed intend to journey to the eastern wilderness. The supreme secret realm opens once every decade, brimming with opportunities, and only cultivators beneath the realm of great power are permitted entry. Each opening attracts countless prodigies. Lang Ruoli was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. It is rumored that within the eastern wilderness supreme secret realm lies a miraculous herb, the immortal divine phoenix fruit. Should I acquire it, I could undoubtedly advance further, within the great Yen sacred land. In the hall of the Saint Lord, laughter echoed. Ha ha, Saint Sun, you have truly opened our eyes this time. The complete supreme bone treasure art, the manifestation of the chaotic seed blue lotus. Such talent would undoubtedly rank among the very top in the central continent. You are destined to rise and dominate the world, Saint Sun. In the past, we were blind to your potential, even expressing doubts about your position as Saint Sun. It appears our ignorance has been laid bare. The presence of a Saint Sun within our sacred land is indeed our great Yan's fortune. Inside the grand hall, Su Xian was being lauded by the elders of the sacred land. To this, Su Xian merely responded with a faint smile, his expression betraying little emotional fluctuation. Youngster Su Xian, you have truly brought glory to our sacred land. Even now, numerous powerful figures from various forces are clamoring to meet you. Ha, they certainly did not act this way before. The great Yen Saint Lord was in high spirits, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. In the past, while the great Yen sacred land was formidable, it could not escape the stigma of being perceived as lacking in talent. Now, with Su Xian showcasing his overwhelming prowess among his peers, such a situation would no longer persist. Saint Lord, please help me decline their invitations, stating that I am in seclusion and lack the time to meet them. As Su Xian spoke softly, those who come seeking the pinnacle often turn away at the valleys. Such individuals were not one Su Xian wished to be acquainted with. At this moment, he harbored but a singular desire, to cultivate and grow stronger. Very well, since you wish not to meet them, I shall send them away. The great Yen Saint Lord chuckled. By the way, Saint Lord, if memory serves, the supreme secret realm is set to open in 3 days, correct? A sudden realization struck Su Xian, prompting his inquiry. Indeed, the supreme secret realm will open in 3 days. Wife, do you intend to go? The Saint Lord regarded Su Xian with a knowing smile. Su Xian was well aware that he had little interest in anything other than these secret realms. Of course, I have long wished to attend. However, you forbade me from doing so. Ha, you were but 8 years old back then. How could I allow you to go? Upon returning to the Saint Sun's residence, Su Xian wasted no time and immediately commenced his training. With the chaotic seed Blue Lotus at his disposal, his cultivation speed surged even further, enough to surpass any prodigy in the eastern wilderness, however, due to the unique characteristics of the chaotic divine demon body. Su Xian required significantly more spiritual energy than others to break through. This posed a challenge, yet Su Xian was not concerned. After all, he was a man possessed of a system. The following day, a notification chimed. On the 5th day of marriage, reward, the Eternal Emperor Scripture, the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture, a synthesis of myriad imperial scriptures, drawing upon the strengths of 100 schools of thought. It swallows the sun and moon, suppresses gods and demons, and is hailed as the foremost scripture of all eternity. Upon reading the introduction, Su Xian could not help but take a sharp breath, the supreme scripture of all time. The system's reward is indeed astonishingly formidable. In his mind, golden characters flowed like a river, and the more Su Xian read, the more alarmed he became, causing a tingling sensation to race along his scalp. The Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture, with its boundless mysteries and infinite truths, truly deserves its title as the greatest scripture of all ages. Moreover, as Su Xian comprehended its deeper meanings, he discovered that the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture possessed a central philosophy: to embody oneself as the seed. However, this was markedly different from the imperial scripture created by the Su family's great emperor. The Su family's scripture relies entirely on inner strength, forging a path through sheer will. In contrast, the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture integrates the myriad laws of the world, internalizing them, and thereby transcends limitations. The notion behind the Su family's scripture is commendable, yet somewhat impractical. The Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture, however, is significantly more reliable, merging all laws to sculpt the true self. Su Xian realized that the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture rightfully earns its title as the greatest scripture of all time. It is simply breathtakingly extraordinary, perfect in every aspect. With the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture, Su Xian's path of cultivation would be thoroughly illuminated. Upon achieving mastery, the path of self-embodiment as the seed could indeed be opened. Su Xian settled into a meditative posture, calming his mind as he observed the flowing words in his consciousness, quickly entering a wondrous state of cultivation. In a hazy vision, Su Xian seemed to perceive a magnificent figure seated in the cosmos, facing away from all beings, elucidating the profound truths of the Tao. Boom! As Su Xian's cultivation progressed, a sound of the Tao resonated outside the Holy Sun Palace. In the night sky, mysterious runes intertwined, tearing apart the darkness. A brilliant golden light emerged, accompanied by swirling chaotic energy. This aura, this commotion, could it be that boy? Chapter 22, The Grand Master of the Great Transformation, within the confines of the Forbidden Zone. Inside an ice coffin. A woman opened her eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within her gaze. In the next moment, the scene of Su Xian's cultivation unfolded before her. In the vision, a man clad in white sat cross-legged, a chaotic azure lotus swaying behind him, exuding an aura of chaos. Above him, a tapestry of golden runes intertwined and flowed. The entire scene appeared truly otherworldly. This is the chaotic seed azure lotus of the Emperor's manifestation? And that mysterious scripture, even I have never encountered it before. What kind of inheritance has this boy received? The woman was taken aback. Even in her era, she had never seen such a prodigious talent emerge. The chaotic divine demon body, coupled with the chaotic seed azure lotus, is this not the person I have been searching for all along? No, even if it exhausts my power, I must guide him to the Forbidden Zone. A glimmer of determination flashed in the woman's eyes. With a flick of her jade finger, a beam of pure light shot forth, heading towards the Holy Sun Palace. In an instant, it enveloped the entire palace, concealing Su Xian's aura. Just now, I seemed to sense an unusual presence. Su Xian opened his eyes, extending his consciousness to cover the entirety of the Holy Sun Palace, yet found nothing. An illusion. Su Xian shook his head and continued his meditation. Young one, should you find the time, come to the Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone. I can expedite the awakening of your chaotic divine demon body. Suddenly Su Xian's eyes snapped open, sensing the direction from which the voice had come, only to find an expansive void. What was that voice about? Was someone truly calling out to me? That voice was ethereal and delicate, as if the speaker were quite frail, inviting me to the Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone, claiming to hasten the awakening of my chaotic divine demon body. Perhaps I should inquire with the Holy Master tomorrow. Su Xian resumed his study of the Eternal Celestial Emperor Scripture. At dawn, Su Xian sought out the Holy Master. Holy Master, I wish to inquire about the Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone. He began softly. The Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone. Why do you ask? Do you wish to go? The Holy Master responded, a look of surprise crossing his face as he fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian nodded. Last night, I seemed to hear a voice urging me to the Forbidden Zone. Are you saying it was a female voice? The expression of the Grand Master of the Great Transformation grew serious, noticing the shift in the Holy Master's demeanor. Su Xian's curiosity piqued. It seems yes. He confirmed with a nod. If that is the case, it is highly likely that the Grand Master of the Great Transformation has sent you a message. The Grand Master of the Great Transformation is a woman? Su Xian was somewhat astonished. A figure who established a sacred land must be at least of the Emperor's caliber, and yet she is a woman. The Grand Master of the Great Transformation took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon Su Xian, and said, Indeed, our Grand Master of the Great Transformation is a woman, and one who possessed no innate talent. No talent. Su Xian was bewildered. How did she rise to power? Becoming an emperor and founding the sacred land. Our Grand Master may lack innate talent, but she possesses an unwavering dedication to the sword path, with merely a mortal body of the first stage. She trampled countless contemporaries, creating the Great Transformation 9 swords, and attained the path of emperorhood, an emperor through the Sword Emperor. Su Xian was astounded. He had practiced the Great Transformation 9 swords but had only managed to grasp the basics, never able to delve deeper. Yes, the Grand Master of the Great Transformation is indeed a Sword Emperor, even stronger than the founder of the Sword Pavilion. As he spoke, pride and admiration shone on the Grand Master of the Great Transformation's face. I never expected our Grand Master of the Great Transformation to be so formidable. Su Xian sighed, feeling a sense of awe. The Grand Master attained emperorhood through the sword, surpassing even the founder of the Sword Pavilion. Yet, the current Great Transformation sacred land pales in comparison to the Sword Pavilion in terms of swordsmanship. This is rather disappointing. So, is the Grand Master still alive? One must remember that an emperor's lifespan is but a mere 10,000 years. And it seems that an entire epoch has passed since the era of the Grand Master of the Great Transformation. No one knows, but since there is a guiding voice, you should go. I will lead the way for you. The Grand Master of the Great Transformation spoke gently. Subsequently, Su Xian followed the Grand Master of the Great Transformation to the Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone. It was a grand mountain bathed in sunlight, with tranquil forests and towering ancient trees. The air was thick with an overwhelming sword intent. Immersed within, it felt as though he were in a forest of swords. So much sword intent, Su Xian marveled, utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a plethora of sword intent before. Moreover, the strength of these sword intents far surpassed those of the Sword Pavilion's disciples. At that moment, an elder in grey robes emerged from the void, landing before the Grand Master of the Great Transformation and Su Xian, gazing intently at both of them. The 48th Grand Master of the Great Transformation, seeking entry into the Forbidden Zone. Su Xian, upon seeing this, immediately declared, the 48th Holy Son of the Great Transformation, seeking entry into the Forbidden Zone. In an instant, the elder's murky eyes shimmered with profound runes. Once their identities were confirmed, the elder stamped his foot in the void. Boom! The Forbidden Zone trembled. In the next moment, ripples spread through the space, and a massive door to another realm appeared seemingly out of thin air. Enter, the elder in grey said casually. You may go in. I shall remain here and wait for you, the Grand Master of the Great Transformation stated. Very well. Su Xian then stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the spatial door, vanishing from sight. This boy is quite impressive, the elder in grey remarked. Indeed, that is likely why he was chosen by the Grand Master. The Grand Master of the Great Transformation inhaled deeply, speaking with a sense of gravity. Within the Forbidden Zone of the Great Transformation sacred land, mist enveloped the area, creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if one were in a sea of clouds. This was the Great Transformation Forbidden Zone, a space carved out by the Grand Master of the Great Transformation. Upon entering, Su Xian beheld a towering mountain rising majestically amidst the vast expanse, akin to a sword piercing the heavens, delineating the realms of yin and yang. As he gazed upon the sword lights twinkling like stars above him and felt the surging sword energy from all directions, Su Xian was left in awe. This was a spectacle he had never witnessed before. A young one, come find me. Just as Su Xian stood in shock, a voice, as ethereal as before, echoed through the air. Yes, this is the very voice. The Grand Master of the Great Transformation is likely still alive. Chapter 23, Aid me to live another life. Hearing the voice, Su Xian felt a flicker of excitement within his heart. A woman who attained emperorhood through the sword, such a peerless figure, he truly wished to meet her. Following the guidance of the voice, Su Xian soon arrived at a secluded spot within the Forbidden Zone. Here, the light was dim, enveloped in tranquility, as if he had stepped into a secluded valley. In the faint distance, he could sense a chilling aura permeating the air. As he felt this chill, Su Xian shivered. This must be the place indicated by the voice. It seems rather unremarkable. Taking a few steps forward, he discovered ancient stone tablets standing proudly, each inscribed with the Grand Master of the Great Transformation's insights and legacies regarding the sword path. Su Xian was taken aback, for he recognized the teachings on the Great Transformation 9 Swords. The Great Transformation 9 Swords, unknown in rank, are esoteric and difficult to comprehend, epitomizing lethality. For a millennium only he, Su Xian, had barely grasped the basics. Su Xian had once believed that his lack of talent in swordsmanship hindered his progress, yet today, upon witnessing these insights, he suddenly understood the so-called Great Transformation 9 Swords are the 4 nines of heaven's transformation. With humanity escaping from one. However, the divine abilities left by the Grand Master only encompass 4 nines, lacking the singular essence. According to the records, that singular essence is something the Grand Master herself had never found. If one could discover that singular essence, the Great Transformation 9 Swords would ascend to become an unparalleled divine ability, shaking the 3,000 realms. Regrettably, a supreme divine ability remains incompletely fulfilled, otherwise it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. Sighed Su Xian inwardly. Little one, what is your name? Suddenly, a soft voice resonated within this space, somewhat abrupt. Su Xian was startled and turned around abruptly, only to discover that the surrounding environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. Becoming an entirely different realm, the previously fragmented sword monument had transformed into a serene bamboo grove, where the sound of the guqin intertwined with the whispering wind, enveloping the world in an ethereal melody. This place resembled a celestial paradise, adorned with ancient pavilions, stone mountains, and a figure clad in azure, delicately playing the guqin. Su Xian was momentarily mesmerized. What remarkable skill was this? After a while, the music ceased, and ripples began to undulate through the air, gradually revealing a silhouette. At this moment, the figure was gazing at Su Xian with eyes that seemed capable of penetrating all things. A hint of astonishment graced her extraordinarily beautiful visage as she spoke, her voice akin to a heavenly melody. Little one, what is your name? The woman smiled gently at Su Xian. Regaining his composure, Su Xian fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes unwavering. Could this truly be the Grandmaster of the Great Yin? A woman whose beauty transcended reality itself. I am Su Xian, paying my respects to the Grandmaster. Without further ado, Su Xian prostrated himself, for the Grandmaster's earlier display of power had left him utterly astonished. Su Xian, a splendid name. In millennia, you are the most gifted disciple I have encountered. The ethereal figure spoke softly. Grandmaster, you flatter me, Su Xian replied with poise. Last night, you summoned me to the Forbidden Zone, claiming you could expedite the awakening of my chaos divine demon body. Is that true? Su Xian inquired directly. Despite her status as Grandmaster, he was unwilling to squander time without tangible benefits. Little one, I have traversed 3,000 realms, and never has anyone questioned my credibility. The ethereal figure chuckled lightly. Here, take this and see if you can absorb it. The figure spoke once more. In the next moment, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings. When the brilliance faded, 2 fruits appeared before Su Xian, connected as one. One was a shimmering golden hue, while the other glimmered with a silvery sheen, exuding an aura of yin and yang, embodying the forces of the cosmos. Feeling the immense power contained within these fruits, Su Xian was awestruck. The aura emanating from them was far more terrifying than any sacred herbs he had obtained from various secret realms, radiating boundless vitality. Could this be the legendary elixir of immortality? If it were true, this would indeed be of immense benefit to the awakening of his chaos divine demon body. One such elixir could restore flesh and bone, even revive the deceased, not only in the northern region or the eastern wasteland but throughout the entire Daoxian realm. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, entirely a matter of chance, in Su Xian's recollection. It seemed the Su family possessed one such elixir, passed down as a family heirloom through generations. Thus, one could comprehend how invaluable this was to cultivators. This elixir of immortality is yours, as a token of our first meeting. The gentle voice resonated once more. What? This is truly an elixir of immortality. Upon hearing the Grandmaster's words, Su Xian felt his mind whirl. This was an elixir of immortality, and it was offered to him as a greeting gift? How grandiose of the Grandmaster, what do you wish for me to do in return? After a prolonged silence, Su Xian finally asked, with such a substantial greeting gift, he was skeptical that the Grandmaster had no ulterior motive. Su Xian, your thought process certainly diverges from the norm by in an instant. The Grandmaster was momentarily taken aback. Normally, upon receiving an elixir of immortality, one would be overwhelmed with excitement, yet this young man immediately emerged from that state to inquire about the reason. Such rationality only increased her admiration for Su Xian. I wish for you to assist me in living another life. Boom. The Grandmaster's words instantly left Su Xian in shock. To live another life? What an obscure concept! As long as one does not attain immortality, no matter how remarkable one may be, they ultimately return to dust. This is the truth of the fantasy world. Even attaining the status of an emperor would not change that. Yet the Grandmaster claimed she wanted him to help her live another life? He, a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator, was hardly a true powerhouse. How could he assist her? How do you wish for me to help you? Or rather, are you certain I can be of assistance? Su Xian steadied his emotions and asked, Others cannot, but you certainly can. And the Grandmaster blinked her enchanting eyes, affirming her belief. All you need to do is come here for half an hour each day to assist me in my cultivation. Su Xian was somewhat bewildered. How could a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator like him aid the Grandmaster in her cultivation? It couldn't possibly involve some forbidden technique, could it? Seizing control, a dual cultivation? Su Xian took a deep breath. Grandmaster, could you please specify? However, I must clarify in advance that I will not engage in anything harmful or that requires me to compromise my integrity. What are you thinking? Young one, as a Grandmaster, how could I possibly wish harm upon you? A junior, you are undoubtedly overthinking this. The Grandmaster found his concerns amusing. What kind of thoughts occupied this little one's mind? When you cultivate, the chaotic energy you emit, combined with the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus, will gradually allow me to restore my physical form. Once a certain level is reached, I will be able to utilize the elixir of immortality to live out a second life. Therefore, I require you to come here daily for half an hour to cultivate with me. The implications of his own Chaos Divine Demon body along with the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus having such effects astonished Su Xian. However, if what the Grandmaster said was true, this seemed to bear no detriment to him at all, merely a minor investment of time. Upon completion, I will gift you 10 elixirs of immortality. Deal, Su Xian responded decisively. The elixirs of immortality were of little concern. As a disciple of the Great Yin Sacred Land, assisting the Grandmaster was indeed his duty. Excellent, very well, then let us commence from today, according to my estimations. It will take no more than 6 months to complete. Su Xian, my child, I shall protect you. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Grandmaster would shield him. That truly sounded promising. Su Xian felt a surge of enthusiasm. Grandmaster, may I inquire about your current level of achievement? Earlier, when I observed the sword monument regarding the Great Yan's 9 swords inheritance, I was genuinely astonished. Those teachings are likely unattainable even by emperors. Right, are you referring to cultivation level? The Grandmaster gazed at Su Xian with a smile, pausing for a moment before softly speaking. Roughly, I would say at the level of a celestial king. A celestial king? What level is that? Su Xian was taken aback. The pinnacle of the 3,000 realms was the emperor. As for the celestial king, Su Xian had never even heard of it. Dear Su Xian, your talent surpasses mine by an immeasurable margin. I was merely a first-order mortal body in my time. Do you believe you cannot surpass a mere mortal body? The Grandmaster smiled. And the very heavens seemed to shift. A first-order mortal body, achieving the supreme. Su Xian was genuinely astonished, his heart trembling. Even with the system, he could not guarantee he would surpass the Grandmaster in the future. Shall I cultivate directly here? Su Xian began to sit cross-legged to commence his practice. No, your cultivation space is in another location, a very tranquil place. As the words fell, a surge of immense power arose, causing the world to spin. When he opened his eyes again, Su Xian found himself in a subterranean secret realm. Chillingly cold, gazing ahead, he gasped in shock. There lay a coffin forged from 10,000-year-old ice. Even before approaching, Su Xian could already feel an overwhelming chill. Was this the Grandmaster's body, or perhaps her corpse? You little rascal, are you cursing me? I'm still right here. Suddenly, the Grandmaster's voice echoed again in Su Xian's ears, startling him. A Grandmaster, do you not have a physical form? Why did you mention needing to restore your physical form earlier? Su Xian queried curiously. Do you think this body is suitable for direct use? The Grandmaster retorted with mild irritation. Oh, I see, this body is problematic, hence it was sealed within the ice coffin. A glimmer of understanding illuminated Su Xian's eyes. Very well, let us cultivate, this place is quiet and undisturbed. Perfectly suited for practice, is it not? Su Xian nodded. Indeed, though it might be a tad too quiet. Settling down, Su Xian began to cultivate the Eternal Emperor Sutra. Instantly behind him, the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus manifested, unleashing boundless chaotic energy. A smile graced the Grandmaster's face as she closed her eyes, savoring the exquisite aura. With such rich chaotic energy combined with the Chaos Blue Lotus, it seems 3 months at most will suffice for her to achieve her second life. TSK, this junior of mine is truly remarkable, not only handsome but also immensely talented. Had you been around in my youth, you would have certainly fallen into my grasp. Half an hour later, Su Xian emerged from the forbidden area. Young Su Xian, you returned so quickly, how was it? Was it truly the Grandmaster of the Great Yen? Upon his exit, the Grandmaster of the Great Yen was eagerly awaiting Su Xian's response. Though not harboring excessive expectations, a glimmer of hope lingered. Su Xian pondered briefly before nodding, not concealing the truth. Indeed. Well, if it was not meant to be, then so be it. That's only natural, after all. What? Su Xian. My young friend, do you imply that within the Forbidden Grounds the Great Yen Patriarch indeed exists? She is not deceased? In an instant, the Great Yen Holy Master could no longer maintain his composure. If the Great Yen Patriarch were truly alive, would that not signify that the Great Yen Holy Land is the genuine leader of the Eastern Wilderness? No, it would not be limited to just the Eastern Wilderness. Should the Great Yen Patriarch still draw breath, the Great Yen Holy Land would ascend to become the foremost power in the entire Daoxian realm, while others may be oblivious to the might of the Great Yen Patriarch. He possesses a modicum of knowledge. After all, she is an entity capable of overwhelming the 3,000 realms. The Patriarch is alive, yet not entirely so. Su Xian added, Young Su Xian, what do you mean by that? Half alive? No, I cannot divulge specifics. The Patriarch forbade it. Su Xian fabricated an explanation. I see. Well, the Great Yen Holy Master shook his head and departed. Since the Patriarch has spoken, he naturally would not dare to inquire further. Upon leaving the forbidden area, Su Xian returned to his sacred son's hall and swallowed an elixir of immortality. Instantly, a surge of power erupted within him. Boom! Transformation into a dragon. 6th change. Transformation into a dragon. 7th change. Transformation into a dragon. 8th change. He shattered 3 realms in succession. Ding! Host has consumed the elixir of immortality. Awakening progress of the Chaos Divine Demon Body 3. He opened his system panel. Name, Su Xian. Identity, young emperor of the Su family in the northern region. Sacred son of the Great Yen Holy Land realm. Transformation into a dragon. 8th change. Techniques, Great Yen Sacred Scripture, Su family Imperial Scripture, incomplete, Eternal Emperor Scripture. Divine powers, Great Yen 9 swords. 6 paths. Reincarnation Fist Physique, Supreme Bone. Chaos Divine Demon Body, Awakening 0.06. Observing the changes on the panel, a smile graced Su Xian's face. Truly, the elixir of immortality lives up to its reputation. A single elixir can awaken the Chaos Divine Demon Body by 3. Does that mean I need merely to acquire over 30 elixirs to completely awaken the Chaos Divine Demon Body? A glint of gold shone in Su Xian's eyes. However, he soon shook his head. Without a doubt, he was overthinking. It would be a challenge to find even 10 elixirs in the entire Daoxian realm. In retrospect, the 10 elixirs promised to him by the Great Yen Patriarch represent a substantial resource for an entire realm. Incredible. The more he contemplated, the more he perceived the terror of the Great Yen Patriarch. A day swiftly passed. Ding. On the 6th day of marriage reward, Clarity of Sword Heart, Chapter 25, 20 lines of origin. Sword intent, all characters secret. Upon awakening, Su Xian found himself endowed with the most formidable talent coveted by all sword cultivators. This ignited a spark of excitement within him. With Clarity of Sword Heart, does this not mean I can attempt to continue my training in the Great Yen 9 swords? Su Xian mused. Previously, although Su Xian possessed some talent in swordsmanship, it was limited. Thus, pursuing the Great Yen 9 swords was not an optimal choice for him. Yet now, Su Xian had acquired the strongest talent among sword cultivators. Wouldn't it be considerably easier to practice swordsmanship? Su Xian swiftly made his way back to the Sacred Land's Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area's sword monument contained the Great Yen Patriarch's insights on swordsmanship. which could assist Su Xian in his training. Su Xian, you have arrived quite early today. The moment Su Xian appeared at yesterday's sword monument, the gentle voice of the great Yin Patriarch resonated. Patriarch, I wish to practice my sword, hence my early arrival. Oh, I thought you would come to assist me in restoring my physical form. The great Yin Patriarch sighed softly, her tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. Patriarch, do not rush. Once I complete my practice, I shall join you for training. Su Xian replied with a smile. You men are always inclined to paint grand visions for women, with a wave of her ethereal hand. The great Yin Patriarch conjured a stone table, a bamboo chair, an ancient zither, and a pot of fine tea beside the sword monument. She then seated herself, quietly observing Su Xian as he practiced his sword. Su Xian shook his head and approached the sword monument, delving deeply into the study of swordsmanship. The great Yin 9 swords, the heavenly transformation of 49, implies that one must first comprehend 49 lines of origin sword intent. It is worth noting that grasping a single line of sword intent is already a mark of talent in swordsmanship. To comprehend 2 lines elevates one to the status of a genius sword cultivator, while 3 lines denote a prodigy of swordsmanship. Thus, the difficulty of cultivating the great Yin 9 swords is readily apparent. Furthermore, the sword intent required for the great Yin 9 swords is not your average sword intent. It must embody the essence of heaven's slaughter, annihilation, life and death, time, and so forth. This is significantly more challenging to comprehend than ordinary sword intent. Fortunately, the great Yin Patriarch left behind numerous sword marks on the monument, each corresponding to a line of origin sword intent. Su Xian approached the first sword mark. Instantly, an almost palpable aura of killing intent surged forth. Within it, Su Xian seemed to witness the tumult of the yellow springs and the rise and fall of a blood sea. The first sword, the sword intent of heaven's slaughter, merely a single sword mark can impact my spirit. Truly, the Patriarch is terrifying. The overwhelming killing intent within the sword intent of heaven's slaughter nearly caused Su Xian to lose his composure. The difficulty of comprehending origin sword intent far exceeds that of ordinary sword intent. Even the most astonishing swordsmanship genius would find it remarkable to comprehend a single line in a day. What kind of performance can this lad, Su Xian, achieve? Reclining on her bamboo chair, the great Yin Patriarch donned a blue robe, exuding both grace and charm. Before Su Xian, she seemed devoid of any pretense. No, wait, this lad, clarity of sword heart? It seems he did not possess it yesterday. What is happening? The great Yin Patriarch's consciousness swept across Su Xian's body, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Clarity of sword heart is not a physical constitution but a talent, one that countless sword cultivators yearn for. Possessing this talent allows one to obliterate all barriers on the path of swordsmanship, directly striving for the pinnacle of sword mastery. Could it be that he attains sudden enlightenment? Reaching such a state, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the great Yin Patriarch's eyes. If so, perhaps the great Yin 9 swords could indeed be perfected. Should the great Yin 9 swords be perfected, it would become a godly power of the level of a celestial king. However, the final true intent remains elusive even to her. Half an hour later, Su Xian entered a profound state, emanating an unending flow of sword intent from his body. Instantly, the entire space was enveloped in killing intent. Boom! A terrifying sword intent of slaughter surged into the sky, carrying an indomitable will to kill, even in the face of celestial beings and demons. He would cleave them beneath his sword. In that moment, Su Xian resembled a deity of slaughter, his form akin to a divine sword eager to showcase his brilliance. The sword intent of heaven's slaughter, achieved, in half an hour. To comprehend a line of origin sword intent, the swordsmanship talent of this lad Su Xian exceeds that of anyone I have encountered in the past 10,000 years. At this moment, even the great Yin Patriarch was taken aback, drawing in a deep breath, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Another half an hour passed. Boom! Su Xian felt an unprecedented clarity, his entire being resonating with sword intent. A wave of annihilation energy sweeping across the heavens and earth. The flora and fauna that came into contact with this energy instantly withered, fading into nothingness, dissipating from existence. Origin sword intent, the sword intent of annihilation. Achieved. Boom! A ceaseless wave of sword intent surged into the sky. The previously withered flora and fauna revived in an instant. Origin sword intent, the sword intent of life. Achieved. Boom! The sword intent of time, freezing a moment in time. Boom! The sword intent of space, freezing a moment in space. The yin-yang sword intent, reversing yin and yang, appending the cosmos. The chaos sword intent, embodying chaos and void, evolving the heavens and the earth, in less than a day's time. Su Xian comprehended nearly 20 lines of origin sword intent. Such a talent in swordsmanship left even the great Yin patriarch, who aspired to ascend to a high realm through sword mastery, utterly stunned. This ignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps the great Yin nine swords could indeed be perfected, re-emerging with astonishing renown. That evening, Su Xian practiced releasing chaotic energy and the extraordinary chaos seed of the Blue Lotus to assist the great Yin patriarch in restoring her physical form. This occurred just a day before the Supreme Secret Realm was to open. Ding! On the 7th day of marriage reward, one of the 9 secrets, the All-Characters Secret. The All-Characters Secret can unleash a terrifying surge of power, summoning the gates of life and death, crossing the bridge of gods and demons, exponentially increasing divine strength, enhancing vitality, and multiplying combat prowess, rendering one invincible among peers. It is a technique of critical strikes. My goodness, the All-Characters Secret can unleash tenfold power in an instant. With the All-Characters Secret in hand, not only can I contend in realm wars, but I may also stand a chance against formidable beings from other realms. With this, I possess the strength to rival the elder generation of cultivators. Chapter 26. The Supreme Secret Realm opens. The talents of the Eastern Wilderness gathered. On this day, Su Xian continued his journey to the Sacred Land's Secret Realm. Comprehending Origin Sword Intent. After a day, Su Xian successfully grasped 40 lines of Origin Sword Intent, effortlessly unleashing terrifying waves of sword light. Among peers of the same realm, he could easily dominate. That evening, after merely half an hour of cultivation, Su Xian turned to the great Yin patriarch. Patriarch, I intend to venture out for training tomorrow. I may not return, and I hope it does not cause you any inconvenience? No matter, over these 3 days, with your assistance, I have regained a modicum of strength. Though it is not much, it suffices. Go forth, and let the world know of our great Yan's might. The great Yin patriarch spoke gently. She held no doubt that Su Xian could overpower any peer among the talented. Subsequently, Su Xian returned to his sacred Sun Peak, resting directly to gather strength for the upcoming journey into the secret realm. The next day, Su Xian opened his eyes. Ding! On the 8th day of marriage reward, a phenomenon, the celestial king descends from the 9 heavens. In an instant, a magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers materialized behind Su Xian. A celestial king sat high in the 9th heaven, cloaked in a hazy celestial light, exuding unparalleled grace, overshadowing the ages. Once again, a vision of a great emperor manifests. Not only does it accelerate the speed of cultivation, but it also exudes an extraordinary air of magnificence. The chaotic seed of the azure lotus, the celestial king descends from the heavens, and to all the prodigies, it is time for you to open your eyes. Su Xian murmured softly. As dawn broke, Su Xian stepped out of the Holy Sun's palace, summoned the 9 nether phoenix, and set off directly towards the Supreme Secret Realm, which opened once every decade. What? The Holy Sun is leaving the Sacred Land again for training, exclaimed the disciples of the Dayan Sacred Land. Damn it, the Holy Sun has become even more handsome. That aura is simply unparalleled. Woe is me, I shall marry no one but the Holy Sun in this lifetime. Upon witnessing Su Xian's departure, the disciples were in a frenzy ever since Su Xian displayed his terrifying prowess, crushing the 3 top prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. He has become an object of worship for countless cultivators at the Dayan Sacred Land. Rumors abound in the outside world claiming that Su Xian possesses the strength to dominate the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness. However, a significant portion of people vehemently disputes such claims, deeming them an exaggeration. After all, apart from the 3 sacred lands and the Sword Pavilion in the Eastern Wilderness, there exist 2 powerful sects. For imperial clans, and many other hidden figures, various opinions circulate, igniting endless debates. Moreover, in recent days, a woman of unparalleled beauty has emerged in the Eastern Wilderness, exuding an ethereal grace that suppresses all adversaries. Even the young emperor of the Chen clan has been overwhelmed by her, showcasing her terrifying might. This mysterious woman, whose origins remain unknown, is rumored to be the heir of a hidden divine sect. Leaving the Dayan Sacred Land, Su Xian transformed into a beam of light, swiftly making his way to the Supreme Secret Realm. Simultaneously, the 2 powerful sects, the 4 imperial clans, and those previously subdued by Su Xian, including the Yao Guang Saintess, the Zifu Holy Sun, and the Young Sword Emperor, have also set out. The strongest prodigies are destined to train, engage in battle, and assert dominance over their peers. This principle is well understood by them. Hence, with the opening of the secret realm, they cannot afford to miss this opportunity. It is said that this time, the Supreme Secret Realm harbors an immortal herb, that shall undoubtedly belong to me. A young man with dense hair, sharp features akin to a chiseled statue, and piercing eyes radiating confidence strolled through the void. The holy son of the Butian sect, Dowie. Head Dowie, what are you thinking? A young man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of dominance as he strode forward, declared, "In the great contest of the world, destiny is with me, and all opportunity shall be mine." The holy son of the Jietian sect, Enite Song. In addition, the young emperors of the four imperial clans, Zhang Yi, Chen, and Lin, were equally brimming with confidence, convinced that fortune in the supreme secret realm was theirs for the taking. With the supreme secret realm opening, it was time to set forth. In a secluded courtyard, Lang Ruoli opened her starry eyes. At this moment, her cool demeanor remained, yet it had gained an added aura of dominance. The presence of the Empress had returned significantly. She had been in the eastern wilderness for 3 days, encountering numerous detestable individuals, all of whom she had effortlessly suppressed. In these days, her cultivation had reached the 7th level of the dragon transformation stage. With an astonishing breakthrough speed, she wondered if Su Xian would venture into the supreme secret realm. If they crossed paths, she would undoubtedly subdue him. Lang Ruoli rose, exuding an air of supremacy that enveloped the entire space. Soon after, she transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the courtyard. Outside the supreme secret realm lay an expansive and boundless forest, the great wilderness forest. Within it resided ancient relics that were exceedingly fearsome. Yet, to enter the supreme secret realm, one must first traverse the great wilderness forest. At this moment, the great wilderness forest was in a state of fervor, with the opening of the supreme secret realm. The ancient relics within the forest had become agitated, eager to contest for opportunities. Shortly, a group of young prodigies appeared at the entrance of this forest. They hailed from various factions, each emanating formidable auras. At the center stood a young man, radiant like the moon among the stars, clad in black. He was strikingly handsome, with skin as pale as jade. What set him apart were the faint golden runes encircling him, resembling a protective barrier, enhancing his heroic demeanor. This young man was the top prodigy on the Eastern Wilderness rankings, the Lin Emperor. It is said that on the day of his birth, celestial phenomena adorned the skies, drawing the attention of divine dragons and true phoenixes. He is a born saint, possessing innate wisdom and mastery over all laws. With the opening of the supreme secret realm, it is expected that Brother Lin will once again claim the top spot. Right, a young man with an extraordinary aura spoke with a tone of flattery. Of course, Brother Lin is a born saint, ranked first on the Eastern Wilderness prodigy list, a being of an entirely different caliber than us. No need for boasting, Lin Emperor replied calmly, waving his hand dismissively. His demeanor exuded an air of arrogance that left others feeling uneasy. However, being ranked first among the Eastern Wilderness prodigies indeed provided him with the grounds for such pride. I heard that the holy son of the Dian sacred land awakened the complete supreme bone treasure technique and manifested the chaotic seed of the azure lotus, single-handedly overpowering the 3 top 10 prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. Lin Emperor spoke, his tone laced with skepticism. He had been in seclusion recently and only learned of this news yesterday from the elders of his sect. There are also rumors that the holy son of Dian possesses the strength to crush all the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. What do you all think of this? As soon as these words were spoken, the once vibrant atmosphere instantly fell into silence, a subtle oppressive aura emerging. It must be an exaggeration. How could it be possible? The Dian Holy Son was merely ranked 10th on the prodigy list, the lowest among the top-tier prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. How could he achieve such heights in such a short time? I share the same sentiment. It is undoubtedly a rumor. Even if the Holy Son of Dian is formidable, he cannot simultaneously overpower the 3 top-tier prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness. As for overpowering all the prodigies, he is only fit to shine Brother Lin's shoes. Oh, is that so? However, I wonder if that Dian Holy Son will attend the Supreme Secret Realm. I would very much like to see him. Suddenly, the void trembled. Figures of young prodigies appeared in this space, young emperors from the 4 imperial clans, Jiang Wuji Yiyun, Chen Shangsheng, Bai Shang, the holy sons of the 2 great sects, as well as the holy son of the sacred land and the heir of the sword pavilion. Alongside some prodigies from royal families and esteemed clans. At this moment, nearly all the top prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness had gathered here. Chapter 27, Su Xian appears, shocking all prodigies. Het Zifu Holy Son. Yao Guang Saintus, Sword Pavilion heir, were you truly suppressed by the Holy Son of Dian? The moment the 3 appeared in this space, Enite Song, the Holy Son of the Jietian sect, directly inquired. Instantly, all the gazes of the prodigies present were fixated on the three. It is known that while the rankings of the eastern wilderness prodigies may fluctuate, they remain relatively fixed for the most part. If the rumors about the Holy Son of Dian are true, it would shatter the long-standing balance. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the boundless great wilderness forest. In an instant, all the prodigies felt their bodies tremble violently. Startled by the sudden roar, undoubtedly the roar emanated from the ancient relics deep within the great wilderness forest. This roar belonged to a pure-blooded creature in rage. The great wilderness forest lay shrouded in gray mist, filled with a mysterious and profound aura. At the very heart of the forest, a supreme energy permeated the air that was the supreme secret realm. The supreme secret realm is a legacy left by a supreme being. The opportunities within are undeniably alluring. Charge! A cultivator shouted excitedly. The next moment, countless cultivators surged into the great wilderness forest, all vying to be the first to enter the supreme secret realm and seize their fortunes. Soon battles erupted within the great wilderness forest, a clash between the prodigies of the eastern wilderness and the ancient relics. Most ancient relics possess strength comparable to the dragon transformation stage, matching the eastern wilderness prodigies. As a result, the battles became intense. Some lesser prodigies from smaller factions quickly fell in battle. However, prodigies like Lin Emperor Dowie and Enite Song, who ranked higher on the prodigy list, handled the situation with ease. Remaining unscathed by the ancient relics, the supreme aura lingered in the depths of the great wilderness forest. In the skies above, Su Xian appeared, gazing down at the fierce battles unfolding below. A slight smile graced his lips. The next moment, Su Xian materialized at the center of the gathered eastern wilderness prodigies. His sudden appearance caused all the prodigies present to momentarily freeze when they turned their gazes toward Su Xian. They were instantly petrified. Dressed in white as pure as snow, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, his presence was unparalleled. Up behind him, the chaotic azure lotus swayed, accompanied by a magnificent aura reminiscent of a celestial king descending from the heavens. Enveloped in ethereal light, he appeared as if a true deity had arrived. Gasp! The chaotic seed of the azure lotus, the celestial king gracing the heavens, two manifestations of a great emperor. This person is indeed the Holy Son of Dian? What the hell? The rumors are not only true but have been significantly understated. Two manifestations of a great emperor. I would believe you if you said he is a contemporary emperor. Incredible! Is this truly the Holy Son of Dian? What an overwhelming presence! Though Su Xian stood still, he emanated an unnerving pressure that seemed to freeze the very fabric of space. Su Xian resembled destiny itself, compared to the young emperors recorded in ancient histories. He was even more astonishingly talented. He actually came as well. Among the eastern wilderness prodigies, 3 individuals felt an extraordinary dread, their bodies involuntarily trembling, their expressions turning despondent. Without a doubt, the 3 individuals are the Holy Son of the Great Yan, the Saintess of Radiant Light, and the young Sword Emperor of the Sword Pavilion. Ever since they were effortlessly subdued by Su Xian at the Dian sacred grounds, a shadow of fear has been cast over their hearts. Upon seeing Su Xian once more, they were transported back to that fateful day. At this moment, they even began contemplating whether to turn back. The Holy Son of Dian has indeed cultivated the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus, and his prowess now rivals that of an immortal king descending from the heavens, far exceeding what had been rumored. Is it true that my position as the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness is about to be challenged? As Su Xian's true visage became apparent, even the foremost figure in the eastern wilderness felt a surge of shame within. No, this cannot be. I must not succumb to such thoughts. This young man seeks to shatter my Dao heart. Lin Di, eminently a sage, I cannot be inferior to him. Lin Di swiftly adjusted his demeanor. The Holy Son of Dian possesses a talent that is indeed rather astonishing. What level of cultivation does he currently possess? And why can I not see through it? A sense of crisis surged within Dowie and Enite Song of the 2 great sections, particularly Dowie of the Bupian sect, who, as the 3rd on the Eastern Wilderness prodigy list, had rarely encountered worthy opponents. Yet today, he felt a profound sense of dread emanating from Su Xian. This sensation sent chills down his spine. Suddenly a roar from an ancient primordial beast snapped everyone's thoughts back to reality. A massive serpent enveloped in crimson flames erupted from the depths of the forest. Its body was adorned with thick dragon scales, glinting with a deep red hue. The creature was as colossal as a mountain, and the dragon scales along its sinuous body exuded an overwhelming aura. Most terrifying were its pair of blood-red eyes, which radiated wildness and cruelty, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It was none other than The blood-flame giant python, in an instant, a terrified shout erupted. Trembling with fear, the blood-flame giant python was not only toxic throughout its body, but the flames it spewed were also poisonous, making it exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, this serpent had entered the late stages of transformation into a dragon, equivalent to the seventh transformation among humans, which posed a formidable challenge. Young Emperor Jiang Wuji of the Jiang family began to explain to the crowd. The seventh transformation into a dragon, does that not imply that few among the gathered prodigies would stand a chance against it? Who among us will be the first to strike down the giant python? No one answered. At this moment, no one was willing to act first. Not only would it expend their energy, but they might also sustain injuries. The allure of the supreme secret realm was too great, and none wished to withdraw from the contest prematurely. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light illuminated the space. Boom! In an instant, the giant python was cleaved in two, one half of its body, and the other half its head. Even on the ground, the severed head continued to spew flames, attempting to engulf several prodigies. In that moment, the entire space fell silent. Not a single sound echoed, save for a few prodigies who gasped in astonishment. The one who had acted was undoubtedly Su Xian. At this moment, Su Xian wore a calm expression. A mere ancient primordial beast at the seventh transformation into a dragon was nothing to fear. As the gazes of the crowd converged upon him, Su Xian, with an impassive demeanor, slightly parted his lips. Just a trivial matter. Chapter 28, The arrival of Lang Ruoli. Witnessing Su Xian's terrifying prowess, the gathered prodigies of the eastern wilderness were left in shock, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the heck, is this the strength of the holy son of Dian, to casually slay an ancient primordial beast at the late transformation into a dragon with a mere flick of sword energy? To surpass the late transformation into a dragon, what level of power must he possess? It is beyond imagination. When did his swordsmanship become so fearsome? The sword energy he casually wielded just now seemed to carry the essence of primal sword intent." The young sword emperor of the sword pavilion was filled with disbelief. It was one thing for the holy son of Dian to excel in various aspects, but how could he also be so formidable in swordsmanship? That single strike was something he could hardly replicate. The supreme secret realm lay deep within this forest, without a doubt. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed within the space. Following that, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens. In an instant, the space froze once more. However, this time it was not from shock, but rather from stupor. She was perfection incarnate, so exquisite that she seemed unreal. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long silk-like hair cascaded down to her waist, and her features were chiseled to perfection, resembling the finest work of art. Her skin was as pale as the purest jade, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Most captivating were her eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, capable of ensnaring the hearts of countless souls. What was most remarkable, however, was that her cultivation was utterly inscrutable. Yet, even through her mere presence, it was evident that she was extraordinary. She was no mere flower vase, but a true prodigy. "What a beautiful woman! Who is she?" Someone inhaled deeply and inquired. "I don't know. I've never seen her before." The prodigies of the eastern wilderness had never heard of such a figure, but judging by her aura, she seemed unparalleled. Could she be a prodigy from another realm? Is this not the woman who subdued me, one of the young emperors of the Eastern Imperial clan? Chen Shangsheng revealed a look of astonishment. Just the day before he had encountered this woman in the eastern wilderness, he was captivated by her flawless beauty and her aura of unattainable elegance. Consequently, he had immediately pursued her, only to be mercilessly subdued by her with a mere gesture. At that moment, Chen Shangsheng had wondered when the eastern wilderness had produced such a terrifying prodigy. This woman is extraordinary. I must not attract her attention, lest I be subdued once more. Furrowing his brow, Chen Shangsheng retreated behind the crowd. "Wife!" Suddenly a voice of surprise rang out in the space. Instantly everyone was left dumbfounded. This stunning woman is already married. What astonished them further was that the one who spoke was the holy son of Dian. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lang Ruoli's delicate body trembled. Turning around, she saw the man she had longed to subdue standing behind her, gazing at her with a radiant smile. Su Xian? Upon seeing Su Xian's face, Lang Ruoli's pupils constricted sharply. The next moment, her jade hand formed a seal, divine phoenix fire. Instantly, a surge of crimson flames erupted within the great wilderness forest, rapidly spreading. In a flash, an overwhelming force swept across the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this, the prodigies of the eastern wilderness were left bewildered. What is she doing? Are they a couple, or rivals, even if they were foes? Would they truly unleash such ferocity upon one another? Wife, we have only been apart for a few days, and you have already forgotten the bond we share, as he beheld the divine fire approaching him. Su Xian remained unfazed. He gently raised his hand, and an immeasurable sword light shot forth. Boom! In an instant, the divine flames were extinguished by the sword light. Lang Ruoli's pupils narrowed in astonishment. Primal sword intent, chaos. When did Su Xian become so formidable in swordsmanship? A mere flick of his hand was enough to dismantle her offensive technique. How infuriating! Does this mean I still cannot subdue him? How is this possible? In recent days, Lang Ruoli had cultivated to the 7th transformation into a dragon, advancing nearly a realm each day. Such a pace of cultivation would be considered exceptionally rapid even in the immortal realm. Yet Su Xian, a native of the 3,000 worlds, seemed to match her speed of breakthrough. Furthermore, his myriad of divine abilities left Lang Ruoli both astonished and alarmed. Could it be that Su Xian, like herself, hails from the immortal realm, a reincarnation of an invincible being? Suddenly, Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes narrowed. In a moment of distraction, Su Xian had approached her, and she felt an intense heat wash over her. Then, Lang Ruoli realized her lips had been captured in a kiss. In that instant, the world fell silent, and the prodigies of the eastern wilderness exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. Hadn't these two just been fighting? How had they turned to kissing in the blink of an eye? Do they not regard us as people? Among the prodigies of the eastern wilderness, many male cultivators cast envious glances at Su Xian, admiring his ability to embrace the beauty of the fairy. Meanwhile, the female cultivators, such as the Saintess of Radiant Light, felt a tightening in their legs, a pang of envy towards Lang Ruoli. Su Xian, with his flawless appearance and unparalleled talent, possessed an undeniable allure for female cultivators. Su Xian, you. Lang Ruoli's eyes widened in shock, taking a moment to react before forcefully pushing Su Xian away. Su Xian gazed at the blush that adorned Lang Ruoli's face, chuckling softly. You look much better like this. Why always wear such a frosty demeanor? I prefer you this way. Who wants your preference? Lang Ruoli glared at Su Xian, ready to strike, but then remembered she was no match for him, and relented. Su Xian smiled slightly, surveying the gathered prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Everyone, let us proceed. The supreme secret realm has been opened. Su Xian's words instantly roused the prodigies present. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the various prodigies surged forward as if invigorated, resuming their battle against the ancient primordial beasts. Su Xian did the same, though his demeanor remained casual. With a mere flick of his hand, a sword light sliced through the air. Boom! Another ancient primordial beast crashed to the ground. Standing beside Su Xian, Lang Ruoli was truly taken aback. Another display of primal sword intent. Just how many more techniques does Su Xian possess? Gazing upon Su Xian, clad in white as pure as snow and possessing an ethereal grace, alongside the swaying chaotic green lotus behind him, the magnificent landscapes and the celestial majesty of the 9 heavens, Lang Ruoli found herself momentarily entranced. Such a being could truly emerge from the 3,000 worlds? Even within the realms of the celestial, the heirs of ancient lineages could scarcely compare, could they? Chapter 29. Your husband will protect you, dear wife. Simply follow me. Your husband will ensure your safety. Just as Lang Ruoli was lost in her reverie, Su Xian's voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Who asked for your protection? She retorted, casting a glare at him, her aura erupting as a divine phoenix, forged from divine fire, soared forth. Boom! The phoenix, as terrifying, might instantly obliterated an ancient progenitor. Lang Ruoli cast a triumphant glance at Su Xian. Did you see that? This is my power. Su Xian shook his head, unleashing a series of astonishing punches. In an instant, space shattered, and the world dimmed. Several ancient progenitors collapsed with a thunderous roar. For Su Xian, dealing with these beings posed no challenge whatsoever. A few prodigies noticed the scene where multiple ancient progenitors were swiftly annihilated by Su Xian and couldn't help but gasp in shock. His prowess was astounding, leaving the gathered prodigies in a state of stunned disbelief. While they required all their strength to confront a single ancient progenitor, Su Xian crushed them with ease. Is he even human? The prodigies couldn't help but ponder the dire consequences had that punch landed upon them. The thought sent chills down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their backs, yet they had to concede that the chasm between individuals could, at times, be even more profound than that between man and beast. Subsequently, Su Xian and his companions delved deeper into the great wilderness forest. Naturally, the foremost among them were the top-ranking prodigies from the eastern wilderness. Following closely were the elite heirs of various prominent powers. Many astute prodigies chose to closely trail Su Xian, recognizing that his divine might made him the safest shield in the entire forest. Roar, a frost dragon emerged before them, rising to a height of 3 zhang, resembling a towering blue glacier, exuding an imposing chill. With a swipe of its claw, it instantly crushed several early-stage dragon transformation prodigies into pulp. Yet in the next moment a formidable punch of indomitable force illuminated the air. With a resounding crash, the frost dragon was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Su Xian calmly retracted his hand and stated, "We are almost there, let us continue forward." Despite having witnessed Su Xian's terrifying abilities, the prodigies couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with a we. Su Xian's strength resembled an unfathomable abyss, leaving no one with a clear understanding of its depths. Truly, he was the holy son of the great Yan, having manifested 2 distinct imperial phenomena. Even a frost dragon was dispatched with a single punch. "How infuriating, this holy son of the great Yan has stolen all my thunder," Lin Di muttered darkly. Although he had to admit Su Xian's terrifying power, he would not allow it to overshadow his own glory. He himself was the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness. Not only is that holy son of the great Yan exceptionally powerful, but he also possesses such beauty, I refuse to accept it. Holy son of the heavenly severance, Night Song expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Su Xian, jealousy twisting his features. "Heck, if you can't accept it, why not eliminate him? In the supreme secret realm, no one would ever know what transpires." Beside him, the holy son of the repairing heaven spoke in a low voice. Night Song's eyes suddenly sparkled with intent as he glanced at Dao. "Shall we join forces?" "Perhaps," Dao replied nonchalantly, his voice barely audible. "In that case, we shall share that woman," Dao added, his demeanor deceptively righteous. Under Su Xian's leadership, the prodigies and a few scattered cultivators finally reached the depths of the great wilderness forest. "The holy son of the great Yan, as the supreme secret realm opens, do we proceed directly?" inquired a prodigy, seeking Su Xian's opinion. Throughout their journey, Su Xian's terrifying prowess had earned him the implicit leadership of the group. Su Xian gazed into the distance, his silence profound. As he surveyed the forest's heart, a colossal, pitch-black rift lay before them, resembling a wound in the earth. Eerie gray mist emanated from within or upon reaching this point. The group also recognized the dangers of the gray mist, hastily enveloping themselves in protective energies to avoid its insidious effects. It appeared that the supreme secret realm lay beneath this earth rift, though it seemed to have undergone some strange transformation. Su Xian stared into the abyss, murmuring softly, "Roar." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed once more from deep within the great wilderness forest. In the next instant, a terrifying ancient progenitor revealed itself. With 4 eyes, black skin, a long neck, and 4 limbs, it bore a pair of horns, surrounded by an aura of icy chill, measuring several dozen zhang in length, resembling a small mountain. Its countenance was fierce, with eyes gleaming with a terrifying intelligence, a prominent snout, and a pair of curved beastly horns, its massive jaws lined with serrated teeth. It was the ancient progenitor, Tao Tai, known for its savage nature and insatiable hunger for living beings. It was a creature of unparalleled terror. "By the heavens," someone shouted, "Tao Tai, a peak dragon transformation Tao Tai? We're doomed, we can only await our demise." The crowd was stunned, despair etched upon their faces. As a notorious beast among ancient progenitors, the horror of Tao Tai was beyond imagination. Coupled with its peak dragon transformation cultivation, the gathered prodigies felt utterly powerless. Damn it, 10 years ago, when the supreme secret realm was opened, my senior brother didn't inform me that a peak dragon transformation beast would appear. Lin Di murmured, his gaze deep with contemplation. "Let that holy son of the great Yan take the lead. Should they mutually annihilate each other, we can reap the benefits," the holy son of the repairing heaven whispered to the holy son of the heavenly severance, ensuring only the two could hear. "Indeed, that is the plan," the holy son of the heavenly severance replied quietly. A peak dragon transformation beast is not necessarily invincible. Lang Ruolius' eyes flickered with determination, unafraid and utterly composed. "Roar, the savage beast." Tao Tai unleashed another ferocious roar, having been tainted by the grey mist. Its crimson eyes burned with fury, its already volatile temperament now akin to a mad creature as it charged directly at the group. Along its path, mountains crumbled beneath its might. All eyes were glued to the scene. Boom! In the next moment, a breathtaking punch struck its form with tremendous force. Bang! The massive body of Tao Tai was sent sprawling back several dozen meters. Crashing into ancient trees, the ground bore two glaring, horrifying gashes to it didn't he die. A rare flicker of emotion crossed Su Xian's face. Now the word of all, celestial calamity light, boom. The celestial calamity light, empowered tenfold, unleashed devastation upon the world. Tearing through the very fabric of reality, in an instant, the light of calamity illuminated the realm, shredding Tao Tai's colossal form into oblivion. Chapter 30, Suppressing the Nine-Headed Lion. Hiss. At that moment, every prodigy inhaled sharply. The annihilation of a peak dragon transformation ancient progenitor. What unimaginable destructive power was this? Could it be that the holy son of the great Yen truly defies the heavens, in an age of great contention? With the holy son of the great Yen present, did it mean that we were destined to remain mere embellishments? Many prodigies voiced their astonishment. Meanwhile, near the supreme secret realm, the dragon maiden of the ancestral dragon nest, the nine-headed lion, and the swallowing sky sparrow clans arrived in haste. These three races were the mightiest in the great wilderness forest. With the supreme secret realm opening, they had been waiting anxiously. Determined to seize their fortunes. As they sensed the sudden emergence of these beings, the atmosphere outside the supreme secret realm grew tense. Soon, powerful figures gathered outside the realm. Humph, human prodigies, you may leave. The opportunities of the supreme secret realm are fated to elude you. A haughty voice rang out. From that direction, golden divine light illuminated the heavens as a magnificent golden lion descended, shaking the skies. Most notably, it bore 9 heads, its vitality rolling like an unfathomable ocean. Surging with unmatched might. In an instant, all 9 heads of the lion roared in unison, akin to thunderclaps, their terrifying presence reaching unimaginable heights. It was none other than the young supreme of the 9-headed lion clan. In that instant, all the eastern prodigies were taken aback. The 9-headed lion clan was renowned as a ferocious ancient race. A millennium ago, they had wreaked havoc without opposition until a great emperor of the human race intervened, subduing them and turning them into steeds. In the present age, though the 9-headed lions were few in number, they still had supreme beings among them, known as the 9 Heavens Supremes. This 9-headed lion is no ordinary being. Could it be a descendant of the 9 Heavens Supreme? Someone exclaimed in terror, trembling at the thought that behind him, a mere small faction could not afford to offend such a presence. Are you the strongest beings of this generation of humanity? The 9-headed lion inquired, its golden eyes radiating brilliance. Indeed, we are the most exceptional prodigies of the eastern wilderness, declared Chen Changsung, the young emperor of the Chun clan, his gaze resolute and confidence unwavering. Boom! The 9-headed lion struck down with a claw. Chen Changsung was instantly reduced to a mere pulpahis. At that moment, all present were rendered uneasy. No one anticipated that the 9-headed lion would be so audacious as to slay a descendant of an imperial clan. Did it truly fear retaliation? Should you dare to harm my kin, little lion, your path will surely narrow from here on out, a calm voice echoed, resonating with an air of authority. The chaotic seed green lotus? Celestial kings atop the 9 heavens, the young talents of the human race possess some merit. You would do well to follow me, the 9-headed lion continued, unabashedly addressing Su Xian. In the next moment, a breathtaking punch shattered the heavens, the word of all tenfold the battle power. The cycle of 6 paths fist, its might reverberating through the world. Boom! In an instant, the 9-headed lion was struck down by the terrifying radiance of the fist. Bang, bang, bang. Su Xian had no intention of granting the 9-headed lion any respite, delivering a series of punches, straightforward and unrelenting, a tempest of ferocity. After 3 strikes, all that remained on the ground was a smeared pool of blood and flesh. Hiss! Witnessing this brutal scene, all the Eastern Desolation prodigies were left in shock simultaneously. Many silently vowed never to provoke the holy son of the great Yen again. This individual was far too ruthless. Where is the 9-headed lion? Why is he not here? Hadn't he arrived first? Another voice rang out, this time a gentle feminine tone. In the next moment a graceful figure appeared in the space, tall and slender. Her skin smooth and fair, her legs long, her beauty flawless, the Dragon Maiden. It was indeed her. She had also come. The Dragon Maiden, a descendant of the Dragon clan, resided within the ancestral dragon nest of the great wilderness forest. Her emergence was undoubtedly due to the allure of the supreme secret realm. Brother 9-headed lion, is he dead? Who dares to kill my brother? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed following the appearance of the Dragon Maiden. From the opposite side of the heavens a fierce demonic wind surged forth. A colossal black bird, obscuring the sun, burst forth from the dense clouds. Its 2 pairs of wings resembled clouds descending from the sky. Its crimson pupils, akin to two blood moons suspended in the air where it passed, a dreadful aura swept through, causing the space to tremble, rendering many prodigies pale. The Devourer Sparrow. It is said that in ancient times, when the lineage of the Devourer Sparrow was at its zenith, it could consume heaven and earth, shining in all its glory. However, like the nine-headed lion clan, it was later suppressed by the human emperor, becoming a mount. Now, it showed signs of resurgence, yet, regardless of time, its formidable bloodline needed no further elaboration. Moreover, the Devourer Sparrow lineage was notoriously vicious, relishing in the flesh and blood of humans, with the prodigious among them being their favorite prey. Consuming such beings could further enhance their own cultivation. The moment the Devourer Sparrow appeared in this space, it fixated its gaze on Su Xian, who stood behind the chaotic azure lotus swing, and the celestial king meditating in the nine heavens, both manifestations of imperial might. Locking onto Su Xian, the Devourer Sparrow's eyes burned with fervor, akin to a wolf spotting a lamb, suddenly becoming exhilarated. The two imperial manifestations were enough to showcase Su Xian's terrifying talent. Thus, the Devourer Sparrow immediately concluded that Su Xian was a superlative human prodigy. To devour Su Xian would not only avenge its brother, but also bolster its own cultivation, an opportunity too good to pass. With this thought, the Devourer Sparrow could not help but lick its dry lips, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Its aura was unmistakably that of a formidable being. Although merely at the threshold of greatness, it was undeniably a true powerhouse. Was it you who killed brother nine-headed lion? The Devourer Sparrow's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Xian, filled with bloodlust and longing. A blackbird, just in time for a meal. It could roast it and replenish its energy. Su Xian spoke calmly, a disquieting serenity etched across his face. Chapter 31, Roasting the Devourer Sparrow. Hearing Su Xian's words, the Devourer Sparrow's expression darkened, its blood-red eyes gleaming with fury. Seeking death, the Devourer Sparrow roared in rage, unwilling to allow its authority to be provoked by a mere human. Hey, Devourer Sparrow, do not! The dragon maiden attempted to intervene, but was entirely disregarded by the Devourer Sparrow. In the next instant, the Devourer Sparrow flapped its wings, charging directly at Su Xian. In the air, countless feathers transformed into lethal arrows, piercing through the void, ruthlessly aimed at Su Xian. At that moment, all the Eastern Desolation prodigies focused their gaze on Su Xian, eager to witness how he would contend with this being of great power among them. Most held a spectator's attitude. The top prodigy of Eastern Desolation, Lin Di, along with the holy sons of the two divine sects, looked on with barely concealed glee. They could hardly wait for Su Xian and the Devourer Sparrow to engage in a battle, leading to a scenario of mutual destruction. At that point, they would seize everything. Lang Ruoli observed Su Xian's silhouette, her brows furrowed. In her eyes, Su Xian seemed a bit too eager to show off. Did he take pleasure in flaunting his prowess? Did he not grasp the wisdom of a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall? Lang Ruoli murmured softly to herself. Wait, why am I concerned about this fellow? He took my first kiss, he invaded my body. He is nothing but a beast, I should loathe him. Realizing this, a flicker of clarity crossed Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes. No, Lang Ruoli, how can you entertain thoughts of this beast? Your sole focus must be on cultivating strength and decisively suppressing Su Xian. She reminded herself resolutely. Soon, Lang Ruoli completed her mental reprogramming, adopting a cold demeanor as she regarded Su Xian, yet deep within, a vague emotion stirred. She did not wish for Su Xian to perish here. Blackbird, you truly dare to strike at me? Su Xian let out a cold laugh, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light, his aura reaching its zenith. In an instant, the word secret activated. Immediately Su Xian's eyes were dyed crimson, his combat power surging tenfold. Then, the sword light blazed forth. An immeasurable sword radiance tore through the void, swift and merciless. Boom! The Devourer Sparrow was sent crashing down, cleaved in two by the sword energy. Su Xian approached, raising his hand, and the two wings swiftly detached from the body. My dear, could you ignite a flame? Su Xian turned to Lang Ruoli. Upon hearing Su Xian's voice, Lang Ruoli initially did not register his words. After a moment, she nodded, saying, all right. She was unsure why she agreed, but consent had been given. With a gentle wave of her hand, amidst the intertwining runes, a divine phoenix flame surged into existence. In that moment, under the astonished gazes of the Dragon Maiden and the Eastern Desolation prodigies, Su Xian began to roast the Devourer Sparrow's wings. The divine phoenix flame burned at an exceedingly high temperature, and soon, the sound of oil sizzling filled the air, followed by an enticing aroma that enveloped the entire space. How delightful! Upon catching the scent, Many prodigies couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone care for a bite? Su Xian smiled slightly and inquired. Yes, let's have some. The slightly dazed Eastern Desolation prodigies responded immediately, stepping forward. Each of them eagerly sliced off chunks of the enormous devourer sparrow's meat. Commencing the roasting process, it was worth noting that the meat of the devourer sparrow was not ordinary. One could hardly hope to savor it at any other time. Almost all the prodigies, including Lin Di and the holy sons of the two divine sects, chose to sample this rare delicacy. Soon, the delightful aroma completely permeated the space. My dear, won't you try a taste? Su Xian smiled as he looked at Lang Ruoli. No, Lang Ruoli replied coldly, casting her gaze aside, yet Su Xian could see the evidence of her swallowing hard on her fair neck. As Su Xian chuckled, choosing not to say more, instead directly offering her a perfectly roasted wing that was still sizzling with oil. Ruoli, why must we stand on ceremony with each other? He said. In that moment, Su Xian resembled a rogue in the mundane world, infused with a teasing tone. This elicited a disdainful glance from Lang Ruoli. Yet she still accepted the offered roasted wing. Holding the golden, sizzling, fragrant wing in her hand, Lang Ruoli fell into a momentary daze. In her previous life, when she was weak in the celestial realm, she had once caught spirit beasts in the forest to satiate her hunger, and now this roasted wing brought back memories of those days. Taking a bite, a wave of flavor filled her mouth. This was the unique pleasure of consuming meat. Lang Ruoli's eyes suddenly sparkled. Delicious, truly delicious. As memories from her past surged back, prompting Lang Ruoli to set aside her imperial demeanor and genuinely savor the roasted wing in her hand. Observing Lang Ruoli's enjoyment, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Xian's face. It turned out that Lang Ruoli was not entirely as frigid as she appeared. Perhaps sensing Su Xian's daze, Lang Ruoli paused, lifting her eyes to meet his. Why are you staring at me? She asked, a hint of interrogation in her tone. You are beautiful, Su Xian replied calmly. In that instant, the space seemed to freeze. A profound silence fell. Lang Ruoli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. Su Xian smiled lightly as he gazed at the dragon maiden, who stood apart from the others. Hiss. In that moment, the dragon maiden felt a rush of cold air surging within her. I am not affiliated with either of them. We are truly not acquainted, the dragon maiden hurriedly interjected, her tone anxious. Having witnessed Su Xian's brutality, she had entirely abandoned any thoughts of the opportunities within the supreme secret realm. She merely wished to escape, yet with Su Xian present, she dared not do so, fearing she would be directly suppressed and become part of the roast. You dwell near the secret realm and the ancestral dragon nest? Su Xian fixed his gaze on the dragon maiden, inquiring. Yes, I do. Usually, I just cultivate alongside the elders of my clan. I swear I have never ventured out to harm the human race. The dragon maiden, overly anxious, rushed to explain herself before Su Xian could even speak. So it appears you are a good dragon then? Su Xian appraised her, unsure of her moral standing, but noting that she was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Possessing all the right features, what do you intend to do? The dragon maiden was startled by Su Xian's gaze, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. Merely admiring the scenery, Su Xian replied nonchalantly. Do you possess any knowledge regarding this supreme secret realm? Su Xian questioned. Boom, a wave of pressure descended upon them. I understand, please do not kill me. Chapter 32, Entering the Supreme Secret Realm. Startled by the terrifying aura radiating from Su Xian, the dragon maiden hurriedly spoke. Very well, lead me to the treasures. If the outcome meets my satisfaction, I shall let you go. However, if it fails to please me, Su Xian gazed at the dragon maiden with a sinister smile. This expression genuinely frightened her, causing her delicate body to tremble, enveloped in fear. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon emerged from the previous fissure in the earth, with grey mist swirling and light pulsating. Instantly, the eyes of all the cultivators in the East Wilderness sparkled with excitement. The Supreme Secret Realm has opened. The Supreme Secret Realm has finally been unveiled. Immediately, all cultivators heightened their spirits to the utmost. The Supreme Secret Realm is rife with opportunities. Obtaining its treasures could save decades of arduous cultivation. This temptation plunged all cultivators into a frenzy of excitement, each unwilling to relinquish such a chance. Su Xian turned his gaze toward the fissure, only to find an expansive void. Let us proceed. Enter the Supreme Secret Realm. On the other side, Lin Di, Daoi, and Aitsong, and other top talents of the East Wilderness could hardly contain their eagerness as they entered the secret realm. Observing this, other cultivators promptly activated their powers, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed inside. Dragon Maiden, let us depart, Su Xian said with a smile, glancing at the enchanting figure beside him, startled by his voice. The dragon maiden shivered and nodded. All right. Su Xian then looked at the ethereal cold Ruoli, come with us. I can ensure your safety. No need, cold Ruoli coldly replied, during this expedition to the East Wilderness. Her objective was the divine phoenix fruit. If she could not obtain it, her journey would be in vain. In her view, although Su Xian possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately more convenient to act alone. Most importantly, she had yet to accept Su Xian, and having lost to him once again was quite humiliating. She vowed to grow stronger and surpass him. In the next moment, she vanished from sight. Already darting into the secret realm. Su Xian shook his head with a helpless smile and entered the realm. Upon entering, Su Xian discovered the pathways within the secret realm to be intricate and interconnected. While cold Ruoli's figure had already vanished without a trace, Ruoli's capabilities were formidable. As long as she did not encounter the dangers set by the Supreme, she should be fine. Su Xian had realized this during their previous encounter. Cold Ruoli's astonishing cultivation speed left him in a it was truly remarkable that he still recalled that when they would, Cold Ruoli had just reached the first transformation of the dragon. Now, just a few days later, she had achieved the 7th transformation, an astounding rate of progress. Such a pace of cultivation, without a system, would likely have left him utterly crushed. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a thick gray mist enveloped him. This dense fog was so potent that even magical energy struggled to resist it. Those with lower cultivation levels would likely be directly overwhelmed, meeting their doom on the spot. Suddenly, numerous cultivators emerged from nowhere, their eyes blood-red, closing in on Su Xian. Boom! The light of fists ignited. The cultivators were swiftly dispatched. It seemed this grey mist not only led to death but also affected one's mentality. Dragon Maiden, fulfill your promise, Su Xian said, glancing at the Dragon Maiden, who was enveloped in dragon energy. Very well, she gently nodded, leading Su Xian deeper into the realm. Before long, under the guidance of the Dragon Maiden, Su Xian traversed a path and reached the bottom of the fissure. Before his eyes lay a grand underground palace, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy from its depths. As Su Xian released his divine sense to explore, discovering that this palace was far larger than he had anticipated, almost boundless, without guidance, finding treasures or legacies would be nearly impossible. Merely surviving would be a feat in itself. One must understand that the supreme secret realm would not be devoid of dangers alongside its opportunities. As the saying goes, rewards are proportional to risks. If the secret realm was indeed filled with countless opportunities, it naturally harbored innumerable perils. A moment's carelessness could lead to a cultivator's demise. Following the Dragon Maiden, Su Xian began to delve deeper into the palace. Within the supreme secret realm, a strange black mist permeated the atmosphere, confirming Su Xian's earlier conjecture. This realm had likely undergone some form of aberration. As Su Xian ventured further, the stench of decay grew more pronounced. All around were remnants of destruction shrouded in grey mist, with ruins scattered everywhere. One could easily imagine that a terrifying battle had erupted here. On the ground lay numerous corpses, strewn haphazardly. Strangely, these bodies emanated waves of black death energy, their surfaces covered in spreading dark scales. What was happening? Su Xian was momentarily bewildered. Were these cultivators the prodigies of the East Wilderness? What could have caused such a bizarre transformation, a mutation? What had gone wrong in the supreme secret realm? Would Cold Ruoli be in danger? A shroud of confusion enveloped Su Xian, causing even his typically steady expression to grow solemn. Suddenly, Su Xian's gaze sharpened. Ahead, it seemed a battle had erupted. He hurried forward, witnessing the once lifeless black corpses springing to life, their blood-red eyes fixated on the East Wilderness cultivators as they surged forth with ferocity. In an instant, several cultivators were torn to shreds by the dark bodies. The corpses, having been tainted by the grey mist, had undergone a transformation into demonic corpses. Su Xian's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Most of the cultivators in front were merely at the initial phase of transformation. Faced with the demonic corpses, they stood no chance of retaliation and were quickly slaughtered. The next moment, the demonic corpses lunged at Su Xian. In the following heartbeat, sword light sliced through the black mist. Boom! Several demonic corpses were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Su Xian continued his advance, unconcerned with the fates of the other cultivators. He was not a benevolent hero, nor did he consider himself a righteous figure. Acting according to his whims was his true style. Behind him, the sounds of anguished cries echoed, chilling to the bone. Su Xian chose to disregard it completely. P.S. Please continue to follow the updates. Chapter 33, The Quest for the Immortal Medicine. Dragon Maiden, tell me directly, what is the most precious treasure within the Supreme Secret Realm? Su Xian inquired, observing the Dragon Maiden, who appeared utterly shaken by the terrifying sights surrounding them, her complexion extremely pale. Only upon hearing Su Xian's voice did the Dragon Maiden regain her composure. My lord, according to the accounts of my ancestors, there seem to be several immortal medicines in the secret realm, known as divine phoenix fruits, that should be the most valuable treasure within the entire supreme secret realm. Su Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. An immortal medicine capable of reviving the dead and restoring bones was indeed invaluable. After consuming the immortal medicine provided by the Grandmaster of Dian, he had surged through 3 minor realms. If he could acquire another, would he not ascend directly to the ranks of the mighty? Take me directly to find the divine phoenix fruit, Su Xian commanded. He vaguely understood why Cold Ruali had ventured to the supreme secret realm in the East Wilderness. She was likely searching for the divine phoenix fruit. After all, the flames she wielded were known as divine phoenix fire. Were they not? Consequently, Su Xian even discerned her constitution, an immortal body, the 9 heavens divine phoenix body, ranked 3rd among all bodies. Such a constitution was as rare as the chaotic divine demon body. An occurrence to be found once in a millennium. For one with such a physique, achieving emperorship would be a breeze. It seemed that his wife was truly the one deserving of standing alongside him in the pursuit of the pinnacle of humanity. All right, the Dragon Maiden's ample chest rose and fell slightly as she spoke with a tremulous voice. Having witnessed Su Xian's might, the Dragon Maiden realized an important truth. Now that they had entered the supreme secret realm, it appeared that Su Xian's side was the safest place to be. Thus, her initial reluctance transformed into a willingness to follow. My lord, come with me. The Dragon Maiden's voice was gentle as she spoke to Su Xian. He nodded, following her lead. At this moment within the secret realm, over half of the East Wilderness prodigies had perished. In the past, when the supreme secret realm opened, they had familiar seniors enter alongside them. According to their accounts, previous instances of the supreme secret realm had not been so perilous. Therefore, no one had anticipated that this time the supreme secret realm would be fraught with such dangers. Teeming with crises. Boom, Lin Di radiated golden light, forcefully slaying a demonic corpse. It was truly unexpected that this expedition into the supreme secret realm would prove so arduous. Lin Di took a deep breath. The relentless onslaught of demonic corpses had even caused the #1 prodigy of the East Wilderness to feel an overwhelming headache. Gazing into the depths of the palace, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Di's eyes. Soon, according to the voice in my mind, I should be reaching the innermost sanctum of the secret realm, where several immortal medicines await. Indeed, Lin Di was not only a born saint but also possessed the aid of a powerful grandfather. Over the years, his ascent to the position of the East Wilderness's top prodigy was due not only to Lin Di's exceptional talent but also to the indispensable support of his grandfather. Securing an immortal medicine today would pave the way for his breakthrough into true might. With the immortal medicine in hand, even if the grandson of Dian managed to manifest an imperial phenomenon, he would still be easily subdued. As these thoughts filled his mind, Lin Di's excitement surged. By the age of 20, he had already become the foremost prodigy of the East Wilderness. Now, at 28, he was in the prime of his youth. How could he accept the prospect of his glory fading away? Thus, the immortal medicines within the supreme secret realm had become an absolute necessity for him. On the other hand, the saint son of the Butian sect and the saint son of the Jetian sect pressed deeper into the secret realm. Their expressions solemn. The perilous nature of this secret realm had far exceeded their expectations. Although they were at the 6th transformation of the dragon, they stood as undeniable elites among the younger generation of the East Wilderness. Yet, within this mysterious realm, one can inadvertently meet their demise. Thus, one can truly comprehend the sheer terror of this supreme secret domain. Brother Nite Sang, I wonder if you are aware of what the most precious treasure within this supreme secret realm is? Dao Yi's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at Nite Sang. He chuckled. How could we from the 2 great sects be unaware? Is it not the elixir of immortality? Nite Sang's expression remained relatively unchanged as he replied coolly. The 2 great sects share a relationship of both cooperation and competition, and he and Dao Yi are no different, and neither would yield to the other. Yet if collaboration could yield benefits, they would choose to work together. Indeed, I wonder if Brother Nite Sang has any interest in it. Dao Yi continued with a chuckle. Need it be said, my primary purpose for coming to the supreme secret realm is to acquire that elixir of immortality. However, upon encountering the holy son of Dian and his wife, everything changed. Oh, brother Initsong, are you such a person? Dawi teased, observing Initsong. What are you pretending for? It was you who first brought it up when we were outside. Initsong despised Daoyi's pretentious demeanor, finding him utterly lacking in candor. Unlike him, whose thoughts were rather base, his words and actions remained consistent. Brother Initsong understands me well. I just wonder how the holy son of Dian and that celestial beauty are faring? Surely they haven't perished. They should be fine. That young lad, the holy son of Dian, is remarkably formidable. In a direct confrontation, I doubt we would be his match. Then we simply strike from the shadows. Do we not? Meanwhile, on the side of Lang Ruoli. 9 Heaven's divine phoenix, divine fire incinerates the world. With a gentle command from Lang Ruoli, the surging divine flames instantaneously engulf the entire space, incinerating all the demonic corpses completely. In an instant, the secret realm was illuminated. Lang Ruoli's enchanting gaze fixed ahead as she formed a seal with her hands, continuing her advance. At this moment, she was enveloped in divine flames, resembling a fairy amidst fire. Truly extraordinary. Throughout the entire process, Lang Ruoli maintained a calm demeanor, shedding all that had transpired to arrive at this point. Her combat prowess, beneath the realm of the mighty, was already invincible. Of course, this was excluding Su Xian. They must be nearing the depths of the secret realm. Lang Ruoli's crimson lips parted slightly as she murmured softly. Simultaneously, the young emperor of the imperial clan, the holy son of the sacred land, and the successor of the Sword Pavilion also began their journey towards the deepest part of the secret realm. Through the powers backing them, they were all aware of the greatest opportunity within the supreme secret realm. That opportunity was the elixir of immortality. A single elixir of immortality could serve as a treasured heirloom for an imperial clan, passed down through generations. Consuming the elixir not only enhances one's cultivation but may also elevate their innate talent, possessing numerous miraculous effects. Thus, it is evident how precious the elixir of immortality is. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would know to venture deep into the secret realm to vie for the elixir. However, the heirs of smaller factions chose not to pursue the depths of the secret realm to contest for the elixir. They reasoned that since the heirs of the major factions would be competing for the elixir, they, as prodigies from lesser factions, would merely serve as cannon fodder. It would be wiser to take an alternate path and seek treasures that are not as coveted. Chapter 34, Lang Ruoli battles the Lin Emperor. The deepest part of the secret realm was an enormous enclosed space. Within it, ominous winds whistled, and grey mist enveloped the area, shrouded in an extraordinarily eerie aura. Amidst the gloom, radiant lights flickered, and traces of Dao rhythm permeated the air. That was the aura released by the elixir of immortality. This truly the deepest part of the secret realm. The Lin Emperor, accompanied by a few prodigies, arrived first at the depths, upon discovering the absence of others. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. If that is the case, then this elixir of immortality shall belong to me. Expanding his divine sense to encompass the entire space, the Lin Emperor swiftly sensed the faint Dao rhythm concealed within the grey mist. There it is, the elixir of immortality. It is mine. With the elixir in hand, I shall remain the foremost prodigy of the eastern wasteland. The Lin Emperor laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Does this fellow truly have the audacity to be so arrogant? Does he really believe that being the first of the eastern wasteland for a day guarantees him that title for a lifetime? Outside, Daoi and Initsong quietly observed the unfolding events. Both had long coveted the title of the foremost in the eastern wasteland. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, they had no qualms about eliminating the Lin Emperor. Is this the location of the divine phoenix fruit? Suddenly, a voice like celestial music resonated throughout the space. This voice caused the Lin Emperor to halt in his tracks and turn to face the source. A figure clad in a white dress, with an unparalleled beauty and extraordinary grace, was this not Lang Ruoli, the woman of the holy son of Dian? Upon seeing this enchanting figure, the Lin Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wicked smile crept across his face. His gaze growing fervent. So you are the woman of the holy son of Dian. Upon hearing his words, Lang Ruoli furrowed her brow, her expression darkening considerably. This matter had already been a lingering shadow in her heart, and yet this man dared to bring it up before her. In the next moment, blazing flames coalesced into the form of a phoenix, launching directly at the Lin Emperor. Instantly, the Lin Emperor's pupils constricted. He clearly had not anticipated that Lang Ruoli would strike without hesitation. With no time to react, the Lin Emperor was sent flying by the fiery phoenix. Boom! The Lin Emperor crashed to the ground. His entire body engulfed in the crimson divine fire of the phoenix. Agonizing wails filled the space. Witnessing such a scene, Dowie and Enite Song, who were hiding in the shadows, were momentarily stunned. Overwhelmed by a sense of shock, such power, such cruelty, in an instant both felt a chill run down their spines. They could not help but question their existence. Su Xian's terrifying strength was one thing. But why was his woman equally fearsome? Did these two still intend to spare the lives of other prodigies from the Eastern Wasteland? First, I am the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland. How could I be suppressed? Enveloped in the divine fire of the phoenix, the Lin Emperor felt an excruciating pain surging through his nerves, rendering him unable to bear it any longer. He summoned his power. Radiant golden light erupting from his body as he attempted to extinguish the flames, only to discover his efforts were futile. Thus, he could only roll on the ground, struggling helplessly, his expression one of sheer agony. Beyond the physical pain, there was an indescribable torment within his heart. The emergence of the Holy Son of Dian, who suppressed all, was one thing. Why was his woman also so terrifying? This reality made the Lin Emperor feel as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. His past glory slipped away just like that. He felt despondent, reaching out to grasp it but finding it utterly unattainable. Is that the Lin Emperor, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland? What has happened to him? Why is he engulfed in that terrifying fire? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed in the space. Outside this enclosed area, several youthful figures stood, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the Lin Emperor shrouded in divine fire. Fear evident on their faces. What? The Lin Emperor, even he has been suppressed? Could it be the Holy Son of Dian? In the next moment, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, the Holy Daughter of the Radiant Light, the successor of the Sword Pavilion, and the surviving young emperors of the three imperial clans almost simultaneously appeared in the space. Upon hearing the previous voice, the elite prodigies were all taken aback. Even the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland has been suppressed. Who possesses such strength? Throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland, it seems only the recently risen Holy Son of Dian could achieve this. As they drew closer, they soon realized that the one suppressing the Lin Emperor was the woman of the Holy Son of Dian. This revelation left them utterly astonished. The Holy Son of Dian emerging to dominate all was one thing. Why was his woman also so formidable? This left them questioning their own worth. Were they all worthless? Just as they were engulfed in shock, the Lin Emperor, the foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wasteland, suddenly underwent a transformation. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth, sweeping across the entire space. In that moment, runes intertwined, and the heavens and earth shifted in color. The woman of the Holy Son of Dian, I shall suppress you. A cold voice rang out, crack. The Lin Emperor's aura broke through the limitations of transformation, stepping into the realm of the mighty, his entire being radiating brilliant golden light, dazzling to the extreme. After entering the transformation, the Lin Emperor directed a palm strike at Leng Ruoli. The force was terrifying, shaking the heavens and earth. Utterly fearsome. Has he taken control of the body? What kind of person is Leng Ruoli? In her past life, she was renowned as the most extraordinary talent in the realm of humanity over the past 100,000 years. Thus, with just a glance, she discerned the current state of her opponent. That aura, it was clearly a change of host, the remnants of an emperor. Are they useful? Cold light sparkled in Leng Ruoli's eyes as her brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, she formed seals with her hands. A crimson light instantly filled the entire space. Boom! The clash of red light and golden palm strikes shattered the void. Had it not been for the solidity of this space, left behind by the Supreme, it would have likely crumbled under the terrifying aftermath of such a battle. As the brilliance of battle faded, the outcome revealed itself. Leng Ruoli took a step back, while the Lin Emperor staggered back 3 steps. Once again, Leng Ruoli emerged victorious. How is this possible? Who exactly is this girl? How can she be so fearsome? To battle against a mighty being at the peak of transformation. Chapter 35. To dare to ambush my wife. Do you truly not know how to write the character for death? At this moment, even the remnant soul of the Emperor within the Lin Emperor's mind was left in a daze. Now, he was in control of this body, possessing not only rich combat experience but also having his cultivation raised to the realm of the mighty by the remnant soul. Yet, even in such circumstances, he still faced defeat. How could this be possible? Once, he had been a terrifying existence that suppressed an entire era. In this day and age, how could I possibly suffer defeat at the hands of a mere little girl? Could it be that she is a reincarnation of a great emperor? to suppress me, it seems you were incapable. With a delicate parting of her crimson lips, Lang Ruoli gracefully moved her jade-like hands. Instantly a fierce scarlet attack surged forth. I and the air runes intertwined, and magical energy surged. No, it cannot be, how could I possibly lose? The Lin Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never fathom that he would be subdued by a mere child. In an instant, he channeled his profound energy. Suddenly, a gigantic golden hand coalesced in the void, its shimmering light blinding to behold. Boom! Yet, he remained no match for Lang Ruoli, who effortlessly subdued him. Swish! A flash of crimson light appeared, instantly snuffing out the Lin Emperor's vitality. Hiss! In that fleeting moment, the entire space fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. At that moment, whether they were ordinary prodigies or the most elite among them, all were left in a state of shock. They gazed dumbfounded at the stunning figure clad in white amidst the arena. Terrifying, truly terrifying. It was unfathomable that this was one of their own peers. You dare to compete with me for the elixir of immortality? Lang Ruoli turned her gaze, coolly surveying the assembly of prodigies. Instantly a wave of primal fear surged forth from the depths of their souls, invading their very beings. No, we cannot. Some prodigies hastily shook their heads. That sensation, the purple mansion Holy Sun, the radiant Saintess, and the sword pavilion's air all shuddered. This feeling was all too familiar to them, just during the last great contest of the 9 Peaks. They had experienced this heart-stopping sensation when faced with Su Xian. In that moment, confronting Su Xian felt akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. Now, facing Lang Ruoli, they found themselves beset by the same sentiment. Is this what they mean by not being on the same path, not entering the same door? Even the Lin Emperor, who had transcended to a higher realm, was vanquished by her. What use would it be for us to step forward? Wouldn't we merely be crushed as well? Such were the thoughts of the prodigies. At that moment, Jiang Wuji of the Jiang family, Yi Yun of the Yi family, and Bai Sheng of the Bai family all shared this sentiment. The foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness had been effortlessly subdued by this girl. What purpose would it serve for them to intervene? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Lang Ruoli took graceful steps toward the depths of the grey mist. Toward the source of radiance, there lay the divine fruit of immortality. The numerous prodigies of the eastern wilderness could only helplessly watch as Lang Ruoli approached the elixir of immortality. Just then, suddenly, 2 fierce attacks struck toward Lang Ruoli simultaneously. Lang Ruoli sensed the assault from behind, yet, it was too late. She swiftly gathered her magical energy. The red light flared, dissipating most of the attack. Boom! Still, she was struck and sent flying. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared, catching Lang Ruoli in mid-air. Lang Ruoli blinked in surprise. Looking up, she beheld a face so perfectly sculpted it seemed almost chiseled from marble. It was Su Xian. A flutter of emotion stirred within her, but she quickly regained her composure and stood upright once more. Thank you. Lang Ruoli gazed at Su Xian, her voice soft with gratitude. No need, between us as husband and wife. Such formalities are unnecessary. Su Xian replied with a warm smile, his eyes fixed on her. Just as Lang Ruoli was about to retort, she noticed that Su Xian had already vanished from her sight. Boom! Boom! Su Xian unleashed a series of punches, obliterating the 2 figures who had attempted to flee in a gory display. The crowd, witnessing this, finally realized that the assailants were the holy sons of the 2 divine sects. The sky mending and the heaven severing. You dare to ambush my wife? You truly are ignorant of the meaning of death. Su Xian's icy voice resonated in their ears, akin to a thunderclap. Instilling a sense of relief in many, they were grateful they had refrained from acting foolishly against that girl. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly met the same gruesome fate. Hearing Su Xian's domineering words, Lang Ruoli felt her cheeks flush slightly. While she was somewhat moved, she couldn't help but think. Lang Ruoli regarded Su Xian with an expression of bemusement. Isn't this a tad awkward? Ignoring Lang Ruoli's gaze, Su Xian moved closer to her. Ruoli, did I look handsome just now? Lang Ruoli, the prodigies. Boom! Suddenly, within the sealed space, a sound akin to muffled thunder erupted. This sacred seal startled everyone, drawing their attention to the depths of the grey mist. There an eerie purple-black light emanated. There lies a grand coffin. Some employed their ocular techniques to discern the scene within, exclaiming in shock, "What? A coffin? Was that commotion truly caused by that coffin? It should be." Yes, hiss, could there be something terrifying within that coffin? The anomaly within the supreme secret realm may very well stem from this coffin. Su Xian mused inwardly, his expression growing solemn. The supreme secret realm, as its name implies, is a realm left behind by the Supreme Being. Thus, it is highly likely that this coffin contains the corpse of a Supreme Being. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed. In the next moment, The coffin began to emit a low, resonant hum. What is happening? Could it be that something within that coffin is truly awakening? The purple mansion Holy Sun wore a look of suspicion. Surely, what lies within cannot be the corpse of a supreme being. The radiant saintess, enveloped in a faint, holy glow, had grown vigilant. Hearing her words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in apprehension. According to the radiant saintess, it seems, there may indeed be a possibility. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ominous coffin exploded open. Instantly, countless wisps of gray mist surged forth, akin to a boundless ocean, threatening to engulf everything in its path. This is bad. Quickly channel your magical energy to resist, Jiang Wuji of the Jiang family shouted. Alerting the others, upon hearing Jiang Wuji's voice, the crowd snapped out of their shock and hurriedly employed their abilities for self-defense. Yet, the sheer volume of gray mist billowing from the coffin was overwhelming. A few prodigies of lesser cultivation levels found that they could not withstand it in an instant. Their bodies were obliterated by the eerie gray mist, reduced to mere bones. How terrifying! The remaining prodigies were struck with fear, their bodies trembling slightly. Chapter 36, The Resurrection of the Supreme Corpse. Is there truly a Supreme Corpse awakening? Some were astonished and terrified. This is dire, even if the Supreme's power has diminished to a fraction of its former self. Annihilating us would still be a trivial task. The prodigies felt a sense of despair. They had ventured into the Supreme's secret realm, risking their lives for the chance of fortune. Yet now, they found themselves not only bereft of fortune but also potentially losing their very lives. What to do? I do not wish to die, even if I cannot rise to prominence in this grand era. I do not want to perish here. A prodigy sighed, despair saturating his tone. It's all right. I sense we still have hope. Look at the great son of Diane ahead. He remains so composed that he must have a solution in mind that makes sense. The great son of Diane not only possesses the bones of the Supreme but is also a born Supreme. Having manifested two imperial phenomena, his talent is unparalleled and his strength is unfathomable. Perhaps he truly has a way. Some prodigies had already placed their hopes on Su Xian. After all, they had witnessed his strength. He was of a caliber that far surpassed them, nearly rivaling the older generation of powerhouses. However, if even Su Xian could not contend with the supreme corpse within that coffin, it seemed they would all meet their doom today. As for fleeing, that was utterly impossible. Before the Supreme, they would have no path to survival. Just then, a shadow clad in black began to materialize from the swirling gray mist. This figure, draped in a dark robe, exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. An endless stream of eerie gray mist emanated from its form. Clearly, this was the source of the mist and the root cause of the upheaval within the Supreme's secret realm. It truly is the Supreme. He has awakened. No, not awakened. Rather, during the endless ages, a fragment of consciousness has emerged, causing the anomaly in the Supreme's secret realm. This figure seems to be the Azure Dragon Supreme, who rose to prominence 5,000 years ago. I did not expect him to have fallen to such depths. He is indeed the Azure Dragon Supreme, the one hailed as a prodigious talent, destined to ascend the throne of righteousness. What a pity! 5,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Supreme rose from obscurity, sweeping through the eastern wilderness, just as all believed he was on the verge of achieving greatness. He suddenly vanished without a trace, disappearing from the world. It turns out he had long since perished, and now even his corpse has been tainted, covered in red fur, appearing utterly ghastly. Roar! The Supreme's demonic corpse let out a monstrous roar. Its voice transformed into a sonic wave, reverberating throughout the space. The crowd instinctively covered their ears in an attempt to shield themselves. This sound possessed a certain malevolence, capable of affecting one's mind. Should one succumb to its influence, they would find no rest even in death. The power of the Supreme's demonic corpse, how formidable could it be? A prodigy asked in terror, though the Supreme was once a being of great power. He had been dead for far too long. His combat prowess likely diminished to a mere fraction of what it once was. Moreover, this body had already decayed, meaning that it was essentially a mass of rotting flesh. Perhaps he is not as fearsome as we imagine, Jiang Wuji of the Jiang family gently interjected, attempting to provide some clarity. In that moment, before anyone could react, the Supreme Demon Corpse had already unleashed its power, targeting the nearest Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli's pupils constricted as she immediately activated her divine abilities to confront it head-on. Though the demon corpse was formidable, she harbored no thoughts of retreat. Her will was invincible. Boom! The flames of the divine phoenix clashed with the pitch-black demonic energy in midair, instantly tearing the space apart. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle resonated throughout the entire enclosed space, causing it to hum ominously. In an instant, Lang Ruoli was sent sprawling backward. With that single strike, she had gauged the true strength of this supreme demon corpse, estimating it to be at the mid-stage of the great power realm. Such power could not slay her. As long as she wished, she could depart at any moment, yet, Lang Ruoli had no intention of leaving. Her sole purpose in entering the supreme secret realm was to acquire the elixir of immortality, the divine phoenix fruit, and now that fruit lay not far away, even within her sight. Thus, she could never abandon her pursuit. However, to obtain the divine phoenix fruit, she must first vanquish the supreme demon corpse. "If you stand in my way, then perish." Lang Ruoli's 3,000 strands of hair danced, her white dress billowed, and a brilliant red light radiated from her entire being. In that instant, her cultivation soared to the level of great power. Secret art. Su Xian's eyes narrowed suddenly. Ruoli, you should not hastily employ secret arts. In a breath's time, Su Xian appeared before Lang Ruoli, extending his hand to shield her behind him. "I need the divine phoenix fruit. I must obtain it," Lang Ruoli declared with unwavering resolve. "That I will retrieve it for you." As her words fell, Su Xian's eyes were instantly tinged crimson. All character secret, activate, 6 paths reincarnation fist. Following that, Su Xian unleashed a punch. Boom! The supreme demon corpse's blood-red eyes narrowed, and it retaliated immediately. In an instant, a pitch-black fist imprint surged toward Su Xian. The two fists collided. Bang! A colossal sound erupted, akin to thunder. In that fleeting moment, mana surged violently, the space trembled, and the heavens and earth appeared to fracture. Everyone present exhibited expressions of shock and horror. The spectacle was overwhelmingly daunting, a superlative battle. The clash of the two fist imprints resembled colliding planets. Terrifying to the extreme, the depths of the secret realm seemed to be engulfed by the shockwaves, on the verge of collapse. Su Xian. Behind Su Xian, a wave of concern unexpectedly surged within Lang Ruoli. Simultaneously, her brows knitted slightly at this. Su Xian, always so keen on stealing the spotlight, utilizing secret arts, can he not allow her to fight? The supreme demon corpse was pushed back, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Just a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. Did it truly believe itself to be powerful? Su Xian's gaze was crimson as he coldly spoke, yet, in the next moment, the space quaked violently, a vast malevolent aura sweeping forth. In an instant, the supreme demon corpse's aura ascended to a new pinnacle. At that moment, within the enclosed space, a chilling wind howled, utterly disconcerting. What is happening? The aura of the supreme demon corpse had unexpectedly surged significantly. The group of eastern wilderness prodigies were all taken aback, their faces displaying horror, their bodies trembling violently. In the eastern wilderness, they were unrivaled top-tier prodigies. Yet at this moment, they felt as insignificant as ants. Before the supreme demon corpse, they had no strength to retaliate. Whoosh! Just then, a figure in white appeared beside Su Xian. The graceful figure in white stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Xian, both bracing against the supreme demon corpse. This figure was none other than Lang Ruoli. Chapter 37, United Front of the couple Ruoli. Upon seeing Lang Ruoli's appearance, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Smiling as he said, "What, worried about me? Hee. Stop flattering yourself." Lang Ruoli shot him a glance. "If this supreme demon corpse is not vanquished, none of us will leave here today. My actions are solely for my own benefit." Lang Ruoli added coldly, Yes, my wife is absolutely right." Su Xian replied shamelessly. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Boom! At that moment, the space trembled once more. The killing intent of the supreme demon corpse fully erupted, enveloping the heavens and earth. Instantly, everyone unleashed their divine powers to defend themselves. "Today, all of you will remain here. Not a single one shall escape," the supreme demon corpse uttered coldly. In that moment, its aura had reached an extreme. Its aura may have already reached the mid-stage of the great power realm. Can the Holy Son of Dian withstand this? The Holy Son of Zifu revealed a worried expression. "What, are you concerned about him?" The disciple of the sword pavilion sneered. "Hee, foolish one, if the Holy Son of Dian perishes, then none of us will leave here today. We shall all be buried here." The Holy Son of Zifu showed no mercy, coldly reprimanding the sword pavilion disciple. At a time like this, they should not even be contemplating whether they would survive or not, much less anything else. As his voice resonated, a pitch-black fist imprint surged toward Su Xian's position once more. However, this time, alongside Su Xian stood an additional figure. 6 paths reincarnation fist, immortal divine phoenix seal. In an instant, both Su Xian and Lang Ruoli struck simultaneously, golden fist light and crimson flames bursting forth in radiant brilliance. In an instant, mana surged violently, resplendent beyond compare. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to stars shattering, shaking the entire supreme secret realm. What the hell? Are these two monsters truly our peers, observing the overwhelming might unfolding before them? Some prodigies could not help but voice their soul's astonishment. The strength of the two was an insurmountable divide among the younger generation, utterly crushing them. Gazing at their figures, the prodigies felt as if they were witnessing two deities. Nearly gasping for breath, yet, in this moment, they were also grateful that among the younger generation, two such prodigious individuals had emerged, otherwise, they would have likely perished long ago. The outcome of the battle saw Su Xian and Lang Ruoli barely achieving a stalemate against the Supreme Demon Corps. Hee, foolish juniors, do you truly believe that two of you combined can halt me? The frigid voice of the Supreme Demon Corps echoed once more. In the next second, it formed seals with its hands. A surge of pitch-black demonic energy suddenly flooding the heavens and earth. What the hell? The aura of the Supreme Demon Corps had reached its zenith, nearly attaining the pinnacle of great power. It seems we truly shall perish here today. Alas, is this our end? It appears there is truly no way out, a hopeless endeavor. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Supreme Demon Corps, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies were struck with a sudden shock. Instantly engulfed by despair. In that moment, an emotion named despair suffused the faces of everyone present. Can a mere corpse unleash such power at the pinnacle of great power? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lang Ruoli's star-like eyes as she murmured softly, "If we cannot defeat this fellow, not only will we be unable to obtain the divine phoenix fruit, but our lives will also be forfeit. In that case, I have no choice but to resort to forbidden methods." As the reincarnation of the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she naturally possessed numerous forbidden techniques. However, such methods came at a considerable cost, ranging from regression in cultivation to outright death. Nevertheless, having come this far, Lang Ruoli had no intention of returning empty-handed. Just a corpse, does it truly think itself supreme? Since it is dead, it ought to rest in peace, just as Lang Ruoli was entwined in a web of runes. Her celestial light radiating, on the verge of employing her forbidden technique, a faint voice suddenly resonated throughout the space, causing her to halt her actions. It was the Holy Son of Dian. Could it be that he possesses hidden methods yet to be revealed? If it is the Holy Son of Dian, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. In such despairing moments, Su Xian's voice undoubtedly ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of the crowd. Su Xian, does he still have methods? Lang Ruoli felt a surge of curiosity, somewhat astonished. Su Xian, it seems he, like her, harbors many secrets. Following that, they heard Su Xian's cold shout, his entire being radiating divine light. His aura reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. Chaos Divine Demon Body activate. At this moment, Su Xian could no longer afford to hesitate. If he did not reveal his trump card, even with Lang Ruoli's assistance, they would still be unable to contend against the Supreme Demon Corps. At that point, not only would the elixir of immortality be unattainable, but their very survival would be at stake. In that case, let it open, though the Chaos Divine Demon Body had not fully awakened. Su Xian could already tap into a small fraction of its power. In an instant, a dazzling divine light burst forth from Su Xian, an extraordinary aura enveloping the entire space. It must be said, the Chaos Divine Demon Body truly deserves its title as the unrivaled physique among the 3,000 bodies. This physique is extraordinarily unique, exceedingly rare over countless epochs. Not only is the physical body formidable, but it also naturally aligns with the great Tao, almost as if it were a child of chaos birthed from the Tao. This physique is invincible throughout history, shaking the secular world, as the Chaos Divine Demon Body awakened. Every inch of Su Xian's skin exuded an unfathomable resonance of the Tao. Such resonance rendered Su Xian's body mysteriously enchanting, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was as though a universe was being birthed from Su Xian. Evolving the 3,000 worlds shrouded in chaotic mist, a myriad of phenomena unfolding. Subsequently, a sacred flow of light began to radiate from Su Xian, reminiscent of the divine light at the dawn of creation. Encapsulating all things in existence, the vast cosmos, and the transformation of the seas and the mulberry fields. Upon careful observation, one might discern that Su Xian's profound gaze reflects the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. It seems as though he has transcended the passage of countless epochs, merging with the primordial chaos, becoming one with the great Dao. In the blink of an eye, the vicissitudes of time and the obliteration of the great Tao unfold within the depths of Su Xian's eyes. My heavens, is this the light of a unique constitution? Is the saint son of Dian not endowed with the supreme bone? What on earth is happening now? Chaos and void, what manner of constitution is this? It is utterly terrifying. No wonder the saint son of Dian could manifest two imperial phenomena. his innate talent far surpasses what we have perceived. Chapter 38, The Chaotic Divine Demon Body. Subduing the supreme demon corpse, upon witnessing Su Xian reveal his constitution, all present were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. This constitution, transforming into chaos and evolving into the 3,000 worlds, could it truly be the legendary chaotic divine demon body, which has not appeared for several epochs? The young emperor of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuji, widened his eyes, overwhelmed by the shock. He had encountered this constitution in the ancient texts of the Zhang family. It is the foremost among the 3,000 constitutions, a terror without bounds. Should he not fall, his future is beyond imagination. Achieving the status of an emperor would merely be the starting point, while the end point remains unknown to anyone. What? The chaotic divine demon body? Is that not the most fearsome constitution among the 3,000, Zhang Wuji? Are you implying that the constitution revealed by the saint son of Dian is indeed that legendary one? It is most likely so. The overwhelming might and the dense aura of chaos emanating from him. My heavens, it truly is the chaotic divine demon body. Such a supreme constitution has not been seen for numerous epochs. So long that people have forgotten its existence. Upon hearing Zhang Wuji's confirmation, the other prodigies were even more astonished. Simultaneously, a profound sense of helplessness surged within their hearts. The saint son of Dian possesses the chaotic divine demon body. How could they possibly contend with him? The chaotic divine demon body, ranked first among the 3,000 constitutions, even more terrifying than my 9 heavens divine phoenix body. How could a talent of such caliber exist within the 3,000 worlds? Standing behind Su Xian, Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes widened, her heart stirred by an overwhelming wave of disbelief. The chaotic divine demon body had not manifested for many epochs, not only in the 3,000 worlds, but even in the celestial realm. It was unheard of, yet now it has emerged in a world deemed mediocre among the 3,000. This is simply unimaginable. Moreover, this individual happens to be Su Xian. Could it be that I am truly inferior to a native of the 3,000 realms? In that moment, self-doubt crept into Lang Ruoli's mind. She had previously believed that her experiences from a past life would easily allow her to suppress Su Xian. However, now she realized that it was not so simple. Su Xian seemed far more formidable than anticipated. Nevertheless, Lang Ruoli quickly adjusted her mindset. She is the esteemed empress of the celestial realm, the most talented being in the realm of humanity for the past 100,000 years. To be called a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance is not an exaggeration. How could she possibly be outdone by someone as insignificant as Su Xian? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The empress's cultivation experience far exceeds that of Su Xian. Given time, she will undoubtedly place Su Xian beneath her feet. After regaining her composure, Lang Ruoli gazed again at Su Xian. At this moment, he was enveloped in an aura of chaos, appearing remarkably extraordinary and unparalleled. As she observed Su Xian's silhouette, a sense of inexplicable security blossomed within her. That figure, though not robust and somewhat frail, seemed capable of withstanding the very heavens. This feeling left Lang Ruoli's heart in a state of complexity. The foremost among the 3,000 constitutions, the chaotic divine demon body. Truly, heaven does not forsake me. Such a constitution is unworthy of a mere human prodigy. It would be better to relinquish it to me, allowing you a sliver of survival. The supreme demon corpse spoke, its voice laced with coldness. Just then, Su Xian moved. A holy sword materialized in his hand, radiating a terrifying sword intent. Heaven, slaughter, annihilation, time, space, chaos. A full 40 strands of primordial sword intent were unleashed. Boom! In an instant, everyone was once again shaken, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, especially the disciple of the Sword Pavilion, the young Sword Emperor, whose body trembled uncontrollably, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. Uttering incredulous whispers, 40 strands of primordial sword intent. How is this possible? I am the young Sword Emperor. What is he? Hiss! At this moment, the disciple of the Sword Pavilion genuinely began to question his existence. He who was heralded as the young Sword Emperor should be the highest in swordsmanship among his peers, yet before Su Xian his swordsmanship seemed a mere jest, utterly crushed. Such terrifying sword intent. Is the saint son of Dian truly just a member of the Dian sacred land? Others, who do not practice the sword path, were unaware of what 40 strands of primordial sword intent truly represented. They could only feel that Su Xian was formidable, extremely formidable. The quality and quantity of the sword intent wielded by the saint son of Dian appeared even more terrifying than those recorded in ancient texts. The Purple Mansion Saint's son, Yao Guang Saintus, and several young emperors were all astonished, expressing their admiration that he possesses such profound accomplishments in the sword path. Lang Ruoli murmured, somewhat incredulous. In the past, she was considered versatile. Having dabbled in numerous fields, therefore, she understood the terrifying implications of Su Xian comprehending 40 strands of primordial sword intent. This was simply more fearsome than that of an emperor of the sword. Should he ascend as an emperor through the sword, one could only imagine the extent of his lethality. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Su Xian made his move, with a swing of his holy sword. A blade of sword energy, imbued with chaotic sword intent, surged forth. The endless chaos, coupled with the chaotic sword intent, reached its zenith with this strike. How could you possibly comprehend such a terrifying sword path? The Supreme Demon Corpse was taken aback, its hollow eyes glowing crimson as fear enveloped its entire being. Thus, let it rest in eternal slumber. Su Xian's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated throughout the space. Boom, with a single sword strike. The heavens shattered and the earth quaked, the very fabric of space rupturing. Following that strike, the body of the Supreme Demon Corpse was obliterated, reduced to a heap of blackened flesh scattered across the ground, eliciting a sense of nausea. Thus, the Supreme Demon Corpse was utterly annihilated, truly falling into eternal slumber. Chapter 39, a glimpse of Su Xian's future, back to the sentient world, alone with the great Tao. At the moment the Supreme Demon Corpse completely perished, the grey mist within the Supreme Secret Realm seemed to dissipate significantly. It was evident that the Supreme Demon Corpse was the source of the grey mist. With the strange fog no longer enveloping them, the entire space was fully revealed. It was a vast chamber-like expanse, its walls etched with dense, obscure runes. In the center of the space lay a pitch-black coffin, the very place from which the Supreme Demon Corpse had emerged. On the other side of the coffin, several immortal herbs exuded a faint radiance and a delicate fragrance. Are those the immortal herbs? There are 3 of them. It is worth noting that such treasures are exceedingly rare, not only in the Eastern Wasteland but throughout the entire Daoxian realm. I shall contend for them. A young prodigy shouted, swiftly darting towards the immortal herbs. The allure of the immortal herbs was simply too great, prompting him to take a risk. What qualifications do you have to compete? Boom, a flash of sword light erupted. That young prodigy was instantly reduced to a lifeless corpse. Su Xian vanished in an instant, grasping the immortal herbs in his hand, a mocking smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze upon the remaining prodigies. A cold voice emerged. Do you also wish to contest with me? Su Xian's expression remained serene, accompanied by a smile that, to the onlookers, appeared akin to the smile of death. Our lives have been saved by the Saint Son of Dian. How could we possibly contend for treasures with the Saint's Son? The Yao Guang Saintus, radiating a brilliance of treasure, spoke softly. Upon hearing these words, the Purple Mansion Saint's son and the disciple of the Sword Pavilion were left bewildered. What is happening? How could the proud Yao Guang Saintus utter such words? Is she still the Yao Guang Saintus they once knew? However, they did not realize that the Yao Guang Saintus had just employed a secret method to glimpse a fragment of Su Xian's future. In that vision, a figure stood atop the sun and moon, bearing the weight of the galaxy, towering within a void of chaos, divine power resounding. Before him lay no path, only an expanse of nothingness. He turned his back to the sentient world clad in pristine white. With a mere gesture, the universe shattered. What a breathtaking scene it was truly astounding. She could not fathom the heights to which Su Xian would ascend. She only knew that it was a realm beyond her imagination. After witnessing Su Xian's future, the Yao Guang Saintus had completely surrendered to him. Thus she uttered those words earlier. Upon hearing the words of the Yao Guang Saintus, Su Xian paused momentarily, looking towards her, only to find her gazing back at him. In her eyes, there seemed to be a glimmer of admiration for him. And you all? Su Xian turned his gaze to the others. If anyone has objections, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise. In that instant, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if they had been rendered mute by fear. Boom! Noticing the silence, Su Xian's chaotic aura pressed down upon them. No, I dare not. I shall wait. It is utterly impossible for me to contend with the Holy Sun. Oh, esteemed Holy Sun, please do not be enraged. In an instant, all the prodigies spoke in unison, imploring Su Xian to relent. After all, they were acutely aware of Su Xian's formidable prowess. Even that fearsome and boundless Supreme Demon Corpse fell short before him. Let alone themselves. In Su Xian's presence, they feared they could not withstand even a single blow. Su Xian smiled faintly, choosing not to utter another word. With a flicker of his form, he appeared beside Lang Ruoli. Gazing with delight at her flawless visage. My dear wife, I have brought what I promised. Su Xian handed over the 3 undying herbs to Leng Ruoli. Startled, Leng Ruoli never anticipated that Su Xian would truly bestow the undying herbs upon her. It is well known that the rarity of these herbs is sufficient to incite discord between even the closest of friends. After a moment, Leng Ruoli regained her composure and replied, "No need, I only require 1. In truth, for her, the more divine phoenix fruits, the better. However, the majority of the credit for vanquishing the supreme demon corpse undoubtedly belonged to Su Xian, thus Leng Ruoli only requested 1. The 1 alone may not be as effective. With the aid of her other methods, it would still suffice for her purposes. Su Xian refrained from further comment, putting away the remaining 2 undying herbs amid the envious gazes of the onlookers. Dear friends, I hope that after today, you will exercise caution in your actions. Su Xian's expression was indifferent as he surveyed the gathered prodigies, speaking in a measured tone. During this excursion into the supreme secret realm, Lin Di, the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness, has perished. The holy sons of the 2 major sects, Bu Tian and Je Tian, have also met their demise. Lin Di fell at the hands of Leng Ruoli. While the holy sons of the 2 great sects perished at his own hands, this is a grave matter. Should the forces behind them become aware, it would likely incite a cataclysmic conflict. Although Su Xian felt no trepidation, he wished to minimize unnecessary troubles. His words were devoid of emotion, yet the eastern wilderness prodigies sensed an icy chill in the air. Su Xian's meaning was clear. He was threatening them. If they dared to speak of today's events in the secret realm, they would undoubtedly face his retribution. Holy Son De Yen, what is it that you are implying? Did anything occur in the supreme secret realm? In an instant, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion interjected. Soon, other prodigies grasped the implication of the Purple Mansion Holy Son's words and hastily chimed in. Indeed, Holy Son De Yen, what do you mean? We truly do not comprehend. Were we not merely here to seek treasures? Did anything else happen that I cannot recall? Su Xian ceased his words, turning his gaze toward Leng Ruoli. My dear wife, the environment here is rather poor. Shall we depart? Leng Ruoli initially intended to decline, but recalling that Su Xian had just gifted her an undying herb, she felt a sense of gratitude. She did not wish to owe him anything. Very well, she nodded. Subsequently, the 2 departed the space together. As they watched the pair leave, the onlookers felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. This journey seemed but a fleeting dream, the terror of the supreme demon corpse. Su Xian's extraordinary talent, and the breathtaking brilliance of Su Xian's woman, all of these left an indelible mark on their youthful hearts. Time to retreat and meditate, sighed Yi Yun, the young emperor of the Yi clan. As he vanished from sight in this life, destiny does not favor us. Perhaps it is indeed time for us to return and reflect for a while. Similarly, Bai Sheng, the young emperor of the Bai clan, sighed before choosing to leave. Holy Son De Yen shines like the moon of the 9th heaven, while we are but fireflies in his presence. To exist in the same era as him is our misfortune. It would be better to seal our divine sources and await the next great age. One by one, the prodigies departed. They were the pinnacle of talent in the eastern wilderness, initially brimming with confidence and vowing to contend for destiny and ascend to the throne. Yet now, in the face of Su Xian, they felt akin to mere ants. Before Su Xian, their proud talents seemed but a jest. Chapter 40. News from the secret realm sends shockwaves outside the supreme secret realm. Beneath an ancient tree, Su Xian and Leng Ruoli stood facing one another, the atmosphere heavy and stagnant. In the presence of others, Su Xian felt unrestrained. However, now he found himself at a loss for words. Uncertain of how to begin, he felt a pang of guilt toward Leng Ruoli. In order to awaken the system, he had acted in a certain manner toward her on that day. What is it you wish to say? Leng Ruoli's voice was devoid of warmth. Although Su Xian had aided her within the secret realm, she was no ordinary woman of the world. She was the reincarnation of a supreme empress. And how could she be so easily swayed? Of course, this also related to Leng Ruoli's past experiences. In her previous life, she had endured countless trials and tribulations before carving her own path to invincibility. Those arduous years had rendered her heart as unyielding as a glacier, impervious to warmth. I wish to ask, how have you been lately? Su Xian blurted out an awkward inquiry, unsure of what else to say. Quite well, she replied tersely before transforming into a flash of red light and soaring away. She had no desire for further entanglement with Su Xian. Very well, I shall let things unfold naturally. Su Xian watched Leng Ruoli's retreating figure and let out a long Relieved sigh, Holy Sun De Yen. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Xian's ear. He turned in surprise to see a woman of stunning grace standing before him, radiant with brilliance. It was none other than the Yao Guang Saintess. Do you require something? Su Xian's tone was apathetic, his voice devoid of inflection. Holy Sun De Yen, that woman likely harbors no affection for you. Why must you force the issue? Should you choose me? You would undoubtedly experience something entirely different. The Yao Guang Saintess, with her alluring figure and flowing hair cascading to her waist, exuded an otherworldly allure. Having glimpsed Su Xian's future, the Yao Guang Saintess recognized the opportunity before her. If she could remain by Su Xian's side, her own achievements would surely be substantial. In an era of great contention, where talents rose like stars, it was both dazzling and brutally unforgiving. Ultimately, many prodigies would merely serve as spectators, gaining nothing and fading into oblivion, becoming mere dust of history. The Yao Guang Saintess was astute enough to understand this and realized that her own talents were insufficient to carry her through to the end. Thus she sought to find herself a strong ally. Boom! Su Xian raised his hand, and an overwhelming pressure descended. The Yao Guang Saintess's expression contorted in discomfort. Holy Sun De Yen, you are not even fit to compare with a single finger of Ruoli. Utter such words again, and I shall end you. Su Xian spoke coldly, his sleeve sweeping as he transformed into a brilliant streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Pfft! The Yao Guang Saintess spat blood. Her complexion pale and her expression darkened. I refuse to believe that the esteemed Yao Guang Saintess, cannot measure up to that woman. I must uncover the source of her power, after being ruthlessly rejected by Su Xian. The Yao Guang Saintess's heart ignited with a malicious thought. Have you heard? During the recent opening of the Supreme Secret Realm, many top prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness have perished. Indeed, it is truly lamentable. The foremost prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness, the holy sons of the two major sects, and the young emperor of the Chun family have all fallen. One wonders what truly transpired within. Alas, who can say? The depths of this matter run deep, though many prodigies claimed that the Supreme Corpse had undergone a mutation within the secret realm, leading to the deaths of Lin Di and others at its hands. The true circumstances likely remained known only to them. Following the Supreme Secret Realm incident, the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness erupted in turmoil. Word spread that the three strongest individuals among their peers had all perished within. Such news elicited sighs of regret from countless individuals. Had they not fallen, they could have contended for greatness, but now everything was lost. The Taishan sect, what, Lin Di, has fallen? Lin Di, a born saint gifted with innate wisdom, had a smooth path to becoming an emperor. How could he possibly perish? Fallen at the hands of the Supreme Corpse, how could that be? I refuse to believe it. Upon receiving the news of Lin Di's demise in the Supreme Secret Realm, the sect leader of Taishan was momentarily stunned, then descended into madness, shouting and wailing. In the Eastern Wilderness, the Taishan sect could not be regarded as a major power, unable to compare with imperial clans. Sacred lands, or divine sections. Lin Di was the hope of the entire Taishan sect, the very foundation upon which the sect relied to rise. Now, with Lin Di's fall, the hope for the Taishan sect's ascendance was utterly shattered. This was nothing short of a calamity for the Taishan sect, yet, without evidence, there was nothing they could do. At the Butian sect, what? Dao Yi is dead? How can that be? Dao Yi is a congenital Dao body, and possesses cunning intelligence, always manipulating his enemies effortlessly. How could he possibly perish? Dao Yi is the most outstanding prodigy our Butian sect has seen in nearly a decade. He actually died. Who was it? Who killed Dao Yi? I shall make them pay. In a lofty attic, a man clad in white, with an ethereal demeanor, widened his eyes in disbelief at the news that reached him from below. This man was none other than Tian Yi, the leader of the Butian sect. Dao Yi, his most favored disciple whom he had nurtured as a successor since childhood, had reached such remarkable heights. Yet now the shocking tidings of Dao Yi's demise left Tian Yi utterly unable to accept this reality. However, all the surviving prodigies unanimously claimed that Dao Yi had fallen at the hands of the Supreme Demon Corpse. Naturally, Tian Yi found it impossible to believe such a thing, but who could have been the one to slay Dao Yi? A visit to the Tianji Pavilion was in order, at the Jietian sect. Upon receiving the news, the sect leader, Zhang Yi, was equally stricken. Although the Brashreet song was audacious, he was not reckless. How could he have met his end so easily, killed by the Supreme Demon Corpse? Impossible. Why had the others survived? They were clearly inferior to Rit Song in every way. Do not let me discover who murdered Rit Sang, or I shall ensure their entire lineage is annihilated. The Jietian sect leader muttered, his expression dark enough to draw water. In the eastern wilderness, within the Chen family, the head of the family, Chen Chang'an, glared in astonishment. Our young emperor has fallen. He was struck down by a 9-headed lion? Damn, 9-headed lion, the Chen family will never coexist with your clan. Chapter 41, Breaking Through to Great Power, Manifesting Heaven and Earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays bathed the peaks of the Dian sacred land, transforming it into a breathtaking world of gold. Suddenly a figure clad in white approached from the horizon, stepping through the void, exuding an almost celestial aura. My goodness, the Holy Sun has returned. This presence, the Holy Sun, seems even more terrifying than before. Wow, the Chaos Seed Xing Lian, the immortal king, descends from the heavens. Just how formidable is the Holy Sun now? It is said that during the opening of the Supreme Secret Realm, many top prodigies perished. Yet thankfully, the Holy Sun is unharmed. His fortune is as vast as the seas. How could anything happen to him? Oh, the Holy Sun is simply too handsome. I want to bear him offspring. Undeniably, Su Xian's popularity within the Dian sacred land was exceedingly high. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Su Xian maintained his composure, heading directly towards the hall of the Holy Master. Holy Master, I have returned. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Su Xian immediately spotted the Holy Master and called out, Su Xian, you've returned. The Holy Master's face lit up with a smile as he swiftly moved to Su Xian's side. He had heard of the recent Supreme Secret Realm's opening, where even figures like Lin Di, Dao Yi, and Rit Song had fallen. Yet, among all the news, Su Xian's whereabouts seemed deliberately concealed by the other prodigies, leaving him quite concerned. After circling around Su Xian, the Holy Master sighed in relief. Thank heavens, you are safe. How was your experience in the Secret Realm? It went well. I acquired 2 elixirs of immortality, Su Xian replied, his tone calm. Point 2. Elixirs of immortality, are those not the most precious treasures within the secret realm? How could you have obtained them? The Holy Master was taken aback. Indeed, however, Holy Master, why do you look so skeptical? Do you doubt me? Su Xian smiled, his tone unperturbed. Suddenly, the Holy Master seemed to recall something, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. Su Xian, tell me the truth. Did you slay those prodigies? At this, the Holy Master lowered his voice. The fact that Su Xian had acquired the most valuable treasures from the Supreme Secret Realm implied that he had undergone significant trials. Yes, Su Xian stated without hesitation, revealing the truth directly. The Holy Master gasped, unable to contain his shock. So, Lin Di and the others were indeed slain by you? What, Holy Master, cannot I kill? Su Xian inquired. Ha, of course not. In this era of great strife, how can one ascend to the pinnacle without decisive action? Well done, excellent work. The Holy Master laughed heartily, his spirit invigorated. But since you did it, why has no news leaked out? Did no one witness it? They did, but I threatened them. They should not dare to speak, Su Xian replied with a faint smile. One person threatened all the prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Ha, Su Xian. You are truly impressive. No wonder I have always believed in you. After conversing with the Holy Master, Su Xian returned to the Holy Sun's palace. He took out the 2 elixirs of immortality and swallowed them whole. Boom! A tempestuous power erupted within Su Xian. Transformation of the dragon to the 9th level. Boom! Great Power Level 1, Great Power Level 2, Great Power Level 3, ding. Host consumed Elixir of Immortality, Progress of the Chaos Divine Body Awakening 6. Opening the system panel, he observed his attributes with satisfaction. Name, Su Xian. Identity, Young Emperor of the North Region, Holy Son of the Dian Sacred Land Realm. Great Power Level 3 Cultivation Method, Dian Sacred Scripture. Su Family Imperial Scripture, Fragmented, Eternal Emperor Scripture. Divine Abilities, Dian 9 Swords, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Fist Physique, Supreme Bone. Chaos Divine Body, Awaken 0.12. Gazing at the attributes displayed on his system panel, Su Xian smiled contentedly. In the dead of night, with the air cool as water, Su Xian approached the window and gently pushed it open. A refreshing breeze swept over him. The moonlight enveloped the world as Su Xian's eyes slightly narrowed, and he chuckled. Great Power Level 3, who among the younger generation dares to challenge me? In the North Region, at the Jotian Ta Ching Palace atop a mountain peak, Lang Ruoli had completed the formation setup. This formation, meticulously arranged from her memories, could assist in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, exhibiting remarkable intricacy. Such formations, if entrusted to an ordinary formation master, would be impossible to replicate. However, it was clear that Lang Ruoli was no ordinary formation master. While her skills in formations might not be top tier, it was unlikely to find anyone in the entire Dao Xian realm who could rival her. After completing the formation, Lang Ruoli swallowed a phoenix fruit. Instantly, she felt a surge of powerful energy erupting within her. Sitting cross-legged, she formed hand seals. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the surrounding hundreds of miles converged towards the peak where Lang Ruoli sat. Before long, she was completely enveloped by a torrent of surging spiritual energy. Countless runes intertwined around her, enveloped in the flames of the phoenix, resembling a fiery fairy, exuding an unparalleled grace. Boom! The barriers of her realm were shattered. Transformation of the Dragon 8 changes. Transformation of the Dragon 9 changes. Great power level 1. At last, Lang Ruoli's cultivation transcended into great power, with the awakening of her Jotian phoenix body deepening when she next encounters Su Xian. She would surely subdue him. A brilliant smile spread across Lang Ruoli's face. In her previous life, she had pursued the pinnacle of cultivation. In this life, however, her motivations had multiplied. Her aim was to subdue Su Xian. Yet, as she thought of Su Xian, a hint of doubt crept into her mind. Why would a being of the Dao Xian realm possess a chaos divine body? Why was his swordsmanship so terrifying? Did he have someone backing him, or was he, like herself, a reincarnated powerhouse? Ding! On the 9th day of marriage, reward, manifestation of heaven and earth, manifestation of heaven and earth, spiritual energy condensed, primordial spirit materialized. Standing like a mountain, towering over the universe, divine abilities perfected, with 33 heavens above and 18 hells below, manifestation of heaven and earth, where sun and moon shine together. The following day, Su Xian awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, the delightful sound of the system's notification resonated in his mind, causing him to startle awake and sit up abruptly. Manifestation of heaven and earth, is that not the legendary supreme divine ability? Su Xian was astonished. He had heard of this divine ability, renowned for its immeasurable potential. As the system rewards were dispensed, powerful images of beings wielding this divine ability appeared in his mind. One figure, a demon monkey, towered over the endless starry expanse, executing the manifestation of heaven and earth. With a sweep of its staff, vast stretches of galaxies were extinguished. Another indistinct figure, upon invoking the manifestation of heaven and earth, tread upon the sun and moon, shouldered the galaxies, and with a casual grasp, shattered a star. Su Xian was left in awe by the scenes unfolding in his mind, a shiver running down his spine. Yet, even so, it did not reach the limits described in the manifestation of heaven and earth. With 18 hells beneath and 33 heavens above, Su Xian's heart surged with excitement, contemplating the magnificent spectacle that awaited him upon mastering this divine ability. After collecting his thoughts, Su Xian made his way to the Sacred Land's Forbidden Zone. Exhausted from the previous day's endeavors, he had taken rest after his breakthrough and had not visited the Forbidden Zone. Starting today, he would continue assisting the Dian ancestor in restoring his physical form. Chapter 42, The Final One. Ancestor, I have returned. Arriving before the towering, fragmented sword monument, Su Xian softly called out. In the next moment, the space shattered, and a phantom materialized before him, clad in green, exuding grace, and possessing an unparalleled beauty. It was none other than the Dian ancestor. Su Xian, you returned in just a day. Your efficiency is commendable. A radiant smile blossomed on the Dian ancestor's face, momentarily eclipsing the colors of the world around them. From this, Su Xian could discern the extraordinary elegance of the young Dian ancestor. Ancestor, in truth, I returned yesterday. Su Xian, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and spoke softly. Then why haven't you come to see me? Have you been slacking off? In an instant, the Grandmaster of Dian's expression shifted dramatically as he widened his eyes. Glaring at Su Xian, Master, I was simply too exhausted yesterday and did not wish to practice. Su Xian replied directly, easily discerning that the Grandmaster was merely jesting him. I can understand that from today onwards. Make sure to train diligently. The Grandmaster's tone softened. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Master, I intend to comprehend the remaining 9 fundamental sword intents within today. Proceed. Your clarity of sword heart and exceptional talent in the way of the sword make this task quite manageable for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grandmaster waved his sleeve, and a bamboo grove, teacup, stone chair, an ancient zither appeared beside him. In the next moment, the Grandmaster was already savoring his tea. How astonishing! Despite having witnessed the Grandmaster's impressive abilities before, Su Xian still found it utterly remarkable that he pondered when he might reach such a level. Shaking his head, Su Xian approached the sword monument and began to grasp the remaining 9 fundamental sword intents. With his innate clarity of sword heart, Su Xian displayed extraordinary aptitude in the sword path. In less than half a day's time, he had fully comprehended the last 9 fundamental sword intents. Heavenly Transformation 4 nines, one must transcend it. I have now acquired this 4-9, however, despite each fundamental sword intent being powerful, their combined might seem to lack a certain terrifying strength. Was it due to the absence of that one? Su Xian mumbled to himself, recognizing the flaw in the Dian 9 swords. Master, what exactly is that one, and where can it be found? Su Xian gazed at the Grandmaster, who was gently playing the zither nearby. Half a day, 9 fundamental sword intents. Very good, your talent is commendable. The Grandmaster first offered praise for Su Xian's performance before continuing. As for that one, it is still quite distant from your current self. Master, if you do not tell me, how can I strive for it? Su Xian replied with a smile. After witnessing the terror of the Dian 9 swords, he had developed a genuine curiosity for that one. Since you wish to know, why not share it with you? The Grandmaster paused before softly stating, that one refers to the sword intent of reincarnation. After a brief pause, the Grandmaster continued, according to my investigations in my previous life, that one resides within the Sea of Reincarnation in one of the 3,000 realms. The Reincarnation realm, however, that Sea of Reincarnation is shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. One must possess at least the cultivation of a sage to enter. The Reincarnation realm isn't that one of the 10 ancient realms of the 3,000 realms. It far surpasses the Daoyuan realm. The final one lies within the Sea of Reincarnation in the Reincarnation realm, and one must possess sage-level cultivation to even step foot in it. What a daunting journey lies ahead. Hearing the Grandmaster's words left Su Xian somewhat astonished. It seemed that for him, that final one was indeed still quite distant. Patience is key. One must proceed gradually. What's wrong? Have you been frightened, little Su Xian? The Grandmaster smiled, a teasing glimmer appearing on her flawless visage. It was indeed daunting for an ordinary cultivator to realize that only sages were deemed worthy of approaching that one. Su Xian took a deep breath. His gaze resolute. Master, I will find that final one. I am certain of it, and that day will not be far off. Su Xian spoke calmly, his tone brimming with self-assurance. Noticing Su Xian's demeanor, the Grandmaster's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. This confidence, it appears I truly did not misjudge this young man. Very well, I believe in you, the Grandmaster replied with a smile. Subsequently, Su Xian began to cultivate before the Grandmaster's ice coffin, utilizing the chaotic energy emanating from his chaotic divine demon body and the chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus to restore the Grandmaster's physical form. While Su Xian practiced, the Grandmaster stood quietly beside him, observing. Suddenly, the Grandmaster's expression shifted slightly. As Su Xian cultivated, a phenomenon manifested behind him, clearly visible to the Grandmaster. The chaotic Azure Lotus evolved into the 3,000 worlds. Magnificent mountains and rivers rising and falling, while the Celestial King sat high above the 9 heavens. The ethereal celestial light enveloped Su Xian, enhancing his already striking features and rendering him transcendent, like an otherworldly immortal. The chaotic seed of the Azure Lotus, the Celestial King above the 9 heavens, 2 imperial phenomena. When did this young man become so formidable? Even the Grandmaster, who once roamed the 3,000 realms, could not help but exclaim in awe at Su Xian's current state. In all her years she had encountered many prodigies with imperial potential, yet when compared to Su Xian, they all appeared dim and insignificant. This young man possesses a talent unlike anything I have seen in 100,000 years. It is truly terrifying. The Grandmaster couldn't help but exclaim. Half an hour later, Su Xian opened his eyes. Inhaling the cold air of the space around him, which instantly cleared his thoughts. In recent days, Su Xian had come to realize that the environment here seemed particularly conducive to cultivation. Master, why do I feel that my cultivation speed is faster here with you? Su Xian inquired, puzzled. Little Su Xian, do you see that coffin? It is crafted from 10,000 years of profound ice, imbued with a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. Cultivating around it naturally yields twice the result with half the effort. The Grandmaster explained with a smile. I see, Su Xian acknowledged. Does that mean I can stay here to cultivate every day? If you wish, you may. The Grandmaster did not refuse Su Xian, on the contrary. She was pleased with his intention. After all, to her, Su Xian was indeed a treasure. If Su Xian were to cultivate here daily, she could complete her rebirth ahead of schedule within a month. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Su Xian smiled, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Cultivating here not only provided tranquility but also enhanced his cultivation speed, all while contributing to the restoration of the Grandmaster's physical form, truly a win-win situation. Thus, Su Xian immediately decided that he would cultivate here from now on. Chapter 43, The Old Man of Heavenly Mechanism's Prediction. Su Xian, finished, ding, on the 10th day of marriage. Reward, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Drawing spirit from the essence, and forming an image from the spirit, with every gesture, wielding the might of a great elephant, the body of a person consists of 800 million particles, if their potential is awakened. Each minute particle embodies the power of a giant elephant. Awakening them all would rival the divine elephant, shaking rivers and overturning seas, roaring down stars, plucking the moon, swallowing the sun, all within a mere thought. Ding, on the 11th day of marriage. Reward, true dragon blood. Ding, on the 12th day of marriage. Reward, walking character secret. Pursue the utmost speed in the world, leaping to the 9 heavens, penetrating the 9 underworlds. Anywhere under heaven can be reached, and practiced to perfection. It can touch the realm of time. Time flew by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Su Xian received abundant system rewards. Not only did he acquire body refining techniques that he desperately needed, but also extremely precious items necessary for body refinement, true dragon blood. Furthermore, on the 3rd day, Su Xian also obtained the ancient 9 secrets. The walking character secret. These rewards significantly enhanced Su Xian's strength. In the forbidden zone of the Holy Land, Su Xian rose, his skin radiating with dazzling golden light, intertwined with runes, having tempered his body with true dragon blood. Combined with the divine elephant suppression technique, his physical form should now be comparable to the ancient sacred body, likely even surpassing the Tsong Tian overlord body. A radiant smile spread across Su Xian's face as he murmured to himself. With a thought, his body instantly appeared at the distant horizon. Moreover, with the support of the walking character secret, now not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation, how could they compete in this vast world? Beneath the realm of kings, I am already invincible. Su Xian brimmed with confidence. He had made tremendous progress compared to 3 days prior, in the outside world, in the eastern wilderness, at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The leader of the Butian Jiao spoke solemnly. I have one last opportunity to predict. Are you certain you want to use it? An elderly man with a white beard clad in a flowing white robe exuded an air of mystery as he smiled. I am certain. Dao Yi is too clever to have fallen victim to a mere corpse. Someone must have killed him. I must find that person and avenge Dao Yi. The leader of the Butian Jiao, Tian Yi, declared with a grim expression, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is the most enigmatic organization in the eastern wilderness. Its founder, the elderly man before them, possesses a sliver of the laws of causation. Capable of peering into the heavenly mechanisms, knowing all affairs under heaven. He is revered as the Old Man of Heavenly Mechanism. In his prime, the Old Man of Heavenly Mechanism was the most sought-after figure in the eastern wilderness. Almost everyone wished to consult him to predict the future, yet such predictions involve causality, and should they be disclosed too liberally, repercussions are inevitable. Thus, as he aged, the Old Man of Heavenly Mechanism gradually withdrew, cancelling this service and no longer assisting others in making predictions. Were it not for the favor he received from the leader of the Butian Jiao years ago, he likely would not have even granted an audience, much less assist him in predictions. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall peer into the heavenly mechanisms for you one last time. The Old Man of Heavenly Mechanism spoke softly. He felt relatively confident about locating a person, believing that the backlash would not be too severe. Let us begin. The leader of the Butian sect nodded. Immediately, the elder of heavenly mechanisms formed a hand gesture, and a radiant light of immortality burst forth, enveloping the entire space in an instant. In that moment, myriad mysterious and arcane runes intertwined within this realm, emanating a golden glow. At this juncture, nearly everyone within the grand hall held their breath, silencing themselves in fear of disturbing the elder's divination. Suddenly, the elder of heavenly mechanisms spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In an instant, he hastily ceased his calculations, his complexion pallid and etched with terror. What has happened? Elder, what ails you? The leader of the Butian sect suddenly grew anxious. It was merely a request for this old fellow to divine the identity of a killer. Surely he wouldn't be predicting his own demise? What a horrifying backlash! Why, this shouldn't be the case. the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms appeared utterly astonished. Has he truly aged so completely that he cannot even decipher the identity of a mere murderer? Unwilling to accept this, he attempted to divine once more his spit. Instantly, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms once again coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, vitality swiftly draining away. Master. Below, the Elder's disciple could no longer remain seated and rushed to his master's side. Anxiously lifting him, his face filled with concern. Master, what has happened? The Elder's life force continued to wane, his breath growing weaker, akin to a flickering oil lamp on the verge of extinguishment. Dian, Sacred Land. The Elder muttered a few words before his life force completely dissipated. Master. In a heartbeat, the disciple embraced the Elder's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face, engulfed in despair. Dian, Sacred Land. At last. I have learned the truth. Dian, Sacred Land. Dian, Holy Sun, await my vengeance. Tian, in a fit of madness, laughed uproariously, his voice echoing throughout the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Soon, the eastern wilderness erupted in chaos. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms has passed away. The Bu-Tian sect joined forces with the Je-Tian sect and the Tai-Shian sect, hastily advancing towards the direction of Dian, Sacred Land. This was an earth-shattering event. The news swiftly spread to every corner of the eastern wilderness, drawing the attention of numerous factions. Before long, the Bu-Tian sect, Je-Tian sect, and Tai-Shian sect released statements informing all of the eastern wilderness of the underlying cause. It turned out that the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms had divined that the one responsible for the deaths of the Bu-Tian sect, Je-Tian sect, and Dao-Shian sect disciples was none other than the Holy Son of Dian, Sacred Land. When I heard the news of the first-ranked prodigy of the eastern wilderness, Lin Di, and the disciples of the two great sects perishing, I sensed something was amiss, but never did I expect that their slayer would be the Dian Holy Son. When did he acquire such terrifying strength to single-handedly slay the top 3 prodigies on the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy rankings? I can only say, truly a remarkable new star. Alas, will the Dian Holy Son, so strikingly talented, also meet the same fate? How is it possible that a murderer should not pay with his life? Is there such a principle as retribution for murder in the secret realm? Is mere dislike not reason enough? The Dian Holy Son, brilliant and overwhelming, effortlessly surpassing all other prodigies of the eastern wilderness, yet who would have thought that the leader of the Bu-Tian sect, in a moment of folly, would request the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms to divine his fate? Indeed, it is quite a pity. At this rate, even if Dian, Sacred Land wishes to protect the Holy Son, they may find themselves powerless to do so. Chapter 44, Who dares to hold my clan's young emperor accountable? In an instant, the eastern wilderness was abuzz with various opinions, most expressing sympathy for Su Xian. After all, in the secret realm, murder merely indicates the inadequacy of the slayer's strength. Very few would genuinely pursue the matter of who was the murderer, yet, unexpectedly, the two great sects and the Tai-Shian sect chose to unite in their quest for retribution. Such a grand display attracted numerous factions to Dian, Sacred Land. They wished to observe the spectacle and witness the ultimate outcome of this conflict. Yao Guang, Sacred Land. Holy Master, I have utilized a secret method to glimpse Su Xian's future. He is destined to become an unparalleled being, far exceeding that of an emperor. The immaculate Yao Guang Holy Maiden, radiating with resplendent divine light, spoke earnestly to the Yao Guang Holy Master. What? You foresaw Su Xian's future using a secret method? How is that possible? It is said that the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms even calculated his own demise to divine Su Xian. The Holy Master expressed skepticism. Holy Master, in my youth, I received a legacy that allows me to mitigate some backlash. Hence I am unharmed. The Holy Maiden replied softly, her tone resolute. So, you are saying this is indeed true? Absolutely, Holy Master. If we assist Dian, Sacred Land at this juncture, it will ensure our Sacred Land's prosperity in the future. Very well, I shall accompany you to observe. Indeed, the Holy Maiden nodded, a smile gracing her features. She harbored genuine admiration for Su Xian, a sentiment born from reverence. Perhaps it was not entirely pure, but it was indeed present. Su Xian, this time, surely you will remember my kindness. In the Zifu Sacred Land, the Sword Pavilion, aside from the Chen family, who were still reeling from the loss of their young emperor to the nine-headed lion, the other 3 great imperial clans hastened towards Dian, Sacred Land. Such a significant event could not be missed by these powerful factions. After all, it presented a golden opportunity. The news was indeed monumental. Swiftly sweeping across the eastern wilderness and extending into the northern domain, Su clan Jun Tian Xian heir is in trouble. Zhang Yu urgently relayed the information to Su Yun Tian. What? The two great sects of the eastern wilderness and the Taishan sect are preparing to confront the Yen sacred land regarding Xian heir? Just because Xian heir killed their disciple in the secret realm? Hearing this, Su Yun Tian's expression darkened in an instant, the entire space seemingly freezing. A bunch of old fools, do they not understand the law of the jungle? However, those are the two great sects of the eastern wilderness. If a conflict arises, we may struggle to escape unscathed. Quickly, summon the 18th ancestor, he is particularly fond of Xian heir and will not stand idly by. Suddenly a glint of determination shone in Su Yun Tian's eyes. The 18th ancestor, a figure undefeated in the Dao Shen realm 3,000 years ago, with his involvement everything can be resolved, although the 18th ancestor typically refrained from engagement. If he were to learn that Su Xian was in trouble, he would certainly take action. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a voice like the tolling of a great bell resonated throughout the northern domain. Su clan disciples, follow me to the eastern wilderness. In the Nine Heavens Tai Ching Palace, Ruoli, trouble has arisen. Just as Lang Ruoli was meditating in her practice, an abrupt and anxious voice suddenly pierced her ears. Palace Master, what has happened? Lang Ruoli inquired, her tone calm. Su Xian, it's Su Xian, he is in danger. Su Xian, what has transpired? Lang Ruoli's expression shifted, her brows furrowing in an involuntary display of concern. The two great sects of the eastern wilderness, along with the Taishan sect, have united to confront the Yen sacred land regarding Su Xian. What? Confronting the Yen sacred land over Su Xian? Su Xian, what crime has he committed? Lang Ruoli's countenance changed as she questioned. Upon hearing this news, a tremor coursed through her heart, and a rare look of panic appeared on her face. It must be because of the secret realm, right? Lang Ruoli quickly deduced. Yes, Ruoli, how did you know? Lin Wan's eyes narrowed in confusion. How could Lang Ruoli know without being told? Could it be that she had witnessed the events within the supreme secret realm? Palace Master, I must journey to the eastern wilderness. With that, Lang Ruoli's figure vanished from the spot. Wait, Ruoli, wait for me. The Yen sacred land enveloped in mist and rich in spiritual energy. The Yen sacred land was now in uproar. Filled with clamorous voices, this was due to the news they had received. The two great sects and the Taishan sect were heading to confront their holy son. How absurd! The leader of the Butian sect actually thought to seek the elder of heavenly mechanisms to divine the identity of the murderer after the death of his disciple. Is this not a display of inadequacy? What is there to pursue? Alas, the rumors were spread by them, yet they remain unaware of the truth. Perhaps they killed the elder of heavenly mechanisms and fabricated reasons to strike at our sacred land. Makes sense, though I am more inclined to believe that our holy son indeed vanquished Lin Di and the others. Does this not demonstrate the prowess of our holy son? To single-handedly slay the top 3 prodigies on the Eastern Wilderness prodigy rankings is truly remarkable. Our holy son is indeed formidable, yet with 3 great factions approaching simultaneously, our sacred land may find it challenging to respond. In the plaza of Dian's sacred land, such sentiments echoed, reflecting unanimous support yet concern for Su Xian. Within the Dian hall, the Dian holy master paced back and forth, his expression grave and troubled. He had not anticipated that the leader of the Butian sect would approach the elder of heavenly mechanisms to divine Su Xian's fate. This truly was a gamble that had gone awry. Su Xian, it seems our sacred land has encountered a predicament. The holy master's countenance darkened, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Holy master, if it becomes impossible to resolve, I shall withdraw from the sacred land. After all, they seek me, not do Yan. Su Xian spoke calmly, his demeanor composed. He, too, never anticipated that the prodigy of the eastern wilderness would not betray him. It was the leader of the Butian sect who had uncovered his identity. As for those fellows claiming to have single-handedly slain the 3 of Lin Di, Su Xian had no desire to refute. The fact that this matter did not involve Lang Ruoli could be considered a fortunate turn of events. As for himself, he remained indifferent. With the imperial clan Su family standing behind him, he felt no fear of retaliation from the 2 divine sects or that elusive Taishan sect. After all, one of the 18 ancestors alone could suppress the entire eastern wilderness. However, he could not allow the Dian Holy Land to be implicated. Having spent over a decade here, he had developed feelings for this place. Thus, he could not bear to witness the destruction of the Dian Holy Land due to his actions. Chapter 45. The 3 great forces come to demand justice. Su Xian's words spoken in a calm tone. reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing the very air to feel as if it had solidified. In that moment, the entire hall was enveloped by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. How could this be possible, Su Xian? The Holy Land will never abandon you. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. The Deyan Holy Master spoke with unwavering conviction. Indeed, Holy Son, you are the most gifted individual our Holy Land has seen in millennia. How could we possibly relinquish you? Furthermore, Holy Son, if we abandon you now, how will the world perceive us? Holy Son, no need to say more. If it comes to it, we shall accompany you to death. A chorus of elders from the Deyan Holy Land echoed in agreement. Initially, they had looked down upon Su Xian, believing that his arrival was solely for the sake of the Holy Son. A blatant violation of their rules, yet recent events had utterly convinced them of Su Xian's worth, and there was no possibility of abandoning him now. Thank you, esteemed elders. Su Xian was moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though he quickly regained his composure, disciples of the Holy Land, unleash your fury. The Holy Land shall never compromise. Suddenly a voice of unparalleled authority resonated throughout the Deyan Holy Land. This voice was ethereal and haunting, as if it had emerged from a bygone era, echoing from the other side of the river of time, somewhat surreal yet undeniably present. Upon hearing this voice, the elders and disciples of the Holy Land were left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief, feeling a tingle of fear at the back of their necks. Such an imposing voice, and it belongs to a woman. Who is she? Su Xian. Could this be the Deyan ancestor? In the Holy Master's hall, the Deyan Holy Master inquired of Su Xian with uncertainty. The voice was unmistakably feminine, and its overwhelming presence conjured an image in the Holy Master's mind of a figure who had once dominated the world. This was the one who had established the Deyan Holy Land a millennium ago with her sword. Yes. Su Xian nodded gently. How could he fail to recognize that familiar voice? His acknowledgement left the Deyan Holy Master and the gathered elders in a state of astonishment. Their eyes widening in disbelief, stunned into silence, they took some time to process the revelation. The Deyan ancestor is still alive, with the ancestor present, who would dare to act recklessly in my Deyan? Since the ancestor has spoken, we shall fight with abandon. With the Deyan ancestor backing us, what do we have to fear? Life and death are trivial. If we are not satisfied, we shall fight. In an instant, the elders in the Holy Master's hall were invigorated, their spirits soaring. Since the ancestor still lives, we shall not fear any forces from the Dao Shen realm. With a forceful strike against a nearby pillar, the Deyan Holy Master proclaimed loudly, the esteemed members of Deyan, the voice we just heard belongs to the Deyan ancestor. The ancestor is alive, granting us the freedom to fight. Everything shall be safeguarded by her esteemed presence. In an instant, the Holy Master's declaration echoed throughout the Deyan Holy Land, reverberating like thunder across the hearts of every disciple. What? The Deyan ancestor is still alive? Then why should we hold back? Let us fight with all our might. With the ancestor here, we shall unleash our fury. Impressive. Now, who in the eastern wilderness would dare to move against my Deyan? Upon hearing the Holy Master's proclamation, the entire Deyan Holy Land erupted in fervor. The fact that the Deyan ancestor was still alive had effectively granted the Holy Land a golden ticket to survival. The ancestor had only just begun to regain her strength. Should she join the fray, she might risk losing all she had regained. Unlike others, Su Xian possessed a clear understanding of the ancestor's current condition, therefore, he did not share the excitement of the other disciples. Instead, he felt a sense of apprehension. The Su family should have already received my message and be on their way. If I could just buy some time, the Deyan ancestor would not need to intervene. Su Xian mused inwardly. Indeed, he had long since sent word to the Su family. However, he had not anticipated that they would arrive at Deyan ahead of him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several resounding drumbeats echoed from outside the Deyan Holy Land, reverberating like a celestial chorus throughout the entire realm. They have arrived. Su Xian's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he and the others transformed into streaks of light, rushing outwards. At the entrance of the Deyan Holy Land stood the leader of the Butian sect, Tian Yi, the leader of the Zetian sect, Sang Yi, and the master of the Taishan sect, Lu Ruffing. All three were of saintly caliber, ranking among the most formidable in the eastern wilderness. Thus, their mere presence cast a terrifying aura over the entire expanse. Behind them, a throng of elders and prodigies gathered, a dark mass that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression across the heavens and earth. In that moment, the sky seemed to darken as if heavy clouds were pressing down upon the city. Diyen Holy Son, for every life taken a life must be repaid. With a booming voice, a series of deafening shouts followed. Diyen Holy Son, for every life taken a life must be repaid. Diyen Holy Son, for every life taken a life must be repaid. Such cries pierced through the Holy Land's gates, echoing within its confines. Who dares to act recklessly before the Holy Land? The disciples guarding the mountain stepped forward, their voices cold and commanding. You are not worthy to converse with us. Summon the Holy Master. An elder from the three great forces spoke icily. Along with his words came an overwhelming pressure that crashed down upon the disciple of the Diyen Holy Land. The elder was of peak power, and naturally the disciple could not withstand it. Being directly suppressed, yet fueled by an indomitable spirit, the disciple stood resolutely upright like a pine tree against the storm. No recklessness at the gates of the Holy Land. The disciple's eyes widened, still shouting defiantly. Seeking death, the elder from the three great forces was incensed. He formed a seal with his hands, preparing to strike down the disciple. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the Diyen disciple trembled involuntarily, yet his gaze remained resolute. Filled with determination, showing not a trace of fear. If death is to come, then so be it. 18 years from now, I shall rise again as a hero. Old dog, stand down. Chapter 46. Indeed, it was I who killed him. What of it? At that moment, an enraged voice erupted across the void. A blinding light, capable of shattering everything, surged forth in an instant. In that moment, the elder who had acted was obliterated by the light. A peak power elder, simply erased. In the void, the holy mastery elders and disciples of the Holy Land, along with Su Xian, materialized in that very spot. It was evident that the radiant light just now had been the work of Su Xian. Having transcended to a higher realm, the power of Su Xian's heavenly tribulation had significantly increased, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate a peak power elder. He gasped, among the elders and young prodigies of the three great forces. Many were taken aback by Su Xian's display of power. All present could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Xian, a mere youth, appeared so young, yet he could annihilate a peak power elder? What level of strength is this? Are the prodigies of the eastern wilderness merely fodder to him? The strength is undoubtedly his. He must have been the one who killed the Holy Son. An elder from the Butian sect spoke coldly. With such strength, it is no wonder he could slay an Aitsong. However, for every life taken a life must be repaid. Today, you shall not leave alive. Songhe, the leader of the Jetian sect, regarded Su Xian with a chilling gaze, his tone filled with malice, wishing nothing more than to devour Su Xian whole. In truth, he could not confirm whether an Aitsong had indeed been slain by Su Xian. However, Tianyi, the leader of the Butian sect, had informed him that if they joined forces to attack Diyen, they could acquire certain benefits. Otherwise, the death of their disciple would simply be a loss. Thus, he had come, since he was here. Even if it were not the case, it must be made so. Lin Di, born a saint, possessed innate wisdom, comprehending all methods. I say, in the eastern wilderness, who among the younger generation could kill him? It turns out it was this Diyen Holy Son. Lu Ruffing, the master of the Taishan sect, shared Songhe's sentiments. He too could not ascertain whether his disciple had indeed been slain by the Diyen Holy Son. Yet, upon hearing of potential benefits, he had joined the fray. Now, witnessing Su Xian's prowess, Lu Ruffing felt a newfound confidence. Initially, he had believed no one among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness could possibly kill Lin Di. But upon seeing Su Xian, he was convinced. At such a young age, slaying peak powers as easily as one would butcher a dog, was it not akin to slaughtering a chicken when it came to Lin Di? Diyen Holy Son, confess honestly, did you slay my sect's Holy Son? Speak, did you kill Lin Di? You dare to kill my disciple Aitsong, do you not comprehend the consequences? The strongest among the three great forces united in their inquiry, demanding justice from Su Xian. Indeed, it was I who killed him. Your so-called talented disciples are nothing but trash, unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Su Xian's expression remained tranquil as he cast a cursory glance at the onlookers gathered outside the gates of the Dian sacred land. His words emerged in a tone so indifferent that they seemed devoid of emotion, as if to him, the act of slaying Lin Di and his companions held no more significance than the slaughter of a mere chicken. What? Su Xian's proclamation reverberated through the heavens and the earth, leaving the representatives of the three major factions in a state of disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. They had anticipated Su Xian to adamantly deny any wrongdoing. Yet he had brazenly confessed. Such an illogical display left them grappling with existential doubt. However, they quickly regained their composure, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Ha, Dian Saint's son, since you have admitted your guilt, let us engage in discourse. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" "Resolve? What resolution? Your disciples, akin to worthless debris, fell before me. Who else can you blame?" Su Xian's voice dripped with cold indifference. "You." The incessant belittlement and humiliation of their disciples stirred the three factions into a frenzy. Their anger simmering just beneath the surface. "Dian Saint's son, do not presume that mere strength grants you the right to disregard others. I assure you, there are numerous prodigies in this world who surpass your abilities." An elder from the Jetian sect bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. It was evident that he held Su Xian in disdain, yet Su Xian relished the sight of their defiance, their inability to vanquish him fueling his amusement. "Who among the myriad forces in the eastern wilderness can rival me, Su Xian? Present one before me, and if you succeed, I shall end my own life without a word." His tone was chilling, a frigid aura permeating the air, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, shock rippling through the crowd. Su Xian's overwhelming confidence was palpable, a sensation that rendered them speechless. Most infuriatingly, they could not produce a single prodigy to counter his assertion. "Dian Saint's son, what grants you the audacity to utter such words? Allow me to confront you." Suddenly, an elder disciple from the Putian sect stepped forward, capturing the attention of all. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Are you serious, Putian sect? Do you not possess any sense of dignity? Our saint's son is merely 18 years old, while this individual appears to be at least 60. Indeed, in my view, your Putian sect is bereft of talent, rendering all your disciples mere failures in comparison to our saint's son. Ha, a place that breeds such mediocrity can only yield inferior disciples." Instantly, the disciples of the Dian sacred land unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the Putian sect, their words merciless and unyielding. The expressions of the elders and disciples from the Putian sect grew dark, reflecting their humiliation as if they had consumed something foul. "I pose a simple question, Dian Saint's son, do you dare? If not, refrain from speaking, and spare me your incessant chatter." The elder disciple from the Putian sect, visibly agitated, stated with an icy tone, "Dare? Why would I hesitate? Against someone of your caliber, I require but a single strike." A mocking smile graced Su Xian's face. Engaging this individual would not only buy him time but also provide an opportunity to eliminate another opponent, truly a twofold advantage. "Ah, today, the Dian sacred land is indeed lively." Just then, several abrupt voices pierced through the air. As the crowd turned, they beheld figures descending from the void. Yao Guang, the master of the Purple Mansion, the head of the Sword Pavilion, and members of the imperial clans, including the Jiang Yi, and by families, all the elite forces of the eastern wilderness had convened. With the arrival of these factions, the atmosphere transformed into a cacophony of excitement. Observing this scene, the representatives of the three major factions, along with the Dian Saint Lord, were momentarily taken aback. How could everyone arrive simultaneously? Nevertheless, this did not impede the unfolding events. Su Xian strode through the void, confronting the disciple of the Putian sect. The air thickened with tension, a palpable scent of impending conflict permeating the atmosphere. In the void, Su Xian stood pristine in his white robes, his presence exuding an ethereal beauty. As the chaos green lotus swayed behind him, embodying the splendor of the universe, the hazy celestial light enveloped him, rendering him almost divine. Is this truly the legendary Dian Saint's son? Two imperial manifestations, how terrifying! Is this the individual who reportedly slaughtered the top three prodigies of the eastern wilderness? He does not seem like a bloodthirsty figure. There is an air of elegance about him. Oh my! He is so handsome. How I wish he could be my Dao partner. Possessing two imperial manifestations rendered Su Xian's display of superiority effortless, merely revealing a fraction of his aura instantly garnered the adoration of countless admirers. Of course, with admiration came disdain, and among the crowd were those who harbored ill will towards Su Xian. "I am curious to see just what strength this saint's son possesses," a disciple from the Putian sect scoffed, brandishing a large blade as he charged at Su Xian. In an instant, the air crackled with murderous intent, a palpable dread enveloping the space. It was clear that he sought to strike Su Xian down. This individual, like the elder previously obliterated by Su Xian, possessed peak abilities. However, as a prodigy, his combat prowess was likely superior to that of the former elder, evident in the sheer force and precision of his attack. In that moment, the elders and disciples of the Dian sacred land, along with others including the Yaoguang saintess, held their breath in trepidation. could Su Xian withstand such a formidable swordsman, yet, in the next heartbeat? A blinding fist of light erupted. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattering the 6 realms, reversing the cycle. Boom, in an instant, the disciple of the Putian sect was obliterated by the overwhelming fist light, disintegrating into a mist of blood that dissipated into the void. Gasp! Witnessing this, the onlookers from the Dayan Sacred Land, the 3 major factions, and other forces were left utterly astonished, collectively inhaling sharply. With a single punch, he had annihilated a peak power, and this peak power was a prodigy of the Putian sect. Such might was truly terrifying. You see, did I not say that your Putian sect's disciples are all worthless, not a single one capable of standing up? A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed across the space. It was Su Xian. He stood with indifference, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an otherworldly aura as though he existed apart from the world itself. How formidable! This is indeed the Dayan Saint's son. He is on an entirely different level from us. It is truly terrifying. Murmurs of disbelief escaped the lips of those present, clearly awestruck by Su Xian's overwhelming power. You dare to slay my disciple? An elder from the Putian sect erupted in rage. Unmistakably, the master of the disciple Su Xian had just slain Dai in an instant. The winds shifted, and a colossal palm print descended upon Su Xian, a terrifying force behind it. The elder was a revered figure. And the power of this strike was unimaginable. Should it land upon Su Xian, it could spell his doom. While I remain here, you dare to attack my saint's son, you old dog. Have you truly lived long enough to become a mutt? Just then, an icy voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressured boom. The oppressive force descended, sweeping through the heavens. The elder who had attacked was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing into the void. The Dayan Saint Lord had intervened. Dayan Saint Lord, your slaying of my elder is an invitation to war between our 2 factions. The leader of the Putian sect's voice rang out, chilling and accusatory. You are but an old dog, so cease your prattle. That if you wish to fight, let us do so. My Dayan Sacred Land fears nothing. In response to the leader of the Putian sect's challenge, the Dayan Saint Lord showed no signs of retreat, his voice cold and resolute. In an instant, the entire atmosphere grew tense and oppressive, as if shrouded in a thick fog, stifling the breath of all present. A singular thought surged through their minds. Today, the skies of the eastern wilderness were destined to change. A great battle was imminent. In that moment, every representative present harbored similar thoughts, as the space outside the gates of the Dayan Sacred Land was enveloped in an invisible pressure. The atmosphere heavy and foreboding, even the heavens above seemed to darken, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Ha! You dare to slay my disciples and yet remain so arrogant. Today, we shall obliterate the Dayan Sacred Land. A thunderous voice boomed, echoing like thunderclaps. The leader of the Putian sect had spoken. With his declaration, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. My goodness, in 1,000 years, the eastern wilderness has not witnessed such a war. Is it truly beginning today? Amidst the clamor, the voice of the Yaoguang Saint Lord rang out distinctly. In today's battle, my Yaoguang Sacred Land will unconditionally support the Dayan Sacred Land. What? As this proclamation echoed, the myriad factions present were momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected declaration. Isn't the relationship between Yaoguang Holy Land and Dayan Holy Land generally unremarkable? What could have transpired? In truth, not only other forces but even the individuals from Dayan Holy Land are somewhat bewildered. Although Yaoguang Holy Land does not harbor animosity towards Dayan Holy Land, their rapport hardly seems to warrant such a drastic shift. Moreover, not long ago, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang even visited Dayan Holy Land, seeking to leverage Su Xian's reputation. Yet now, merely a short time later, the stance of Yaoguang Holy Land has undergone a complete and astonishing transformation. Upon hearing the pronouncement of the Holy Master of Yaoguang, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced towards the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang. He beheld her radiating with resplendent celestial light, exuding an ethereal purity. As she smiled back at him, Su Xian realized that the Holy Master of Yaoguang's actions were likely connected to the Holy Maiden. However, why would she choose to assist him? He recalled the day he departed from the Supreme Secret Realm, when the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang seemed to express her affections towards him, only to be met with his unrelenting rejection. Could it be that she still harbors feelings? Regardless, this declaration has certainly improved Su Xian's impression of Yaoguang Holy Land significantly. Witnessing the Holy Master's declaration, the representatives of other factions were visibly alarmed. Yet, in that moment, they could not easily choose sides. After all, such matters carry immense weight. A misstep could lead to an irretrievable abyss. Chapter 48. the arrival of the Su family, Yaoguang Holy Master, what is your intention? The leader of the Buddhian sect directed a grim gaze towards the Holy Master of Yaoguang, his tone frosty. At that moment a thought crossed his mind, has the Holy Master of Yaoguang lost his senses? How could he choose to support Dian Holy Land instead of them? The affairs of whom Yaoguang Holy Land supports is our own business. What concern is it of yours? Do we need your consent to act? The Holy Master of Yaoguang responded, his voice equally cold. Having made his stance clear, there was no turning back. The Holy Master instinctively glanced at Su Xian from Dian Holy Land, internally musing, Dian Holy Son, this time, Yaoguang Holy Land has placed a significant wager on you. I hope you do not disappoint us. Since Yaoguang Holy Land insists on this, we cannot be blamed. The expression of Tiani, the leader of the Buddhian sect, darkened completely, his icy voice reverberating throughout the space. Even if Yaoguang Holy Land chooses to assist Dian Holy Land, what of it, with two great sects and the Taishan sect on his side? Would he truly fear them? Today, we shall flatten Dian Holy Land, Tiani proclaimed, his voice booming with fervor. Flatten Dian Holy Land? Buddhian sect master, how grand is your ambition? Do you not know that the Dian Holy Son is none other than our Su family's young emperor? Suddenly an ancient and melodious voice resonated from afar, echoing in the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap. In an instant, all cultivators on the scene were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Who dares to speak to the leader of the Buddhian sect in such a manner? As their gazes converged, a multitude of figures gradually materialized. Each of these figures exuded a terrifying aura, overwhelming all in their presence. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a white beard and hair, his posture upright like a pine, embodying an ethereal grace, truly otherworldly. That was the Su family of the northern region? In an instant, someone recognized the arrival of the Su family and gasped in astonishment. The Su family, the sole imperial clan of the northern region, unlike the four great imperial clans of the eastern wilderness. This is a true powerhouse that dominates a realm. Perhaps the overall strength of the eastern wilderness far surpasses that of the northern region. Yet, if one were to compare imperial clans, the heritage of the northern Su family might indeed be superior. After all, the Su family of the northern region not only boasts ancestral emperors but has also produced formidable prodigies in recent millennia, overshadowing the entire Daoxian realm. What? The Su family of the northern region? Su Xian, the Dian Holy Son is not only the Holy Son of Dian but also the young emperor of the Su family? Soon, everyone present reacted, erupting into a cacophony of incredulous exclamations. The Dian Holy Son seemingly emerged from nowhere, having bypassed the process of being a disciple. Furthermore, previously Su Xian had maintained a low profile, not well known in the eastern wilderness, and had not drawn excessive attention. Thus, aside from a few individuals within the Holy Lands, few cultivators in the eastern wilderness were aware of Su Xian's true identity. Now, with his identity revealed, they finally understood, the young emperor of the Su family. Su Xian, it turns out, holds such a formidable status. It is truly unexpected that the Dian Holy Son possesses not only the title of Holy Son but also a terrifying identity. Some were left in shock, unable to suppress a gasp given this revelation. The outcomes of the impending conflict between the northern Su family Dian Holy Land and Yaoguang Holy Land against the two great sects, Taishan Gate, could indeed be uncertain. With gleaming eyes, someone murmured, the Su family, that young Su Xian is actually the young emperor of the Su family? In that moment, the expressions of the cultivators from the two great sects in Taishan Gate shifted dramatically. Initially, they believed that Su Xian's backing was limited to Dian Holy Land, which they could easily manipulate, but now, the reality dawned upon them that Su Xian was also supported by the northern Su family. This complicates matters considerably. Northern Su family, your young emperor has slain my sect's holy son. We demand an explanation. The leader of the Buddhian sect spoke, his voice low and frigid. Suddenly, a colossal golden handprint came crashing down. Boom! In an instant, the body of the Buddhian sect's leader was reduced to a mere puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood. In that moment, the world fell into a profound silence, not a sound to be heard. Even the crowd dared not breathe too loudly. All eyes were fixated on the scene before them, utterly shocked. At that moment, they felt as though their minds had gone blank, completely devoid of thought. What had they just witnessed? The leader of the Buddhian sect had been obliterated. Such a heart-stopping sight would be forever etched in their memories. It was simply too astonishing. A mere Buddhian sect, a small force from 3,000 years ago, dared to question the young emperor of the Su family. do they truly not discern the differences in power, as a chilling voice rang out. Everyone's thoughts were abruptly pulled back, and all gazes turned towards the source of that voice, which unmistakably belonged to the previously mentioned elder of the Sioux family, 18th ancestor, truly imposing, a stark contrast to that old drunkard from before. Watching the 18th ancestor chastise the three great factions with such authority, Su Xian felt a surge of clarity. It was impossible to associate this commanding presence with the old drunkard he once knew. The voice of the 18th ancestor resonated throughout the heavens, laced with mockery, yet, despite this, none from the Buddhian sect or the three great factions dared to refute him. At that moment, they all averted their gazes. Trembling in fear, too intimidated to meet the 18th ancestor's eyes, the overwhelming sense of pressure was enough to shake their very souls, instilling a profound dread within them. "Who are you, exactly?" the head of the Buddhian sect managed to ask. Struggling against the oppressive force, this figure was undeniably powerful, far beyond the sacred realm, yet, why had he never crossed paths with him? "I am Su Xuanji, perhaps your master's master has encountered me." "You may address me as senior," the 18th ancestor of the Su family spoke, his voice placid, a smirk playing upon his lips. Su Xuanji? Chapter 49, The Might of Su Xuanji, The Arrival of Lang Ruoli. Boom, those three syllables resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present, akin to a bolt from the blue. Who was Su Xuanji? Some were perplexed and inquired of their elders within the factions. Su Xuanji, a formidable figure who emerged from the northern region 3,000 years ago, undefeated across the Daoxian realm. Upon learning the identity of the elder, every individual present was left in utter astonishment. 3,000 years ago, undefeated across the Daoxian realm, what a terrifying legacy! To have established an undefeated myth 3 millennia ago, what heights has he reached now? It is truly unfathomable, now that you are aware of my identity. Do you still have anything to say? An intangible pressure enveloped the entire realm, compelling the individuals from the two great sects in Taishan Gate to lower their heads. In this moment, no one dared to utter a word. No. They did not dare. A profound fear filled the minds of the Buddhian sect and the three great factions, causing cold sweat to cascade down their backs. Their faces paling significantly. "Senior Xuanji, we were indeed rash this time. Could we possibly let this matter slide? We shall no longer pursue Su Xian's responsibility," the leader of Taishan Gate, Lu Ruffing, astutely gauging the situation, immediately proposed such terms. "Indeed, Senior Xuanji, let us let this matter rest." Observing this, Tianyi, the leader of the Buddhian sect, along with the leader of Jietian sect, Sangyi, also ceased their insistence, speaking in agreement. At this moment, the members of the three great factions clearly recognized the situation. With Su family's Su Xuanji present, no one could contend with them today. They could only let this matter pass. "You will not pursue the matter?" If I had not come today, would the young emperor of the Su family have perished at your hands?" A chilling voice resonated through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all those present from the three major powers. A wave of cold swept up their spines, reaching for the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, and silence enveloped the scene, an almost suffocating stillness. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended, compelling everyone from the three factions to entertain the instinctive desire to prostrate themselves. "Elder, what do you wish to do? What do you wish to do?" How would I know?" asked the young emperor of the Su family. Su Xuanji spoke, his tone frigid, an aura that struck awe into everyone present. Upon hearing this, all gazes turned to the protagonist of this dispute, Su Xian, standing on the side of the Dian Holy Land, clad in white robes. His expression remained impassive, exuding an unsettling calmness that left the crowd momentarily stunned. Had Su Xian anticipated this situation all along? The Dian Holy Son, our visit to seek retribution was merely a moment of impulsiveness. It was our fault. Here, we apologize to you. Might this matter be resolved peacefully? The leader of the Butian sect spoke, his face contorted with discomfort, akin to someone who had just consumed something vile. "Resolved peacefully." Su Xian slightly raised his gaze, locking eyes with the leader of the Butian sect and those beside him. After a brief pause, he spoke indifferently. "What if I say this matter cannot be resolved?" In an instant, the atmosphere once more froze. Many were taken aback by Su Xian's statement. Could it be that he truly intended to take a hardline stance? "Dian Holy Son, what do you mean?" The expressions of the leaders from the Butian sect, Jietian sect, and Taishan sect darkened entirely, as if engulfed by ominous clouds. "I want all of you." Tadai boom, Su Xian's words erupted like a thunderclap, shaking the very core of everyone's hearts. Su Xian was indeed prepared to sever ties. The most terrifying aspect was that his countenance remained placid, devoid of any fluctuation. Every individual present inhaled sharply. "Die unholy son, at such a young age, such an indomitable spirit." Just then, a voice tinged with surprise echoed through the space, capturing everyone's attention. There, in the heavens, a graceful figure suddenly emerged. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her brows resembled distant mountains, silken hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair visage shimmered with an enchanting glow, clothed in flowing white garments. She emanated an ethereal quality, her presence so tranquil that it defied verbal description. It was as though a celestial being had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. What a beautiful woman! Who could she be? Gasped someone, utterly captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Wife. Upon seeing the enchanting figure, Su Xian was equally astonished. He had not expected that Lang Ruoli would also arrive. Su Xian's exclamation sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a cacophony of chatter like a tidal wave sweeping through the space. What? The Dian Holy Son is already married? Goodness, not only does the Dian Holy Son possess extraordinary talent in cultivation, but his wife is also breathtakingly beautiful. Where is the justice in this? What luck has the Dian Holy Son had to marry such a heavenly beauty? Who is she, truly, to catch the eye of the Dian Holy Son? Sob, I am heartbroken. Various voices erupted, with male cultivators expressing envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Su Xian, while female cultivators gushed over Lang Ruoli. Daughter-in-law, niece-in-law. Upon seeing the newcomer, the faces of Su family cultivators instantly lit up with joy. After all, she was the wife of their young emperor, destined to be the matriarch of the Su family. Wife, what brings you here? Are you worried about your husband? Su Xian beamed, his smile radiant. Not at all. Hearing Su Xian's affectionate address, a faint blush crept onto Lang Ruoli's cheeks, resembling the colors of a sunset, exceedingly captivating. Lang Ruoli parted her red lips, about to retort, when she felt a warm embrace enveloping her. Su Xian, as she felt the warmth of his body, a flutter of emotions stirred within Lang Ruoli's heart upon learning that the three major powers had come to seek retribution against Su Xian. She was acutely aware of the complex emotions of worry, anxiety, and tension that welled up within her. Emotion she could not quite articulate. Logically, she should have wished for Su Xian's demise, so why did she find herself concerned for his safety? Lang Ruoli had never experienced such feelings before, leaving her utterly perplexed. Must they flaunt their affection so brazenly in broad daylight? How inconsiderate! Alas, is this what love looks like? How enviable, witnessing the scene unfold. Many in attendance felt a pang of envy. Ha! Wonderful, truly wonderful. Su Lintian laughed heartily, delighted at the reconciliation between his son and daughter-in-law. Since little Xian has spoken, there is no longer a need for your three factions to exist. A chilling, authoritative voice pierced through the atmosphere, abruptly pulling everyone's attention back. Chapter 50. The Grand Elder of the Butian sect. With a single strike, I shall end you. At this moment, Su Xian finally released Lang Ruoli and turned towards the Su family. A slight wave of emotion stirring within him, the earlier domineering words undoubtedly stemmed from the 18th ancestor of the Su family, igniting a spark within Su Xian's heart, with the 18th ancestor's voice resonating. The entire space fell into a profound silence, not a soul dared to utter a word. The world lay still. Elder Xuanji, do you truly wish to proceed in such a manner? The leader of the Butian sect spoke, his expression darkening. Even with such a formidable figure from the Su family present, the two great sects of the Eastern Wilderness and the Taishan sect possess their own formidable legacies. Are you certain you wish to declare war? The Butian sect leader's voice was low, laced with an underlying threat. Indeed, he was gambling, hoping to detect even a hint of hesitation in his opponent. However, regrettably for him, he had miscalculated. Boom, a golden palm imprint descended like a mountain, crashing down with tremendous force. In an instant, the Butian sect leader's body was obliterated. The leader of the Butian sect had perished. Hiss, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as disbelief spread across their faces. None had anticipated that the Su family would take such decisive action, annihilating the leader of the Butian sect. The remaining members of the three factions were consumed by terror and no longer exhibited their previous arrogance. They lowered their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the Su family's 18th ancestor. Fearing they might share the same fate as the Butian sect leader, will you take your own lives, or shall I intervene? The 18th ancestor spoke, his tone indifferent. In an instant, the atmosphere felt as though it had frozen. The pressure palpable and silence reigned. Su Xuanji, you have gone too far. Suddenly, a voice like thunder erupted, reverberating throughout the space. In an instant, a figure traversed vast distances, materializing before them, clad in grey robes. The figure appeared ancient and weathered. Bearing the marks of countless years, his aura was deep and unfathomable, cloaking the heavens and startling all present. The Grand Elder, our Grand Elder from the Butian sect has arrived. We are saved. Today, the Dian Holy Land and the Su family shall perish. The Grand Elder of the Butian sect was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. He held a position of great seniority and was the strongest entity within the Butian sect. Thus, his arrival ignited fervor among the Butian sect cultivators, their spirits soaring as the earlier tension dissipated entirely. Could this be the legendary figure of the Butian sect? It is said he dominated the eastern wilderness 4,000 years ago. Unmatched by any foe now, after so long, he still lives. What realm has he attained now? He must be invincible. The emergence of the Grand Elder sent ripples of shock through the various factions of the eastern wilderness. The faces of the members from the three factions allied with the Butian sect radiated with joy, as if victory was already assured. This old man is formidable. The disciples of the Dian Holy Land felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Worry etched upon their faces. Does this ancient relic dare to come out and seek the spotlight? Would it not be better to remain in a coffin? Suddenly a frigid voice cut through the air. Following that, a radiant golden light, bright to the extreme, surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. Boom! Was this the power of a saint king? How could this be? In an instant, the Grand Elder of the Butian sect was pierced through by the golden beam. He fell on the spot, blood cascading through the air. The 18th ancestor is truly formidable. Everyone could not help but gasp, their faces displaying sheer terror. What formidable power is this? This is a figure who once roamed the eastern wilderness 4,000 years ago. Yet before this esteemed elder of the Su family, they appear no more significant than mere ants, instantly obliterated. What realm of existence does this elder inhabit? None of those present could fathom or even imagine. Goodness, the Su family possesses such a personage, not only in the eastern wilderness but even in the central continent. They would be considered a being of transcendent capabilities. Among the younger generation, some lamented. Never did they expect that this great figure of the Su family not only survived but has progressed further to heights unknown. All the major factions that had heard of Su Xuanji sighed in quiet reverence. Henceforth, the northern domain and eastern wilderness, apart from the central continent, shall surely be overshadowed by this one figure from the Su family. At this moment, countless cultivators realized a profound truth. From now on, the heavens of the eastern wilderness are destined to change. Although the Su family resides in the northern domain, their young emperor holds the title of Saint Son at the Dian Holy Land in the eastern wilderness. What does this signify? It signifies that the Dian Holy Land will become the sole transcendent force in the eastern wilderness, one no one dares provoke. And Su Xian, not only is he the saint son of the Dian Holy Land, but he is also the young emperor of the Su family in the northern domain, making him the most esteemed figure among the youth in both regions. Upon such contemplation, all gazes directed towards Su Xian were tinged with respect. The young emperor of the Su family, the saint son of the Dian Holy Land, two imperial manifestations, terrifying divine abilities, and an overwhelming power that crushes his peers. Any of these descriptors, when attributed to an individual, would render them the object of envy for all. Yet at this moment, all these descriptors are embodied in one person. It is simply too terrifying. In this golden age, where prodigies emerge like stars in the night sky, among them shines Su Xian, the most resplendent star. While we shall inevitably become mere embellishments, in the struggle of this grand era, we not only lack the talent to rival Su Xian but also fall short in identity and background. Perhaps, we should truly seal ourselves as divine sources and await the next epoch. All the prodigious cultivators sighed in unison. You three great factions, do you have anyone who dares to stand forth? If so, feel free to summon them. Today, I Su Xuanji stand here and lay down a challenge. Should there be any dissenters, I shall slay one, and should there be two, I shall vanquish them both. 3,000 years ago, Su Xuanji was invincible in this world. Today, the same holds true. Boom! The words of the 18th ancestor of the Su family resounded like thunder, echoing across the heavens and earth, imbued with an undeniable dominance that truly gazes down upon the world. Unimpeded by any, in the void the 18th ancestor's garments billowed, radiating an aura that enveloped the cosmos, exuding boundless pressure. Boom, a colossal hand descended, overwhelming in its reach. Run, flee, the Su family truly intends to eradicate all. In an instant, all within the three great factions cried out in panic, transforming into streaks of light, scattering in disarray. Yet, the might of the 18th ancestor was utterly terrifying. In an instant, the forces of the three factions were all swept away by a single palm. Disintegrated into a mist of blood cascading down from the heavens. One strike, total annihilation. They still recalled the confidence they held when they arrived, vowing to level the Dayin Holy Land to the ground. But now all have perished, even their primordial spirits erased. The world fell into silence, and not a single cultivator from the remaining factions dared to utter a sound. Horrifying, far too horrifying. The ancestral figure of the Su family, his means transcending the heavens, was simply beyond their reach. Little Shen, wait for me to annihilate the three great factions. After leaving this proclamation, Su Xuanji vanished from this realm with several members of the Su family. P.S. Esteemed ones, please nudge for updates. Chapter 51, The Three Great Factions Annihilated. The name of the Su family shakes the universe, as they gazed at the departing figure of the Su family's ancestor. Many felt a spark of brilliance in their eyes. Thus, the two supreme factions of the eastern wilderness, the Butian sect and the Jietian sect, are set to vanish from existence. As for the Taishan sect, that would prove to be a mere afterthought. In summary, from this moment forth, the dynamics of the eastern wilderness are indeed destined to transform. Xian are you alright? Su Yuntian appeared beside Su Xian. Smiling amiably, Xian we arrived just in time, didn't we? Yi Zhangyu also approached Su Xian. Father, mother, I'm fine. Those old dogs hadn't yet acted against me when you arrived. Su Xian grinned. One must admit, with the Su family standing behind him, he felt a sense of security. It's good that you are well, good that you are well. Once the news reaches the northern domain, we will come swiftly. I feared my precious son would be bullied. Jiang Yu chattered on. Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt a slight flutter in his heart. Ruoli, how have you been lately? Has anyone dared to bully you? Jiang Yu turned her gaze towards Lang Ruoli. Mother, I'm fine. Receiving such unexpected concern, Lang Ruoli seemed a tad embarrassed, a faint blush gracing her delicate features. Su Xian wore a peculiar expression. Despite appearing cold, Lang Ruoli seemed to possess a decent understanding of etiquette, even addressing her as mother. Ruoli, you're truly obedient. Not only do you possess beauty, but your character is also commendable. Our Xian marrying such a wife is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Jiang Yu, as the matriarch of the Su family, undoubtedly possessed high emotional intelligence, her words resonating pleasantly. Of course, this did not extend to Su Xian. A black line seemed to manifest on Su Xian's forehead. He wished to say, Mother, I can understand your desire to bond with your daughter-in-law, but could you refrain from belittling your beloved son in the process? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lang Ruoli couldn't help but cover her mouth in soft laughter. Su Xian, a stroke of good fortune, indeed, wait, that seems incorrect. Subconsciously she seemed to have regarded herself as a daughter-in-law of the Su family. Ruoli, if you wish to go further, strive diligently in your cultivation. If not, you may simply relax and allow Xian to protect you. Should you encounter difficulties, do not fear, you are now a member of the Su family. With the Su family backing you, Jiang Yu gently took Lang Ruoli's hand and spoke softly. Understood, mother. Lang Ruoli's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, warmth flooding her heart. In her past life, she had experienced the world's vicissitudes, enduring numerous setbacks before carving her own path. Yet in this life, there truly exists someone who cares for her. This left Lang Ruoli momentarily unaccustomed. At this moment, a thought inadvertently surged within Lang Ruoli's mind. Perhaps, marrying Su Xian is indeed a splendid choice? No. Lang Ruoli quickly regained her composure. Although Su Xian and his parents treated her well, her goal was to reach the pinnacle once more. On this path, love and familial ties would only serve as shackles, hindering her progress. Such things would only ensnare one, robbing them of resolve, and she, as the reincarnation of a female emperor, must never lose herself in such sentiments. Reaching the pinnacle again, that is her true aspiration. Yes, just like this, Lang Ruoli, you must remain clear-headed. With this in mind, Lang Ruoli's thoughts became considerably more lucid. However, gazing at Su Xian's parents, who were warm and kind, a gentle warmth still surged within her heart. Perhaps this stemmed from her past life where she seldom experienced familial affection. Ruoli, should you wish to return home, you may do so at any time. Su Yuntian spoke, a smile gracing his features. He was quite pleased with this daughter-in-law. Her beauty and talent were well matched with Su Xian. After all, within the Dao Xian realm, it would be hard to find many kings of such a young age. Nonetheless, Su Yuntian felt a tinge of confusion. Had Ti Langruoli just undergone the transformation recently? How had she become a formidable being so swiftly? Esteemed ones, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave. Yao Guang Holy Land, you may remain. Let us share a cup of tea and converse. The Diyin Holy Lord spoke, his tone calm. Following the last 9 Peaks Grand Competition, many factions forged alliances with the Diyin Holy Land. Yet only the Yao Guang Holy Land stepped forward this time. This granted the Diyin Holy Lord a clearer understanding of the overall situation in the eastern wilderness. The Diyin Holy Lord was well aware that with Su Xian's presence, the Holy Land would inevitably rise to become the paramount transcendent force in the eastern wilderness. Following this event, the Diyin Holy Lord also possessed his own judgments regarding the weight of each faction. Meanwhile, among the various factions present, aside from the cultivators of the Yao Guang Holy Land who bore smiles, the expressions of those from other factions were somewhat grave. All realized that the Diyin Holy Land was destined to ascend. Yet, they had not supported it previously. This left them casting strange glances towards the Yao Guang Holy Land. Could it be that they were already aware of this momentous occurrence? Soon news spread to every corner of the eastern wilderness. The 2 supreme factions of the eastern wilderness, the Butian sect and the Jietian sect, along with the first-rate Tai Xian sect, were completely annihilated within a single afternoon. All cultivators were slain. Not a single one spared. This news instantly stirred a great uproar throughout the eastern wilderness, leaving countless cultivators wide-eyed in disbelief. Previously, the messages of the 2 divine sects and the Xian sect heading towards the Diyin Holy Land to seek retribution against Su Xian had already circulated throughout the eastern wilderness. The cultivators of the eastern wilderness had believed this would mark the end of the Diyin Holy Land and the fall of its prodigies, yet, the outcome turned out to be the Great Yen Sacred Land remained utterly unscathed, and Su Xian was doing just fine. Instead, the 2 great divine sects and the Tai Xian sect were directly obliterated, vanishing from the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. As more concrete news emerged, the entire sequence of events gradually became clear, causing the eastern wilderness to erupt once again. It turned out that behind Su Xian, in addition to the Great Yen Sacred Land, there lay the Su family from the northern domain, and that terrifying figure from 3,000 years ago, who had dominated the Dao Xian realm, had not yet fallen. Rather, he had advanced further to an astonishing height. This revelation filled the major forces of the eastern wilderness with dread. Su Xuanji was still alive. This news struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of every elder cultivator. Su Xuanji, this name weighed heavily. Akin to a 1,000-pound anchor, 3,000 years ago, Su Xuanji overshadowed his peers, crushing the prodigies of Zhengzhou, and roamed the Dao Xian realm with an invincible presence. Even after his subsequent retreat, his reputation continued to loom over the Dao Xian. What no one anticipated was that Su Xuanji was still alive. What does the survival of Su Xuanji signify? It signifies that the Su family is no longer merely a top force in the northern domain. Instead, they have begun to expand beyond the northern domain, claiming dominance in the eastern wilderness, western regions, southern barbarians, and even Zhengzhou, now recognized as a premier force. An unparalleled powerhouse wields such immense influence, with Su Xuanji's emergence. The identity of his descendant, Su Xian, has also become extraordinary. If previously Su Xian was regarded as a top figure of the eastern domain, now he can be deemed a pinnacle figure of the Dao Xian realm. Soon, the name of Su Xuanji would resound throughout the entire Dao Xian realm once more. By then, many forces would likely harbor trepidation towards the name of Su Xian. Chapter 52, The Secret of the Character Zhe. This is a grand era belonging solely to me. The sunset glowed like blood, the remnants of the sun hung askew. Within the Great Yen Palace, the Great Yen Sovereign Elders, the Yao Guang Sovereign, the Yao Guang Saintess, and numerous cultivators from the Su family sat on either side, each face radiating smiles, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Esteemed seniors, head of the Su family, and everyone else, thank you for rescuing the Great Yen. The Great Yen Sovereign said earnestly, clasping his fists towards the assembled cultivators. No need for such formality, Great Yen Sovereign. I, Yao Guang, have always wished to ally with the Great Yen. It was merely a matter of finding the right opportunity. See, today we have fortuitously found it, the Yao Guang Sovereign replied with a smile, also clasping his fists. The Sovereign is too kind. Our Su family's young emperor has been granted the position of Holy Son in the Great Yen Sacred Land. And we are immensely grateful for the sovereign's recognition. Moreover, Xian has often shared with us the privileges bestowed upon him by the sacred land, which gives us great reassurance. Therefore, our two great forces should indeed be proper allies. Su Yuntian said with a smile, "Ha, that lad Su Xian has been on my radar since childhood. His talent is extraordinary, and he is astute enough to contend for the destiny of an era. Hence, from the moment Su Xian entered the sacred land, I appointed him as the holy son and cultivated him vigorously. Fortunately, he has not disappointed me, reaching his current heights," as the great Yin sovereign reminisced. His tone turned warm and nostalgic. He gazed at Su Xian, now a strikingly handsome youth. He still remembered when Su Xian was merely a playful child who laughed and frolicked all day. As the great Yin sovereign praised Su Xian, many gazes turned towards him, filled with awe. Jiang Yu looked at her son with admiration and affection. Lang Ruoli held a hint of curiosity towards Su Xian. Meanwhile, the Yao Guang saintess gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. Observing Su Xian's calm demeanor and his exquisite features, the Yao Guang saintess felt her heart flutter, waves of emotion surging within her. Ever since that day she glimpsed a fragment of Su Xian's future, her infatuation had spiraled out of control. Now that obsession had firmly rooted itself in her heart, impossible to extricate. How could she make Su Xian fall for her? The Yao Guang saintess pondered this question. In the remaining time, everyone indulged in drinking, reveling in delight. Afterward, they departed. Lang Ruoli also left, bidding farewell to Su Xian. Compared to Lang Ruoli, it seemed the Yao Guang saintess was more reluctant to part. Frequently glancing back at the sacred land, upon awakening, the system's prompt resonated precisely in Su Xian's mind. Ding, on the 12th day of marriage reward, the emperor's manifestation, moon rising over the sea. Instantly a night sky unfurled behind Su Xian. Beneath the night sky, the azure sea surged, sparkling with waves ebbing and flowing. A brilliant moon hung high, casting a sacred radiance, illuminating Su Xian, making him appear even more ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The moon rising over the sea, yet another manifestation of an emperor. Such a display is magnificent, aiding in cultivation, truly a treasure. Su Xian smiled, leaving the Holy Sun's palace and soaring towards the sacred hall's forbidden zone. Su Xian, yesterday a powerful member of the Su family arrived. I refrained from intervening, but next time I certainly will. The great Yen ancestor, clad in azure, chuckled lightly at Su Xian. No worries, ancestor, your current condition indeed does not suit engagement. If our family as strongmen had not arrived, all prior efforts would have been in vain. Su Xian replied softly. Indeed, that is also true. The great Yen ancestor chuckled lightly, pausing before continuing. However, if something were to happen to you, the one at a loss would be me, for after all, you are my treasure. After some idle conversation, Su Xian began his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, various emperor manifestations appeared behind him. The chaos seed green lotus, the celestial king descending from the 9 heavens, the moon rising over the sea. Such terrifying manifestations rendered Su Xian akin to an immortal. Wow, this lad Su Xian has actually cultivated yet another emperor manifestation. This talent is simply too extraordinary. Even the great Yen ancestor, who had encountered countless prodigies, felt a tremor in his heart upon witnessing the 3 emperor manifestations behind Su Xian. It was simply staggering. 1 emperor manifestation signifies destined ascension, 3 emperor manifestations suggest a likely ascent to immortality, releasing rich chaotic energy through his cultivation to aid the great Yen ancestor in restoring his physical form. Su Xian then began refining his various methods and divine abilities. The Eternal Heaven Emperor Sutra, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Great Yin 9 Swords, Ding, on the 13th day of marriage. Reward, 10 years of cultivation, Ding, on the 14th day of marriage. Reward, 20 years of cultivation, Ding, on the 15th day of marriage. Reward, one of the 9 secrets, the Character Secret, Supreme Healing Technique. Upon reaching mastery, a single drop of blood can reshape the true body. It harbors immense self-healing capabilities, boundless vitality, and inexhaustible energy. In the following 3 days, Su Xian remained in the Forbidden Zone, both to aid the great Yen ancestor in restoring his body and to deepen his understanding of divine abilities and techniques. During these 3 days, Su Xian received system rewards, 2 days of cultivation and 1 day of the Character Secret. The Character Secret is a healing treasure art, mysterious in its essence, allowing for rebirth through a drop of blood when perfected. With the Character Secret, I now possess a trump card to contend against formidable prodigies. A smile of joy blossomed on Su Xian's face. He opened the system panel. With a mere thought, a pale blue system panel materialized before Su Xian's eyes. Name: Su Xian. Identity: young emperor of the northern domain Su family, holy son of the Great Yin sacred land realm, great being. Fifth stage techniques: Great Yin Sacred Sutra, Su Family Emperor Sutra, Incomplete, Eternal Heaven Emperor Sutra. Divine abilities: Great Yin 9 Swords, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Law of Heaven and Earth, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Physique: Supreme Bone, Chaos Divine Demon Body, Awaken 0.12. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the system panel, Su Xian smiled in satisfaction. A golden era, where prodigies arise, heroes vie for supremacy, and myriad factions contend. Yet, this seems to be an era belonging solely to me. Chapter 53, The Bronze Immortal Palace emerges, the Golden Era unfolds. On this day, after half a day of cultivation, Su Xian had preliminarily mastered the character Just Secret and left the Forbidden Zone. Transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he sped towards the Sovereign's Hall. What could the Sovereign want with me? Su Xian murmured to himself. Su Xian, I have 2 pieces of news for you, one good, one bad. Which would you like to hear first? The Great Yin Sovereign said, smiling mysteriously at Su Xian. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. One good and one bad piece of news. Why is the Sovereign employing such theatrics? Then let us hear the good news first, Su Xian replied with a faint smile. The good news is that an anomaly has emerged in the eastern wilderness. The Bronze Immortal Palace has resurfaced, and immortal fortunes are manifesting. What? The Bronze Immortal Palace? Immortal fortunes? Su Xian exclaimed in astonishment, staring intently at the Great Yin Sovereign, tentatively inquiring. Su Xian was indeed aware of the Bronze Immortal Palace. It had appeared only a few times throughout ancient history. Shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its origins, it was said to contain chances for immortality and tremendous fortuitous encounters. And the bad news? After absorbing the good news, Su Xian felt a flicker of excitement and asked with a smile. The bad news is, the Great Yin Sovereign paused, seemingly intent on creating suspense, and after a while, he continued, the bad news is that top-tier prodigies, long hidden from the world in the eastern wilderness, western regions, and Zhangzhou, are emerging and will come to the eastern wilderness to vie for the immortal fortunes. At this point, the Great Yin Sovereign's expression grew serious. The terror of those hidden prodigies is beyond imagination. Some are intentionally concealed by their factions, some have sealed their divine sources, while others, having already bested the young generation, chose to retreat into obscurity. Oh, hidden prodigies, can that even be considered bad news? Su Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone both nonchalant and arrogant. He harbored no understanding or desire to comprehend those so-called hidden prodigies of the world. One truth resonated within him: there existed no one stronger than himself. With the body of Chaos Divine Demon and the unparalleled physique of the 3000, he possessed the Eternal Emperor Sutra, a scripture of unparalleled might, his mastery of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, the Great Yin 9 Swords, and the various secret arts such as the Divine Elephant Suppressing Hell Technique all constituted extraordinary powers. To Su Xian, there was but one genius in this world, and that was himself. His innate talents set him apart, while others belonged to a different realm altogether. Su Xian, you rascal. The Great Yin Saint Master understood Su Xian's implication all too well. It was undoubtedly a declaration that he held no regard for any prodigy on this earth. While it is true that you are formidable, the strongest prodigy I have ever encountered, heed this: beyond this world lies another, and beyond every strong individual stands another stronger still. Do not become complacent. The Great Yin Saint Master gazed intently at Su Xian, his expression grave and his tone earnest. As a genius himself, he had witnessed many prodigies, and in his observations, he discovered a common flaw among them: arrogance. Such pride, especially for a genius, could prove fatal, potentially stalling their progress. The Great Yin Saint Master harbored high hopes for Su Xian, wishing to steer him away from such a path, hence, he imparted these words. Master, I understand. Su Xian spoke with a flat tone, yet his conviction resonated clearly. In my view, only by firmly believing in one's invincibility can one truly attain it. This belief in invincibility is my path. His tone was resolute, radiating confidence. A sharp intake of breath escaped the Great Yin Saint Master, his body trembling at Su Xian's declaration. A belief in invincibility. Only by believing in invincibility can one truly achieve it. He murmured, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, and a sudden fierce light ignited in his eyes. Su Shen, perhaps you are indeed correct. A steadfast belief in one's invincibility is essential to truly becoming invincible. Had anyone else uttered such words, the great Yen Saint Master would have dismissed them as mere boasts. However, when it came from Su Xian, he found himself unable to argue, for Su Xian's talent was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. Perhaps, transcending to the status of emperor and ascending to the celestial realm was merely the beginning for him. With this realization, the great Yen Holy Land resolved not to undermine Su Xian's conviction. Let him forge ahead with unwavering determination. So Su Xian, will you go? The great Yen Saint Master inquired. Of course, in this age of golden prosperity, where prodigies abound, I shall show them, whose era this truly is. Su Xian departed from the Holy Land. In the eastern wilderness, the ancestral dragon's lair and the bronze immortal palace re-emerged in the world, heralding a great transformation as the Golden Age approached its zenith. I shall emerge, at this moment, within the ancestral dragon's lair. A strikingly handsome young man rose from his seclusion, instantly appearing deep within the vast wilderness. This man, named Long Ao Tian, bore the blood of an emperor. Destined to dominate an era, in the preceding years Long Ao Tian had concealed his brilliance within the confines of the Forbidden Realm, diligently cultivating and fusing his imperial blood until now. Thus, he had remained unknown in the eastern wilderness. But now, with the Golden Age fully unveiled, he had finally chosen to emerge. A sudden, terrifying pressure enveloped the wilderness, awakening all beings within, who hurriedly bowed in reverence toward Long Ao Tian, their expressions filled with awe and trepidation. Imperial might! Was it possible that someone had become an emperor in the eastern wilderness? Countless beings prostrated themselves. Among them, the denizens of the ancestral dragon's lair were particularly ecstatic, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. It is our ancestral dragon's strongest prodigy, blessed with the blood of the dragon. After a century of seclusion, he has finally emerged. The dynamics of the prodigy hierarchy in the eastern wilderness were about to be irrevocably altered. The strongest prodigy would undoubtedly be from our clan, Ao Tian. At this moment, Long Ao Tian stood tall and vigorous, his aura radiating outward, having reached the third level of the Great Being realm. He was a dominating presence among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness, exuding a terrifying power. Subsequently, with a flick of his sleeve and a resounding roar, the creatures of the ancestral dragon's lair appeared before him. Young master, an elder dragon exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face. In recent years, the human race had risen while the ancestral dragon clan had dwindled, reaching a state of near extinction. Now, with Long Ao Tian's emergence, they would reclaim their honor, and the elder dragon could hardly contain his exhilaration. Among the gathered beings was a tall, slender figure with cascading hair and an immaculate visage, Long Ao Tian's sister. The dragon maiden, deeply cherished by her brother, she immediately sensed his aura and appeared in the space. Ling Air, has everything in the ancestral dragon's lair been well during my absence? What is the current state of the eastern wilderness? Which prodigies are flourishing? Brother, I have been unaware of the outside world for a century, please, enlighten me. Sniff, sniff, brother, you cannot fathom the current prodigy landscape in the east. It is a situation of one supreme and many strong contenders. The great Yen Holy Land's Holy Son not only possesses the supreme bone but also wields the reverse heaven-defying chaos divine demon body, manifesting two distinct emperor manifestations, with boundless divine abilities. Overshadowing all prodigies in the eastern wilderness, the dragon maiden recounted the events that transpired in the supreme secret realm, embellishing the tale to Long Ao Tian. Instantly, his expression darkened ominously. That Holy Son dared to bully you? Ha, just watch me obliterate him. A surge of murderous intent erupted, engulfing the heavens and earth, radiating terror. Chapter 54. Prodigies arise. Stars shine brightly in the eastern wilderness. Within a forbidden zone, an elderly man, his gait unsteady and eyes dimmed by the passage of time, shrouded in a black robe, slowly traversed the darkness. After an indeterminate time, he reached the innermost depths of the forbidden zone, standing before a brilliantly luminous ancient divine source, emanating a faint glow. Surrounding the ancient divine source were countless spirit stones, saturating the space with spiritual energy. As the old man formed seals with his hands, the spiritual energy began to flow into the divine source at a visible rate. Moments later, crack, the divine source shattered. A young man slowly opened his eyes, his aura steady yet somewhat unsettling. Clad in a black and gold robe, he stood tall, his golden hair cascading like a flowing flame. As his vision cleared and he beheld the figure before him, He involuntarily trembled, his voice quivering. "Father, what year is it tonight? My son, the great era has arrived, the bronze immortal palace re-emerges, and you may contend for a lifetime of celestial fortune." With those words, the old man's aura dissipated. Life extinguished. "Father." The young man knelt, gazing skyward in anguish. "After a millennium of seclusion, I, the martial emperor, vow to ascend to the pinnacle in this world. I shall attain the status of emperor and seize that lifetime of celestial fortune." His voice resonated with unwavering confidence, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, and runes swirling around him, radiating vitality. The young man was once a prodigy from a millennium ago but had sealed his divine source due to incomplete heavenly laws. Awaiting a golden age, now that the golden age had arrived, he would emerge ready to crush all and ascend to the pinnacle, his first step, to enter the bronze immortal palace and seize the celestial fortune. Outside the eastern wilderness, near the central state, within a golden mountain range, a terrifying golden divine bird soared into the sky, its wings stirring a tempest that spread for 3,000 miles. Countless cultivators were left in shock. Their mouths agape. Could it be that the golden-winged Pang clan's golden-winged young Pang king has emerged from seclusion? Where is he headed? The golden Pang clan was an imperial lineage, having produced a legendary emperor known as the Golden Crow Emperor, whose terror was unmatched, sweeping across the realms. For millennia, the Golden Pang clan had birthed countless prodigies, each capable of dominating their surroundings, with the most renowned being the golden-winged young Pang king, whose strength rivaled that of the top factions in the eastern wilderness, and perhaps even exceeded it. Finally, he has emerged. This time, I, Jin Gang, shall contend for a lifetime of celestial fortune. The golden-winged Pang flapped its wings, cutting through the air like a dazzling golden lightning bolt. In the western region, at the entrance of an ancient serene temple, an elderly monk, radiating profound golden light, addressed a young monk with striking features and a sharp brow. "Hi, your heart is restless. It is too chaotic. You must venture into the mundane world for some experience. Your Buddhist cultivation is nearly complete. Only the final step remains, which can be found in the mortal realm." The young monk, known as Hi, responded, "Master speaks wisely. I shall journey into the mundane world. Rest assured, Master, I will not bring shame to the name of Little Western Heaven, and I shall widely proclaim the Buddhist teachings." Hi, your competitive spirit is not always a virtue. Take care, the old monk sighed softly. Should the people of the western region witness this scene, they would surely be astonished, for one was the abbot of Little Western Heaven, and the other was its chosen disciple. Little Western Heaven stood as the most powerful doctrine in the western region. Immortal for millennia, with countless followers throughout the Dao Shen realm, truly a renowned name and a beacon of faith for many cultivators. No one truly comprehends the profound heritage of Xiaoxishan, yet it is rumored that it bears a connection to the ancient Buddha Emperor of Yore. For the past several millennia, Xiaoxishan has maintained a low profile, rarely unveiling successors to the world. Nonetheless, it is known to outsiders that this is a deliberate choice by Xiaoxishan, aimed at concealing its prodigies and awaiting the arrival of a magnificent era. Now, with the dawning of the Golden Age, the disciples of Xiaoxishan can no longer remain in obscurity. Their emergence is imminent. "Master, I shall venture into the mortal realm now. May you take care." The disciple Fahai said with hands clasped in reverence, bowing slightly, yet, upon turning away, a sinister smile crept onto Fahai's face. "Master, after all these years, I can finally escape this mundane place. The myriad wonders of the mortal realm and the vast cosmos await my exploration." While it is said that disciples of the Buddha maintain purity and remain untouched by worldly matters, I, on the contrary, shall immerse myself in the world and carve my name into history. But first, where shall I go? Let me ponder. For this descent into the mortal realm, a person of my stature cannot venture forth without a steed. Perhaps a primordial dragon or a golden-winged roc would suffice. Additionally, those misguided young maidens in their bloom require my guidance. Fear not, for this monk shall rescue you. In this golden age, with prodigies emerging in abundance, many have surfaced in the Dao Shen realm. All aware of the reappearance of the eastern wilderness's bronze immortal palace, hastening toward the east to seize celestial fortunes, in the northern domain, at the Qingtian Palace of the Nine Heavens, the bronze immortal palace has manifested, heralding the return of celestial opportunities in the eastern wilderness. Thus, it seems I must embark on yet another journey. Upon a mountain peak, Lang Ruoli, clad in a flowing white gown, radiated an ethereal glow. Her beauty flawless and her demeanor transcendent. At this moment, her enchanting eyes sparkled as she softly mused to herself. Subsequently, her figure vanished from the Qingtian Palace. The eastern wilderness is steeped in 7 enigmatic legends. Known far and wide. One such tale speaks of a ghostly ship at the ocean's end, said to ensnare all who gaze upon it, regardless of their stature, be it a sage or an emperor, enticing them aboard and leading them to the shores of the underworld, sealing their fates. Another eerie legend speaks of a headless swordsman, wielding a rusted black sword, aimlessly wandering every corner of the eastern wilderness, bringing misfortune and untimely demise to all who encounter him. Without exception, the Bronze Immortal Palace is also counted among these 7 strange tales, yet it permits entry only to those beneath the revered realm, serving as a graveyard for youthful prodigies. Rumor has it that those who enter the palace face a perilous fate, with 9 out of 10 perishing within. Nevertheless, whenever the Bronze Immortal Palace manifests, countless cultivators flock to its gates eager to enter. Throughout history, innumerable young supremes and unparalleled prodigies have ventured into the Bronze Immortal Palace, seeking to unveil the secrets of immortality and the opportunities therein, yet the vast majority have met their demise. Not only have they failed to attain immortality, but they have also been reduced to mere skeletal remains. Even those few fortunate enough to escape the palace choose silence regarding their experiences, as if wary of some lurking dread. Thus, the Bronze Immortal Palace has become a place of taboo. Chapter 55, The Barbaric Desert in a Remote Eastern Land. Amidst an expansive desert, an enormous and magnificent bronze palace materialized in the void, reminiscent of an ancient divine mountain towering into the heavens. This sight left countless cultivators in the desert with wide eyes and halted breath, their scalps tingling with astonishment. The resplendent bronze palace, ancient beyond measure, exuded an aura of wildness, its surface covered in verdigris and mottled with rust, as if it had endured countless epochs of erosion and tribulation. The bronze palace loomed high above, seemingly conjured from the annals of ancient history, possessing an extraordinary mystique. What is that? Such a breathtaking scene, that is, the Bronze Immortal Palace, one of the 7 enigmatic legends of the eastern wilderness. It is said to harbor the potential for immortality. I never anticipated it would appear in the barbaric desert. How astonishing, a monumental opportunity worthy of the pursuit by countless prodigies. Indeed, while this opportunity is immense, one must also possess the fortune to seize it. Throughout history, countless unparalleled prodigies and youthful supremes have entered the Bronze Immortal Palace, only to perish within, never to return. I dare not approach, I shall take my leave. Being overly cautious will achieve nothing grand. Watch me boldly step inside and contend for a lifetime of celestial fortune. In the barbaric desert, voices arose, each expressing various sentiments. Some chose to depart, steering clear of the taboo. Others, filled with fervor, yearned to enter the palace and glimpse the secrets of the immortal path. Soon, the void shattered, revealing figures emerging in the barbaric desert. The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, the disciple of the Sword Pavilion Zhang Wujin Yiyun, and by Shang. Greetings once more everyone. Zhang Wujin, the young emperor of the Zhang clan, greeted the assembly. The immortal palace has resurfaced, and the celestial fortunes of the eastern wilderness are at hand. We gather once again. The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion beamed. Are you all here to vie for celestial fortunes? Inquired Yi Yun, the young emperor of the Yi clan. Naturally, the Bronze Immortal Palace reappears, brimming with opportunities for transcendence. If one wishes to etch their name in this grand era, one must come. By Shang, the young emperor of the Bai clan, remarked gravely, the Bronze Immortal Palace harbors the potential for immortality, an irresistible enigma for any cultivator aspiring to reach the pinnacle. However, the return of the Bronze Immortal Palace signifies the grand commencement of this era. I have heard that numerous hidden prodigies have emerged. Bai Sheng added, indeed, the Golden Age is also an era of fierce competition, where countless prodigies strive for the elusive celestial fortunes. Nonetheless, despite the dangers, we still venture forth, perhaps driven by our discontent, sighed the disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Burdened by a black sword coffin, instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, a palpable sense of repression permeating the air. Yes, it is indeed born of discontent. Not long ago, they were all spirited top-tier prodigies, yet now, their confidence has waned significantly. They no longer stand atop the world, indifferent to others. This shift is solely due to the emergence of an unrivaled prodigy in the eastern wilderness, whose talent, strength, and lineage surpass their own. Faced with this figure, they feel as though they are up against an insurmountable mountain, struggling to breathe. That mountain is none other than Su Xin. Crack. Just as the assembly wallowed in their melancholy, the fabric of space suddenly tore apart, revealing a figure radiating blinding golden light. Who is this? Such an impressive entrance. As the brilliance faded, a golden divine bird appeared, soaring in the void, its feathers sharp as blades, emanating an unsettling chill. It was a prodigy of the Golden Pang clan. Its cultivation unfathomable, far surpassing their own, leaving them uncertain of its true level. A prodigy of the Golden Pang clan? Good heavens, that is an imperial lineage. Their ancestry boasts a world-renowned emperor known as the Golden Crow, who has long since ascended to the immortal realm. This is indeed a terrifying sight. Upon landing, the golden-winged little Pang King immediately noticed the assembly of prodigies in the eastern wilderness, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light that illuminated the 9 heavens. Surveying the gathered elites, not a single formidable opponent in sight, a bunch of worthless fools daring to approach the bronze immortal palace. The next moment, a chilling voice reverberated through the void. Instantly, the expressions of the eastern wilderness prodigies darkened. The Golden Pang clan's prodigy speaks so bluntly, labeling us as worthless. Though you may be strong, do your words not border on the impertinent? What gives you the right? Are all prodigies of the Golden Pang clan so arrogant? The eastern wilderness prodigies retorted, their expressions stern. They too are talented individuals, proud in their own right. Although the emergence of Su Xian had diminished some of their pride, it still lingered. Thus, they could not accept the taunts of an unknown prodigy. A bunch of worthless fools. What right do you have to challenge my words? With the golden-winged little Pang King's proclamation, golden divine light erupted. Boom! In an instant, several prodigies before him crumpled to the ground, reduced to mere pools of blood, obliterated without mercy. Gasp! Such terrifying power! Someone's pupils constricted, instinctively gasping in shock. But your power is commendable, perhaps suitable for conversion, to become my steed. At that moment, a voice akin to celestial music resonated throughout the space. A handsome young monk appeared, followed by a cadre of individuals, including beautiful maidens and formidable prodigies, all loyal adherents transformed by the young monk's influence. Who are you, daring to make such bold claims? Fear not the wind lest it twist your tongue. Upon seeing this figure, the golden-winged little Pang King's expression shifted slightly. He recognized this individual was extraordinary, however, as the invincible prodigy of the Golden Pang clan. He would not be intimidated by a mere monk, and thus coldly questioned him. The young monk Fei, hailing from the distant lands of the western region, has descended into the mortal realm with the purpose of guiding those fated to be enlightened. You, esteemed one, are to be my next subject of transformation. As Fei spoke, his tone resonated with an overwhelming confidence. Boom! His words reverberated like thunder in the ears of every talented individual present, sending a tremor through their hearts. The monk before them was, astonishingly, a disciple of the Western region. Truly, in this golden age, even the Buddha's offspring from the Western region has emerged. The Western region, shrouded in mystery and rich in heritage, has maintained its lineage for millennia. Its influence extends throughout the Daoxian realm. Despite not having produced a disciple for ages, its reputation remains undiminished. The emergence of the Buddha's offspring signals that the golden era is indeed ready to unfold. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. At this moment, the golden-winged Rock King, upon hearing of Fei's origin, visibly darkened in countenance. The Western region is the most despised force of the Golden Rock clan. In the ancient epics, an ancestor of the Golden Rock was transformed by a Buddha emperor from the Western region, becoming a steed. This remains an indelible shame for the Golden Rock clan. Now to think that this seemingly unserious monk desires to transform me into a mount as well. Preposterous. The audacity is akin to courting death. Transform me? Do you even have the right? The golden-winged Rock King scoffed, unfurling his wings, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that ascended towards the heavens, violently charging at Fei. The sword energy, like a deluge, was capable of annihilating the very heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Ultimately, the heavy aura of malice indicated a need for transformation. Fei sighed softly, his body radiating a luminous Buddhist light, as a spectral ancient Buddha appeared behind him, evoking an instinctive urge to venerate him. Is this the power of the Buddha's offspring from the Western region? Among the talented individuals, whispers of awe arose, stirring waves of astonishment. Though the overall strength of the Western region pales in comparison to the Eastern wasteland, the emergence of a prodigy like the Buddha's offspring is undeniably daunting. As Fei's voice faded, the ancient Buddha's spectral figure erupted in golden brilliance, sweeping forth a golden palm that surged towards the oncoming sword energy. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the space trembled violently. Upon looking again, the overwhelming sword energy had vanished without a trace, yet Fei did not relent. the ancient Buddha's spectral figure unleashed another resounding strike. The golden-winged rock king's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the monk's formidable prowess. His pupils constricted as he formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment a dazzling punch of light surged forth, rending the void asunder. Boom! This clash was even more intense, unleashing a horrific tempest that rippled through the space. Hiss! The sheer might of this confrontation left the talented figures of the eastern wasteland gasping in awe. It was terrifying, far beyond what they could contend with. Truly, in this age of great contention, prodigies are emerging from all corners. The Purple Mansion Holy Sun lamented. Indeed, battles of such caliber seem to transcend the realm of the younger generation. Such prodigies only arise once in a millennium. Their power is truly overwhelming, yet one cannot help but wonder how Yen compares to them. Witnessing this fierce contest among prodigies, thoughts of Su Xian involuntarily arose. Su Xian, with his exceptional physique, divine abilities, and unparalleled cultivation talent, far surpassed them all. How would he fare against the golden-winged rock king and Fa Hai? They, in comparison to Su Xian, are hardly his match. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, imbued with unwavering certainty. The crowd collectively paused, turning toward the source of the voice. A tall figure with skin as pristine as snow, radiating brilliance, was none other than the radiant Holy Maiden. The assembly was taken aback. How could the radiant Holy Maiden express such unwavering support for Su Xian, while it is clear that she harbors feelings for the Dian Holy Sun? Could her assertion not be a tad extravagant? Though the Dian Holy Sun is formidable, he may not stand against these two titans. Indeed, radiant Holy Maiden, you must not view one individual through rose-tinted glasses. Su Xian, though dominant in the eastern wasteland, may not maintain such an invincible stature in the wider world. A talented individual cautioned, regardless of location, be it the central continent, the entire Dao Xian realm, or even greater worlds, Su Xian shall remain the strongest prodigy, the radiant Holy Maiden declared, without a moment's hesitation. Having glimpsed Su Xian's future, how could she believe that these short-sighted cultivators could rival him? The crowd fell silent, redirecting their attention to the fierce battle between the golden-winged rock king and Fahai. At this juncture, the two prodigies had exchanged countless blows, yet no victor had emerged. The atmosphere thick with tension. A stifling aura enveloped the air, causing the assembled talents to refrain from speaking loudly, fearing the attention of these formidable beings. You seek to subjugate me, you are unworthy. The golden-winged rock king proclaimed, his body aglow with golden light, exuding an extraordinary presence. Alas, it appears you possess a rebellious spirit and are resistant to guidance. Very well, let us first temper your disposition before attempting your transformation. Fa Hai sighed, temporarily relinquishing his efforts to enlighten the golden-winged rock king. The golden-winged rock king snorted dismissively, turning away in silence. Just then, the void shattered as two more unparalleled prodigies arrived. One, adorned with twin horns, exuded an imposing aura that swept across the heavens. None other than Long Aotian, the strongest heir of the ancestral dragon nest, possessing the bloodline of the imperial dragon. The other youth, exuding a calm demeanor, donned a black and gold robe, tall and majestic, with flowing golden hair that radiated like flickering flames. He was the prodigy who had recently emerged from the forbidden zone of the eastern wasteland. These two, what an intimidating presence! Who are they? Never before have we encountered such figures. Their auras surpassed even that of the golden-winged rock king and Fa Hai. Could they be unmatched prodigies from the central continent? With the arrival of these two prodigies, the talented individuals from the eastern wasteland were once again left in utter shock. Once considering themselves geniuses, they now felt like mere background figures before the magnificent copper immortal palace. Competing for divine opportunities, do they even possess that qualification? Many talented individuals' eyes dimmed, losing their luster. In this era of great contention, they were destined to fade into the backdrop. These two individuals are extraordinary. Who are they? Chapter 57, Overpowering Long Aotian. The appearance of these two prodigies rendered the golden-winged rock king momentarily stunned. He sensed that their strength matched his own, particularly the young man whose terrifying blood energy surged within him like a blazing sun. What kind of physique does he possess? Ancestral dragon, would you be willing to be transformed by me? A sudden voice echoed through the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to stall. The speaker was Fa Hai, whose eyes now gleamed with golden light. Previously, the golden-winged rock king had been resistant to his guidance, but the ancestral dragon, possessing a trace of true dragon blood, was fully qualified to become his steed. Seeking death. For a moment, Long Aotian was taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he let out a cold shout. As the strongest prodigy of the ancestral dragon lineage, this bald monk dares to suggest that he become his mount? This is nothing short of absurd. It's as though he is bullying a younger sister, utterly detestable. Watch me suppress you. Fa Hai, brimming with enthusiasm, launched another attack. A colossal golden handprint materialized in midair, crashing down towards his opponent. Naturally, Long Aotian was not one to back down easily. He extended his hand, unleashing a pitch-black palm print that surged towards his adversary. In an instant, the heavens trembled as the clash of powers erupted. Boom! The violent collision was akin to the shattering of stars, producing an ear-piercing explosion. The immense force unleashed a tempest that swept across the world. As the residual waves dissipated, both Long Aotian and Fa Hai staggered backward. The atmosphere felt heavy, as though it had solidified, exuding an oppressive aura. You, ancestral dragon, possess some strength, but you require tempering first. Following this exchange, Fa Hai realized that his opponent was far from a pushover and thus opted to temporarily withdraw. How laughable! A bald monk dares to boast. Long Aotian, with an innate pride, spoke with a tone of defiance. Fa Hai, maintaining his composure, replied, But do not rush, for I will eventually guide you. Everyone, it has been a while. A calm voice suddenly resonated through the heavens. Following this, the void shattered, and a figure clad in white emerged, instantly silencing the space. Behind this figure, a chaotic azure lotus swayed, magnificent mountains and rivers ebbed and flowed. And a radiant moon hung in the sky, with an immortal king seated high in the celestial realms. Various imperial phenomena emanated ethereal light, enveloping him and rendering him akin to a true deity. This individual was none other than Su Xian. What in the world? Who is this person? The golden-winged rock king and Long Aotian wore expressions of astonishment, mouths agape, clearly shaken. Wotafa, the young monk had never encountered such a figure before. If only he could guide them to enlightenment and have them as my follower. Fa Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement as a bold idea blossomed in his mind, the chaotic seed of the blue lotus. The celestial king descending from the heavens, the moon rising over the sea, three magnificent imperial visions. In the eastern wilderness, such a person exists. It seems this grand era will not be devoid of intrigue. The previously mentioned young man, his eyes glimmering with golden light, murmured to himself, such a character, not only in his era but throughout the entire history of cultivation, is nearly impossible to find a second. The same child of Dian, he has arrived. Upon seeing Su Xian's silhouette, the outstanding talents of the eastern wilderness erupted in fervor, exclaiming in astonishment, in the eastern wilderness, Su Xian's aura is unparalleled. This name seems to carry an enchantment. A symbol of the extraordinary and invincible. Who are you? What is your background? Just as he landed, a voice resonated in Su Xian's ear. Su Xian paused and turned to the source, where he beheld a young man clad in a black and gold robe. Tall and imposing, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders, emanating a radiant glow. Intently gazing at him, the young man's aura was steady, revealing profound depth of cultivation. Most unsettling was his overwhelming vitality, as unfathomable as the abyss. Utterly terrifying. Su Xian had never encountered this young man before, yet a single glance revealed that his origins were far from ordinary. And you, who might you be? Su Xian inquired, maintaining an air of calm. My name is Wu Di. As for my background, it is better left unsaid. The young man indeed replied to Su Xian, extending his right hand earnestly for a handshake. The surrounding cultivators gasped upon hearing the young man's name. Wu Di, how could someone bear such a name? Does it imply becoming an emperor through martial prowess? How imposing! In response, Su Xian raised an eyebrow. This individual, though proud, was not quite like the other prodigies. Su Xian fixed his gaze on him, noticing the flicker of light in his eyes, and smiled faintly, extending his hand. The saint child of Dian. Su Xian. Su Xian stated indifferently, the saint child of Dian? He is that very saint child? In an instant, Long Aotian was enraged. So this is the one who bullied his sister. How could he harm such a lovely girl? This fellow is nothing short of a beast. No, I must teach him a lesson today. With this thought, Long Aotian's expression darkened considerably as he leapt forward. Su Xian, I challenge you to a duel. At this moment, the hands of Su Xian and Wu Di met mid-air. Hearing this sudden outburst, Su Xian was taken aback, glancing at Long Aotian. What is happening? I seem to have no acquaintance with this fellow, so what does he mean by wanting to fight me? However, Su Xian raised his eyes to regard him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Well, since this fellow is sincerely seeking trouble, I might as well oblige him. Very well, if you wish to duel with me. Then I shall accept, but what shall be the wager? Su Xian released Wu Di's hand, speaking nonchalantly. Without a wager, it lacks interest. What kind of wager do you propose? Long Aotian replied, his tone ominous, for this man who bullied his sister. He was eager to deliver a thorough beating. Do you possess any sacred weapons or elixirs? Su Xian inquired with a faint smile. Indeed, I do, but I fear you will be unable to claim them. Long Aotian scoffed, launching himself into action, extending his massive hand decisively. In an instant, a golden handprint surged towards Su Xian, radiating terrifying power. Very well, then if you lose, all your sacred weapons and elixirs shall be mine. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Xian raised his hand, channeling the divine elephant subduing seal, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of divine energy. Instantly, the void trembled. With a single strike, Su Xian appeared as a celestial deity descending upon the earth. The aura emanating from him instilled a profound sense of dread within the souls of all present, as if they were suffocating. What kind of technique is this? It looks incredibly fearsome, a cultivator exclaimed. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, the space shattered, unleashing a tempest. In the next moment, a figure was hurled backward. Bang! The figure crashed heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. It was none other than Long Aotian. Chapter 58, Lang Ruali makes her appearance. How is this possible? I actually lost? Clearly, the one who was sent flying and crashed to the ground was Long Aotian, reflecting on the collision. It felt akin to confronting a divine mountain. Even with all his might, he could not budge it an inch. That sensation filled him with terror, rendering him breathless. The saint child of Dian is truly formidable. Someone murmured dreamily. I am the most outstanding prodigy of the ancestral dragon's nest in a millennium, possessing the blood of the imperial dragon. How could I possibly lose? I refuse to believe it. Long Aotian was about to rise. Boom! Suddenly a foot descended, directly trampling Long Aotian into a deep pit. Where is your wager? Su Xian spoke coldly, a mocking smile gracing his face. You wish to duel with me? What right do you have? Is this not a mere act of crushing? What wager? I know not. Su Xian smiled. Boom! With a powerful stomp, Long Aotian's entire body was engulfed by the earth. Following this, Su Xian's hand reached out, and a spatial ring materialized in his grasp. Since you do not wish to acknowledge it, then all of this shall be mine. Su Xian declared with a grin. Pfft! Long Aotian spat out a mouthful of blood, his will shattered. Su Xian withdrew his foot, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and began to walk away. Su Xian, with you in this life, it shall not be dull. A bright smile appeared on Wu Di's handsome face. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to spar. Very well. Su Xian nodded, accepting the young man's proposal that he was indeed interested in testing his mettle against a true top-tier prodigy. You two are already finding common ground. A figure approached. It was Fahai. This moment Fahai was observing the two with a hint of mockery on his face. Where did this bald monk come from? Wu Di sensed the provocation in the other's tone and immediately unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Before Fahai could react, he was sent flying by Wu Di's punch, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Such terrifying strength, even the son of Buddha from Little Western Heaven was easily subdued by this man called Wu Di. Many cultivators were left in shock, their hearts stirred by the overwhelming power of Wu Di. You lack martial virtue. Fahai struggled to his feet, his complexion slightly pale as he hastily activated the Buddhist techniques to recover. Who asked you to meddle without understanding your position? Wu Di cast a sidelong glance at him. His tone condescending. Fahai's face darkened, but upon realizing that the other's strength surpassed his own, he chose not to retort further. Just wait, you two. Fahai, shall surely guide you to enlightenment and make you my most loyal followers. Perhaps feeling somewhat dejected, Fahai pulled into his embrace a beautiful girl he had previously enlightened, gazing at her with a smile, intending to discuss the philosophy of life. Tch, this monk is truly despicable. I wonder how he became the son of Buddha from Little Western Heaven. Observing this scene, the cultivator couldn't help but scoff. Su Xian, you have arrived. A melodious voice rang in Su Xian's ears. Prompting him to turn his head, he beheld a graceful figure approaching him with delicate steps. It was none other than the Saintess of Yaoguang. Saintess of Yaoguang. Su Xian nodded in acknowledgement, although he felt no particular interest in her. The Yaoguang Sacred Land had been the only faction to support the Dian Sacred Land, which prompted Su Xian to extend her a measure of courtesy. Su Xian, you were so magnificent just now. The Saintess of Yaoguang looked at him, her face adorned with a smile and her eyes filled with admiration. witnessing her infatuated expression, Su Xian was at a loss for words, a string of black lines forming above his head. Unsure of how to respond, the bronze immortal palace may perhaps be connected to the one from the immortal realm. Suddenly, a voice, melodious as celestial music, resonated through the space, the enchanting sound refreshing the atmosphere. In the void, a figure clad in white had quietly emerged. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the ethereal figure. When the crowd looked up to behold her, the entire space seemed to freeze. Enveloped in a profound silence, what a breathtaking sight it was! Clad in flowing white, her flawless beauty and delicate curves were mesmerizing, her skin as white as snow, her graceful body was shrouded in a hazy celestial glow. Her hair flowing like silk, her eyes, resembling twinkling stars, were exceptionally clear and lively, yet carried an air of regal disdain. Petals of light rained down, enveloping the white-clad maiden. Around her, crystalline petals danced in the air, rendering her appearance otherworldly, as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal realm. Truly an unparalleled beauty. In that moment, all cultivators present were captivated by her flawless visage, their hearts ensnared. She was so beautiful. It was as if she had stepped out of a painting, without a trace of imperfection. What an exquisite woman! Who is she? The golden-winged rock king was entranced, his expression dazed. The golden-winged rock king, being naturally fond of beauty, was undoubtedly smitten by such a stunning maiden. What a stunning beauty! It is evident that she requires the enlightenment of this humble monk. The eyes of the Buddhist disciple Fahai gleam with brilliance, and he suddenly feels that the beauty in his arms pales in comparison. Ruoli, you have also arrived. Su Xian's heart quivers slightly at this unexpected appearance. Who would have thought that with the emergence of the bronze immortal palace, his wife would also grace the scene? Moreover, it seems that she has become even more exquisite, her ethereal aura resembling that of a celestial being. Astonishingly, her cultivation has evidently reached the realm of a great being, and she is already at the mid-stage, the fourth level of great being. She is but one level lower than himself. This realization fills Su Xian with profound emotion, even with his extraordinary cultivation. He can merely suppress her with difficulty. This woman has also come. The holy maiden Yaoguang bites her silver teeth and furrows her apricot brows, seemingly displeased. This lady, I sense a dark omen surrounding you. It may foretell impending calamity. Would you like me to offer my guidance? Fahai inquires. Who are you to presume to guide my wife? In the next moment, a radiant fist erupts forth. Boom! Fahai's body is sent flying backward, crashing violently into the ground, creating a massive crater. Fahai spits out a mouthful of blood, sustaining considerable injury. Such a scene causes all the prodigies present to gasp in astonishment, their hearts filled with shock. Fahai, the heir of the Little Western Paradise, the contemporary Buddhist disciple, possesses unfathomable cultivation, yet, before Su Xian, he is utterly overwhelmed, unable to withstand even a single blow. The power of the holy son of Dian has grown increasingly terrifying. One prodigy sighs, such power, perhaps I should temper my ambitions. Witnessing this, the golden-winged Pang King feels a chill run down his spine, as if an icy dread surges through him, compelling him to abandon his unrealistic aspirations. Chapter 59. Will sister be upset? Upon seeing that familiar face, the cold Ruoli's heart stirs with ripples of surprise and joy. She knows well that with such an opportunity, Su Xian would almost certainly arrive. Yet, upon encountering him, she is still filled with a flicker of happiness. It seems she has genuinely developed an inexplicable affection for Su Xian. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth tremble violently. In the next instant, a divine radiance shines forth, illuminating the world. Instantly, everyone is filled with exhilaration, their expressions brimming with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This light undoubtedly signifies that the bronze immortal palace is about to open. In an instant, all eyes are drawn to the majestic palace suspended in the firmament. The entire bronze immortal palace appears ancient and mysterious, exuding an unfathomable aura that is both eerie and alluring. The palace has opened, harboring immortal fortunes. It is time to venture forth. Alas, this bronze immortal palace seems too perilous, evoking a sense of trepidation. Perhaps I should refrain from further risks. It is rumored that although the bronze immortal palace contains immortal fortunes, it is equally treacherous. Countless prodigies have fallen within its depths, their fates lamentable. The dangers of the bronze immortal palace are too great. After careful consideration, I shall withdraw, even if I cannot vie for an immortal destiny. At least I can live a life free of worries. Upon witnessing the true opening of the bronze immortal palace, some prodigies remain filled with passion, eager to enter and seize their fortunes. while others display fear, choosing prudence after much contemplation. After all, the Bronze Immortal Palace is one of the 7 enigmatic legends of the eastern wilderness, and the causal threads within are far too convoluted to articulate. Let us enter for one last stand against fate. If we fail, I shall live quietly as an ordinary person, becoming merely a backdrop in this golden age. Indeed, should I fail this time, I shall relinquish all aspirations. The prodigies of the eastern wilderness, such as the Holy Son of Zifu, the heir of the Sword Pavilion, the young Emperor Jiang Wuji of the Jiang family, the young Emperor Yi Yun of the Yi family, and the young Emperor Bai Shang of the Bai family, all share this sentiment. The Bronze Immortal Palace has finally opened. I seal my divine source, awaiting this day, the Master of Gold murmurs to himself, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he declares resolutely, the Bronze Immortal Palace has opened. This is my golden opportunity. I must seize the immortal fortunes within and crush the detestable foe. At this moment, Long Out Yen casts a dark glare toward Su Xian. Previously, he was vanquished by Su Xian's single blow before the crowd, leaving him humiliated and sowing the seeds of vengeance in his heart. Thus, he must exact his revenge, to crush Su Xian and reclaim his lost honor. Ruali, the dangers within the Bronze Immortal Palace are unpredictable. Let us go together for mutual support. As Su Xian gently addresses the nearby cold Ruali, his tone exceedingly tender. All right. Cold Ruali instinctively considers rejecting Su Xian, but after a moment of thought she nods in agreement. The Bronze Immortal Palace is indeed fraught with peril, and having someone by her side is not without merit. Moreover, she holds great respect for Su Xian's strength. He is the greatest prodigy she has encountered in both her past and present lives, perhaps even surpassing her. Surprised by cold Ruali's response, Su Xian pauses momentarily. He had merely made a casual remark, expecting her to refuse as she had in the previous Supreme Secret Realm, yet, to his astonishment, cold Ruali genuinely agrees. It seems that his wife is capable of sensing his sincerity. Su Xian, may I join you? As Su Xian converses with cold Ruali, an unexpected voice interjects. Su Xian blinks in surprise and turns to the speaker. Is it not the Holy Maiden Yaguang? You wish to accompany us? Su Xian gazes at the Holy Maiden with a peculiar expression. My strength is somewhat lacking, and being with you, Su Xian, would provide me a sense of security. As she speaks, the Holy Maiden Yaguang turns her gaze toward cold Ruali's sister. You wouldn't be upset, would you? Cold Ruali is taken aback at this tone. From whence does this vixen emerge? Could it be that Su Xian has been entangled in romantic affairs outside? I always knew he was no good. No, why would I be upset? Cold Ruali glances at Su Xian with an odd expression, as if she wishes to say something but ultimately refrains. Settling for an impassive reply, the Holy Maiden Yaguang looks at Su Xian with great anticipation. If this woman has agreed, surely Su Xian will consent as well, right? If Su Xian agrees, she can employ her means within the Bronze Immortal Palace to sow discord between them, perhaps even positioning herself for success. Contemplating Su Xian's future, the Holy Maiden Yaguang feels her own prospects brightened. And no, your safety is of no concern to us. If you wish to enter, either go alone or find others. In any case, do not seek us out. A cold voice rings out. Su Xian has made his stance clear. The Holy Maiden Yaguang is left stunned. She has been rejected once more, but she has already referred to him as brother. Is that not enough? Witnessing Su Xian's behavior, cold Ruali feels a surge of inexplicable joy, yet her expression remains stoic, as frigid as frost. As a time traveler, Su Xian naturally understands the subtleties of expression. In this situation, cold Ruali, it seems, is likely upset with herself. He cannot possibly think I am involved with anyone else. Can he? Ruali, allow me to explain. Su Xian gazes at cold Ruali. No need. There is no requirement for you to explain. With that, cold Ruali strides directly toward the Bronze Immortal Palace, leaving Su Xian with a fleeting silhouette. Hey, wife, wait for me. What will I do without my husband in the face of danger? In the next moment, Su Xian vanishes from his spot, pursuing cold Ruali. Damn it, I possess an impressive physique, striking features, and unparalleled talent. How could I possibly fall short of that woman? Glaring at the retreating figure of Su Xian, the Holy Maiden Yaguang's expression darkens, and she stamps her foot in frustration. Chapter 60. Entering the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Holy Son of Dian has already entered the Immortal Palace. We must follow suit. The Holy Son of Zifu, the heir of the Sword Pavilion, and several other prodigies of the eastern wilderness observe this and swiftly make their way toward the Grand Palace floating in the void. The holy maiden Yaoguang furrows her brow, keeping pace with the other prodigies. Immortal Fortune, I am coming for you. The Master of Gold's eyes shimmer with golden light as he steps into the void. Immortal Fortune, Long Outyen shall surely seize it. The bronze immortal palace, I am coming. Long Outyen lets out a roar, hastening to join them. Alas, it is too perilous. Perhaps I should retreat. Outside the bronze immortal palace, numerous cultivators sigh heavily and choose to abandon their quest. Initially, they held a faint hope for the elusive immortal Fortune, but upon witnessing the true prodigies competing alongside them, that glimmer of hope is extinguished. True prodigies exist on an entirely different level. Before such beings, they see no possibility of victory. Indeed, in this era of great contention, no matter how hard we struggle, we ultimately remain mere embellishments. It would be better to return and live a stable life. At this moment, Su Xian has thoroughly entered the bronze immortal palace, following closely behind cold Ruoli. I assure you, there is nothing between me and the holy maiden Yaoguang. We are completely unfamiliar. Truly. As Su Xian surveys the environment within the bronze immortal palace, he speaks earnestly to cold Ruoli. If you do not believe me, I can swear it. As Su Xian declares with utmost sincerity. Ling Ruoli felt a subtle tremor within her heart, yet her countenance remained shrouded in frost. Your vows to me are akin to a child's play, devoid of any significance, she remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xian. Su Xian scratched his head, taken aback by Ling Ruoli's difficult demeanor. Just then, a sudden chill enveloped him, prompting both to heighten their vigilance. The bronze celestial palace was steeped in an eerie atmosphere, necessitating utmost caution, for peril could lurk at every turn. Peering into the depths of the bronze celestial palace, Su Xian beheld a vast and desolate hall, suffused with a primal aura, having languished in silence for countless ages. Dust remnants of time lay scattered everywhere. As he surveyed his surroundings, a few skeletal remains unexpectedly materialized ahead. The bones appeared exceedingly fragile, as though they would crumble at any moment. Upon catching sight of Su Xian and Ling Ruoli, the eye sockets of the skeletons suddenly ignited with a ghostly glow, and they lunged toward the pair. Noticing this, Su Xian's brow furrowed slightly, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The astonishing force of his fist shattered the skeletons into fragments. Approaching the remains, he discovered that even in their pulverized state, they continued to emit a faint, ethereal light, remarkably otherworldly. The owners of these remains had, in life, at least been of saintly caliber, yet they had perished here. Su Xian's expression grew grave. The bronze celestial palace, which only permitted cultivators below the sovereign realm to enter, harbored the relics of saints. This was a matter worthy of contemplation. From whence did these corpses originate? Could it be that the bronze celestial palace exists beyond the eastern wilderness? Where did this palace truly come from? Su Xian mused aloud. The origins of this celestial palace are beyond your imagination. Ling Ruoli's voice drifted into Su Xian's ears. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with confusion as he gazed at Ling Ruoli. Ruoli, do you know the origins of the bronze celestial palace? He inquired. Ling Ruoli harbored significant secrets, a fact Su Xian had long been aware of. However, he was not particularly concerned about what those secrets entailed. He simply knew that Ling Ruoli was his wife, and that sufficed. The bronze celestial palace is connected to a terrifying existence. Perhaps my acquaintance as well, Ling Ruoli murmured softly. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light sparked in her eyes. She glanced at Su Xian with uncertainty, her heart fluttering slightly, almost revealed. Oh! A flicker of brilliance passed through Su Xian's gaze as he nodded slightly, refraining from further questioning. As for the myriad dangers lurking within the bronze celestial palace, he felt no fear. His path was invincible. Should there be any obstacles in his way, they would be obliterated with a single punch. Let us delve deeper, Su Xian suggested softly. Indeed, Ling Ruoli nodded, trailing beside Su Xian like a delicate wife. Meanwhile, other prodigies had also entered the bronze celestial palace. The talented individuals from the eastern wilderness walked together, while Long Outyen, the golden-winged rock prince Fa Hai, and Wu Di chose to venture alone. So this is the bronze celestial palace? It truly exudes an uncanny aura, the purple mansion Holy Sun remarked, his expression solemn. In here, forget being a prodigy, even the most gifted must tread carefully, for death can strike without warning. The palace is imbued with celestial fortune. But where exactly is that fortune concealed? Gazing into the vast, boundless expanse ahead, the sword pavilionaire's face mirrored his gravity. I wonder how Su Xian and that woman are faring, the radiant maiden murmured. Perhaps due to his affliction, the more Su Xian rebuffed her, the deeper her obsession with him grew. Suddenly several skeletal remains appeared before them, obstructing their path. Roar! the skeletal creature let out a chilling howl and charged forward, instantly tearing apart the foremost cultivator into shreds. Blood and flesh splattered onto the ground, evoking a scene of carnage. In an instant, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. These bones were far from ordinary. They might have already reached the realm of great powers. Be cautious, Jiang Wuji warned the group. Entering the Bronze Celestial Palace was undeniably a perilous endeavor. At this moment, they were all on the same precarious vessel. Fight! The Purple Mansion, Holy Sun, and the Sword Pavilion Air unleashed their abilities and surged forward. A brutal battle was inevitable. Chapter 61, Chaotic Mist. Boom! At the side of the golden-winged rock prince, he faced the skeletal remains with remarkable ease, effortlessly shattering them with a mere wave of his hand. Boom! Long Outyen too felt little pressure in confronting the bones, dispatching them with ease as he advanced deeper into the Bronze Celestial Palace. Having just dispatched the skeletons, Long Outyen wore a relaxed expression, feeling no trace of strain. Was this truly the so-called perilous Bronze Celestial Palace? Celestial fortune, here I come. The damned Dian Holy Sun, await my arrival. If the Bronze Celestial Palace posed only this level of danger, then this celestial fortune was as good as his. Nevertheless, he pondered about the status of his anticipated steed and followers. Once he acquired the celestial fortune and departed this wretched place, he could traverse the mortal realm and enlighten countless destined souls. As Fa Hai smiled upon disintegrating a skeletal remain, he gazed toward the depths of the palace, softly muttering with an air of disdain that seemed at odds with his esteemed status. Wu Di, too, demonstrated overwhelming force, effortlessly crushing his opponents. The enigma of the Bronze Celestial Palace remained unsolved, while the celestial fortune remained elusive. Yet, despite this, he was determined to strive for it. In this world, destiny must be mine, and it shall be, echoed Wu Di's unwavering voice throughout the Bronze Celestial Palace. Su Xian and Ling Ruoli continued their descent. Both possessed formidable strength, truly a powerful duo, allowing them to explore at a pace that outstripped the other prodigies. The Bronze Celestial Palace seemed excessively vast. After traversing for so long, they still perceived no end, resembling an entirely different realm. Su Xian mused aloud. As he contemplated the entire Bronze Celestial Palace, suddenly quaked violently. Ahead, a tide of chaotic mist surged forth like a deluge. Su Xian's expression turned grave. What was this sudden, bizarre occurrence? Even he felt a slight pang of trepidation at the aura emanating from it. This presence was troublesome. Ling Ruoli's countenance grew equally somber. Although the chaotic mist was not immediately lethal to her, it could gradually sap her power, potentially leading to her demise here. What to do? This was the first time in this lifetime that Ling Ruoli felt an inkling of panic. She still aspired to reclaim her former peak, to ascend to the celestial realm and vanquish those ancient beings. She could not afford to perish. Suddenly, Ling Ruoli's gaze sharpened. A surge of purer chaotic energy erupted from Su Xian, instantly forming a barrier around both of them, enveloping them securely within. In that moment, Su Xian radiated an aura of otherworldly magnificence, manifesting various imperial visions that rendered him akin to a celestial being. More astonishingly, his eyes reflected the evolution of 3,000 worlds, the chaotic divine demon physique. Despite having witnessed Su Xian's prowess in the supreme secret realm previously, Ling Ruoli was still taken aback. This was an even more formidable chaotic divine demon physique than her own. As the chaotic divine demon physique emerged, the oncoming chaotic mist was repelled, rendering it utterly powerless against the two. While Su Xian's chaotic divine demon physique enabled him to face the threat with ease, the other prodigies from the eastern wilderness found themselves in dire straits. Confronted by such a terrifying chaotic mist, they had little recourse but to activate their profound arts to form a protective barrier around themselves. This barrier could temporarily fend off the chaotic mist. Yet as time passed, their vitality would inevitably dwindle, leading to their demise within. Damn it, what is this stuff? Even great powers would struggle against this chaotic mist, wouldn't they? Can one even retreat after being ensnared by it? We've come this far, we cannot forsake our pursuit of celestial fortune. Such chaotic mist left the prodigies ensnared in predicament, and even the golden-winged rock prince and Long Outyen felt vexed. Their expressions were grave as they activated their profound arts, radiating brilliance to form a barrier, allowing them to proceed. Damn it, what is this entity that even I feel a sense of unease? The Bronze Celestial Palace is indeed extraordinary. The celestial fortune within must be capable of allowing me to enlighten the world. Behind Fa High, the ethereal visage of an ancient Buddha emerged, radiating resplendent golden light that enveloped his form, imbuing him with an unparalleled aura. This chaotic mist may have its tails, but to ensnare me is a futile endeavor. Wu Di shone with golden light, unleashing his full power, manifesting as a peak great power. Behind Wu Di, a golden figure loomed, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Should any cultivator witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. Their scalps tingling. Alas, this is indeed the manifestation of the primordial sacred body. The primordial sacred body ranks among the top 10 physiques of the 3000. Much like the celestial overlord body, it possesses an astonishing vitality. Upon reaching full maturity, it can even become impervious to all forms of attack. Furthermore, the primordial sacred body of the martial emperor is one that has shattered its shackles. It is far beyond the likes of Wang Chong. The combination of supreme cultivation and the profound vitality of the primordial sacred body allows the martial emperor to traverse the bronze immortal hall with unparalleled ease, as if untouched by the chaotic miasma. Chapter 62. Daring to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? With a barrier of chaotic essence shielding against the miasma, Su Xian and Lang Ruoli swiftly entered the core area of the bronze immortal hall. Suddenly Su Xian's gaze sharpened. On the wall of the hall before him, there appeared several crooked, large characters. The characters of blood red seemed to be inscribed with cinnabar or perhaps formed from bloodstains, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence that enveloped the entire space. Daring to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? Boom. Upon uttering these 8 characters, Su Xian felt a tremor deep within his soul. It was utterly shocking. From these 8 characters, Su Xian seemed to perceive a supreme being. Kneeling there, bloodied, and hoarsely roaring towards the heavens, daring to ask the heavens, is there an immortal who possesses such audacity? Su Xian glanced to the side, where to his astonishment, there knelt a skeletal remains. He approached and discovered that this was an unparalleled being. Likely a great emperor. The bones had been here for an unknown number of years, yet still emanated an aura of unrivaled might. It was truly astonishing. Becoming an immortal is the aspiration of countless prodigies. And he too must have entered the immortal hall in search of immortality. How tragic it is that he perished here. Su Xian murmured to himself. As for becoming an immortal, Su Xian did not harbor such a deep obsession. He firmly believed that he would undoubtedly ascend to immortality. There was no doubt, no room for dispute. This was Su Xian's unwavering confidence in himself. Lang Ruoli spoke softly, her tone light and airy. Such a tone. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, looking towards Lang Ruoli. Could it be that his wife is a reincarnated immortal? As they reached this point, the chaotic miasma surged even more violently. Capable of effortlessly obliterating a powerful cultivator, fortunately Su Xian possessed the chaotic aura emitted by the primordial demon body, which provided him with adequate protection. Daring to ask the heavens, is there an immortal? Which remarkable individual has come this far, expressing such sentiments? Suddenly a deep voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the space. Su Xian turned to look behind him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Brother Martial Emperor, it seemed the other party indeed possessed strength, having reached here so swiftly. Brother Su Xian, the Martial Emperor's eyes lit up. Clearly, he did not expect Su Xian to arrive here so quickly. Brother Su Xian, you are truly extraordinary. The Martial Emperor was elated, striding towards Su Xian with a radiant smile. Previously he had known that his only rival in this endeavor was Su Xian, and indeed, it appeared to be the case. As for Lang Ruoli, she was regarded by the Martial Emperor simply as another companion who had been escorted here by Su Xian, and he paid her little mind. Brother Su Xian, what do you feel upon seeing these 8 characters? The Martial Emperor inquired of Su Xian. What feeling? Su Xian was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. From these 8 characters, I perceive a magnificent emperor kneeling there, expressing his unwillingness to accept his failure to attain immortality before the heavens, yet ultimately he was unsuccessful, turning to dust, forgotten by history, becoming the prologue of a sorrowful tale. Su Xian earnestly recounted his impressions. Su Xian's words caused the Martial Emperor to involuntarily gasp. Could such profound understanding truly be grasped by a youth? Then, Brother Su Xian, upon witnessing the difficulty of attaining immortality, even the most extraordinary and awe-inspiring emperors have perished on the path to ascension. Do you still believe you can pursue that elusive fate? The Martial Emperor continued to question. As this question was posed, The entire space seemed to fall silent, devoid of sound. The weight of this inquiry was indeed considerable. Even the most exceptional genius would find themselves overwhelmed by a suffocating atmosphere when confronted with such a dilemma. Failing to become an immortal means one must perish, turning to dust, buried beneath the passage of time. Upon hearing this question, Lang Ruoli turned to look at Su Xian, eager to hear his thoughts. To achieve immortality, one must possess unwavering belief in their ascension, immense confidence in oneself, and relentless dedication to the path. Otherwise, even the most gifted talents will never become immortals. I will undoubtedly become an immortal. Without a doubt, even if I do not attain the fated opportunity, I will still ascend. The next moment, a calm and confident voice resonated throughout the bronze immortal hall. Instantly, the space felt as if it had been frozen in time. The martial emperor stared at Su Xian in astonishment, rendered speechless for a considerable while. I will undoubtedly become an immortal. Does Su Xian possess such intense confidence, even after sealing the divine source for a millennium? As powerful as the martial emperor, with unparalleled talent, he would never dare to utter such words. Immortality is an ethereal notion, existing only in ancient tales, never truly witnessed in the present day. No one has ever truly seen an immortal. Once one ascends, they can no longer be accommodated by this world, but must soar to a higher dimension. How can you harbor such confidence? After a prolonged silence, the martial emperor inquired of Su Xian. Bewildered. I in this present age, I am destined to be invincible. I in the future, I shall become a variable, unique for all eternity. If I do not ascend, who will? Su Xian replied with a calm demeanor, his tone as steady and self-assured as before. Even his expression revealing no significant change. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, the martial emperor was thoroughly taken aback. He had never encountered such an extraordinarily confident prodigy. At this moment, not only the martial emperor, but even Lang Ruoli was taken aback. Lang Ruoli bit her lip, gazing intently at Su Xian, seemingly searching for any trace of hesitation, weakness, or uncertainty upon his face, yet it was evident that she found none. Su Xian's countenance radiated but one sentiment, confidence. He was truly confident, much like the first time she had met him. Lang Ruoli's thoughts wandered back to that day when Su Xian had declared at the Nine Heavens Ta Cheng Palace, "Soon I shall push aside all prodigies invincible in this world." And now, it seemed he truly had achieved this. Contemplating this, Lang Ruoli felt a tremor in her heart. Could it be that the future Su Xian can indeed fulfill his promise of destined invincibility? Becoming a variable, unique for all eternity. Chapter 63, The Mysterious Elder. Shall we stop here? Finally they arrived at the depths of the bronze immortal hall. At that moment, an abrupt voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. It was Fa Hai and his companions. They too had arrived here. Throughout their journey, Fa Hai had never abandoned the thought of recruiting Long Outyan and the Golden-Winged Rock King as mounts. However, he could not completely overcome them and thus had to temporarily conceal his aspirations. Upon entering this space, they beheld Su Xian and the others, causing their pupils to constrict. They had initially believed their speed to be sufficient. But to their astonishment, Su Xian and his companions had arrived much sooner. Daring to ask the heavens, "Is there an immortal?" What a shocking phrase. Such a powerful statement quickly caught the attention of the group, causing them to collectively gasp in disbelief, their scalps tingling. Whose legacy is this? An emperor? The Golden-Winged Rock King's eyes sparkled with golden light. Yes, it must be so. Only an extraordinary emperor would pose such a question. Behind Fa Hai, the ethereal figure of an ancient Buddha radiated a faint light as he spoke slowly. The emperor is the entity closest to attaining immortality, and for them, the pursuit of immortality has long since become an obsession, driving them to madness. That skeletal remains must be the remnants left by the emperor, long since weathered by the passage of time. Long Outyan gazed upon the bones, letting out a soft sigh. Yet when he beheld the skeletal figure, he saw the last person he wished to encounter standing there. That figure, shrouded in chaotic essence, appeared exceedingly enigmatic and inscrutable. It was none other than Su Xian. Upon seeing Su Xian, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Long Outyan's eyes, almost imperceptibly, yet it was felt by Su Xian. Su Xian cast a nonchalant glance at Long Outyan, dismissing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Easily crushed, recalling Su Xian's gaze, Long Outyan's thoughts drifted back to the moment outside the bronze immortal hall when he had been instantaneously overwhelmed. The feeling of helplessness and suffocation, akin to facing a mountain, caused his heart to tighten and cold sweat to stream down his back. At last, they had reached the depths of the bronze immortal hall. It was truly a harrowing experience. At this moment, the prodigies from the eastern wilderness also began to arrive in this space. At this moment, the group of distinguished individuals from the eastern wasteland wore grave expressions, their gazes dimmed, appearing exceedingly disheveled, evidently troubled by the chaotic miasma. Upon their arrival, Su Xian felt a flicker of astonishment within. This chaotic haze was potent enough to annihilate ordinary powerhouses, and yet they had merely transformed into dragons, managing to endure and arrive here through sheer physical strength and divine abilities, an impressive feat. Indeed, you worthless beings have made it here. I never expected that, a mocking voice rang out, belonging to the golden-winged Peng King. He regarded the group with indifference, a smirk of derision gracing his features. His blunt words caused the faces of the eastern wasteland's prodigies to darken instantly, yet they could not muster a rebuttal, for in the presence of the golden-winged Peng King, they were indeed akin to failures. Nonetheless, though they could not counter his taunts, figures such as the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion and the Inheritor of the Sword Pavilion clenched their fists in response. The humiliation was intolerable. Their hearts filled with resentment, desperately yearning for an opportunity to rise above. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated throughout the space. In the next instant, an ancient phantom materialized out of thin air. Its aura dominated the heavens and earth, terrifying to the utmost degree. With its appearance, even the bronze immortal palace seemed to tremble. What was happening? Who was this old man? A prodigy exclaimed in shock. It is merely a remnant soul, but this aura, it seems to belong to the late stage of a king. The martial emperor's eyes gleamed with golden light, his hair akin to golden flames, billowing without wind as he spoke in mild astonishment. What? The late stage of a king? Who can contend with him? The martial emperor's words instilled a profound sense of despair among the assembled prodigies. A king was a realm above the powerful. Even a being in the early stage could effortlessly obliterate countless mighty cultivators, let alone one in the late stage. How could they possibly confront such an existence? Were they truly destined to perish here? Someone sighed. Just then, the ancient phantom spoke. Have you newcomers come in search of immortal fortunes as well? The elder's tone was gentle, even evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Momentarily easing the tension in the hearts of those present, could it be that this elder did not intend to harm them? Was he perhaps a cultivator from the past who had entered this bronze immortal palace in pursuit of immortal fortunes? Su Xian's eyes shone with chaotic light, conjuring the 3,000 worlds as he gazed at the elder, his expression unwavering as he inquired. This elder was extraordinary, caution was imperative. All eyes turned toward the elder, hope flickering in their gazes. If this were the case, perhaps the elder would indeed refrain from attacking them and might even offer guidance. Indeed, I am a cultivator from ages past who entered here, just like you, seeking to contend for a wisp of immortal fortune, the elder affirmed. A senior, what is your intention in revealing yourself at this moment? Do you wish to impede us or? The holy maiden of Yaoguang spoke, her voice laced with confusion. The instant the question was posed, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. All present fixated their gazes on the elder, eager to discern his response. I perished here, transformed into your trial. Only by vanquishing me can you hope to delve deeper into the immortal palace, the elder stated, his tone calm. Scanning the assembled prodigies, a glimmer of cold light shone in his eyes. Each of you possesses exceptional talent. Yet in encountering me, you may find your journey halted here. The future years shall remain here, accompanying me. Boom! The elder's words struck the hearts of the crowd like a thunderclap. The elder truly intended to obstruct them. A great battle was inevitable. In an instant, everyone steeled themselves, preparing for the impending conflict. Observing their serious demeanor, the elder smiled faintly, extending a hand forward. In the next moment, a radiant light soared into the sky, coalescing into a colossal seal that descended with overwhelming force. This was an attack from a being in the late stage of a king, its might terrifying, as if it sought to extinguish the heavens and earth. This strike will undoubtedly reduce us to a pulp. Oh no, I don't want to die yet. Had I known, I wouldn't have come in. It's pointless, forget about immortal fortunes, I haven't seen anything. And I'm about to perish. Despairing voices echoed throughout the space. Chapter 64. Su Xian strikes. Suppressing the elder. Under the elder's strike, the prodigies were filled with despair, knowing they could not withstand it. Attack! The golden-winged Peng King, Long Outyin, and Fa Hai all shouted in unison, channeling their powers towards the immense handprint. In this moment, they had no choice but to collaborate. Only through cooperation could they hope for a glimmer of survival. Otherwise, they would meet their demise here, a fate they refused to accept. The martial emperor also made his move, activating the ancient sacred body, his blood surging as he swung his hand, launching a strike that reverberated through the heavens. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, his sleeve waving, divine elephant suppression technique. Countless divine energies surged forth, cold Ruah furrowed her brow, and a gigantic fire phoenix formed from the flames of the nine heavens. Divine phoenix soared towards the sky. In an instant, the space became a tapestry of intertwining runes, surging magic, enveloping divine power, and an endless brilliance of divine light. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted. The immense shockwave threatened to overturn the space, creating a tremendous hurricane that forced the prodigies of the eastern wasteland to hastily channel their powers in defense, otherwise they feared they would be swept away by the terrifying aftermath of the battle. As the residual waves dissipated, the outcome of the conflict became apparent. The golden-winged Peng King, Long Outyan, and Fa Hai were all violently pushed back several steps. In contrast, Su Xian, Cold Ruah, and the martial emperor remained steadfast, unyielding. In the void, the ancient figure still loomed, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly incredulous at the strength displayed by the trio, especially Su Xian, Cold Ruah, and the martial emperor. The elder's gaze flitted between the three. A chaotic divine demon body, a nine heavens divine phoenix body, and an ancient sacred body. Truly, this era is dazzlingly resplendent. The elder murmured with a sigh. However, you all must still perish. Boom! A wave of oppressive force descended. Azure Dragon transformation. With a cold shout from the elder, azure scales spread across his body, and two horns sprouted from his head, as if he were truly transforming into an azure dragon. The pressure emanating from him, infused with the true dragon bloodline, was even more refined than mine. Upon sensing the elder's aura, Long Outyan was taken aback, his expression one of shock. What on earth was this elder? At that moment, the elder struck once more, flipping his palm, as a colossal azure dragon erupted with blinding brilliance, diving directly towards the gathered crowd below. The azure dragon, immense in stature, bore unfathomable might, its roar echoing throughout the Kunping immortal palace, shaking the very heavens. Oh no, the old man is going all out, the golden-winged Peng King shouted, his expression suddenly changing. If the elder was using his full strength, he must have approached the level of a revered one. It was likely they could not withstand it. Even the martial emperor muttered softly to himself, for this time it seems we are truly doomed. There is no way around it, this elder's power is too formidable. The bronze immortal palace is indeed fraught with peril, remarked the holy son of the purple mansion. Enough is enough. In an era of great conflict, falling is to be expected. The inheritor of the sword pavilion sighed. Su Xian has yet to make a move. Everything is far from over, the holy maiden of Yaoguang stated. She never doubted Su Xian's strength. After all, he was destined to be an invincible figure of the future, standing against the world, companion to the Tao, unparalleled in might. Cold Ruah's expression tightened. Under such circumstances, would they truly have to resort to secret techniques once more? Meanwhile, as Cold Ruah contemplated, a voice suddenly made her body tremble slightly. Old fool, you are but a remnant soul. Do you truly believe you still possess some semblance of power? Watch me suppress you. A calm and confident voice resonated in the space, drawing everyone's attention. It was Su Xian. Su Xian did not wish to waste any more time with the old man. His eyes narrowed as he coldly declared, all-encompassing secret, 6 paths of reincarnation fist, heavenly calamity light. His treasures and divine abilities unleashed simultaneously. In an instant, the entire space was filled with astonishing fist light and boundless calamity light. A blinding radiance filled the air, dazzling to the point of blinding the assembled prodigies. What was happening? Why was it so bright? Am I blind? Will Su Xian win? Do we still have a chance to survive? As the light faded, the onlookers finally beheld the scene within. The elder's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only Su Xian standing alone, clad in white, exuding an otherworldly aura. Instantly, the space fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The prodigies were left in a state of stupor, their minds blank, utterly unable to think. Gasp! After a long moment, someone finally reacted, sharply inhaling a breath of cold air, incredulously staring at the figure in the center with a look of shock. The holy son of the great transformation had truly emerged victorious. Even a being in the late stage of a king was no match for him, indicating a tremendous breakthrough in his strength. The prodigies of the eastern wasteland erupted in exclamations, once more shaken by Su Xian's formidable prowess. Su Xian was terrifying, unfathomable. Just how far had this young man come? How could he be so fearsome? In light of this, my previous defeat at his hands seemed entirely justified. However, if this were the case, my aspirations for a comeback would become exceedingly difficult. No, I must seize the immortal fortunes within the palace. Only then can I have a chance to redeem myself. Long Outyan's expression darkened as he resolutely thought. In this era of great contention, such prodigies have emerged. If he were alive, would there still be an opportunity for me in this life? No, I must devise a plan to eliminate him within the celestial palace. Otherwise, there will be no chance for advancement in this lifetime. The golden-winged rock king realized this truth. Su Xian, the master, possesses profound strength. It may be challenging to convert him, but if I wish for him to become my follower, I fear it requires careful deliberation. Fa Hai's eyes shimmered with Buddhist light as he muttered to himself. Su Xian's methods are indeed terrifying. The power unleashed in that fleeting moment is likely beyond my capacity to withstand. How fortunate it is to have Su Xian in this era. Once I exit the bronze celestial palace, I must engage him in a duel. The martial emperor's gaze burned with fervor as he murmured to himself. Instead of envy or jealousy towards such a powerful figure as Su Xian, he felt a sense of mutual admiration. It seems that Su Xian has achieved yet another breakthrough in strength. Thus, I remain no match for him. It appears I must intensify my training to suppress Su Xian. Observing Su Xian's retreating figure, Lang Ruoli's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she pondered. She truly could not fathom how Su Xian cultivated so swiftly. Regarding the reactions of those around him, Su Xian donned an expressionless facade. This was mere trifling. His gaze turned icy as he scanned the assembly of prodigies, speaking in a measured tone. The bronze celestial palace is fraught with peril. I advise some individuals to temper their little schemes, or else. A hint of mockery graced Su Xian's visage as he warned, lest they blame me for being merciless. Hiss! In an instant, it felt as if time had frozen, and silence enveloped the space, a palpable sense of suffocation permeating the air. One person overshadowed all prodigies. Chapter 65, The Gate of Life and Death of Yin and Yang. The crowd followed Su Xian, only to halt abruptly as a mysterious portal appeared ahead. The portal bore a design of the yin-yang tai chi, half dark and half light, intermingling life and death. What is this? Su Xian paused. The onlookers, bewildered by the sight of the door, were equally perplexed about its significance. The portal exuded a faint, precious gray light, imbued with an aura of the extraordinary, shrouded in mystery. This is the gate of life and death of Yin and Yang. Equally divided between shadow and light, life and death. While the crowd remained in confusion, a voice akin to celestial music echoed suddenly through the space. It was Lang Ruoli. All eyes turned towards her, filled with queries. How does this woman possess knowledge of the artifacts within the Bronze Celestial Palace? The Bronze Celestial Palace is one of the 7 great enigmas of the East. Most prodigies who enter meet their demise, and those who emerge alive remain tight-lipped about their experiences of thus. The world knows little of the Bronze Celestial Palace. So how did this woman besides Su Xian acquire such knowledge? Who exactly is she? What is her identity? Fa Hai fixed his gaze upon Lang Ruoli, his voice cold as ice. In that moment, all attention turned towards her, causing her to momentarily falter. My identity is of no concern to you, Lang Ruoli replied frostily, her face etched with disdain. The little monk intends to convert you. Fa Hai stated with unwavering conviction. Boom. The moment Fa Hai's words fell, a fist of light descended, obliterating him into a mere puddle of flesh. Silence, an oppressive stillness enveloped the space. All present widened their eyes, their expressions frozen in shock, as if a great weight bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. Even Lang Ruoli was taken aback, glancing at the youth beside her, her heart fluttering. Indeed, it was Su Xian who had acted. Convert my wife? Ridiculous. Is this a task you can undertake? Su Xian's frigid voice reverberated through the air, tightening the hearts of those present, compelling them to swallow hard. No one dared to voice dissent or challenge Su Xian. The sense of pressure was overwhelmingly potent. Should anyone utter words that displeased me further, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the remains on the ground, indicating he would be next. No one dared to question, and an eerie silence prevailed. The Su Xian is quite the striking figure. Hearing Su Xian's commanding words and gazing upon his refined visage, Lang Ruoli, the reincarnation of the Empress, felt ripples of admiration swell within her. Is this the sensation of being protected? Su Xian is unreasonable, neither adhering to righteousness nor justice, but solely favoring his own. This feeling is something Lang Ruoli had never experienced in her past life, yet in this lifetime she has come to realize, this sensation is truly delightful. After dispatching the bald monk, Su Xian turned to Lang Ruoli. Ruoli, which path should we take? Since Lang Ruoli is knowledgeable about the gate of life and death of Yin and Yang, consulting her opinion seems most prudent. Lang Ruoli shook her head. I do not know either. I have merely heard of it but do not understand the specifics. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. The only one among them who possessed knowledge of the gate of life and death of Yin and Yang did not know which path to choose. How could the others possibly know, since it has been declared a gate of life and death? Shall we not choose life? The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion proposed. That makes sense. If we choose life, then we can attain life, cannot we? The heir of the Sword Pavilion concurred. Most prodigies shared this straightforward thought process. I sense it is not that simple. Perhaps life is death, and death is life. The martial emperor contemplated the gate of life and death of yin and yang, his eyes shining with insight. I share your sentiment. It cannot be that simple, the golden-winged rock king added. Su Xian was enveloped in chaotic energy, his gaze reflecting the evolution of 3,000 worlds. Appearing exceedingly mystical, he remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, a beam of chaotic light suddenly shot forth from Su Xian's eyes. Choice, why must we choose? A holy sword materialized in Su Xian's hand. I detest making choices the most. In the next instant, Su Xian raised the sword and swung it fiercely towards the front. Boom! Dust clouded the air. The gate of life and death of yin and yang shattered into pieces. The crowd was left astonished by Su Xian's actions, their expressions filled with disbelief. Su Xian has actually forcefully shattered the gate of life and death of yin and yang. How utterly brutal! After a lengthy pause, the crowd finally regained their senses, erupting into waves of astonished exclamations. Truly deserving of the title of Holy Son of Dian, not only is his strength formidable, but his intellect is equally sharp. Indeed, to choose implies risk. If that is the case, why not simply demolish the gate? Su Xian, you are incredibly clever. The prodigies from the eastern wilderness showered praises upon Su Xian, leaving him somewhat bashful. You all certainly know how to flatter. Long Out Yin smacked his thigh in frustration, lamenting why he had not thought of this himself. The golden-winged rock king too felt vexed by his own lack of quick wit. Only the martial emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of unease. This gate of life and death of yin and yang seems far from simple. If I were to strike it, I might not be able to break through. Yet Su Xian has severed it effortlessly. Once the gate of life and death of yin and yang was destroyed, Su Xian and the others stepped into the ensuing chaos. Before them lay a realm of confusion, faintly illuminated by celestial light, as if the sounds of the great Tao reverberated incessantly. This sensation was peculiar, granting the crowd a clarity of consciousness, as though they could attain enlightenment on all things in the world. Su Xian advanced cautiously, step by step, his heart brimming with vigilance. Ahead, another portal emerged, radiating celestial light. Upon seeing this portal, a voice echoed in Su Xian's mind, step forth, and you shall attain immortality. This voice resonated not only in Su Xian's mind but also within the consciousness of the other prodigies. Ensnaring them all, something is amiss. Su Xian jolted back to reality. Lang Ruoli beside him shivered, locking eyes with Su Xian, a spark of concern flickering in her beautiful gaze. Meanwhile, the young heir of the Bai family from the eastern wilderness had already succumbed to the allure of that voice. Stepping forward and placing his hand upon the portal, boom, a burst of celestial light erupted. In an instant, the young heir's essence was siphoned away, his body collapsing into a heap of bones. Hiss! In that moment, all present reacted, their pupils constricting in terror. Gazing upon the pile of bones, they felt an icy chill coursing through their spines. Chapter 66. The maternal chi of all things. What is happening? Have we all been bewitched by that voice? It seems evident that the countless bones strewn about are the remnants of those practitioners who ventured here throughout history. The sight of the skeletal remains compelled the crowd to inhale sharply, a sense of desolation washing over them. To attain immortality, one would sacrifice even their life. Is it truly worth it? The bones piled high, an overwhelming sense of resentment permeated the space, shrouded in a thick haze. At this moment, the previously radiant portal had vanished, replaced by a blood-red wall, encrusted with rust. A scarlet character for immortal loomed upon the wall, exuding an overwhelming aura of vengeance, imparting an ominous, eerie sensation. Upon seeing this, Su Xian immediately discerned that this so-called immortality was no good fortune. To touch it would likely lead to instant demise. The bronze celestial palace, indeed one of the 7 great enigmas of the East, is fraught with danger. A misstep could lead one down the path of no return. Su Xian mused. As the laughter of a young girl suddenly echoed in the ears of the crowd. It was as if a silver bell had chimed, its clarity strikingly out of place within the eerie confines of the bronze palace. The sound was undeniably unsettling. What could possibly be the reason for such a child's laughter to resonate within the bronze palace? Was there some bizarre entity at play? The pupils of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion widened, filled with uncertainty. In that instant, a chill gripped the hearts of all present, enveloping them in a shroud of fear. The girl's voice was ethereal and elusive, hauntingly familiar yet frustratingly unplaceable. Upon hearing her laughter, Lang Ruoli felt a sudden jolt within her, as if a long-buried memory had been unearthed in the depths of her intuition. She sensed a profound connection between herself and this girl. However, should not the Bronze Palace be associated with that figure from the celestial realm, and she was hardly acquainted with that being? Why then did this sensation arise within her? A peculiar expression crossed Lang Ruoli's face, genuine confusion etched upon it. She could not shake the feeling that the secrets concealed within the Bronze Palace were indeed vast. If her memory served her correctly, that figure's legacy was encapsulated in a single cauldron, known as the Cauldron of All-Mother Chi. Gradually, the disquieting laughter that had instilled fear in the hearts of the crowd began to fade, granting them a momentary sigh of relief. Yet within the Bronze Palace, every unknown aspect seemed to shimmer with an unsettling aura. The crowd pressed onward, and as they traversed to the innermost sanctum of the palace, a thunderous roar erupted from above, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Everyone swiftly looked up, and to their shock, a chaotic expanse loomed overhead, a dense mass resembling thick cloud cover. In the next heartbeat, that gaseous mass cascaded downward with ferocity. Each breath emanating from it was a blend of dark and yellow hues, bearing a terrifying might that was beyond description. What in the world was this? The Holy Maiden of Yaoguang gasped in horror. If she was not mistaken, this was the legendary All-Mother Chi. The martial emperor spoke, disbelief evident in his tone. The All-Mother Chi, also known as the Xianhuang Mother Chi. It was said that at the dawn of creation, this very energy forged the world, giving rise to all living things. Thus, it was revered as the mother of all. Moreover, this rarest of energies was the prime material for forging imperial weapons. Truly, it was an exceedingly scarce treasure, one that could only be sought in dreams. Such a relic within the Dao Xian realm and across the myriad worlds would incite countless factions to vie for it, igniting battles of epic proportions. What? The All-Mother Chi? At that moment, however, the crowd felt no joy at the prospect of such a treasure, for in that instant, the All-Mother Chi was descending upon them with a deafening force. A suffocating aura of death enveloped them all. A panic ensued as they hurriedly summoned their powers to resist, but the All-Mother Chi was not something mere prodigies could withstand. As it bore down upon them, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, the Heir of the Sword Pavilion, and the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, all cultivators below the realm of great power, were crushed into mere fragments in an instant. Only Su Xian, Lang Ruoli, the Martial Emperor, the Golden-Winged Rock King, and Long Outyen remained. The All-Mother Chi was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Su Xian gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood, a slight ripple of emotion stirring within him. Nevertheless, his countenance remained devoid of sorrow for the fallen. They had chosen to enter the Bronze Palace in pursuit of fortune, thus, they had anticipated this outcome. It was a harsh reality of the Golden Age. In the next moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the great hall. A surge of celestial light enveloped the entire space, forming an unyielding cage. This is bad, something is amiss. The Golden-Winged Rock King bellowed, his wings unfurling like blades as he struck at the cage. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he realized this cage was no ordinary barrier, not even he could budge it an inch. Damn it, what is happening? Long Outyen shouted, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom. The sound resonated, but the cage, forged from divine golden light, remained unyielding. We might be trapped here for eternity, reduced to mere bones. The Golden-Winged Rock King howled in despair. Let me give it a try, the Martial Emperor declared, unleashing the primal essence of his ancient sacred body, which surged forth to engulf the entire space. He then gathered his strength and delivered a thunderous punch. Shaking the very heavens, the blow struck the cage, causing it to tremble, but it merely quivered. The cage showed no signs of yielding. This golden cage is truly extraordinary. It appears we are truly in peril. The Martial Emperor chuckled bitterly. If even the Martial Emperor cannot breach the barrier, this realization cast a veil of despondency over the faces of the Golden-Winged Rock King and Long Outyen. The Martial Emperor's strength was unfathomable, and his ancient sacred body was a formidable force, far exceeding theirs. Yet, even he could not shatter this cage. Did that not imply there was no hope left? At that moment, all three turned their gazes toward Su Xian. Perhaps only he could dismantle this barrier. Feeling their collective gaze, Su Xian offered a faint smile, his expression inscrutable. I will give it a tear wide eye. In the next instant, three magnificent imperial manifestations appeared behind Su Xian. His form was soon engulfed in the radiance of chaos. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, the secret of the characters imbued, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Boom! the void trembled, crack, the barrier shattered, transforming into shards akin to glass that cascaded to the ground with a crisp-sounding gasp. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Su Xian's strength truly resembled an unfathomable abyss. Leaving them in awe, the martial emperor sighed, realizing that he was indeed no match for Su Xian. Chapter 67. The cauldron of all-mother Qi. The radiance of chaos enveloping Su Xian caused him to lift his gaze towards the upper space. The all-mother Qi had emanated from there, pressing down upon them. Was there something hidden above? Suddenly Su Xian's eyes narrowed. A massive cauldron loomed in the void, the cauldron of all-mother Qi. Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. In her memory, that figure's legacy was indeed the cauldron of all-mother Qi. Could it be this very cauldron? If true, this was a treasure that would incite countless ancient beings to fight for it within the celestial realm. Is this the aura of an emperor? Could that great cauldron be an imperial weapon? Long Outyan's expression shifted, turmoil rising within him. The aura of an emperor, unmistakably an imperial weapon. The golden-winged rock king nearly lost his mind. His eyes aflame. An imperial weapon, only the most supreme emperors could forge such a relic. It was the most cherished possession of an emperor. It would be nearly impossible to find even one throughout the entire Daoxian realm. The power of an imperial weapon need not be elaborated upon. Its mere name could instill dread in the world, ensuring a faction's glory for millennia. Is this what destiny looks like? Does this imperial weapon hold the secrets to ascension? The martial emperor's gaze also ignited with fervor. The allure of an imperial weapon was undeniable. It surpassed even the most extraordinary beauty. With an imperial weapon in hand, he need not fear even the most seasoned rivals. Long Outyan's heart surged with excitement. He had to possess this imperial weapon. With it, not only Su Xian but the entire central continent, the Daoxian realm, and even the myriad worlds would bow before him. This era's fate was destined to belong to him, Long Outyan. This imperial weapon would ensure the Golden Rock's glory for ages to come. I must have it. The path to the pinnacle begins with an imperial weapon. The martial emperor murmured. It was evident that each of them yearned for this imperial weapon, willing to sacrifice everything for it. In the face of ultimate gain, all else appeared trivial and inconsequential. This imperial weapon was indeed a treasure, but for me, its utility is limited. I have my own path and need not rely on others' possessions. Lang Ruoli thought to herself. In truth, the imperial weapon would enhance Lang Ruoli's strength. However, her desire to forego the competition for it stemmed largely from her feelings towards Su Xian. In her past life, she had witnessed the harshness of human nature, observing countless friends and loved ones torn apart by greed and conflict. Although she held grievances against Su Xian, they were merely a desire to suppress him, not to turn him into a mortal enemy. As for the deeper reasons, only Lang Ruoli herself truly understood. An imperial weapon, you shall belong to me. Su Xian's heart stirred slightly as he spoke coolly. Do any of you have objections? Su Xian's cold gaze swept over the crowd, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space. Leaving everyone momentarily breathless, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified into silence, an oppressive stillness reigning supreme. In the face of Su Xian's words, not a single person dared to utter a sound. There was no denying it, they all recognized Su Xian's formidable strength, and none among the assembled prodigies dared to claim they could defeat him. Imperial weapons, could it be that we are to relinquish them so easily? Long Outyan fixed his gaze upon Su Xian, his eyes brimming with a defiant light. This imperial weapon represents the hope for our clan's resurgence. To abandon it like this is simply unacceptable. I cannot bear it. I truly cannot, the golden-winged rock king roared within. Having sealed the divine source for millennia, I awaited the arrival of this golden age, and now that it is upon us, with the resurgence of the celestial palace and a thread of hope for ascension, to give up would mean forsaking everything I have worked for. The martial emperor, filled with reluctance, pondered to himself. Rock king, martial emperor, this Su Xian is far too formidable. We must join forces if we hope to seize the imperial weapon. Only with his demise do we stand a chance. Long Outyan secretly conveyed to the golden-winged rock and the martial emperor. Instantly, the expressions of the rock king and the martial emperor shifted subtly. An inexplicable aura permeating the air, the three exchanged glances, as if they had come to a shared resolve. In the next moment, their auras surged to their peaks, enveloping the entire space. Su Xian's eyes narrowed as he scanned the three of them with a calm demeanor. Do you truly wish to contest me for the imperial weapon? Su Xian's expression remained serene, his tone unperturbed, for he had anticipated their unwillingness to back down. However, he was surprised that they would conspire against him first. Nevertheless, A smirk graced Su Xian's lips, a playful smile illuminating his face. Since you have chosen to strike at me, prepare yourselves to face the consequences of your failure. Yes, Su Xian, you have wronged my clan's sister and humiliated me before all. Forcing me to lose face, today, I must kill you. Long Outyan shouted, his gaze ablaze with fury. Su Xian, I acknowledge your strength, but this imperial weapon is sufficient to bring glory to my clan for millennia. I cannot forsake it, the golden-winged Rock King spoke, his tone laden with a sense of obligation, though in truth, he had long wished to eliminate Su Xian, for only with Su Xian's death could he hope to seize this radiant era. Brother Su Xian, you are indeed powerful, a peerless talent in any age. Were it not for this imperial weapon, perhaps we could have become confidants, but I have sealed the divine source for a millennium. Waiting for this very golden age, now that the celestial palace has reappeared and celestial fortunes have returned, if I do not strive for it, would that not render my 1,000 years of effort a waste? Behind the martial emperor, a golden phantom erupted in resplendent light, the manifestation of an ancient sacred body. In that moment, its terrifying aura fully unleashed, shaking the void, its vitality rivaling that of ancient beasts. Su Xian, I stand with you. Chapter 68, overwhelming the three great talents. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in the space. It was this voice that made Su Xian pause, turning to the beautiful figure beside him. A radiant smile appearing on his face. My dear wife, you truly still love me. Lang Ruoli shot Su Xian a glance, yet she refrained from bickering, instead unleashing her full aura upon the three of them. Even she did not understand why she acted this way, she simply could not bear to see Su Xian being bullied. Su Xian can only be suppressed by him. My dear wife, there is no need for you to intervene against these three little nuisances. Su Xian's calm voice echoed in the space, such tranquility darkened the expressions of the martial emperor, Long Outyan, and the golden-winged Rock King, their faces marred by dissatisfaction. All three were exceptional talents, capable of claiming the title of the strongest in any less illustrious era. Yet now they were referred to as little nuisances by Su Xian. How could they endure that? Dragon soaring across the skies, golden rock spreading its wings, martial force shaking the cosmos, the three top talents launched an assault on Su Xian in unison. In an instant, the space was filled with terrifying power runes intertwining, magical energy surging, threatening to obliterate everything. It felt as though the very fabric of space was on the verge of being torn apart. A mere trick, watch as I suppress you all once more. A calm declaration. The moment the words were spoken, boundless chaotic energy surged forth from behind Su Xian. The chaotic light illuminated the entire space. Blindingly bright, almost impossible to behold, open secret of the characters, 6 paths of reincarnation fist, an unmatched, terrifying brilliance erupted, shattering the 6 paths, annihilating the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! The violent impact resonated like an asteroid collision, causing the entire bronze celestial palace to tremble. The terrifying aftermath of the battle unleashed winds that swept through the heavens and the earth. No! I cannot accept this. How could I possibly lose? Amidst the whirlwind, a voice seemed to howl, lament, and rage. Yet it was all in vain, as the sound quickly faded into the void. Ultimately, the void settled into tranquility. Looking at the scene, only a tall figure stood there, clad in white, untainted by dust. That figure, without any unexpected turn of events, was Su Xian. Su Xian, annihilating the 3 top talents. Is it truly acceptable for such a level of talent to be considered a genius, to think they are worthy to contend with me? Are they truly so unaware of their own standing? The mockery on Su Xian's face deepened. Such formidable combat prowess. Witnessing this scene, even Lang Ruoli felt a slight tremor within her heart, astonished by Su Xian's terrifying strength. Had she been the one to face them, she might have also defeated the 3, but it would have been far from as effortless as Su Xian's display. It was unimaginable that Su Xian belonged to the realms of the 3,000 worlds. Rather than having been born in the celestial realm, Su Xian's talent surpasses anyone I have ever seen in this world, aside from that individual recorded in ancient history from the celestial realm. I fear no one can compare to him. If I were in his position, how could I possibly suppress Su Xian? Is there truly no opportunity left? Lang Ruoli's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she gazed at Su Xian. Silently pondering. My dear wife, why do you keep staring at me? Is it because your husband is simply too handsome? Noticing Lang Ruoli's unwavering gaze, Su Xian smiled slightly, unabashedly declaring, you truly know how to flatter yourself. Lang Ruoli shot him another glare, unfazed. Su Xian shrugged and chuckled. My dear wife, I was truly moved by your support just now. Lang Ruoli's face turned slightly dark, after dealing with the martial emperor and the others. Su Xian's heart did not completely relax. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the great cauldron still hovered in the void, continuously emitting dense primordial energy, enveloping the entire space. Ordinarily, this primordial energy would be more than enough to effortlessly annihilate a king's physical body. However, both Su Xian and Lang Ruoli were no ordinary talents. They remained largely unaffected, feeling quite at ease gazing at the floating primordial energy cauldron. Su Xian felt a surge of excitement. This is an imperial weapon. It is nearly impossible to find an indestructible treasure of this caliber throughout the Dao Xin realm. Although he did not know precisely what this imperial weapon could do, he was certain it was far from useless. I am eager to discover the true purpose of this primordial energy cauldron. Su Xin murmured softly to I. In the next moment, he leaped forth. Chaotic energy surged around him as he aimed to grasp the primordial energy cauldron and place it within his spatial ring. Boom! Just then, the bronze celestial palace trembled violently once more. Endless primordial energy surged forth, yet, this was merely the beginning. Most importantly, the earlier voice of the little girl echoed again, resonating throughout the bronze celestial palace. Ethereal and intangible, who is this little girl? Su Xian halted his actions, suspended midair, astonished. It was the same voice as before, now clearer than before. Could it be the childhood voice of that one? Lang Ruoli's eyes revealed a hint of peculiarity. The sound of the little girl's cry struck a chord with her, though she had no direct connection with that individual. That one, too, was a breathtakingly beautiful empress, yet she had already been renowned across the world long before Lang Ruoli's rise. Almost retreating from the limelight, few in the celestial realm had ever seen her true form, and there were even rumors that she had perished in the passage of time, not seeking ascension, but rather waiting for your return in the mortal realm. Chapter 69, Not seeking ascension, but waiting for your return in the mortal realm. Lang Ruoli was beset by a tumult of thoughts. Filled with confusion and uncertainty, the moment that voice resonated through the air, an overwhelming force suddenly enveloped the entire space. This force was so eerie that it rendered both Su Xian and Lang Ruoli utterly immobile. Ha! Su Xian was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Who was the owner of that voice? What did she intend to do? Brother, are you my brother? A phantom materialized, her flowing hair danced in the air, and her garments billowed as if she had stepped out of a myth. Exuding an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being had descended into the mundane world, this was a figure not of this realm, radiating an aura untouched by worldly affairs. It appeared as though she could transcend this existence at any moment. Both Su Xian and Lang Ruoli were taken aback. Was this truly the owner of that voice? Her hair floated gently, and her moonwhite dress revealed a mesmerizing celestial form, her skin glimmering like jade. Exquisitely sculpted, radiating unmatched elegance. Who indeed was she? Was she the rumored empress? Waves of tumult surged within Lang Ruoli's heart. Under their watchful gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. They were beautiful orbs, as clear as autumn waters. Yet her visage was obscured by a ghostly mask, concealing her true appearance. Hiss! The moment the woman appeared, an oppressive force engulfed the heavens and the earth. This pressure rendered Su Xian and Lang Ruoli utterly immobile. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Was this woman intent on killing him and Lang Ruoli? Moreover, what had she just called him? Brother. Who was her brother? Could it possibly be him? Brother. The woman spoke with a tremulous voice. Though she was merely an ethereal projection, her words brimmed with genuine emotion. Su Xian was flabbergasted. When had he acquired a sister, and one so terrifying at that? Brother, where are you? I miss you so much. The woman trembled. Just as she was about to take a step towards Su Xian, her form suddenly shuddered violently, as if her true self were facing a great calamity. In the next instant, the phantom vanished, leaving behind a profound silence, as though the woman had never existed. It seemed that this empress, rumored to have perished, was very much alive and seemingly engaged in some monumental affair. Lang Ruoli was astonished, waves of unease rippling through her heart. By her intuition, this empress was likely involved in the same matters as in her previous life, that is, contending against the powers of other realms. However, how grave was the invasion of the immortal realm by these foreign entities? Lang Ruoli was unaware. A faint worry etched upon her face. As the supreme empress, she held a special sentiment towards the immortal realm, naturally hoping to prevent its destruction. Moreover, those ancient beings in the Forbidden Zone needed to be dealt with personally for her to feel vindicated. Ruoli, can you tell me who that woman is? She seems to know me. The Su Xian gazed at Lang Ruoli. She was an unparalleled existence, and now that you know, it holds no significance as to whether she recognizes you. Perhaps it is merely because You are a flower of a similar hue, after all, Lang Ruoli replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Xian regarded her with a peculiar expression. My dear wife, you seem to have quite the impressive background as well? Lang Ruoli's delicate form quivered slightly. The space fell into an instant silence. For a long while, Lang Ruoli did not respond to Su Xian's inquiry. Su Xian understood that Lang Ruoli had tacitly acknowledged it. Truly, the system, the woman it arranged for me to marry, is indeed extraordinary, Su Xian mused inwardly. Though curious, if Lang Ruoli chose not to divulge, he would not press further, unless the other party voluntarily shared. It would hold no meaning. After a moment of silence, Su Xian reached out, grasping the primordial cauldron of all things. It was a wondrous cauldron imbued with boundless primordial essence. The cauldron's surface was interwoven with mysterious symbols, emanating a mystical glow. Its quality was evident at a glance. It was a treasure of the highest order. The cauldron was exceedingly heavy, akin to Mount Tai, were it not for Su Xian's chaos divine demon body augmenting him. He would have found it impossible to withstand the pressure it exuded. This great cauldron, with just a wisp of its aura, could effortlessly crush a king. Truly, it was an imperial weapon. Su Xian gazed at the primordial cauldron of all things in his hand with satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy. With this imperial weapon as his trump card, even if the elders sought to strike against him, they would have to think twice. The primordial cauldron of all things was an imperial weapon, containing the essence of all things, which could be utilized to forge imperial weapons. This meant that with the primordial cauldron of all things, should one ascend to become an emperor, they could forge multiple imperial weapons for themselves. Lang Ruoli's voice echoed in Su Xian's ear, causing his heart to jolt, his face displaying an expression of incredulity. Does this mean that in the future I could possess as many imperial weapons as I desire? Su Xian turned to Lang Ruoli, inquiring. Theoretically, yes. Lang Ruoli nodded slightly. The primordial cauldron of all things is a legacy of that esteemed one. Its functions likely extend far beyond merely forging imperial weapons. In that case, Lang Ruoli, won't you compete with me for it? Su Xian smiled at Lang Ruoli, for they often say that when faced with interests, emotions are worth little. I have no need for it. Even without this imperial weapon, I can still attain immortality. Lang Ruoli did not directly answer Su Xian's question but instead responded softly. Her voice carried an air of disdain, filled with confidence in herself. Su Xian was slightly taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. My dear wife, your confidence is so reminiscent of my own. No wonder we can become husband and wife. Su Xian gazed at Lang Ruoli's jade-like visage. Grinning, this elicited a glare from Lang Ruoli. It was better not to mention that day's incident. Once brought up, the intense urge to suppress Su Xian surged within her. I will suppress you, Lang Ruoli declared. Very well, Ruoli, I await that day, and if you cannot achieve it, then you shall forever be my wife. Su Xian replied with a chuckle. Although his wife had a mysterious background, he was a man blessed with a system. As a man endowed with a system, he could never be at a disadvantage. In response, Lang Ruoli fell silent. At that moment, she secretly thought, if in the future I cannot suppress Su Xian, it would align with my standards for selecting a partner. Then again, if I am to be his partner, what harm could it do? However, as the reincarnation of an empress, I will undoubtedly suppress Su Xian. I absolutely will. P.S. Esteemed one, I would appreciate a review. Chapter 70, The Siege of Major Forces. Outside the Bronze Immortal Palace, it had already been occupied by various powerful factions. In the vast desert, a dark mass loomed, densely packed with individuals from these factions. There were elders from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, elders from the Yaoqi Sacred Ground, elders from the Sword Pavilion, as well as powerhouses from the Golden Pang clan and the Ancestor Dragon lineage. And even a few monks hailing from the Little West Heaven of the western regions. Numerous factions had converged upon this location. The wild desert was enveloped by an invisible pressure, the space seemingly solidified. Exuding an oppressive atmosphere, the visitors from various factions wore grim expressions, exchanging tense glances, their demeanor exceedingly serious. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, gradually permeating the atmosphere. This ambience signified that the various factions were on the brink of battle. The reason for the arrival of these factions was unanimous: the fall of their respective prodigies, the Purple Mansion's Sacred Son, the Sword Pavilion's heir, the Yaoguang's Sacred Maiden, the Golden-Winged Rock Prince. Long Outyen and Fa Hai, all these prodigies had perished, their life tokens shattered. Inciting furious wrath from the forces behind them, they immediately dispatched cultivators to the Bronze Immortal Palace's location in the wild desert, seeking to identify those who had acted against them, who dared to slay our clan's prodigies. Aotian was the most formidable prodigy of our ancestor dragon lineage in nearly 1,000 years. Possessing the blood of the imperial dragon and bearing imperial might, how could there be anyone capable of opposing him? How could he possibly fall? There must have been someone who ambushed him from the shadows. Today, our ancestor dragon lineage vows, we shall not rest until we have avenged him against the forces behind that individual. The holy son of our little West Heaven has emerged, only to be slain by someone. This is inconceivable. Fahai had always been low profile and composed, unlikely to provoke trouble. Moreover, he undoubtedly belonged to the pinnacle of power among the younger generation, therefore he could not have been defeated and slain by another. It must have been a scheme that led to his demise. Holy Son, O Holy Son, how could you have fallen? The Holy Master had warned you not to come. The so-called Bronze Immortal Palace, though rich in immortal opportunities, harbors too great a risk. Holy Maiden, you are foolish. I advised you against taking such risks, urging you to cultivate diligently within the sacred grounds, yet you did not heed my words. Now you have perished outright. How shall our Yaoguang sacred ground ever rise again? The representatives from the various factions lamented, expressing their sorrow, outrage, and vows to uncover the individual responsible for the demise of their prodigies. After scouring the Bronze Immortal Palace, Su Xian and Lang Ruoli discovered numerous sacred weapons, sacred herbs, and 4 immortal herbs. The two did not quarrel over matters of profit. All treasures were divided equally. Time passed without their notice, and as they prepared to exit the Immortal Palace, Ruoli, it is time for us to depart. The Immortal Palace will only remain open for a day at most. If we delay any longer and it collapses, we will be unable to leave. Su Xian smiled gently at Lang Ruoli, speaking softly. Yes, let us go. Lang Ruoli nodded slightly. Upon exiting the Immortal Palace, Su Xian and Lang Ruoli immediately sensed something amiss. Why were there so many people in the desert? What was going on? Were they surrounded right upon their exit? Su Xian looked around, seeing a host of figures hovering in the air. Their faces darkened as they stared intently toward the direction of the Bronze Immortal Palace. Su Xian suddenly realized that these individuals were all formidable figures hailing from various powerful factions. He was acutely aware of their purpose for being here. Undoubtedly, it stemmed from their dissatisfaction regarding the fall of their own prodigy, prompting them to gather in this place to seek retribution against the one who had slain their disciple. Look, someone has emerged. There were only 2 individuals, and these 2 must be the sole survivors who had entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. They must be the ones who killed the Holy Son. Both of them exuded an impressive aura, having stepped into the realm of great power. Perhaps if they joined forces, they could indeed turn the tide against Aotian. Yes, it must be them. They are the ones who have slain Aotian. Today, these 2 must perish. The audacity of these 2 to eliminate the unparalleled prodigy of my Jinpeng clan must surely indicate that they have employed despicable means. There is no way they can escape today. Why Little Western Heaven has not produced a successor for countless years, and now that one has finally emerged, only to be killed by them, how could my Little Western Heaven possibly let this go unpunished? At the very moment Su Xian and Lang Ruoli stepped out of the Bronze Immortal Palace, the powerful figures from various factions took notice of them, and one by one, they erupted in furious shouts. Their enraged voices reverberated across the vast desert, echoing through the skies. Ruoli, we seem to be in trouble. At that moment, Su Xian also became aware of the situation above the desert. However, he appeared unfazed, turning his head to glance at Ruoli, calmly stating, a bunch of old fools. Their strongest is merely a respected elder. With the saints absent, it is not impossible for us to escape like Su Xian. Lang Ruoli maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the circumstances. Wait, their identities are not what they seem. They appear to be the Holy Son of Dian and his wife, the individuals from Zifu's sacred ground, Yaoguang's sacred ground, and Sword Pavilion recognized Su Xian's identity. Could it be that the Holy Son of Dian was the one who killed the Holy Maiden? The elder from Yaoguang's sacred ground was perplexed. Given the current alliance between Dian's sacred ground and Yaoguang's sacred ground, it seemed unlikely that the Holy Son of Dian would resort to such violence against the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang. If it is indeed the Holy Son of Dian, we may find ourselves at a loss. The powerful figures from Sword Pavilion Wargrave expressions. The Holy Son of Dian, is he the same one who gained fame just a few days ago? Rumors suggested that he was not only the Holy Son of Dian's sacred ground but also a young emperor from the Su family of the northern region, most importantly Su Xuanji, the elder of the Su family, had not fallen. He remained alive and had even grown in strength. Some were startled, grappling with Su Xian's identity. The faces of those from the Zulong nest darkened instantly. if this holy son of Dian was indeed responsible for slaying Long Aotian? Would it mean a monumental battle was imminent, yet Su Xuanji alone could obliterate the entire Zulong nest? This was a matter of significant consequence, requiring careful consideration. Was this holy son of Dian a descendant of Su Xuanji? If that were the case, it would be unwise to act impulsively and eliminate him. The powerful figures from the Jinpeng clan felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts as one murmured, "Everyone, how lively it is!" In the void, Su Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After casting a calm glance at the incoming figures from the various factions, a serene voice resonated through the heavens and earth. In that instant, all the figures from the various factions were left dumbfounded. Su Xian, what is this attitude? Faced with such a multitude of top-tier powerhouses, how could he remain so composed? Chapter 71, Battle against the Three Great Elders. Holy son of Dian, I wish to inquire how the holy maiden of Yaoguang met her demise. The elder from Yaoguang's sacred ground gazed at Su Xian with a grave expression as he asked. At this moment, all factions present focused their attention on Su Xian. The holy maiden of Yaoguang was not slain by me. She fell due to insufficient cultivation within the immortal palace, Su Xian replied. Fixing his gaze on the elder from Yaoguang's sacred ground. Su Xian would acknowledge those he had indeed killed, but he could not admit to deeds he did not commit. Is that so? The elder from Yaoguang's sacred ground's expression suddenly changed, a hint of wavering surfacing in his heart. Since the holy son of Dian had stated such, could it mean that Yaoguang's sacred ground could depart without consequence? After all, they had no desire to offend Dian's sacred ground, and even less to provoke the Su family, who stood behind Su Xuanji. Holy son of Dian, what of my Zifu holy son? How did the disciple of my sword pavilion perish? What about the young emperor of the Jiang family? The factions from Donghuang echoed similar inquiries, and none of them were slain by me. Within the immortal palace, I personally dispatched only the dragon from Zulong nest, the bird from Jinpeng clan, a bald monk, and an ancient sacred body. The rest have no connection to me, nor to my wife, Su Xian added. He did not wish to conceal the truth, thus he spoke candidly about the situation. Consequently, the expressions of the powerful figures from Zifu's sacred ground, sword pavilion, and the various imperial families of Donghuang eased somewhat. Su Xian's words provided them with a means of retreat. After all, the Su family stood behind Su Xian. And even if he admitted to killing their prodigies, they would hardly dare to act against him. Otherwise, if the Su family came to seek retribution, it would spell doom for their entire factions. Alas, what a pity it is! The holy son has fallen, and we must now seek out new prodigies to elevate his holy son. The powerful figures from various factions in Donghuang lamented, their expressions somber. Though they were no longer as furious as before. Holy son of Dian, we understand now. We shall take our leave. The elders from Yaoguang's sacred ground, Zifu's sacred ground, sword pavilion, and other imperial families stated, before transforming into beams of light as they departed. What? You are the one who killed the unparalleled prodigy of my Jinpeng clan? How dare you slay the invincible prodigy of my Zulong lineage? Boy, are you courting death? My little western heaven has not seen a successor emerge for far too long, and now that one has appeared, you have slain him. Speak, how will you make amends among the remaining factions in the vast desert? Only the three great powers remained, the Jinpeng clan, the Zulong lineage, and Little Western Heaven. You three factions are truly amusing. In this era of great contention, where prodigies vie for supremacy, your disciples are mere trash. Defeated at my hands, is it not perfectly normal for me to slay them? Su Xian scoffed. Otian is the strongest prodigy of my Zulong nest in nearly 1,000 years. How could you possess the strength to kill him? You must have resorted to despicable tactics. Today, I shall not let you escape. The young king of the Jinpeng clan, inheritor of the Golden Crow Emperor's legacy, was endowed with unparalleled talent. How could he possibly be defeated by you in a fair confrontation? You must have employed some underhanded means. The current bodhisattva possesses the 3,000 Buddha demonic bodies, his Buddhist techniques nearly perfected. Not only is he unmatched among the younger generation of Donghuang, but he is also a prodigy of unrivaled might across the central region. How could he fall at your hands? What trickery did you employ? The three great factions were relentless, pressing forward with accusations. They all believed that their prodigies were endowed with extraordinary talents and unparalleled combat prowess, utterly incapable of being slain by Su Xian in a direct confrontation. He must have utilized underhanded methods. No wonder those three were so weak. It seems the forces behind them are equally so. Su Xian regarded the powerful figures of the three factions with a tone of indifference and mockery. What did you just say? The three factions erupted in fury, shouting in unison, I said all three of your factions are worthless. No wonder the prodigies you raise are likewise garbage. Su Xian stood in the void. His expression unchanged as he spoke calmly. You insolent wretch, today you shall not leave here alive. The three factions, now disregarding everything else, prepared to strike down Su Xian. They could not tolerate such an affront. As their words fell, powerful figures from all three factions stepped forth, confronting Su Xian with grim expressions. Three respected elders unleashed their auras, enveloping the heavens and earth. Insolent wretch, today you shall meet your end here. With a resounding shout, the powerful figures from the three factions launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in color, the space filled with boundless magical energy, and countless runes radiated divine light. Ruoli, stand behind me, my husband will protect you. Su Xian turned to Lang Ruoli, offering her a gentle smile. In the next moment, Su Xian held nothing back, unleashing his full aura. Behind him, the manifestations of three great emperors fully materialized. And an endless expanse of chaotic energy spread forth. In an instant, Su Xian was enveloped in a radiance of chaos, appearing profoundly mysterious. At this moment, Su Xian seemed to embody the very path of heaven itself. With even his gaze evolving into a reflection of the 3,000 worlds, chaos divine demonic body? Though he had heard of it, when the cultivators from the three great factions truly beheld this supreme body. Ranked first among the 3,000 constitutions, they were still left astounded, their scalps tingling in shock. This constitution, akin to a taboo, exuded an aura that was nothing short of terrifying, inducing a sense of trepidation in their hearts. It must be noted that they were respected elders, while Su Xian was merely a cultivator at the great power level. After a moment of shock, the three powerful figures intensified their assault and charged towards Su Xian in unison. Su Xian smiled faintly, since you all intend to kill me, allow me to show you something. Secret of the characters, activate, tenfold increase in battle power. Su Xian radiated golden light as he unleashed a pair of iron fists with tremendous force. The astonishing light of his fists seemed destined to shatter the six paths, breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Simultaneously, an incomprehensibly terrifying calamity light descended, akin to divine retribution. Six paths of reincarnation fist, heavenly calamity light. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted in the heavens and earth, akin to thunder. The terrifying might swept through the space in an instant, tearing it apart. The terrifying aftermath of battle erupted across the vast, boundless desert, resonating far and wide, leaving countless individuals in shock and screaming. Such a fearsome display of power rendered the cultivators of the three major factions utterly dazed, stirring a tempest of emotions within their hearts. Could this truly be the prowess exhibited by mighty cultivators? Indeed, the chaos divine demon body is no ordinary force. In the void, Su Xian and the three venerable elders retreated a few steps. Exchanging glances filled with fervent battle intent, with a single strike, Su Xian astonishingly managed to reach a stalemate against the three elders. In the midst of this, the cultivators present could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Overwhelmed by the sheer astonishment of the situation. One mighty figure was able to contend evenly with three venerable elders. How could this be possible? Throughout the annals of cultivation history, one would be hard-pressed to find another individual as formidable. Could it be that he could even reverse the slaughter of the elders? This terrifying thought crept into the minds of the cultivators, sending a chill coursing through them. They realized that if Su Xian were to survive today, he would undoubtedly invite unimaginable retribution in the future. Youngster, your strength is formidable, but before us three venerable elders, you possess no advantage. We can outlast you. The three elders of the major factions spoke gravely. I stand here. Feel free to test your limits and see who can outlast whom, Su Xian replied, his expression calm and his tone indifferent. With the character's secret at his disposal, Su Xian could restore his vitality and magical energy at an astonishing rate, making it impossible to exhaust him. Therefore, unless he were to be instantaneously obliterated, it would be utterly impossible to wear him down. The fierce battle raged on, the heavens darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Explosions akin to thunderous enlightenment erupted one after another, reverberating throughout the desert and shaking the firmament. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the three venerable elders gradually sensed something amiss, despite the prolonged combat. Su Xian's aura remained undiminished, and it even seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. How could this be? Even with the augmentation of the Chaos Divine Demon body, such horror was unfathomable. It was utterly astounding. Ancient 9 Secrets, Character Secret, Su Xian, what other mysteries do you conceal within? In the void, Lang Ruoli's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she murmured to herself, "As the reincarnation of the Empress of the Immortal Realm." She naturally discerned the method Su Xian was employing at this moment. It was none other than one of the long-lost ancient 9 secrets, the character secret. This revelation left Lang Ruoli somewhat stunned. The powers and techniques at Su Xian's disposal seemed to be boundless. That young man could still fight, his aura showing no signs of waning. How could this be? Was he even human? It was inconceivable. The more he battled, the stronger his vitality became, displaying no signs of decline. Terrifying, utterly unfathomable. What kind of anomaly was this? No wonder Aotian fell, meeting his demise at the hands of this young man. It was hardly surprising. The cultivators from the 3 major factions wore grim expressions, muttering their disbelief. Su Xian's level of talent exceeded their comprehension, not only in the eastern wilderness but even in the central continent. Such a defiant existence was virtually unheard of. As the 3 venerable elders fought Su Xian, their apprehension deepened, eventually leading to a slight tremor in their bodies. They began to seriously suspect that Su Xian was not of this era but rather a reincarnation of some celestial being or an emperor. For his wealth of combat experience and boundless magical powers could not possibly be cultivated in a short time. With a flash, an immeasurable sword light vanished in an instant. 3 heads soared through the air. Blood cascading down, under the gaze of countless eyes, the 3 venerable elders fell lifelessly. Witnessing this scene, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze, enveloped in silence. A mighty figure had astonishingly reversed the slaughter of 3 venerable elders. How terrifying, how unimaginable, such formidable combat prowess, Lang Ruoli murmured, her lips parting in astonishment. In the same realm, she recognized that she was no match for Su Xian. "You dare to kill another of my ancestral dragon lineage. Today, you shall not leave alive. You have committed too many sins and must be imprisoned in my little West Heaven for purification." The cultivators of the 3 major factions spoke in unison. Their faces darkened with fury upon witnessing the slaying of the 3 venerable elders. The remaining cultivators could no longer remain passive. They resolved to strike together, determined to eliminate this rising prodigy before he could fully ascend. "If this child does not perish, he will undoubtedly bring about great calamity in the future. Everyone give it your all," a bold monk from Little West Heaven bellowed. "Spare no effort. This child must die." The crowd of cultivators echoed in agreement. All at once, they unleashed their auras, an overwhelming might enveloping the heavens. In that instant, the space was filled with murderous intent. Su Xian, I shall stand with you. Lang Ruoli appeared by Su Xian's side, ready to advance and retreat together. Su Xian smiled gently, gazing at her flawless countenance. "Wife, are you hoping for my survival?" Lang Ruoli shot him a disdainful glance. "You're always so unserious. Don't die. I still wish to suppress you." Her lips parted slightly as she spoke indifferently. "Fear not, my dear wife. These fools cannot kill me." Su Xian's words ignited the flames of battle. The cultivators of the 3 major factions unleashed their attacks, deploying an array of magical techniques aimed at annihilating both Su Xian and Lang Ruoli. In an instant, the space was entirely submerged in a dazzling array of magical powers. The heavens trembled, and the fabric of reality tore asunder, a true display of overwhelming might. "Wife, let us together vanquish these fools." Su Xian laughed heartily, revealing a holy sword in his hand. With a swing of the sword energy, several cultivators were instantly obliterated. Undeterred, Su Xian charged forward, divine light radiating as his fists shone brilliantly, sword energy slicing through the air. Seeing this, Lang Ruoli refused to be outdone, releasing the aura of the 9 heavens divine phoenix body. Instantly, boundless celestial light erupted forth, waves of divine fire capable of incinerating the heavens ignited in an instant. 9 heavens divine phoenix fire burned the heavens. With Lang Ruoli's commanding shout, an overwhelming inferno surged forth. Blazing fiercely and engulfing the void, this divine fire seemed capable of annihilating all existence. In the blink of an eye, several cultivators were reduced to mere ashes. At that moment, Lang Ruoli transformed into a celestial being amidst the flames. Her white gown stained a vivid crimson, exuding a unique and breathtaking beauty. Her clear gaze now radiated a formidable aura. In grand motions, she vanquished numerous cultivators from the 3 major factions. On Su Xian's side, No one could impede his progress. Wherever he appeared, foes turned to blood mist, vanishing from existence. Su Xian resembled a demon king, unrestricted and ruthlessly reaping the lives of cultivators from the three major factions. At this moment, Su Xian unleashed his full power. Whether king or elder, none could withstand his might. Swiftly obliterated, with various secret techniques, magical powers, and a formidable innate physique at his side, Su Xian remained invincible throughout this battle. In no time, the void above the desert was entirely cleared. The heavens stood clear, devoid of any remnants of the three major factions' might. Just then, the space shattered, and figures began to step through. Su Xian. The Holy Sun, it was the Diyan Holy Land. Even the Holy Master had arrived. Chapter 73, The Arrival of the Su Clan. The three major factions need not exist any longer. The Diyan Holy Master arrived before Su Xian. Anxiously circling him, upon confirming that Su Xian was unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. Su Xian, are you alright? The Diyan Holy Master regarded Su Xian with concern. I heard that the major factions of the eastern wilderness were heading towards the Bronze Immortal Palace in the wild desert. And I feared you might have encountered trouble, so I rushed here. Su Xian smiled faintly, replying, Holy Master, I am fine. It's merely that their prodigies have fallen. You killed them? The Diyan Holy Master's eyes brightened, a hint of excitement flashing within. He had no doubt about Su Xian's ability to cause upheavals. It was hardly surprising for him to create chaos. No, I didn't slay the eastern wilderness prodigies. The ones I killed were unfamiliar to me, such as those from the ancestral dragon lineage, the Golden Pang clan, and the descendants of Little West Heaven, Su Xian stated casually, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. What? The ancestral dragon lineage, the Golden Pang clan, Little West Heaven. The three major factions are undeniably powerful entities. Their descendants are among the most elite, even in the central continent, especially Little West Heaven, which has not seen a prodigy emerge in countless years. How could they be slain by you? The Diyan Holy Master was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he scrutinized Su Xian. Did a battle not just erupt here? The Diyan Holy Master sensed the lingering aura of chaos around them. Noting the still fresh bloodstains scattered across the desert, indeed, the individuals from the three major factions sought to kill me. Su Xian replied calmly. So, you killed them all? The Diyan Holy Master's pupils widened in shock as he gazed at Su Xian. The strength of the arrivals from the three major factions was certainly not to be underestimated. They were not opponents that the younger generation could easily confront, yet Su Xian had managed to eliminate them all? This was utterly astonishing. Xianer, Xiao Xian. Suddenly several urgent voices echoed through the space, the void fractured, and members of the Su clan arrived. Su Yuntian, Su Lindian, and Su Xuanji. With their arrival, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire world, freezing the very fabric of space. Father, second uncle, 18th ancestor. Su Xian's eyes lit up as he affectionately called out, Father, second uncle, 18th ancestor. Lang Ruoli echoed Su Xian's call. Xianer Ruoli, I have heard that many forces are planning to encircle you. How are things? Have any troubles arisen? Su Yuntian inquired anxiously, gazing at his son and daughter-in-law. Father, I am fine, and Ruoli is unharmed. I have been taking good care of her, Su Xian replied with a smile. Su Yuntian glanced at his obedient daughter-in-law beside Su Xian and smiled faintly. This time, you have done well, my boy Xian. Which major forces dare to lay hands on you? A voice, exuding an air of dominance, resounded into space. It was none other than Su Xian, clad in white, exuding an ethereal aura, his cultivation unfathomable. However, at this moment, Su Xian's face was clouded with anger, knowing that Su Xian was his descendant. How dare they still act against him? Did these forces wish to erase their existence in the Dao Xian realm? 18th ancestor, many forces have come to seek me, excluding those who have retreated. The remaining ones include the ancestral dragon lineage, the Golden Pang clan, and the Little Western Heaven. Hearing Su Xian's concern, warmth surged in Su Xian's heart, and a radiant smile graced his face. 18th ancestor, you do not know how fierce they were. I almost perished. Woo. What? You almost perished? Damn it, do these three major forces really not understand the consequences of their actions? How dare they lay hands on you? If you were to die, who would bring me wine? Su Xian, it turns out that 18th ancestor is this furious because if he were to die, no one would bring him wine. Nevertheless, despite this, warmth still surged within Su Xian. The concern and protection from the 18th ancestor were unquestionable. Within today, these three major forces will be eradicated from the Dao Xian realm. This is what I Su Xuanji declared. As soon as Su Xuanji's words fell, his figure vanished from sight. Xian'er, your reckless entry into the Bronze Immortal Palace was indeed a bit perilous. Next time, you must inform us in advance. Su Yuntian said, his tone filled with care. Su Xian nodded, acknowledging, understood a father. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each took their leave. As they departed, Su Yuntian reminded Su Xian and Lang Ruoli to visit home often. Ruoli, are you leaving too? Su Xian gazed at the graceful figure before him. Yes, I am returning to cultivate. Next time we meet, I will definitely suppress you. Lang Ruoli's voice remained as cold as ever. In response, Su Xian merely smiled slightly. I await that. Before long, the news of the ancestral dragon lineage and the Golden Pang clan's annihilation spread throughout the eastern wilderness, rapidly echoing across the entire Daoxian realm. As for the Little Western Heaven, its lineage was far too ancient to be completely eradicated. However, the abbot of Little Western Heaven had fallen, and countless monks had perished, leaving its lineage severed by more than half. Such news left countless forces in shock. Who could it be? Such a grand display of power. 2 of the 3 top forces had been completely obliterated, and 1 had its lineage severed significantly, nearly leading to its demise. The answer was soon revealed. The individual responsible was Su Xuanji of the Northern Domain Su family, a terrifying figure who had emerged 3,000 years ago, unmatched in the Daoxian realm. Following this event, Su Xuanji's name once again resounded throughout the Daoxian realm. The Northern Domain Su family's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, from then on across the Daoxian realm and the world. No one remained unaware of the Su family's might. Moreover, the news of Su Xian, the current heir of the Su family, overwhelming the younger generation within the Bronze Immortal Palace, also reverberated throughout the Daoxian realm. Su Xian's name once again shone brightly across the world. Countless cultivators finally realized that a terrifying prodigy had truly risen. P.S. Seeking Free Gifts Chapter 74, The Secret of the Military Character. Manipulating imperial weapons. In the evening, as numerous disciples of the sacred grounds diligently practiced their cultivation, a figure clad in flowing white suddenly appeared on the horizon. The appearance of this figure immediately drew countless gazes and ignited a flurry of exclamations. Undoubtedly, this figure was Su Xian. Enveloped in chaotic divine light, Su Xian emanated an aura of mystery and an ethereal quality, resembling a celestial being. Oh my! The saint has returned, so handsome. Hiss, the saint truly returned alive from the Bronze Immortal Palace. One of the 7 strange places in the eastern wilderness. I have heard that the saint crushed countless top prodigies and even slew elders from various forces, returning in triumph. Indeed, I also heard that the ancestral dragon lineage and the Golden Pang clan have been completely annihilated. And even the profound heritage of the Little Western Heaven has been severed by more than half. Surely, they must have provoked our saint. Hiss, the ancestral dragon lineage and the Golden Pang clan are formidable forces. Not weaker than our Dian sacred ground, yet they were directly obliterated? And the Little Western Heaven, with its endless heritage, has also been severed by more than half? Terrifying, it is truly, too terrifying. Within the sacred grounds, countless disciples erupted into a cacophony of voices, all shocked by the deeds of Su Xian. Saint, you are so handsome, I love you. Saint, I want to bury your children. Upon seeing Su Xian's return, many female cultivators tightened their legs and shouted loudly toward the heavens. In response, Su Xian chose to ignore them and directly soared toward the saint's palace. Today had been exceedingly exhausting, and he needed a good rest. Upon returning to the saint's palace, Su Xian sat cross-legged and took out 2 immortal herbs and some sacred medicines he had scavenged from the Bronze Immortal Palace. He consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, waves of pure, immense power erupted within Su Xian's body. Boundless spiritual energy surged toward the saint's palace from all directions of the Dian sacred ground, flooding in like a tide. After a moment, a notification sound echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding! The host has consumed immortal herbs. The awakening progress of the Chaos Divine Demon body has increased by 6. Simultaneously, Su Xian's cultivation soared, breaking through 4 levels, directly reaching the 5th level of the Great Ability Realm. With only 1 step remaining to enter the King Realm, with a thought, a pale blue system panel appeared before Su Xian's eyes. Name, Su Xian. Identity, Young Emperor of the Northern Domain Su family, Saint of the Dian Sacred Ground Realm. Great Ability 9th Layer Cultivation Method, Dian Sacred Scripture, Su Family Imperial Scripture, incomplete. Eternal Heaven Emperor Scripture Divine Powers, Dian 9 Swords, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Law of Heaven and Earth, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Physique, Supreme Bone, Chaos Divine Demon Body, Awakening 0.18. The awakening of the Chaos Divine Demon Body had reached 18. It was indeed progressing more quickly than I had anticipated. In the tranquil room, Su Xian murmured to himself, the night was cool as water, and the moonlight poured through the window, casting its glow on Su Xian. He stood up and strolled slowly to the window. As he pushed it open, a refreshing breeze brushed against his face. Su Xian exhaled deeply, his brows relaxing, and a faint smile appeared. This journey was not in vain. The next day, as Su Xian opened his eyes, a notification sounded. Ding! On the 16th day of marriage, reward, secret of the military character, secret of the military character, when the Celestial Lord faces the enemy. It can overcome the treasures of the Imperial weapons, controlling all his tools. It can seize myriad treasures and shatter 10,000 weapons, unrestricted by realm or bloodline, serving as a secret technique for weapon refinement. Hiss! The system's notification instantly filled Su Xian with excitement. The secret of the military character. With this treasure technique, I can easily manipulate weapons, even Imperial weapons can be commanded. Haha, it's as if the system provides me exactly what I lack. I was worried about not being able to control Imperial weapons earlier. Su Xian beamed with joy, speaking to himself. In the next moment, Su Xian summoned the cauldron of all things materia, placing it in the room. Instantly, boundless all things materia surged to fill the entire space. The cauldron radiated a faint yellow light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Countless intricate runes adorned its surface, adding to its mysterious presence. Following the technique in his mind, Su Xian began to manipulate the cauldron of all things materia. Before long, Su Xian discovered that with the secret of the military character, he could indeed manipulate this unparalleled Imperial weapon more effectively. Now Su Xian felt a certain tight connection with the cauldron of all things materia. With but a thought, he could control it freely. This secret technique was truly extraordinary, possessing such remarkable efficacy, simply astonishing. Su Xian marveled. Wait, having mastered the secret of the military character, does this imply that I can also control other sacred weapons and fuse them with the cauldron of all things materia? Suddenly, this thought surged in Su Xian's mind. Without hesitation, Su Xian waved his hand, and several sacred weapons materialized before him. Gazing at these sacred weapons, Su Xian gestured grandly, activating the secret of the military character. Directly maneuvering the sacred weapons into the cauldron of all things materia. As he silently recited the incantation of the secret of the military character, the cauldron of all things materia erupted with dazzling, intense light. Uncertain of how long had passed, the light gradually faded, and the sacred weapons had completely vanished, merging with the cauldron of all things materia. Approaching the cauldron, Su Xian scanned its surface and noticed that the aura emanating from it had grown somewhat more profound. Although the change was minor, it was indeed evident. Su Xian smiled with satisfaction. With the secret of the military character, I can indeed refine weapons at will. This means that as long as Su Xian desires, he can ultimately forge the mightiest weapon in the world. Subsequently, Su Xian made his way to the forbidden zone of the sacred grounds. Upon entering the forbidden zone, the voice of the Dian ancestor echoed in Su Xian's ears. Su Xian, you have returned. Su Xian gazed at the figure in the void, nodding gently, signaling his return. How were your gains this time? Master Dian inquired with a smile, observing Su Xian. Given Su Xian's prodigious talent, Master Dian had already considered him as a potential successor. Not bad, I acquired an imperial weapon, Su Xian replied, his tone unassuming. An imperial weapon? Master Dian was briefly taken aback. That indeed is a significant acquisition. Su Xian nodded, stating, Master, starting today, I shall remain in the sacred ground, dedicating my days to meditation in the Forbidden Zone until your physical form is restored. In the serene confines of the Forbidden Zone. Su Xian's voice resonated through the void, causing Master Dian to momentarily pause. His heart stirred. Soon after, he smiled gently, saying, Very well, once I recover, I shall safeguard your path, and in the entirety of the Daoxian realm, none shall dare to lay a finger on you. Su Xian beamed brightly, clasping his hands in gratitude. Then I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance for your protection, Master. Master Dian had already regained much of his strength. Should Su Xian remain in the Forbidden Zone, the vast chaotic energy would enable Master Dian to fully recuperate within 10 days, although he would not be able to wield his full power at that time. He would still possess formidable strength at the Imperial level. Thus Su Xian continued to reside in the Forbidden Zone, focusing intently on his cultivation. Chapter 75, The Talented from Zhengzhou. A challenge approaches. Ding, on the 17th day of marriage. Reward, 30 years of cultivation, ding, on the 18th day of marriage. Reward, Thunder Emperor's Divine Technique, Thunder Emperor's Divine Technique. When cultivated to its zenith, it grants mastery over divine retribution, executing the heaven's will, representing the highest inheritance of the Thunder Path. With limitless potential, ding, on the 19th day of marriage. Reward, the diagram of yin and yang, life and death. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During these days, Su Xian received rewards from the system, stepping into the realm of kings. Furthermore, he acquired a new divine ability, the Thunder Emperor's Divine Technique. This technique was an unparalleled power. With a single thought, divine thunder descended, executing the heavens will, judging the world. It was on this day that Su Xian emerged from the Forbidden Zone. The Sacred Lord's voice resonated within him, announcing the emergence of a formidable talent from Zhengzhou, who had traversed the world undefeated. This individual had vanquished numerous top disciples from various prestigious factions and had now arrived at the foot of Dian's sacred land, explicitly seeking to challenge Su Xian. Such news caused Su Xian's expression to darken as he slowly exited the Forbidden Zone. He was curious to see who dared to challenge him. In the square of Dian's sacred land, a cacophony of noise filled the air. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The individual sent flying was Lin Yu, the possessor of the 7-kill body. After being defeated by Su Xian in the 9 Peaks Grand Competition, he had trained fervently, becoming the strongest prodigy among Dian's Sacred Land's disciples, second only to Su Xian. Nevertheless, he was still defeated in a single move by the talent from Zhengzhou. In the center of the square stood a figure cloaked in black, radiating an aura of unyielding brilliance, as if poised to cleave the heavens asunder. This individual was named Ji Wudao, a prodigy from the Ji family of Zhengzhou, endowed with the Ji family's divine body, the Void Body. Furthermore, he possessed the complete Void Sutra, making his prowess rank among the elite even in the talent-rich Zhengzhou. Having grown bored, he began to travel the world, challenging at least dozens of prominent factions' disciples along the way. Remaining undefeated, most of the talented disciples he encountered were overwhelmed within mere exchanges, facing no unexpected outcomes. This led Ji Wudao to become increasingly arrogant, reaching a point of utter disregard for others. He believed that none could rival him. Ji Wudao was the unrivaled champion of the world. At this moment, Ji Wudao stood proudly in the square of Dian's sacred land, his gaze disdainful, exuding an air of unassailable pride. I have stated it clearly, summon your sacred son to face me. Why all this reluctance? What is the purpose of such folly? Ji Wudao surveyed the gathered talents of Dian, speaking haughtily. You are far too arrogant. When our sacred son appears, you will not withstand a single blow. Lin Yu, though injured and pale, retorted coldly at Ji Wudao. Then do summon that fellow quickly. I am pressed for time. As I have other realms to challenge, Ji Wudao replied with an air of bravado, seemingly dismissing Su Xian entirely. In truth, Ji Wudao's primary purpose for visiting the eastern wilderness was to confront Su Xian. In recent days, Su Xian's reputation had soared, reaching even Zhengzhou. Nearly every emerging cultivator was aware that a peerless prodigy had arisen in the eastern wilderness, possessing the chaos divine demon body and manifesting 3 imperial phenomena. Moreover, he had the support of the surviving imperial clan, the Su family. In terms of both talent and background, he was second to none. Some prodigies expressed astonishment. How could such an invincible figure emerge from the eastern wilderness? Yet, many others scoffed, deeming it impossible, asserting that the cultivators of the eastern wilderness were merely boasting. The chaos divine demon body was a transcendent physique, ranking first among the 3,000 physiques, a rarity that could emerge only once every myriad of epochs. How could it possibly manifest within the Dao Shen realm, let alone in the eastern wilderness? Young master, with your prowess, that so-called Dian's sacred son cannot possibly be your opponent. We should simply depart. Perhaps that fellow lacks even the courage to face you. Indeed, young master, that so-called Dian's sacred son appears to be nothing special, seemingly too afraid to make an appearance. The 2 middle-aged men cloaked in black behind Ji Wudao spoke in unison. Is he so cowardly as to lack the courage to face me? Ji Wudao murmured softly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. What a pity, I had hoped to meet this rumored genius. Let us depart. Ji Wudao instructed the 2men. Do not leave, wait for our sacred son to deal with you. A disciple of Dian's sacred land shouted. Boom! In the next instant, that disciple was sent flying, suppressed by Ji Wudao, and should not speak so freely. Ji Wudao scoffed. How dare you lay a hand on a disciple of my sacred land? You shall not leave so easily today. A long elder from Dian's sacred land stepped forward, His voice cold and commanding, this elder had been dispatched by the sacred lord tasked with managing the situation appropriately. As for the young generation of Dian's sacred land, they were not yet significant enough to warrant his personal intervention. At this moment, the elder's expression was exceedingly grim, his countenance dark and brooding, as though he might unleash a storm. With Su Xian absent, there was truly no one among the younger generation of Dian's sacred land who could contend with this youth. However, as the other party had injured a disciple of the sacred land, they could not be allowed to depart so easily, otherwise Dian's sacred land would become a laughingstock among talented cultivators. What if we insist on leaving? The two middle-aged men behind Ji Wudao also stepped forward, confronting the elder of Dian's sacred land. In an instant, the entire space was filled with a thick atmosphere of conflict. In the next moment, the elder of Dian's sacred land and the two middle-aged men struck simultaneously. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the void and stirring up a tempest. The aftermath of the battle sent many nearby disciples tumbling. The outcome of the conflict ended in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The Ji family has no desire to feud with Dian's sacred land. We shall take our leave. Ji Wudao declared. With that, he turned away. Despite not having encountered Su Xian, his unyielding resolve remained unshakable. You think those who have harmed my sacred land can leave so easily? Chapter 76, Crushing Ji Wudao. You think those who have harmed my sacred land can depart so easily? At that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly echoed through the void, though the voice was not loud nor particularly remarkable. It sent a wave of fervor through the countless disciples of Dian present. It is the sacred son. The sacred son has arrived. Ha, boy, don't run, our sacred son is here, the sacred son. He has finally come. Instantaneously, the square erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Su Xian had become the beacon of hope for Dian's sacred land, a faith cherished by countless disciples. As long as Su Xian lived, their faith remained unbroken. With Su Xian's presence, none dared to claim superiority in Dian's sacred land. Such commotion caused Ji Wudao to pause, his gaze drawn to the void. There, a figure clad in white stood tall. Instantly, Ji Wudao's pupils contracted sharply, utterly astonished. Behind that figure in white, the chaos blue lotus manifested, evolving into 3,000 worlds. A magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers surged. An immortal king sat high upon the 9 heavens. The diagram of yin and yang, life and death, materialized. Endless ethereal celestial light enveloped him, rendering the figure in white transcendent, as though he were an otherworldly being. Point 4. For types of imperial phenomena? You are the Dian sacred son? Upon witnessing Su Xian's appearance, Ji Wudao was struck with alarm. One type of imperial phenomenon signified that one was destined to become an emperor, yet the Dian sacred son before him possessed an astonishing 4 types. What did this signify? Even gazing across Zhongzhou, one would struggle to find another such monstrous prodigy. In that moment, Ji Wudao's heart trembled violently, a chill creeping up his spine. He felt an unfamiliar emotion arise within him, a sense of fear. Indeed, even before the battle had commenced, Ji Wudao was already gripped by trepidation towards Su Xian. It was not his fault. The sheer might emanating from Su Xian was utterly overwhelming, unprecedented and unparalleled. Possessing 4 types of imperial phenomena, was this not a spectacle of divine artistry? Behind Ji Wudao, the 2 middle-aged men stood in stunned silence, their minds utterly blank, completely bereft of the capacity to think. Alas, the 4 grand imperial phenomena. Truly, the esteemed son of the sacred one possesses such might that it could terrify even that fellow from earlier into submission. The son of the sacred one has advanced further. His aura now entirely inscrutable, leaving one to wonder at the realm he has attained. With the arrival of the son of the sacred one, does that earlier individual dare to act arrogantly again? Countless disciples of the Dian sacred land were invigorated by Su Xian's presence, their spirits ignited in an instant, sweeping away the earlier oppressive atmosphere. So, you wish to battle me? Su Xian descended leisurely from the void. Landing directly before Ji Wudao, his expression calm as he regarded him. Su Xian's tone was tranquil, devoid of murderous intent or coldness, yet it inexplicably instilled in Ji Wudao a sense of suffocating dread. Ji Wudao's countenance shifted, a tempest brewing within his heart. This oppressive aura was exceedingly formidable indeed. Ji Wudao endeavored to mask his trepidation, responding to Su Xian. A smirk of mockery graced Su Xian's lips. Are you certain? Absolutely, Ji Wudao proclaimed loudly, bolstering his confidence. Very well, let us commence. Su Xian spoke without further ado. Throughout the exchange, his demeanor remained unperturbed, exuding an extraordinary calmness, as if Ji Wudao were of no consequence to him. This individual, unable to discern his cultivation level, could it be that he is concealing his true power? Ji Wudao mused inwardly, this being the only plausible explanation he could fathom. The notion that the other's cultivation surpassed his own was utterly inconceivable. Having already dismissed it, after all, Ji Wudao himself stood at the pinnacle of power. Such prowess places him among the elite of the younger generation in Zhengzhou, let alone in the eastern wilderness. How could this seemingly youthful Su Xian, with a hint of naivety, possibly possess a level of cultivation superior to his own, unless he had been training since the womb? Not only Ji Wudao, but even the two middle-aged men behind him felt a surge of confusion arise within them. They had found themselves utterly unable to see through the young man before them. This was simply unfathomable. It is known that they were esteemed elders, capable of becoming major figures in the eastern wilderness, yet at this moment, they were perplexed by a junior young master. This person is peculiar. It is prudent to exercise caution. The two middle-aged men discreetly transmitted this warning to Ji Wudao. Ji Wudao's expression shifted slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Let the battle begin. Ji Wudao initiated the confrontation. As his voice fell, he unleashed the might of his divine form. Instantly, the void quaked, with spatial rifts appearing, and an unending barrage of void blades shooting forth. These blades rushed towards Su Xian with alarming speed, creating a formidable killing array. This was the Ji family's void scripture, a legacy left behind by an illustrious emperor of their lineage. Although long since buried in the sands of time, the imperial scripture remains a formidable heritage. Especially when wielded by one possessing a void body, its power could be exponentially amplified, rendering it fearfully potent. As a premier prodigy of the Ji family, Ji Wudao, endowed with the pure bloodline of the imperial lineage, could unleash unimaginable combat prowess through the void scripture, capable even of contending against mighty sovereigns. This was the foundation of Ji Wudao's claim to supremacy among the younger generation of Zhengzhou. Son of the Sacred One, be cautious. Witnessing Ji Wudao's overwhelming might, many disciples of the Dian Sacred Land displayed concern, unable to refrain from warning Su Xian. In response, Su Xian merely smiled faintly. The next moment, a dazzling light of a punch erupted. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, countless void blades were obliterated, and a figure launched forth. Thud! The figure crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Silence and eerie stillness descended, particularly for the two middle-aged men of the Ji family. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on the unfolding battle, their expressions filled with incredulity. Their young master, the strongest prodigy of this generation of the Ji family, possessing a void body and practicing the void scripture, stood among the most formidable in Zhengzhou's youth, yet now he had been defeated by a single strike from a prodigy of a force in the eastern wilderness. This was utterly unimaginable. How could you possibly be this strong? Ji Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually been defeated. Moreover, it was a complete and utter rout. Chapter 77, 7 Days of Attendance, the exquisite sort of celestial execution. The secret of combat, the heavy pupil. I utilized less than 10% of my strength. Zhengzhou's prodigies are merely this. A faint voice echoed in the air. It was Su Xian who spoke. Less than 10% of your strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You cannot be that strong. Ji Wudao's eyes widened, wholly unable to accept Su Xian's words. In that moment, Ji Wudao's indomitable resolve began to waver. Ji Wudao rose from the ground, his garments torn and hair disheveled. A pitiful sight. He had never encountered a prodigy like Su Xian, nor faced such a formidable young adversary, leaving him feeling somewhat withdrawn. Believe it or not, before me, you are akin to an ant, easily crushed by a mere finger. Su Xian spoke coldly. In truth, Su Xian's words were merely the truth. For one who had already transcended to the realm of sovereigns, dealing with a peer was an effortless task, requiring not the slightest exertion. Su Xian's words struck Ji Wudao's heart like a sharp blade, causing his heart to constrict painfully. An indescribable emotion surged within him: frustration, despair, madness. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that you are this strong. Ji Wudao bellowed, his eyes blazing red, resembling a madman. This is bad. The young master's resolve is faltering. Upon witnessing Ji Wudao's state, the two middle-aged men behind him were immediately alarmed. Ji Wudao, as the young master of the Ji family, represented the pinnacle of their generation. Should anything happen to him, they too would inevitably meet a grim fate, likely to be directly executed by the strong of the Ji family. The two quickly reacted. hastily employing the Ji family's spatial formation to whisk Ji Wudao away, vanishing from sight. Son of the Sacred One, shall we pursue? An elder inquired of Su Xian. No need, that individual's resolve is shattered, and he will find it difficult to stir up further trouble. Su Xian replied with a slight smile, pausing before continuing. As for the forces behind him, should they dare to seek revenge in the eastern wilderness, my Su family is not to be trifled with. As these words left his lips, an icy killing intent enveloped the entire space. Such pure and potent malice startled the elders, their expressions shifting as they inwardly mused, truly, the son of the Sacred One, even his killing intent is so untainted. After resolving the matter, Su Xian returned to the Forbidden Zone, resuming his cultivation. The events of that day rapidly spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness, Zhongzhou, and even the Daoxian realm. In an instant, all cultivators were left in shock. The name Su Xian ascended to new heights among the younger generation. With a single strike, he defeated Ji Wudao. What an astonishing feat! From that moment onward, another top prodigy was added to the ranks of the youthful elite in the Daoxian realm, in Zhongzhou, at the Ji family estate, within the brightly lit hall. The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. What transpired? How could Wudao return in such a state after merely stepping out? Ji Changdao, the family head of the Ji family and a great sage, wore a grave expression as he gazed at the young man cradled in the arms of two middle-aged men, disheveled and convulsing. Is this truly my son? Head of the family, the young master. Under the pressure of Ji Changdao, the two men trembled, recounting the events in a quaking voice. After hearing their account, Ji Changdao's expression darkened further. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Ji Changdao crushed the teacup in his grasp. You mean to say that Wudao was defeated by a prodigy from an eastern wilderness force in a single strike, resulting in a shattered resolve? A look of shock crossed Ji Changdao's face. Wudao, possessing a void body and practicing the void scripture, stood among the elite, even among the youth of Zhongzhou, yet, here in the eastern wilderness, he was bested by a peer with a single blow. How could this be possible? This is absolutely true, head of the family. The events transpired as we have described. The two men trembled, hastily affirming. Then why did you both fail to protect the young master? Boom! A wave of pressure descended. The two were instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. In the vast hall, Ji Changdao turned to his son, an enigmatic expression crossing his face. Wudao, since you have become this way, possessing a void body is merely a waste. It would be better suited for me. Ding! On the 20th day of marriage, reward, 10 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 21st day of marriage, reward, the imperial weapon, the exquisite sword of celestial execution. Ding! On the 22nd day of marriage, reward, 20 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 23rd day of marriage, reward, 30 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 24th day of marriage, reward, the secret of combat. The secret of combat. When the secret of combat is unleashed, one can ascend in a day, employing the god-slaying technique, referred to as the victory of combat. Ever-changing and unparalleled, invincible in battle, a secret technique for assault. Ding! On the 25th day of marriage, reward, 50 years of cultivation. Ding! On the 26th day of marriage, reward, the heavy pupil. For cultivators, the passage of time is inconsequential. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Su Xian, utilizing the rewards from the system, successfully broke through to the third level of the sovereign realm. Not only that, but Su Xian also obtained an imperial weapon, the exquisite sword of celestial execution, an ultimate sword of slaughter. Furthermore, Su Xian acquired one of the ancient 9 secrets, the secret of combat. The secret of combat, focused on offense, further enhanced Su Xian's combat prowess. Of paramount importance is the fact that Su Xian has fused with this remarkable ability ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques. Akin to the chaotic divine demon body, a well-known saying has circulated through the ages. With the opening of there has been no defeat throughout history. This very phrase encapsulates the formidable nature of the. Much like the chaotic divine demon body, the is a terrifying physique that is scarcely seen across several epochs. On this day, as Su Xian opened his eyes in the Forbidden Zone, his black hair billowed and his gaze was captivating. A closer inspection reveals that Su Xian's eyes resemble the boundless cosmos, filled with a vast river of stars. Within them seems to dwell countless worlds, rising and falling in a cycle of creation and destruction. As Su Xian's eyes opened, a surge of chaotic energy emanated from his pupils, sweeping across heaven and earth. Su Xian, is this the? Even the esteemed Grandmaster De Yen was profoundly shaken by Su Xian's presence. The undefeated myth of the was well known to Grandmaster De Yen. It truly represents an invincible physique, possessing the bestows upon one the unparalleled capital to dominate an era with dazzling brilliance. Furthermore, Su Xian's abilities extend far beyond merely having he is also endowed with the chaotic divine demon body and the supreme bone. Grandmaster De Yen inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Such a talent, once Su Xian truly rises, will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the myriad realms. Chapter 78. Grandmaster De Yan's Restoration. I will protect your path, Grandmaster. Today, you shall be able to fully recover, right? Su Xian inquired softly. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, it seems he had been in the Forbidden Zone for nearly 10 days. Indeed, I have absorbed sufficient chaotic energy. The day of restoration is upon us. Grandmaster De Yen replied with a smile. This little fellow, Su Xian, has truly been a great help to her. Grandmaster, you promised me. A mischievous glint flickered in Su Xian's eyes as he spoke softly. For a long time, he had been coveting the elixir of immortality. 10 elixirs of immortality, you say? Grandmaster De Yen chuckled, casting a playful glare at Su Xian. Do you think I would deceive you? Little one, am I that kind of person? As she spoke, Grandmaster De Yen waved her sleeve, causing ripples across the void, erupting in a cascade of brilliant light. As the radiance faded, 10 elixirs of immortality materialized before Su Xian. Observing the 10 elixirs before him, Su Xian's lips curved into an uncontrollable radiant smile. The elixirs of immortality are so rare that one might struggle to find even a few throughout the entire Dao Xian realm. Yet here, laid before him, were 10. If consumed, the awakening of the chaotic divine demon body would undoubtedly progress significantly. Here, little Su Xian, these are all yours. Grandmaster De Yan's gentle voice pulled Su Xian back to reality. Su Xian nodded gravely. Thank you, Grandmaster. It's nothing. Between us, we are mutually beneficial, so there is no need for formality. Grandmaster De Yen said softly as she gazed at Su Xian. The more she looked at him, the more she found him pleasing to the eye, not only handsome but also possessing an unprecedented and terrifying talent. However, there was one thing that left Grandmaster De Yen dissatisfied: he was not born in her era. That evening, as Su Xian concluded his training, the entire Forbidden Zone trembled violently. Upon opening his eyes, Su Xian felt as if his mind had gone blank, completely overwhelmed. Within the Forbidden Zone, immortal light burst forth. The great Tao roared, and celestial sounds resounded. Various extraordinary phenomena emerged in the heavens above, including several imperial manifestations he possessed. This grand spectacle left Su Xian somewhat dazed. Truly, the Grandmaster possesses such prestige. Su Xian marveled, yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The void trembled as a body ascended, continuously rising until it hovered at the center of the myriad resplendent phenomena. It was a figure clad in azure, with an unblemished visage, none other than the woman from the ice coffin. However, at this moment, her body still resembled that of a corpse, pale and lifeless, with her eyes tightly shut. Hasn't she succeeded? Why does the Grandmaster's body still appear this way? Su Xian murmured in confusion. Just then, his pupils constricted. He witnessed the Grandmaster's body suddenly erupting with an extraordinary and radiant immortal light. Various runes intertwining around her form before merging into beams that enveloped her. Following this, a torrent of life force surged forth from her body, akin to a raging tide, under Su Xian's watchful gaze. Her body gradually opened its eyes. Those were pitch-black irises, seemingly capable of piercing through all things in existence. As her eyes blinked slightly and her azure attire fluttered, a beam of immortal light ignited. Instantly, the entire Forbidden Zone was shrouded in a barrier. The power of Grandmaster De Yen, truly unfathomable. Su Xian silently marveled. In the face of such an aura, he felt as insignificant as an ant. No, even less than an ant. At this moment, her gaze was fixed upon Su Xian. Little Su Xian, thank you. I have succeeded. A gentle voice resonated within the Forbidden Zone, akin to celestial music. Su Xian beamed radiantly back at the hovering figure, replying, Congratulations, Grandmaster. A smile graced Grandmaster De Yan's face, instantly transforming the very fabric of the universe. With a single step, she lightly trod forward.